Chapter 1. The Wishing System. Who are you? Did you bring me into this world merely to be reborn as an infant? A newborn, just opening his eyes, exclaimed loudly to others. It merely sounded like crying. However, his cries soon caught the attention of a woman, who swiftly picked him up, unfastened her clothing, and began to nurse him, saying, "I wonder who could be so heartless as to abandon a child still in need of milk. Little Lin, your father and mother are truly cruel, leaving only a note that says your name is Wang Lin. By the way, where is your family from? Are you hungry? Andy will make sure you are well. Go away. You should leave me alone. How could a man of dignity like me mourn you?" The woman chuckled. "It seems you are indeed hungry. You've stopped crying and making a fuss." A man standing at the door remarked, "Indeed, but this child has a mighty pair of lungs. His cries could scare the birds away. Ha ha ha. Our village is bound to witness the rise of a remarkable figure." "Indeed, my beloved husband speaks the truth," the woman responded, laughing as the infant nursed and listened to the laughter. He mused, "Ah, this is the right flavor. It truly resonates with the spirit of pirates. It seems I have indeed arrived in the world of One Piece. Alas, I am so weary. Can an infant not ponder profound thoughts? Truly the child has fallen asleep. Let us step outside. We have yet to catch today's fish. Do not be lazy." In his slumber, the infant smacked his lips, revealing a sweet smile on the island known as Happiness and Hope Dreams HD. A future legend was blissfully growing. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. A young boy was diligently practicing punches and kicks by the seaside while cursing, "Damn it. What purpose does it serve to be here? Can this truly mend my regrets? By now, Luffy could probably defeat 10 of me. Do not be so lacking in confidence. He truly can. Just remove the can." Startled, the boy quickly realized that those born in the pirate world might possess a rather carefree demeanor. "Is that you? Where are you? You promised to bring me here to help me fulfill my regrets." The person cooking in the distance glanced at the boy, who was shouting as usual, and cheerfully said, "What an energetic young lad. Indeed, indeed. The Way family is fortunate. This child is destined for greatness. Ha ha ha. You mustn't say such things. It might make me unhappy. Ha ha ha." An atmosphere of "you certainly don't appear unhappy" hovered above the crowd. Yet the young boy remained oblivious, his mind solely focused on one thing. "System? Is it you? Speak to me. I have read countless stories about this. Respond quickly." "All right, little Wang Lin, I shall answer you." The child. Then he said, "Am I so easily deceived? Speak quickly. Are you System? What you just provided me was invincibility. Or was it invincibility? All right, I shall cease the jest. I did not expect that this world could influence a person's nature, or perhaps it is merely the folly of youth. To speak honestly, what you are experiencing is the descent of consciousness. What I just imparted to you can indeed be regarded as a system. Its current function is to alert you to the development of the timeline in this world and the unfolding of events. You may choose whether or not to intervene. And that essence that flowed into your body is a thought seed from the hunter world, a specialization type. You should be aware of its purpose, yes? With this seed, aside from primarily specializing in that trait, you can cultivate other types to perfection with diligent effort. This system, let us name it the Wishing Stone. Besides the functions you are aware of, it possesses a unique ability granting wishes. The conditions will be revealed to you later. Explore thoroughly. Little Wang Lin interpreted these words as a sign for departure and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, are you leaving? Is there no way to elevate my thoughts to the maximum level directly? Isn't that how it works? My young friend, do you believe a castle in the air is secure? Is a result without process truly what you desire? If marriage is merely for the fleeting pleasure, why not seek companionship elsewhere? Well then, I must take my leave. I have much to attend to. Live grandly in this great era, for I, too, am a fan of pirates. You're leaving." Little Wang Lin noticed that the system, which had once shimmered brightly in his heart, had now dimmed. Now it appeared that this was indeed the system's true hue, a milky white orb. Little Wang Lin realized that the mysterious figure had truly departed, yet the thought seed was still present within him. Upon glancing at the orb in his heart, he moved back and forth a few times before joyously leaping up. After a moment of excitement, he sat by the seaside and began to attune himself to the system. The system responded in kind, "Hello, host. I hope for a pleasant collaboration moving forward." "Wow, this is so intelligent." "Very well. Let our cooperation be delightful. Quickly, tell me about your functions." "All right, shall I proceed?" "No, wait. Others can view directly, so I wish to see too. Unless I inquire, I should be able to view at will. Is that agreeable?" Little Wang Lin timidly asked, as isn't that how children behave? "Very well. No problem. How shall we address each other henceforth?" Aren't you supposed to call me host? And when I need something, I simply call out System. Is it not so?" "Agreed. No problem, host." "Yes, System. System, I wish to see now." "Certainly, host." Then, in little Wang Lin's eyes, information appeared that only he could perceive. "Host, Wang Lin, human lifespan, 10,100. Ability, thought primary specialization. Undeveloped cultivation. System functions. One wishing passive, self-utilized when an event strongly impacts the host. A price must be paid to make a wish if conditions are met. The wish is granted. Note, the price can be paid by oneself or by another. Chapter 2. Vow. A life without regrets. As Wang Lin perused the contents, he found himself overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face, and he sniffled before regaining his composure. System, why does it only speak of you? I possess merely a name and an undeveloped ability. Are you genuinely my system? Host, you are still young, hence your limited abilities in time. As you acquire more, your capabilities will expand. For instance, the martial arts of the Navy and the techniques of swordsmanship are quintessential to this world. The system, explained Wang Lin, continued. But that is all in the future. What about now? Perhaps I should make a wish? What do you think? Upon hearing this, the system quickly responded. Host, there is no need to wish. Your current resources are insufficient to fulfill such a request. Moreover, refrain from hastily employing the force commands. You will understand their significance as you mature. Do you not possess the ability to manifest thoughts? With proper development and training, you could conjure creations from thin air. Remember the island of greed. It is capable of summoning even archangels who can resurrect the dead. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin tilted his head slightly and chuckled. Indeed, your words ring true. However, I still wish to commence learning the three aspects together, and the imposing aura. After a moment of silence, the system replied, how about this? You make a wish of that nature, and the price you must pay is to wet the bed until you turn 18. Only then will I grant it. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. Bedwetting was a trivial matter, and he promptly agreed. Host, did you not even consider what wish you were making before agreeing? Wang Lin grinned. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Right? Thus, after 2 consecutive days of bedwetting, one fine morning, while washing himself by the seaside, Wang Lin awoke as a naval soldier. Remarkably, this soldier happened to know the 6 styles of the Navy, although he only mastered the basics. It was fortuitous that he imparted this knowledge to Wang Lin, for on the very day he set sail to return to the naval division, he was devoured by a sea creature. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to Wang Lin. His wish, akin to a cheat, was a loophole the system had provided, allowing a soldier destined to perish at the hands of a sea monster to linger a few extra days. It was unlikely that the system would divulge this information to Wang Lin. The days of cultivation grew tedious and monotonous, and, as Wang Lin matured, he began to comprehend the notion of shyness that had previously eluded him. In the woods, he constructed a modest dwelling and developed a habit of sleeping nude, devoid of blankets or bedding. Time flowed inexorably, and young Wang Lin was on the cusp of turning 18. System, is it fair for you to deceive me when I was merely a 10-year-old child, naive and unaware? Can you not acknowledge the injustice in this? As he spoke, tears betrayed him and streamed down his cheeks. After wiping them away, he continued to lament. Do you realize that everyone is mocking me? Even Xiao Hua has started to disdain me. Host, Xiao Hua's disdain likely stemmed from the fact that you no longer share your meat with her in the past. You even offered her bones, yet now you keep everything for yourself. Remember, a dog will wag its tail for a bone, yet when you hoard its food, it can do naught but leave to avoid starvation. I refuse to listen. What shall you do to make amends? The system replied, feigning ignorance will not suffice. System, you took advantage of my youthful naivety, and I have paid a heavy price. If you possess even a modicum of conscience, you ought to mend my wounded spirit. The system retorted, I am not human. I have no conscience. You are indeed ruthless. Wang Lin was left speechless by the system's words. Dressing himself, he resumed his daily routine. Waking, grooming, fishing, returning to his adoptive parents' home for a meal, cultivating, eating, with intermittent restroom breaks possibly right after waking, cultivating again, enjoying a midnight barbecue, bathing, undressing, and finally sleeping. At last, I am 18. System, regarding the timeline I inquired about earlier, may I now be informed? Please hold on. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Pirate King is to be executed this year. 2 years later, Spandam will issue a massacre order against Robin, who is merely 8 years old, during which Ace will be born. The Golden Lion will escape from prison, and red-haired Shanks, at the age of 17, will seek out Usopp's father on Usopp's Island to recruit him as a crew member. At this time, Robin will be a wanted fugitive, while Brook will find himself alone aboard the ghost ship. Herein lies the account of the significant events of the past 2 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin pondered deeply. In terms of your words, my current mastery of hockey can be deemed as having reached a substantial level. I'm only 2 steps away from the pinnacle. Specifically, I am on par with the average members of the Spider organization. My mastery of the six powers has greatly improved under the influence of hockey training, particularly in the techniques of Soru, Tekai, and Shave. With such strength, it seems I am quite ready to venture forth. Wouldn't you agree? And if the situation becomes dire, I can always employ that command, correct? The system does not interfere with the host's actions to eliminate regrets. The host is free to make their own decisions with this affirmative response. Wang Lin hurried back to his adoptive parents' home, declaring, "Father, mother, I wish to set sail. I have come to bid you farewell and seek your permission to embark on this journey." Ha, cough, cough, cough. His adoptive father laughed heartily before breaking into a fit of coughs. Wang Lin rushed to pat his father's back, channeling his haki as a pure healing energy enveloped his father. Haha. Well done, my son. Every time I feel unwell, your touch seems to cure me. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Ho ho ho. Silly father, I can swim. How could I be a devil fruit user? Have you forgotten what my naval instructor taught me? Wang Lin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He had never noticed it before, but now, hearing the distinctive laughter of this world, he felt an odd discomfort. It wasn't that everyone laughed this way in his memories. Only formidable individuals possessed such unique laughter yet. After years of observation, he recognized that his parents were merely ordinary fishermen from a simple village. With a resigned smile, Wang Lin remarked, "Mother and father, your laughter is truly a waste if you do not become a Navy officer or a pirate." His words seemed to strike a chord with his parents, and they erupted into joyous laughter once more. Now, he thought, he would wait for their laughter to subside before continuing. Once the laughter quieted, he asked, "Do you have any objections to what I just said?" With a gentle smile, his adoptive mother replied, "Our son has grown, and it is time for him to venture into the world. Do not worry about us. The neighbors on the island will assist each other whenever help is needed." "Ha, my son, a man's spirit is as vast as the sea. How could one remain confined to an island for life? Unless, of course, there's a woman involved." "Ha!" As soon as the old man finished, his wife joined in, and they resumed their hearty laughter. Showering Wang Lin with affectionate banter, he cast a glance at the small island that had nurtured him for 18 years, at the home of his adoptive parents, and at the residents around him. Wang Lin felt a sudden wave of unease. What if I leave and encounter pirates? This is not the East Sea, where the presence of carp instills fear. This is the West Sea, and the Grand Line is upon us. When will there be such tranquility again? System, is it possible for my thoughts to manifest a space that only I can access freely, and where only those I permit can enter under certain conditions? Your capabilities are insufficient. Then what if I were to include a compulsory command in my wish? That would be excessively wasteful. Wang Lin chuckled softly and said, "I came to this world precisely to avoid regrets. Once in the realm of manga, there were various unfulfilled desires, incomplete narratives that I believed I could at least witness to their conclusion. Who would have thought that even that would be a luxury? After the war at the top, where they ultimately arrive? are.Await is far too slow, therefore, since that great entity has granted me a second chance at life and allowed me to enter this world. What reason do I have to not live according to my own desires? Moreover, if my regrets are to be addressed, they must be in service to the world at large. Without the audacity to gamble everything from the outset, how can one even speak of leaving no regrets? Today, I stand in this world to proclaim my solemn vow. In this grand age of exploration, I shall not permit the recurrence of regrets that I do not wish to witness, even if it means bringing about the annihilation of the world. For this purpose, I shall obliterate any person or thing that brings me sorrow. Thus, I require a sanctuary to safeguard the beauty of my realm. Let it commence. I, Wang Lin, hereby decree, once I have utilized my utmost power to construct a dimension, a home both primordial and ultimate, this space must exist. Provisions. 1. The space shall feature portals that only the islanders and I can perceive. This realm shall be anchored within the system, existing simultaneously in both reality and illusion, allowing its inhabitants to bask in the sunlight and breathe the air of this world. 2. These portals shall grant access to the outside world. 3. Islanders who venture beyond may return home at any moment through the portal at what they perceive as their original point. 4. The space shall possess the capacity for growth, providing habitats for future beings or entities. 5. Should adversaries discover this realm and attempt to invade, they must defeat me and extinguish my life. 6. Upon my demise, the dimension shall immediately depart from this world, journeying to the side of the magnificent being who brought me here. Special note: the sixth provision supersedes all others and is irreversible. Its creator cannot amend it. Let the execution begin. Upon concluding my declaration, Wang Lin commenced to wield the powers of transformation and manifestation to fully materialize this space, ultimately infusing it with enhancement to bolster its strength. Simultaneously, The system emitted a mechanical voice, complying with your will. An unfathomable force, beyond Wang Lin's comprehension, descended upon this nascent realm, enveloping the island. Then, the space began to expand, becoming increasingly ethereal, gradually vanishing from the eyes of the world. The island remained unchanged, yet no one could perceive it any longer. Only Wang Lin, from the outside, could gaze upon it directly. At the very moment Wang Lin made his vow, on a distant ship in the Western Sea. Far from the island where Wang Lin resided, a young man with crimson hair turned his gaze, murmuring, "Such formidable and peculiar conquerors, Haki." Chapter 3. Setting sail towards the dawn of a new era. Wang Lin languidly reclined on the beach, as a few sand crabs strutted before him, brandishing their diminutive claws with bravado. To his astonishment, the effort proved more taxing than anticipated. Now, he found himself utterly drained of energy, in dire need of sustenance and nourishment. At this moment, the system also regained its human-like qualities, remarking, "Have you come to comprehend the limits of this world? Were it not for your utilization of powers from another realm, combined with your own, your wishes would be rendered futile." Wang Lin paid no heed to these remarks, merely stating, "I now feel as though I could devour a leviathan. Pray tell, what might ensue if I were to wish for a sumptuous feast? You possess nothing at present. What do you have to offer for a wish? If only you could return to the carefree days of your childhood. Ha. I am jesting. Is there a price that does not demand such a test of one's fortitude? I wish to give it a try." Dawn. Wang Lin gazed at the vast ocean, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration, while his eyes drifted towards the wisps of smoke rising from the island. No, he thought to himself, as a man, having proclaimed his intent to venture out to sea, it would be utterly shameful to return home out of hunger before even embarking on his journey. Wang Lin, you must contemplate this carefully. Once you retreat, another tale will be added to the chronicles of your life. You must exercise restraint. Wang Lin incessantly lamented the consequences of retracing his steps, ultimately staring defiantly at the vast ocean. I wonder, is there not a single nutrient in the air to be absorbed? I inhale. Ah, how satisfying. Overindulged, Wang Lin let out a prolonged belch, a rather awkward release. The most embarrassing part was that he inadvertently propelled himself into the water, skimming across the surface. A swordfish, sensing the provocation, initiated a race with this impolite individual. It triumphed effortlessly, overtaking him in less than 10 seconds. As it swam back, perhaps casting a disdainful glance at Wang Lin, he instantly grasped its implication. Overestimating oneself? Am I competing with you? Just as he was about to retort, the swordfish slipped away. Wang Lin floated silently on the surface of the sea, gazing upward. Though he had lost his strength, his long experience as a fisherman in this world allowed him to float effortlessly on his back, using the most economical method. He simply let himself drift along with the current. "Hey, that kid floating in the sea, are you still alive?" A distant voice wafted through the wind, reaching Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin possessed no remarkable martial skills to converse with strangers. Instead, he merely gestured with his arm, leaving the interpretation to the other party. "Are you still alive? Just wait, I shall pull you up," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Moments later, Wang Lin, ensnared by a coarse rope, found himself lying on the small sailboard. Wang Lin cast a sweeping glance over his surroundings, rolling his eyes as he regarded the figure above him. The sunlight fell directly upon this individual, casting him in shadow and rendering his features indistinct. Yet, from the periphery of this silhouette, certain characteristics emerged: red hair and male gender. Beyond that, little could be discerned, and his neck lacked the strength to lift further. A tinge of regret washed over Wang Lin as he mused that the common understanding of air not being sufficiently filling would remain unchallenged. Suddenly, Wang Lin found himself in a face-to-face encounter, quite literally. Their gazes locked in an intense stare, creating an almost cross-eyed effect between the two. The man inquired, "Boy, are you hungry?" Wang Lin nodded. "Just in time, I am also feeling hungry. Wait for me a moment, I shall catch a fish." With that said, a splash echoed in the air. Before long, the waves surged and then receded. Wang Lin's vision was momentarily obscured by a shadow. "Well, let's eat directly. It is inconvenient to start a fire." Accompanying his words was a large, pristine piece of flesh. Delicious sea king sashimi? A splendid delicacy. Wang Lin was well acquainted with the significance of this meat, as it had been a staple during his earlier cultivation. Amu, within a minute. He consumed the humanoid-sized portion entirely. Feeling revitalized, he rose to his feet. As Wang Lin sat up, he discerned the shadow before him and dashed forward. The man sitting in the boat could only stare in astonishment as Wang Lin devoured the flesh with the fervor of a silkworm consuming mulberry leaves, his jaws synchronizing with the rhythm of his movements. Just over an hour passed, and the Sea King's flesh was no more. With a protruding belly, Wang Lin struggled to stand and closed his eyes, absorbed the vital essence. He silently chanted, simultaneously engaging in the cultivation technique for the intake of essence, energy, and nourishment. The meat in his stomach was undergoing a frenzied digestion, akin to a burning fire, leaving behind very little waste. Perhaps this is also the reason why, in this world, the voracious eaters do not witness cities filled with filth. Wang Lin plunged into the sea, cleansing the bloodstains from his body before resurfacing. Only then did he discern that the one who had rescued him was a young man with fiery red hair. A rope was tied around his neck, and from the edge of his back, a straw hat was visible. At his waist hung a watermelon knife, and on his feet were wooden clogs. Wang Lin smiled faintly, pondering, it is quite unexpected to encounter Shanks, who hails from the West Sea, here in the West Sea. He appears to possess a youthful and somewhat naive demeanor. Hey, young man, you have devoured all the fish I caught. How impolite. I challenge you to a duel. Despite his youthful appearance, Shanks seems to lack the vastness of the sea in terms of his temperament. He chuckled to himself, reflecting that everyone has experienced their youth. Addressing the future emperor before him, he declared, I am 18 years old this year. By your looks, you cannot be older than I. You seem merely 15. Even if I am mistaken, we are likely of similar age. You are the one lacking manners, red-haired boy. Internally, Wang Lin mused, you are but 15. Do not think I remain unaware. Shanks, caught off guard by this revelation of his age, thought, oh no, my age has been exposed. What should I do? I must maintain this facade, otherwise, I will lose face. Wang Lin shook his head, indicating the error. I said, dear brother, when you were contemplating within your mind, do refrain from voicing your thoughts aloud, for I can hear you. Shanks replied, this is troublesome. Can the other party discern my innermost thoughts? Could it be a manifestation of advanced observation hockey? Wang Lin could not resist delivering a swift blow. A large bump swiftly emerged on Shanks' forehead, causing him to shed tears from the pain. You dared to launch a surprise attack on me? Ouch, that hurts. What manner of assault is this? Where's my hockey? Oh, this technique involves a combination of iron fragments mixed with finger strikes, enhanced by the power of one's aura and control, a rather rudimentary application. I must say, by the way, I mentioned earlier that one should refrain from vocalizing their thoughts simultaneously, as this may reveal one's vulnerabilities. Little brother. Wang Lin patiently imparted his worldview to the young pirate with whom he felt a certain affinity. This world harbors distinctive traits that many individuals possess. Some can amend their ways, while others remain steadfast in their habits. Indeed, the individual before him was one capable of transformation. Shanks rose, bowed, and expressed, I understand now. Thank you for your enlightening reprimand. It was a bit harsh, but I shall learn from this. Upon sitting down, he mused. It seems I am not a match for you at present. However, both the captain and the first mate have remarked on my exceptional talent. Ha ha ha. You have spoken it aloud, young man. Suddenly, a peculiar image manifested above Shanks' brow, resembling a horizontal stack of meat buns, precisely positioned above the third eye of Erlangen. Throughout their journey, Wang Lin continuously corrected Shanks' undesirable habits, and upon realizing their destination, despair washed over Shanks. Nonetheless, the silver lining was that his innermost thoughts would no longer be so readily exposed. Shanks, hasten our pace. Let us arrive at the island sooner to bid farewell to Captain Roger. Roger, I am coming. To perish at the hands of the world government is a disgrace to you. This time, I shall inscribe the final chapter of your life. Shanks was taken aback. Mentally reflecting, such a unique conqueror's hockey. It possesses both warmth and a chilling aura of lethality. Chapter 4, One Piece. Roger, may your journey be smooth. Loguetown. The place where it all officially began, the birthplace of the legendary adventurer and pirate king, in the very sight of his imminent demise. Wang Lin arrived, accompanied by a young apprentice, the future red-haired Shanks. Throughout their journey, Shanks increasingly sensed that the individual before him was extraordinary, particularly in terms of martial prowess. He had always believed himself to be formidable, having ascended from an intern aboard the Pirate King's ship to a full-fledged crew member. Without genuine skill, he would have long since been fish food. Hey, Brother Lin, would you kindly teach me that technique? I feel as though I might be on the verge of understanding it, Shanks implored. Initially, Wang Lin remained non-committal to Shanks' request. However, as time passed, a troubling realization emerged. The people of this world seemed rather dull in their comprehension and acquisition of this technique. Even the seed of enhancement that Wang Lin had planted in accordance with Shank's character had yet to sprout. Wang Lin, slightly impatient, remarked, "I have attempted this numerous times. Perhaps the timing is simply not right. Once the moment arrives, you may very well come to your understanding." He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Regarding what you mentioned last time about my awakening the Conqueror's Haki, is that correct? I have already confirmed it and can roughly analyze its principles. Now, could you share your insights on observation Haki and armament Haki? Are there any tips you could offer?" Shanks, scratching his head awkwardly, responded with a smile, "I'm afraid I don't really grasp it either." Wang Lin furrowed his brows, silently scoffing. "You insufferable brat. Do you take me for a fool? While the Conqueror's Haki may be your signature, without the observation Haki and armament Haki, what do you intend to challenge Kaido with? Do you still wish to hold back?" Wang Lin then chuckled. "Youngster, there was a day when you spoke in your sleep, and everything you uttered in your dreams was the truth." Shanks's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, What did I say?" Wang Lin, realizing he had fallen into a trap, declared with certainty, "Just think. Once you master the art of reading and combine it with the 3 forms of domineering aura, along with your swordsmanship, you will be able to teach your Lin Gu a lesson. Young one, I won't hold it against you, but you certainly seem to be playing tricks on me. Today, unless you divulge the secrets of observation Haki and armament Haki, I shall remove your trousers and spank you before the residents of Loguetown. Tell me, are you afraid?" Oh ho ho ho. Wang Lin, in his manner, emulated the idiosyncratic laughter characteristic of those with peculiar inclinations, articulating sentiments that would evoke a sense of shame upon mere contemplation, all while accompanied by such laughter. The trifecta of these elements posed a haunting question. Do you fear? Shanks, now trembling, stuttered, "Is it permissible to only expose myself before men?" "Absolutely not," came the reply. "It is not solely men, women, children. Your peers, everyone shall witness this spectacle. Perhaps even your captain might utter, 'How utterly foolish.' Now tell me, will you acquiesce?" Shank's imagination began to conjure a vivid scene, as if through a dimensional lens, revealing Wang Lin before him. Above Shank's head loomed a misty cloud, within which a formidable demon was playfully striking the posterior of a dashing young man, eliciting the attention of onlookers. No, this cannot be. It is utterly unacceptable," Shanks bellowed, gazing earnestly at Wang Lin. "I believe it would be best to confide in you. After all, we are such good friends, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Over the next 2 days, Shanks earnestly imparted to him the martial arts techniques of his captain, vice-captain, and senior comrades. Fearing that even the slightest detail might be overlooked, he was uncertain if he had dreamt of discussing other matters or additional training insights. Having mastered and documented the methods of cultivation, Wang Lin refrained from teasing the red-haired man. In anticipation of future encounters, he resolved to treat him to a sumptuous meal. During dinner, he inquired, "Shanks, tomorrow marks the day of Roger's execution. What are your plans?" That is the captain's will. We shall honor his decision. Our purpose here is merely to see the captain off for the last time, with no further actions intended." Hearing a response in line with his expectations, Wang Lin hastily finished his meal. After settling the bill, he grasped Shanks and urged, "We must leave at once." "Why?" Shanks replied, visibly perplexed. "The money is counterfeit. A mere illusion, a manipulation of thought. To be honest, I have little interest in money, and as such, I currently possess not a single coin. Now, let us hurry." "Run." Shanks stood there, wide-eyed and innocent, momentarily stunned. Soon after, he realized that the red-haired man was indeed involved with the counterfeit currency. What? Oh, how foolish of me. I must have touched it while helping him up. There was nothing to be found. He slapped his forehead and quickly fled the scene. Upon returning to the inn, he glared at Wang Lin, visibly displeased. "Oh dear, do not be so perturbed by such incidental amusements. Life, in its monotony, requires a touch of diversion. Now, rest. We have a farewell to attend to tomorrow." With that, he pushed Shanks out the door and collapsed into a deep slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, the air was thick with a somber stillness, oppressive in its weight. Wang Lin could sense numerous powerful auras entering the island, an ability not related to the observation of color, as the circle of thought allowed him to perceive the energy within every living being. In this world, the strong, to be precise, exude a formidable presence. The essence of thought enables the discovery of such energies and allows one's own aura to remain contained, rendering it undetectable by adversaries when not engaged in combat. After finishing breakfast, Shanks walked alongside Wang Lin with a somber expression. By this time, the place was teeming with people, all gathered on either side of the central road. Soldiers were diligently maintaining the flow of traffic. Here he comes, Shanks. Look, does your captain not resemble a triumphant king, poised to ascend his throne? At that moment, the scene fell into a profound silence, and Wang Lin's subtle words easily reached Shanks's ears. Indeed, he embodies the essence of a king, as one who inherits his will. Should you not display a touch of courage? Soon, we shall bid him farewell. The crowd watched Gold. Roger, observing as he took step after step towards the elevated platform. The moment was approaching, and Wang Lin made his move. At that moment, Wang Lin swiftly maneuvered, utilizing the moonwalk technique to appear atop the high platform, forcefully kicking the two executioners off. The crowd stirred, presuming a rescue attempt was underway. Roger, observing this unfamiliar young man, inquired, "Young man, my life has reached its conclusion. Allow me to take my final step. The spark must not be extinguished. The truth cannot be buried." The words spoken by the figure before him bewildered Roger, who responded, "Is this truly your desire? Fear not. Wait a moment, for I shall see you off shortly. I will not permit a king to kneel before this filthy regime. Stand tall, Gold. Roger." Then, Wang Lin addressed the assembled multitude and the recording insects, proclaiming, "The will pass down through generations, the evolution of eras, the dreams of humanity. These cannot be thwarted by violence. As long as people continue to seek the answers to freedom, this pursuit shall never cease." Now, let us listen to the final words of this man who once possessed everything the world had to offer. With that, he shattered Roger's shackles and declared, "Pirate King, please, speak loudly and convey your message to the world with the stature of a sovereign." Feeling an alleviation in his body, Roger inhaled deeply and bellowed to the world the words that had circulated for many years and would endure through time. "Wealth, fame, power. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, then go and claim it. Seek it out. I have placed everything in this world there. One piece is the destination you seek. Pursue freedom. Surpass all. Under the banner of conviction, go forth." The execution ground erupted in fervor, with those destined for greatness below beginning to devise their futures. The clown buggy was overwhelmed with tears of joy, while Shanks, concealing his eyes beneath his straw hat, wept with emotion. Others, like Mihawk and Doflamingo, exhibited confusion or treachery. However, one woman caught Wang Lin's attention. After memorizing her features, he was about to speak when a spirited middle-aged man intervened. "Silence, Gold. Roger, have you forgotten your promise?" Carp stepped forward. Roger retorted, "I have spoken my words. I shall uphold my end of the bargain. I will die today here. As a worthy adversary, would you not grant me this courtesy?" Wang Lin remarked, "Indeed, this hero. I shall not disrupt the execution. Yet I cannot allow Roger to perish at the hands of the world government. So, Pirate King, are you prepared?" Roger chuckled heartily and replied, "Young man, you possess great courage. This time, you have made quite an impression, and your future will undoubtedly be filled with excitement." Wang Lin, "Oh, please do not speak in such a manner. It pains me to witness individuals of your caliber meeting such a tragic end. As for the others, ha ha ha. Let them come if they wish." At that moment, Wang Lin paused. He received a notification from the system. "Host, a special event has been triggered. The Hall of Heroes is established. Sacrifice and collect the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, allowing his soul to enter the Hall of Heroes. The host will acquire one of his abilities, the capacity to listen to all things, which, when combined with the development of thought, can be further awakened." Wang Lin continued, "Gold. Roger, the illustrious Pirate King, if your time has come, then I shall usher you from this realm." Roger addressed the crowd below, which consisted primarily of his loyal crew, saying, "My comrades, I must take my leave. Do not hold this young man in contempt. I am quite content with all he has done." He then nodded appreciatively at Wang Lin. Wang Lin gazed earnestly at Roger and said, "I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Wang Lin. It is an honor to meet you. Safe travels." Upon finishing his words, he pressed a hand down, activating the sacrificial ritual within his heart. His ability unleashed, rooted in enhancement and transformation alongside the release system, obliterated Roger. Only the lingering echo of Roger's words, "I am honored as well," remained in the air, gradually dissipating. Ultimately, Roger's very essence vanished entirely. His head would not become a mere trophy for the world government. Thus, Gold. Roger has departed. Yet, his spirit shall endure. Let all embark on the quest for the treasures he has bequeathed to the world. Wang Lin spoke loudly and swiftly departed, concealing his presence. However, just as he arrived at the port, preparing to leave, he was intercepted by a man. Chapter 5. The Imminent Battle. Wang Lin was intercepted. Although the figures did not manifest before him, the imposing aura they exuded, akin to a radiant beacon, had already betrayed their presence. Among them, one was somewhat familiar to him, Kapu, who had previously sought to thwart Roger. This posed a significant dilemma. It was the pinnacle of Kapu's prowess. As for the others, those emanating an aura of chilling frost and searing heat must surely be the prospective admirals, Akiji and Akaino. There were also several other individuals present. Wang Lin calmly analyzed the situation, while his right hand deftly moved. With a single thumb press against his index finger, a sharp crack resonated, and he whispered, "Oath and Covenant, Condition 1. When faced with an insurmountable foe and escape is impossible. Achieved." This whisper echoed like a devil's murmur, as an icy intent to kill enveloped Rogue Island, plunging all living beings into an abyss of despair. Then, Wang Lin declared, "Confinement, solidify." This declaration unleashed a tremendous aura, visible even to those who lacked mastery of overwhelming power. This energy radiated from Wang Lin, permeating the entire island. Those preparing to leave soon discovered their escape was futile. Although the space around them appeared empty, a punch to the air revealed an agonizing resistance. On the other side, Shanks sensed the chilling presence immediately and realized something was amiss. He vaguely recalled a companion from the ship speaking of this ability during their training. The simplest way to discern if this power posed a threat to him was to gauge the sense of danger within. At that moment, his intuition screamed of imminent death. The onlookers beside him were equally stricken, their faces drained of color, a mix of terror and confusion etched upon them. Something catastrophic was unfolding. Wang Lin was about to unleash indiscriminate slaughter. Meanwhile, Wang Lin pressed his middle finger again, murmuring, "Oath and Covenant, Condition 2, upon the activation of the first condition. And in the absence of any commanding orders, ensnare all who can be confined." Achieved. Just as he prepared to invoke the third condition, the seasoned carp launched a punch towards him. Interrupted in his incantation, Wang Lin was forced into passive defense. He retaliated with a punch of his own, channeling his entire essence into a form of solid, cohesive force, bolstered by years of rigorous training. He harnessed his full strength, merging his will with the murderous intent accumulated from countless battles against both the minuscule and the monstrous denizens of the sea. In a heartbeat, their fists collided. The scene froze in a profound silence, as if time and space had been suspended, before erupting into a cataclysmic explosion. Wang Lin's arm bent unnaturally as he was flung backwards, appearing to have suffered a fracture. Nonetheless, his fingers retained their dexterity. He altered the previous motion of snapping his fingers, adopting a rhythmic gesture reminiscent of playing the piano. The action concluded swiftly as he proclaimed, "Oath and Covenant. Special condition. When attacked first by an adversary surpassing my strength, all other conditions shall be disregarded." Entering the oath phase. Activate. A tremendous aura surged forth, more potent than before, while Wang Lin's arm began to heal autonomously. His bloody body rapidly improved. At that moment, Wang Lin declared loudly, "Oath 1. My life shall not be marred by regret. Presently, I am besieged by multiple foes, which contravenes my oath. Strengthening phase 1000 activated. Cost, 10 years of my lifespan. Upon the death of the first adversary, the cost shall be deducted. The contract concludes upon the demise of all. The abilities of all slain will be sacrificed, their souls transformed into the essence of elixirs. The realm of endless slaughter descends." Upon hearing Wang Lin's proclamation, the crowd initially struggled to comprehend the situation, especially with 3 formidable naval experts present who felt entirely secure. However, as the phrase "endless slaughter realm" escaped the lips of one of the intended captives, not only were they taken aback, but even Carp grew serious. He shook his pained hand, murmuring, "What a sensation this is, reminiscent of years past. I never anticipated your offensive power to be so formidable, capable of making my fist ache." Wang Lin has now initiated the first phase of his oath and pact. As long as he refrains from taking action at this moment, there remains an opportunity for redemption. Continuing from Carp's words, he remarked, "The old man is indeed formidable. Once I realized that you were tracking and encircling me, I understood that I was no match for you. Hence, I am compelled to fight with all my might. Currently, we are in the first phase. If I cannot vanquish my foes now, I shall have no choice but to directly activate the second phase, and then leap into the third phase while I am still conscious. This represents the utmost extent of my current capabilities. I should be able to annihilate all life on this island, whether human or otherwise. Alas, the youth of today are truly terrifying. At that moment, a man clad in a yellow-striped suit approached. This must be the yellow ape, whom he had sensed earlier as a flicker of light. To his surprise, he had indeed arrived. Akiji also stepped forward and inquired, "If you possess such certainty, why disclose it to us?" Wang Lin chuckled softly, saying, "There's no other way. The process must unfold in this manner. I too feel quite helpless." Meanwhile, the irascible Akaina retorted, "Do you think that uttering such words will intimidate us? The justice of the Navy, even in the face of death, shall never waver." Wang Lin shook his head solemnly and replied, "I am not attempting to frighten you. The reason I have yet to take action is not due to an inability to eliminate you. To be candid, had it merely been you, Akainu, I might have already acted. Once I enter this state, I will annihilate all lives ensnared within my grasp. Among them are many whom I have no desire to slay. This is the sole reason I am able to pause and converse with you." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Shanks and a multitude of future powerhouses approached. Upon witnessing the overwhelming aura of energy swirling around Wang Lin, Shanks exclaimed, "Lin, what are you planning? I cannot shake the feeling that you intend to kill me." Wang Lin gazed upon the man he admired, lamenting, "The worst outcome is upon us. I have now unleashed the realm of slaughter. Once I take action, I shall not cease until every soul is extinguished." He continued, "The reason I can still converse with you in the Navy is that I have yet to commence my assault. I can still retract my intentions, but only a complete withdrawal will bring an end to this. Such dire warnings, those of lesser strength may debate." Ha ha ha, how terrifying. Kizaru truly sensed danger, cold sweat beading upon his brow. Akiji approached Karp, saying, "What he speaks may indeed hold truth, my elder. I perceive an exceedingly perilous aura, as if death is imminent." Karp, his brow furrowed in concern, muttered, "This is a keen awareness of danger. It is truly troubling, indeed perilous. What manner of devil fruit power is this? It is utterly chilling." Humph. Akaina snorted disdainfully, remaining silent as he ignited a cigar. Wang Lin inquired, "Have you made a decision? Shall we proceed?" "Do not prolong this any further, for I am bound by time constraints. Once the moment passes, there will be no turning back." Shanks, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Old man Karp, if you do not care for your own well-being, then consider the residents of this island. Do you not care for them as the Navy? Is this your notion of justice?" Several formidable pirates joined in the persuasion, for none wished to meet their demise. Although they were uncertain of the young man standing in the center, the earlier spectacle of him unshackling Roger before the world and ultimately slaying him lingered vividly in their minds. A person of such caliber could not possibly deceive in matters of such gravity. Karp's resolve began to waver, and under the influence of others' urgings, he finally declared, "Youngster, do not let me catch you again. Open this peculiar space of yours, and let us depart." Wang Lin smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Oaths and contracts. Termination settings. Once I dissolve the oaths and contracts, should anyone violate the conditions of dissolution, I shall immediately initiate the final stage at the cost of my own life, to extinguish all living beings perceived through my eyes and senses. Furthermore, all those who possess the powers of the devil fruits shall have their souls and abilities sacrificed. After my demise, my thoughts will preserve both my body and soul, and through a compulsory command, I shall be resurrected. However, should I lose the compulsory command, I will meet true death." Upon concluding his words, Wang Lin's aura surged dramatically before retracting swiftly. The state was lifted, and the invisible barrier vanished. Someone attempted to leave and found that they could indeed exit. With a cry of "Run!" they vanished in an instant. Observing the Navy departing, Wang Lin waved at them, saying, "Farewell. I hope today's misunderstanding will not recur in the future. This feeling is quite unpleasant. I am not jesting. How infuriating. You depart while I remain. I shall hunt him down," Akainu declared coldly, venting his frustrations. Kizaru stood aside, lost in thought, while Akiji retorted to Akainu, "You may seek him out for a duel, but only when he is alone, not in this moment. There are civilians in Loguetown, as well as our soldiers." Khan also spoke up, "Akainu, do not invoke your version of justice. True justice is meant to protect civilians, not to slaughter. This man is exceedingly dangerous. We must remain vigilant regarding his so-called conditions and settings." The warship seemed to depart slowly, yet in reality, it was swiftly leaving Loguetown. As Wang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief watching the formidable Navy depart, he sat down, while those future powerhouses gazed at him with ill intent. Wang Lin's gaze sharpened as he declared, "If you wish to perish, then act upon it. Shanks, take your companions and leave at once, lest I inadvertently bring about your demise." "Ah, Lin, Please refrain from taking action. Rayleigh, emerge, along with our former allies. I am aware of your presence. Join me in escorting Lin away. Shanks shouted fervently. From the crowd and the shadows, figures began to materialize. Those who had previously exuded an air of bravado were now struck with terror, scattering in haste to board their vessel and flee this perilous locale. At that moment, the intensity of Wang Lin's aura diminished, the malevolence that had once enveloped him receding. He relaxed his taut demeanor and lit a cigarette, the first he had smoked since arriving in this world. The preceding tension had been overwhelming. One misstep could have disrupted the entire timeline, jeopardizing Luffy's very existence. As his father resided upon this island, what a harrowing experience it had been. Ha ha ha. The thrill was intoxicating. It was precisely this way that those who sought to hasten my journey through life would forever lament their choices, regardless of who they may be. For if I were to meet my end prematurely, it would undoubtedly be my greatest regret. Ha ha ha. At this moment, tears of laughter streamed down Wang Lin's face. Chapter 6. Flaws. The bounty arrives as scheduled. Shanks and his crew, now disbanded, have temporarily reunited due to Wang Lin's influence. Wang Lin has already spent 2 days resting aboard one of their grand vessels. In truth, although this situation could be revoked, the backlash is quite severe. The most noticeable change is that Wang Lin has matured significantly. Damn it, 5 years have been added to my lifespan. I am now 23 years old. How utterly vexing. Wang Lin gazed at his reflection in the mirror, speaking with a bitter tone. The Navy, is it? In 2 years, you shall pay dearly for this transgression. In that time and at that place, you shall not deserve to live. By then, I shall also have the opportunity to experiment with the newfound ability derived from my unique specialization, elixirs. If my soul and vitality are sufficiently robust, it should greatly replenish the life force I have lost. Perhaps, should there be an abundance of devil fruit users at that time, the system might even evolve. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that this loss would no longer affect him. After preparing himself, he stepped out of the room he had occupied for 2 days. Ah, how delightful it is to bask in the sunlight. Sweet masseuse, come forth and provide me with a deep, Thai-style massage. The sweet masseuse, a manifestation of a unique ability, possesses a temporal limitation. However, during her existence, her massage can evoke sensations so transcendent that one becomes utterly entranced. Thus, upon the deck of this grand ship, this lightly clad masseuse unfurled a blanket. Once Wang Lin lay upon it, she commenced her diligent deep tissue massage. Note: deep tissue massage can elicit intense discomfort when the body harbors hidden injuries or blockages in the flow of energy. Yet, enduring this discomfort ultimately leads to a state of profound bliss. Ouch, it hurts, my leg is cramping. A sudden outcry drew the attention of those resting on the ship. Now, let us rewind to a day prior at the Navy headquarters. Admiral, how much of a bounty should we place on this young man named Lin? Inquired Sengoku. Carp, please recount the circumstances of the recent battle. The reports I have seen thus far are merely superficial. Carp, with a serious demeanor, rose to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, you are all aware of my objective in traveling to Loguetown, to avert any unforeseen incidents. However, an unexpected event did occur. Rog died, albeit under different circumstances. Just as I was preparing to apprehend this individual, he unleashed a power. Akiji quietly interjected from behind. Indeed, it is known as the ability of oath and contract, though its devil fruit origin remains unknown. This ability is exceedingly perilous. The 3 high-ranking Logia users under my command sensed a lethal intent that threatened their very lives, leaving them gasping for breath at the prospect of confrontation. Upon hearing this, a beautiful woman beside Carp chuckled. Oh, look at our Carp. He has become quite astute, speaking with such clarity now. Ha ha, not at all. It is merely Akiji's preparation that has aided me. I am still the same boy I have always been, without a trace of change. Besides, I have always been quite clever, dear little Tsuru, Carp explained with a hint of pride. Steelbone Kong, with a furrowed brow, bellowed, Carp, take your seat. Akiji. Continue where Carp left off. Carp was pulled back into his chair by Sengoku, and Akiji rose to speak. Yes, Admiral. If we disregard that ability, then Lin's current strength is at most equivalent to that of a Navy Rear Admiral, of course, excluding Senior Carp. Moreover, this individual possesses knowledge of our Navy's 6th style, possibly indicating a connection with instructors within the Navy. Currently, this remains unconfirmed. Furthermore, his words revealed a sense of helplessness at that time, suggesting that his abilities are not only constrained by certain conditions but also indiscriminately affect both friend and foe when fully unleashed. based on the conditions he outlined for resolving the predicament at Rogue Island, once his powers are fully activated. Even he would have to pay the ultimate price of his own life. The cost of such power, as he articulated, could indeed result in the annihilation of all those within his line of sight. For Carp, having sensed the impending danger, remarked, "Is that so? Quite perilous indeed. More so than the sensation that vampire induced in me." Akiji then continued, "Thus, I deduce that if we are to confront Lin, we must subdue or eliminate him before he activates his abilities. His threat level is exceedingly high." After absorbing this information, Vice Admiral Steelbone fell into contemplative silence, much like the others present. After a moment, Steelbone spoke, "Now, everyone, Lin has only just surfaced in the public eye. If we set his bounty too high, could it not incite further unrest? However, considering his threat level and his youth, it is inevitable that he will progress. Thus we cannot afford to set his bounty lower than that of Roger and his ilk. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Our bounties have never been solely based on combat prowess, but rather on the extent of the threat he poses to the world. His current actions have merely disrespected the world government. If we assign him a bounty in the billions, it would be difficult to justify to them. What do you propose we do?" Upon concluding, Steelbone pressed a button on the video snail, which began to play footage of Roger's execution. As the room absorbed the visuals, Vice Admiral Tsuru suggested, "Perhaps we should send someone to make contact? You see, Lin has not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. Those two soldiers executing the sentence merely stood from a balcony." Pointing to a segment of the footage, she continued, "Therefore, we could initially set a bounty that is neither excessively high nor low, and then send someone to ascertain his intentions. My recommendation is to establish a bounty of 100 million, sufficient to acknowledge his strength and prevent unnecessary complications should someone provoke him." "Very well, 100 million it is. And who do you suggest for the contact?" Marshal Kong inquired. Tsuru pondered for a moment before responding, "Aside from Carp and Akainu, I believe anyone else would suffice." Both Akainu and Carp immediately opposed this, with Carp expressing the strongest disapproval. "You, lacking in intellect, and you, the very target of animosity, are ill-suited for this task. My recommendation is the Marine Admiral Kizaru, user of the Pika Pika no Mi Unbelievable." "What?" Kizaru exclaimed upon hearing this, his voice rising in protest. Tsuru disregarded the commotion, ultimately leaving the final decision to Kong. After some contemplation, Steelbone declared, "Very well, Kizaru, you shall be the one. Notify the intelligence team to locate Lin and have Kizaru make contact. Additionally, a bounty for Lin will be announced worldwide. 1 day later, at present." In a hall aboard a grand vessel, a group of individuals scrutinized the bounty in their hands while hearing a somewhat tragic yet exhilarating cry. The red-haired youth Shanks remarked, "Lin may awaken now. Let us check on his condition." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said, "What an enigmatic individual he is. Come, everyone. Let us meet this young man who bids farewell to our captain." Chapter 7. Improvement. Relentless training. The group proceeded toward Wang Lin's resting quarters. Upon arriving before his room, they collectively froze in astonishment. "Wow, when did this beautiful woman board the ship? Look at that massage technique. I would love to try it. Behold. Her hands seem to radiate light. I feel a surge of love coming on. He he he." Rayleigh, visibly exasperated, exclaimed, "Do you not sense something amiss? How could someone board our ship without our notice? Are you all fools?" Baka, Shanks, grinning widely, replied, "I see now. This is what Brother Lin referred to. A form of ability development. He has planted a seed within me. So what about my future? Hee hee, how delightful, ha ha ha." At that moment, Shanks began daydreaming about a splendid new life, rolling his eyes in anticipation. Meanwhile, the jester Buggy, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "How is that possible? I want such a seed ability as well. That cursed redhead, you will pay for your actions." The resentment, deeply felt by Wang Lin, was sensed as he raised his head to glance at the individuals some 10 meters away, noticing the dark green aura of grievance, which belonged to Buggy the Clown. "Ah, a comedian, quite amusing," he thought. Recognizing the source of the sentiment, he resumed his position, burying his head once more to relish the exquisite massage. "Lin, may I try as well?" Shanks shouted, brimming with eagerness. Wang Lin had only just embarked on this journey. Naturally, one might wonder if there were any benefits to be gained. However, there seemed to be none, and one could not indulge in such exquisite services. Shanks pondered for a moment and suggested, "What if I trade information? Would that suffice?" He added, "Share your thoughts, if it proves useful to me. I shall consider the exchange. If not, then so be it." Just as he was about to divulge the details of the bounty, Shanks felt a wave of frustration. He understood all too well that such information would be utterly worthless to someone as audacious as the person before him. With a hint of despondency, he inquired, "Then tell me, what kind of information would warrant a trade? Shanks, why do you succumb to such despair for the sake of pleasure? Where's the spirit of youth?" Rayleigh interjected from the sidelines. Wang Lin addressed Shanks, requesting information about locations suitable for cultivating physical strength and martial prowess, places that pose danger yet remain non-lethal. At that moment, Shanks disregarded Rayleigh's counsel, considering the conditions quite favorable. However, he pondered the nuances of negotiation. Since Wang Lin intended to visit such places, perhaps he could extract additional benefits. The ship fell into a hush. "Ha ha ha. Red-haired, you have revealed your thoughts, ha ha." Buggy seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "I know where to go. I'll tell you. Provided you don't exchange anything with red-haired." He then hurried over to Wang Lin, presenting a map while chattering on about various other matters. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "No, your request will disrupt my plans. However, Bucky, your future is indeed intriguing. Someday, I shall grant your wish. The sweet massage shall be yours to experience." He then stood up, playfully gazing at Shanks, and added, "See, I told you so, haha." Shanks, utterly bewildered, watched as Wang Lin took away the bounty notice from his hands, remaining in a state of shock as if the fantasy he had nurtured had been abruptly shattered. An intertwining of regret and frustration enveloping his heart. This time, no one knew what he was thinking, yet the world is wondrous, as everyone could observe the shattered dreams manifesting as bubbles above his head. Wang Lin approached the edge of the boat and addressed the crowd, saying, "If fate allows, we shall meet again. I must take my leave now. Thank you for your care over the past few days." With that, he turned and leaped off the vessel. It was only then that the onlookers remembered Wang Lin was an ability user, prompting them to shout in alarm, urging one another to save him. However, when they reached the side of the boat, they were astonished to find that he had mysteriously acquired a vessel of his own, one that was capable of swift navigation, and was already far from their reach. Where had he hidden the boat? Could it be a devil fruit ability? Foolishness. If it were indeed a devil fruit power. What about the time spent on the island? Everyone knew that one could not consume 2 devil fruits. Hey, did you not notice that even on the island, the abilities he manifested seemed to be more than just one? Someone remarked. At the very least, there was one that resembled a barrier, and another akin to Big Mom's soul fruit. Upon hearing this, the group began to realize the truth. It was then that Rayleigh slapped awake one of their companions, who was still lamenting, and inquired, "You knew Lin before us. What exactly is his devil fruit ability?" Shanks, who was oblivious to the situation, looked at the eager faces surrounding him, fearfully covering his rear as he took a step back, awkwardly laughing. "Ha, why are you all looking at me like that? What devil fruit?" In the distance, Buggy seized the opportunity, executing a splitting move, 1,000 Years Kill. As he retreated, he abruptly jumped back to the spot, only to be grabbed by Rayleigh, who demanded, "What devil fruit does Lin possess?" Oh, Buggy, just wait." And Rayleigh, "I told you, what devil fruit? Who said he has one?" The others recounted the events that had just transpired. So that's what it is. That ability is called none. I already possess a seed of it, so you all better treat me with respect from now on, understand? Ha. The daydreaming resumed, and the beatings continued. Meanwhile, the matters aboard the ship were no longer relevant to Wang Lin, who had utilized his inability to materialize an uncontrollable vessel, which appeared randomly each time. This was one of Nin's peculiarities. In the absence of more advanced abilities, many manifested items exhibited certain uncontrollable traits. Sometimes they were exceedingly powerful, while at other times they were quite bothersome. His quest to seek islands inhabited by ferocious beasts was solely for the purpose of relentless training. The more one exerted themselves in nun cultivation, the quicker one could advance. This was a widely accepted understanding among hunters, as evidenced by the training journeys of Gon and Killua. On board the ship, Wang Lin cast a glance at the bounty notice, disregarding it, and casually tossed it into the sea. He then began a dialogue with the system in his mind. "System, I believe there are numerous issues regarding my own circumstances in Loguetown. Tell me, is my setting for this oath and contract overly formulaic? Why do I have to reference that red-eyed individual? Though he appears quite impressive, sharing a character in his name, it simply does not suit me. Host, it's commendable that you can think this way. You have truly matured. Hey, I suspect you are taking advantage of me again. I arrived here before you. When it comes to age, you should address me as elder brother. How can you be so disrespectful? Host, I offer you a mere chuckle. Furthermore, your idea is commendable. It is worth a try, though this time it is indeed rather perilous. Had that old man approached with full force back then, your conditions would likely have stood no chance of being declared. Wang Lin fell into a contemplative silence, nodding as he spoke. Indeed. That is why I must retract my previous intentions. Fortunately, I did not make an irreversible decision akin to what one might find in the realm of hunters while constructing my sanctuary. Otherwise, this world would indeed be devoid of exorcists. How could I have forgotten about the exorcists? At this moment, Wang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful for the timely realization, I swear by my will that the dimensional space I have manifested, both at its inception and conclusion, shall remain untouched by any form of exorcism. Should anyone attempt to erase it, I shall be alerted, and a spatial portal shall materialize beside me, drawing me to the side of the exorcist, where an eternal struggle shall ensue. This condition ranks just below the ultimate stipulation, which is the previously established sixth condition, special conditions. The sequence of conditions progresses, transitioning the sixth to the seventh. With closed eyes, he attuned himself, and after a while, he received an ethereal response, confirming his success. He exhaled in relief and began to contemplate the intricate prerequisites for this oath and contract. Coupled with the subsequent activation of the pledge leading to the establishment of the covenant, the 3 steps were excessively convoluted. In the world of hunters, it would have been manageable, as not only would he have his own set of protocols, but the adversaries would as well, leveling the playing field, unless, of course, the disparity in power was immense. In this realm, however, in terms of martial prowess, it could rival that of hunters without a doubt, particularly in the realm of piracy. The offensive capabilities exhibited by formidable individuals, such as the likes of Carp, are truly formidable. If such a master were to take a life, it would occur in the blink of an eye, reminiscent of a cat stalking ants. Carp, in this present context, is akin to a cat, a predator hunting mice. Moreover, this world harbors many more individuals with Carp's level of strength. Without delving too far, one can reference the likes of the vampire, Steelbone Kong, and Whitebeard. There are surely others. It is simply unfortunate that many have perished prematurely, and the author has obscured the numbers, leaving me uncertain of how many potent adversaries could potentially obliterate me in an instant. Thus, in order to prepare for encounters with such masters before attaining formidable power, it is essential to establish the oath and contract in the simplest manner possible. The desired effects must include, first, it should be direct, as efficiency is paramount. However, the prerequisites cannot be neglected, necessitating specific individuals and entities to delineate. This would entail entering a heightened state of alert upon encountering individuals bearing titles from the world government, navy, or pirates. Regardless of whether they pose a threat to my life, I should be able to invoke a sequence related to the commencement of slaughter, KS, transitioning from a singular ability to various states of full combat, culminating in a final desperate struggle. Second, there must be opportunities for change. Thus, each state should exist independently, unconnected yet concurrently viable. Third, as my strength amplifies, the backlash shall diminish. Eventually, when the backlash is non-existent, I can voluntarily introduce conditions for backlash to augment my power. Wang Lin murmured to himself, simultaneously inscribing his thoughts onto a sheet of mental energy paper. He meticulously enumerated the various forms of mental energy he currently possessed. 1. Enhancement type, the purest form of offensive power and restorative healing. It embodies the most robust physique and formidable defense, capable of bestowing indomitable attributes upon weapons, directly correlating with one's strength. 2. Emission type. Long-range strikes necessitate a focused direction for this ability, incorporating the summoning of manifested beasts for assistance. Furthermore, it allows emitted energy to be transformed into bullets or other lethal weaponry. 3. Transformation type. This grants attacks elemental properties, such as light, heat, and electricity. 4. Materialization type. The ability to manifest objects and weapons, with the potency of the weapon being subject to uncontrollable characteristics based on the wielder's strength. The objects can either be replicas of existing items or uniquely crafted. Mastery over a weapon requires prolonged companionship, understanding, and control. 5. Manipulation type. This enables the control of other objects or beings, with enhanced manipulation achieved through the integration of the enhancement type. One may find references to martial heroes in this realm. 6. The most unique trait type. This does not fall within the aforementioned 5 categories. Any ability outside these 5 is classified as a trait type. Its ultimate development may allow one to glimpse fate, steal abilities, or extract memories, serving as the purest form of assistance while simultaneously being the most formidable means. The strength of this ability is directly proportional to the expansiveness of one's imagination. After perusing these meticulously organized notes, Wang Lin fell into a brief silence before declaring, "System, I intend to undergo a reconstruction. I shall merge mental energy with the three-color domineering aura and the six forms, thereby establishing my own unique system. Henceforth, I will sacrifice numerous pirate abilities of the devil to you," summing up the subsequent instances of compulsory commands. Turning to the speedboat beneath him, he addressed it, "Little AI. Please take me to a gathering place of pirates abundant with devil fruit abilities, the Grand Line. Be cautious not to deliver me into a dire predicament." At the steering wheel, a cute doll-like face appeared, responding cheerfully, "Sure thing, big brother. Just remember to include my labor fees in your remuneration. At the very least, I should receive half of a devil fruit ability." Wang Lin harbored a profound affection for the manifestation of the ship, which symbolized his dear companion, are.Await. Thus, he proclaimed, "I shall bestow upon you a chicken leg and grant you the full capabilities of a devil fruit wielder." Oh my! The elder brother is truly kind to are.Await. Mwah! are.Await is set to embark on her journey, charging forth with exuberance. An indescribable aura enveloped her as she swiftly advanced towards the Grand Line. Although the precise route remained unknown, she was resolutely oriented towards her goal. This, indeed, exemplifies the marvel of thought. Chapter 8. Seeking Soft Targets. Encountering the greatest of the age, 2 chapters combined. Wang Lin did not hastily alter the conditions, for each significant modification or change would inevitably bear adverse consequences. He now possessed at least 18 months to contemplate and deepen his practical understanding. The previous visions, though seemingly splendid, were mere illusions. Upon reflection, it became evident that the adversaries had never intended to eliminate him from the outset. Thus, after careful deliberation, Wang Lin devised an extreme strategy for his survival, an unparalleled defensive capability aimed at preserving his life. This passive defense would autonomously counter any undetectable attacks, with the costs incurred dictated by the strength of the opponent. With this preparation, he felt considerably more secure. Even are.Await noticed the smile on Wang Lin's face, which brought her joy as she navigated and sang nursery rhymes. They sped through the waters in search of obscure pirates who held no future connections with Luffy and his companions. Their objective was simple: to kill and then to sacrifice, ensuring they acquired at least 1 or 2 commanding orders, thus enabling them to maneuver between at least 2 factions in the future. In this manner, Wang Lin drifted like a specter into the seas of the New World. This domain had yet to be claimed by the 4 emperors, and the pirates of this era lacked the ambition to become kings. Most were driven solely by the desire to plunder and indulge freely in this world. are.Await brought Wang Lin to the shore of an island and halted. "Big brother, we have arrived. I believe there are people here whom you seek." "Very well. are.Await, I shall attend to my matters now. You are to remain here and await my return, until I appear before you. You shall remain in a state of concealment, invisible to all beings and objects." Wang Lin disembarked, establishing the conditions for the manifestation of the vehicle that had come to a halt midway. He set forth towards the heart of the island, which was steeped in a tumult of negative emotions such as anger, resentment, sorrow, astonishment, and fear. In stark contrast to the atmosphere imbued with grief and suffering, there emanated a brazen, tyrannical, and avaricious aura, pulsating with a vivid crimson hue. Wang Lin secretly rejoiced in the convenience afforded by his unique ability to perceive the truth, a gift that was remarkably well suited to the world in which he found himself. As he neared the town on the island, he could faintly discern the charred remnants of burned homes. Approaching closer, he exclaimed with delight, "What a bountiful harvest this time! Gather all the villagers together, for I wish to demonstrate the full extent of the powers bestowed by the devil fruit we acquired previously." Roar! "The boss is incredible," cheered the crew. "The captain is invincible. Let the festivities commence." Indeed, each time they seized an island, they were treated to the most splendid display of fireworks. Wang Lin concealed himself with stealth, observing the nearby pirates with a sense of curiosity. However, he chose to remain still, waiting for the gathering of personnel before taking action. He was also keen to assess the nature of the captain's fruit abilities, which radiated an intense heat. Before long, everyone had assembled in the square. "Gahahaha, my little ones. Rejoice in our impending battle." With those words, a throng of pirates erupted into raucous cheers. Wang Lin approached the group gathered in the central square, comprised of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. A disquieting thought crossed his mind. This must signify an impending massacre. implying that these villagers would cease to exist on the historical timeline after today. An elderly man, trembling with age, stepped forward and pleaded, "Sirs, you have already slain the able-bodied among us. We are left with only children and women. Please spare their lives. If someone must perish, let it be us old souls." A raucous, duck-like laughter interrupted the old man's desperate entreaty. "Old man, we are pirates. How could we possibly refrain from killing? Blame this world. For only the strong are deserving of survival." Ha ha ha. The islanders, recognizing the futility of their pleas to these marauders, began to pray in silence. "Oh God, we implore you, save us. Spare these children who have yet to witness the beauty of this world. Despite the harshness of existence, they should not be robbed of the chance to experience life. Almighty God, amidst your myriad duties, cast a glance upon this place. I would willingly trade my life for your intervention." Wang Lin listened attentively, at which point he received feedback from the system indicating that the wish had been triggered. Inquiring whether he accepted it, Wang Lin shook his head, materializing in the center of the square. "Elder, and all present, your prayers go unheard by the divine. However, your wishes can indeed be fulfilled. There is no need for you to barter your lives for them. Who is this audacious youth daring to wreak havoc here?" The band of pirate subordinates remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, with only the captain and a few who appeared to be lieutenants sensing the discord. The captain, whose laughter resembled that of a duck, stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you, sir? What is it that you seek?" Wang Lin gazed at the throng encircling him, devoid of any inclination to respond. Instead, he addressed the women and children in the center of the square. "Fate has irrevocably shifted, yet you find yourselves at odds with this world. Henceforth, reside in that place. As long as this world remains unchanged, you shall dwell there eternally." Turning to a few children, he continued, "That is a realm filled solely with laughter and joy, a place where I myself was nurtured. Where do you wish to go, dear little ones?" His gentle tone brought a sense of calm to the once frightened children. Wang Lin's recent reflections on his cultivation have yielded numerous insights regarding the development and application of his abilities. For instance, the concept of soothing the soul draws inspiration from the adept hunter and Hunter x Hunter, who excels in the art of sound to calm the formidable Karapika. "Sir, can you truly deliver us from our tribulations?" Wang Lin smiled as he spoke. "Once you arrive, you will discover that it is a truly beautiful place, a realm known as joy and hope." Upon finishing his words, the communication system projected into the dimensional space, enveloping the islanders. In the next moment, the people vanished from the square. Meanwhile, in Wang Lin's hometown, by the seaside of an island, a group of individuals appeared, curiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. "How is it that so many people have appeared at once? Oh dear, and so many children too. Darling, everyone, come and take a look." Back in the New World, where Wang Lin was located, the pirates were astonished. The captain inquired, "Where have you taken all these people?" Trapped, immobilized, Wang Lin remained silent, beginning to arrange his tasks. The cultivation system was not yet fully organized, making his work somewhat cumbersome. "Kid, what are you mumbling about? Make it clear." The captain, seemingly irritable, launched an attack. Flame Fist. It appeared that the captain had quite a temper, resorting to violence even as he spoke. Flame fruit? It seems this fruit has changed hands multiple times. Nevertheless, it is far better than having to kill the protagonist to seize it. Such a choice is not one I desire. With a sense of satisfaction, he dodged the attack and declared, "Even if you do not ask, I shall speak. This place has been sealed by me. I will extinguish your lives in a manner you cannot comprehend, draining your vitality and souls, and those among you who possess devil fruit powers shall be sacrificed." Has this kid gone mad? Boss, he is so arrogant, daring to speak to us like this. The captain extended his hand, flames raging within. "Kid, do you truly believe you can devour us all?" Roars of laughter erupted. "Prepare for battle, boys. Roar, roar." The band of underlings resumed their mindless battle cries, while Wang Lin furrowed his brow, saying, "What a nuisance. I have yet to finalize my settings. I must expedite the process. Listen well. 1. Under my blockade, no one can escape. 2. My power will increase by 500 upon your hearing of this proclamation. 3. The crowd momentarily halted, bewildered, with one voice questioning, "What about 3? Do tell. This is quite uncomfortable. 3. It signifies that you may all perish. Ha ha ha. I am now invincible. How formidable is Wak Jin? He can unleash a punch that produces nuclear explosions. His years of training render his enhancements outrageously absurd." Although Wang Lin could not compare to such strength, He possessed a system, the ability to harness the full power of his abilities, and the haki and rokushiki techniques he had learned in this pirate world, particularly excelling in the iron body technique. He had even gleaned insights on energy absorption from his meals, which hinted at a profound technique known as life restoration. Thus, in his empowered state of 500, Wang Lin's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. The manifestation is that a height of 178 centimeters has inexplicably escalated to an astonishing 2 meters and 50 centimeters. Although in this world, such a stature is not particularly remarkable due to the abundance of humanoid beings, like the likes of, and who are not pure humans but possess elongated limbs or giant bloodlines, with individuals ranging from 3 to 4 meters and even 5 to 6 meters being commonplace. And those exceeding 10 meters are not rare either. However, Wang Lin's current height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression. His body, adorned with dark red muscles, boasts sharply defined contours as if forged from steel, radiating a fierce and formidable aura. While Wang Lin was still lost in the exhilaration of his newfound power, he suddenly felt a sharp sensation. Lowering his gaze, he found a bewildered pirate, brandishing a knife with a broken tip, staring in astonishment at Wang Lin. Wang Lin seized the knife, inflicting a wound upon himself as well. With a resounding clang, the blade shattered, causing the gathered pirates to halt in their tracks. Are you a wielder of demonic powers? Steel? Iron? Or perhaps stone? Wang Lin paid no heed to those around him. He had yet to unleash his conqueror's haki, uncertain if he could vanquish everyone without it. He found the notion of such a tedious experiment unappealing. Fortunately, in the world of pirates, one need not divulge their intentions unless they so desired. Unlike in the realm of hunters, he chuckled ominously. Are you all prepared? The flower of death is about to bloom. Perish. As he spoke, his fist became enveloped in armament haki, reaching an unparalleled degree of power. Yet, that sufficed. To kill, it mattered not whether it be a blade or a bullet, or even a mere needle. As long as it could pierce a vital point, even foes clad in armor could be slain. The massacre commenced, with no reason to cease until every last one lay dead. After a span of 2 to 3 minutes, Wang Lin finally paused, each arm having pierced through a foe. From the desperate cries of the pirate subordinates as they faced their demise, one was revealed to be the first mate. Ha, I am the rubber fruit user. You cannot kill me. Another boasted. Ha, I am the flame fruit user. I too shall not perish. Wang Lin chuckled. Is this the bondage of fate? Indeed, it appears you are doomed to perish. Otherwise, how could Ace and Luffy ever attain their fateful fruits? Moreover, cast your gaze downward, who claims that special fruits cannot bring about death. I never imagined that such unfounded confidence could possess the power to prolong life. As Wang Lin spoke, the two were perplexed by the mention of Ace and Luffy, yet they lowered their heads to gaze upon themselves, only to discover that their bodies could no longer transform into their devil forms, crimson blood oozing from the wounds piercing their chests. They exchanged a glance, forever shrouded in mystery as they closed their eyes for the final time. System, sacrifice all the ability users here. The system commenced its operation, enveloping those users in a translucent energy before they vanished. Wang Lin sensed that they had all ventured to a realm beyond his comprehension, a space governed by the system. Not dwelling on this mystery, he commenced his own endeavors. With a soft incantation, a cauldron emblematic of Eastern fantasy materialized, drawing in all the souls that had perished, only to vanish moments later, retreating to a small space he had meticulously crafted within himself, conveniently situated near his heart for swift salvation in times of need. This hunting expedition had unfolded splendidly. However, he pondered the extent of contributions these individuals might yield in terms of points and elixirs. After a moment of reflection, he transferred the treasures seized from the pirates to his sanctuary. The dwelling had sustained considerable damage, yet he decided to salvage the photographs and some intact furniture, preserving a fragment of memories. He also gathered the remnants of berry left by the pirates, utilizing his manifestation ability to create a wallet solely for cash, capable of accommodating any sum, as long as it was in currency. Indeed, the principle of robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished stood as the unwavering code for a true master navigating the realms. With a decisive command, he liberated the beleaguered island from its confinement. Upon returning to the shore in search of are.Await, he happened upon a throng of pirates. The pirate flag was one he recognized well. Kula-la-la-la-la. I wonder why entry was barred. It appears to be you, little rascal. Kula-la-la-la. A distinctive laughter signaled to Wang Lin that not only had the crew arrived, but their formidable captain was also among them. Wang Lin, though resigned, exhibited no particular reaction, for he did not perceive any formidable hostility. He thus spoke. I never imagined I would have the fortune to encounter the illustrious Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. What winds have brought such a distinguished figure to my presence? With a hearty laugh, he continued, Young one, since our paths have crossed, I presume you have dealt with those unruly pirates on this island? Would you care to join me aboard my ship for a drink? Or shall we remain merely voices without form? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before responding, to share a drink with this esteemed figure, known alongside Roger. Is an opportunity too precious to forego? No sooner had he uttered these words than he found himself aboard the ship, surrounded by a few spirited youths and several young men of similar standing, all presumably future captains. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat regally in a grand chair, observing Wang Lin with keen interest. A palpable aura enveloped the space, causing Wang Lin to pause momentarily before proceeding with a natural grace. His formidable conqueror's haki surged forth, devoid of malice, merely enveloping the imposing presence around him, achieving a harmonious blend of their essences. This young lad is no ordinary individual. Let us commence with a toast. Chapter 9. Invitation accepted, the eccentricity of fatherhood unleashed. Cheers. Wang Lin could no longer recall how many bowls he had consumed. However, it mattered little, for from the very first bowl onward, he had transferred the liquor into a whimsical flask he had devised to contain all the spirits. In ancient times, Duan Yu imbibed wine to wield the divine sword, and now, I, Wang Lin, bottle countless casks within my vessel. The principle behind this is singular, to cheat without leaving a trace. Contemplating the similarities between the two, he found himself admiring the vast capacity of this colossal elder. The old man, with his white beard, appeared somewhat dazed now, and his once cool demeanor had given way to straightforwardness. Young one, come aboard my ship and be my son. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. In extreme stillness, even the wind ceased, as if awaiting Wang Lin's response before it dared to depart. Wang Lin, upon taking his first sip of alcohol, found himself somewhat intoxicated, a forgivable circumstance for a novice drinker. However, upon hearing those familiar words, he could not quite adjust. Forcefully placing the oversized bowl down and exclaiming, To aspire to be my father is utterly preposterous. I have a father, and he is thriving. He then belched and added, Your habit of treating your son as a subordinate will inevitably lead to your own demise. It is high time to amend your ways, old boy. He attempted to pat the old man's shoulder, but finding it a challenge, settled for a slap on his thigh instead. What a scoundrel! Such impudence! Father, allow me to give this rascal a lesson. Wang Lin followed the direction of the conversation and realized it was the future captain of the Phoenix team. He paid little mind and remarked, You're just a kid, and yet you have quite the temper. I'm 18 plus 5. Do the math and tell me who the real child is. Ugh, I can't handle it. Talking makes me dizzy. Old Whitebeard then interjected, saying, Marco, step back. In the future, do not treat Lin with disrespect. Treat him as family. Yes, like a brother. From now on, regard him as your elder brother. It will surely benefit you. Old man, have you had too much to drink? Are you trying to take advantage of me? As he spoke, a sudden chill swept through him, and he expelled the contents of his stomach, feeling refreshed. Yet, everyone else was left in a state of shock, even Whitebeard. Except for Wang Lin. They all stared at the old man's soiled trousers, and Whitebeard let out a roar, not to strike anyone, but to leap into the sea for a bath. Several hours later, Marco clasped Wang Lin's shoulder and said, Brother Lin, you're incredible. It's the first time we've seen someone brave enough to make our old man look like that. I've told you countless times, it was a misunderstanding. Don't spread rumors. We must refrain from believing or propagating them. And it wasn't tea all over him, just a little on his trousers. Please. Let us not speak of it anymore. It tarnishes your father's noble image. Understood? Wang Lin found himself increasingly exasperated by the young sons of the white-bearded man, particularly after he had drunkenly soiled the elder's trousers. This incident inadvertently fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. Consequently, Wang Lin remained aboard the vessel as a guest for several days. The grand ship, alongside its smaller counterparts, anchored at the island, their purpose being to ascertain the presence of any remaining survivors. Ultimately, apart from the deceased villagers, not a soul was found. This stark reality prompted a thought within Wang Lin. How could he have overlooked the opportunity to honor these survivors by commemorating their departed kin? During a lull in the activities of the Whitebeard pirates, he took it upon himself to erect tombstones for the buried villagers, each stone intricately engraved to reflect their likenesses in life. Following this, a wave of intent enveloped the area, causing the entire cemetery to vanish from the island. In its place emerged a deep pit. Meanwhile, adjacent to HD Island, a new graveyard was established, awaiting the arrival of their relatives for veneration. Young man, your abilities are rather extraordinary. A sudden presence, perhaps devoid of malice, went unnoticed by Wang Lin as he remained fixated on the newly formed pit. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "If the esteemed Whitebeard ever wishes to retire to his homeland, I would gladly assist. That place is my sanctum, untainted by intruders." Whitebeard approached and gazed into the depths of the pit, inquiring, "Is that so? A sanctum, you say? What is its name?" "The Island of Happiness, Hope, and Dreams, HD. A locale in the western seas, though it is no longer there, it exists everywhere." "Happy dream. Was it where you blossomed? It must have been splendid. Yet, I am not ready to retreat just yet. A man ought to embrace the embrace of the sea." "Kula la 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 la." Wang Lin chuckled, "Whitebeard, I was merely being courteous. Do not take it to heart. If you insist on going, I cannot help but feel uneasy." "Ha. By the way, do you have any devil fruit users aboard your ship that are to be executed?" "Any type will do, even something as insignificant as a small herb." Whitebeard inquired with curiosity, "What are your intentions? I have heard from the Navy that you possess a peculiar ability related to this matter." "Indeed. If the Navy has truly dispatched their intelligence agency to seek you, it must be for a significant reason. Is there any truth to this? If not, then so be it. They may pursue their inquiries, as long as they do not provoke me. Why not come aboard my ship and become my son? I shall grant you the title of captain." Whitebeard, ever persistent, embarked on yet another day of seeking sons. Wang Lin shook his head, rendered speechless by this individual, who harbored a frenzied obsession with family yet refrained from marriage or parenthood. As for that so-called Whitebeard too, judging by Whitebeard's approach to life, the likelihood seems slim. If he truly had a son lost to the world, he would have sought him out long ago. He then remarked, "I am serious, Captain Whitebeard. Perhaps you should reconsider this habit of indiscriminately claiming sons, for you may end up with a pack of wolves and risk your own life. You are quite audacious, young man. However, I find you likable. In a moment, I shall have someone deliver to you a devil fruit obtained from vanquishing foes, akin to the abilities of a user, though this particular power is rather trivial. Should you choose to consume it, it would be quite amusing." "Oh, what fruit is it?" "Kurilalala, the female fruit. Consuming it will transform one into a female, Kurilalala." "Very well, bring it to me. I shall find it useful. As long as it possesses the essence of a devil fruit's abilities, I shall remember this favor, and should you require assistance in the future, I will lend my hand." "You boast with unrestrained arrogance, young lad. I have heard of your abilities. On that day, I was also at sea, bidding farewell to Roger, and sensed your prowess. However, without sufficient preparation time, you remain rather inexperienced. Remember, young one, abilities are merely external. What one truly masters is the most dependable." Kurilalala. With that, Whitebeard turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, he dispatched Captain Diamond Joseph to deliver the female fruit. "Tell Captain Whitebeard I am leaving. We shall meet again. Moreover, if the day comes when you require my aid, do not hesitate to announce it in the newspaper. I doubt that old bird would dare to ignore your proclamations." With those words, he vanished from sight under the bemused gaze of Captain Jozu. In a secluded area, he summoned Xiao AI, saying, "Though there are no devil fruit users here, this fruit is quite remarkable and well suited for you. Give it a try." "All right, then," he observed as a portal appeared at the helm of the speedboat, devouring the female fruit. Thus began Xiao AI's transformation. P.S. Have you never watched Hunter x Hunter? Allow me to clarify the setting. There is no need to overly concern oneself with the protagonist's primary power system, Nan. For those unfamiliar with the anime or manga, envision Nan's abilities as akin to cultivation in the realm of immortality. Ultimately, as depicted in the manga, Nin could indeed reach such heights, albeit with a touch of the arcane. This power system resembles the law of causality, much like the transactions of a merchant. One must give in order to receive. This sacrifice embodies a resolute pursuit, akin to the unwavering heart of a cultivator in a fantasy tale. Should one stray from the vows made to oneself, the integrity of this spirit may shatter, resulting in the loss of all martial prowess and, at worst, direct demise. While steadfastly upholding this spirit, the act of ideation transforms into a boundless imagination, yet it is not conjured from nothingness. It is imperative to possess a clear understanding of one's desires. The more lucid the conception in one's mind, the more accurately the manifestations will align with it. The uniqueness of these manifestations correlates with the magnitude of sacrifice required. Particularly fascinating is the act of wishing, embodied in the essence of the character are.Await, who is possessed by a peculiar entity. This phenomenon appears to be a flaw in the very fabric of the world, possibly stemming from unknown life forms, energies, or laws from the Dark Continent. Excluding the independent combat system of enhancements, this represents the pinnacle of strength in direct confrontations. I hope this elucidation dispels any lingering doubts. For those still perplexed, revisiting Hunter x Hunter might prove enlightening. After all, we have pursued this manga and anime intermittently for over 2 decades to reach these current chapters. And now you have the opportunity to indulge in the culmination of our decades-long obsession all at once. Chapter 10, Frenzied Hunt are.Await's transformation is both expected and surprising. It is expected because in this world, the devil fruits serve not only humans but also have applications for weapons. However, it is surprising that are.Await differs from other weapons and objects. She is merely a vessel materialized from the abstract, straddling the line between illusion and reality. Upon consuming the girl fruit, she manifested. A delicate young girl appeared at the helm, adorned with a driver's license bearing her name, age, driving experience, and conduct guidelines. Her limitations are stark. She cannot depart from the vessel. Conversely, her advantages are pronounced. For all subsequent forms of the ship, she will be the sole pilot, endowed with the highest authority aboard, allowing her to exclude any individuals she dislikes from boarding. The singular exception is Wang Lin. In her words, she would not deny her beloved brother, even if it meant incurring harm to herself. How could Wang Lin possibly place danger upon a child, regardless of her prior forms? She remains a child. are.Await, are we ready to set forth now? There are numerous tasks awaiting our attention. Can you now control other forms? Is there one that possesses offensive capabilities? After a moment of contemplation, the pilot and captain, are.Await, replied, there exists a spear form, capable of gliding through the water like a submarine. When encountering foes in the sea, it surges forth like a spear aimed directly at the enemy. This state is endowed with the property of indestructibility for the vessel's body, boasting unparalleled speed in aquatic environments. Any enemy struck by the spearhead is destined to be shattered into pieces. It is a form specifically designed for attacking enemy ships. Wang Lin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of utilizing a submarine, capable of launching attacks from beneath the waves, thus simplifying his endeavors. Excellent, are.Await. Let us embrace this state and navigate the vast ocean together. Let us sink every pirate ship that does not bear the Jolly Roger from the depths of my memory. Understood. Transforming into battle spear mode. Before him, the speedboat sprouted 2 wings, enveloping its hull entirely. The form began to shift, with the bow extending outward, its side contours forming a pronounced curvature, resembling a cylindrical short shaft with crossed blades at the tip. The arc of the head gleamed with a chilling light, an aura of icy intent enveloping it, far surpassing even Wang Lin's most formidable state. This exemplified the uncontrollable characteristics of materialization. Perhaps any given tool could indeed be a divine artifact. The hull morphed into the form of a mechanical shark. As he observed, a circular hatch opened at the head of the fish, and Wang Lin leaped inside. Goodness, is it this cramped? Is there even 4 square meters in here? He inquired of the petite figure seated at the helm, who appeared to be a young girl. At this moment, are.Await had also transformed, though her appearance remained unchanged. She now donned a large military cap reminiscent of old Russia and a darling military uniform adorned with the emblem of 2 crossed fists, mirroring the insignia on her hat. Commander brother, this is your pilot soldier are.Await reporting for duty. The space here is definitely 4 square meters, but it cannot be expanded further, as this is a specialized assault vessel. To ensure the hull's indestructibility, we must forego internal living space. However, it is certainly possible to sleep here. See how that panel can be lowered to form a bed, complete with safety belts to secure you while you rest and simultaneously engage the enemy. As she spoke, she raised her tiny fist, striving to adopt a fierce and fearless expression. Observing her puffing out her cheeks and emitting a comical sound, Wang Lin acquiesced with a nod. Very well, are.Await, you have done excellently. Let us commence our hunt. Begin to establish a telepathic connection with me to distinguish our targets. are.Await, slightly fatigued from her act, sighed in relief and reverted to her usual demeanor, responding in a soft, melodic tone. Okay. Settling into the co-pilot's seat and donning her helmet, she envisioned the pirate flags from her mind, adding annotations to each. Wang Lin was struck by a novel idea and remarked, are.Await, might I install a net-like apparatus on this submarine? Once those pirates plunge into the sea, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, We must retrieve every last one of them. There exists a psychic ability that allows for the packaging of objects, irrespective of whether they are human or not. As long as we manage to bundle those with devilish powers along with the seawater, I shall handle the rest. After a moment of contemplation, are.Await agreed. Through their concerted efforts, a modest space akin to a minute mustard seed was created within the shark's maw. Not too large, not too small, capable of accommodating 100 or so individuals. This space contained an equal measure of air and seawater, serving as a dedicated hunting ground for those endowed with devil fruit abilities. Let us embark on our journey, striving for swift growth and empowerment. Wang Lin commanded. Indeed. For my brother's rapid development and strength. are.Await responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. The two exchanged solemn glances, silently acknowledging their shared purpose as they set forth with gravity and resolve. Their hunt persisted for over 6 months, culminating precisely 1 year after Wang Lin had departed from his homeland. Upon the commencement of his hunting endeavors, the pirates of the New World were but a fragment of his targets. In truth, he had set his sights on the entirety of the Blue Seas pirates. Those nameless marauders, or those who would not serve as stepping stones for figures like Luffy in the future, were largely dealt with by Wang Lin. The devil fruits underwent a rebirth, seeking their destined masters. Some fruit bearers bore similarities to certain individuals in the future, indicating that even if Wang Lin refrained from slaying them, their fates were sealed. To prevent a cycle of vengeance, Wang Lin bore this burden with satisfaction. Meanwhile, tales emerged of a spectral devil haunting the seas, elusive and unpredictable. If one were to insist on a pattern, it would be the pirates, along with some naval officers, who mysteriously vanished amidst these events. However, it was eventually uncovered that those missing naval officers had previously masqueraded as pirates to commit acts of robbery. A select few pirates had also managed to survive an encounter with the devil, though the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. Upon his return to the West Sea, to that cherished home, Wang Lin spoke. are.Await, I am returning home. What of you? Are you still unable to escape this confinement? Yes, are.Await lamented. I cannot accompany you to meet your family. I want to cry. Seeing her struggle to shed tears, Wang Lin reassured her. In the future, I shall seek a soul for you. I have a premonition that you will surely break free from this vessel's constraints. Trust me, I will now seal you within me, allowing you to glimpse the world through my eyes. Tell me, which part of my body should we choose for this bond? After a moment's reflection, are.Await suggested. Perhaps the neck would suffice. As a tattoo, I could see through it. Very well, it shall be done. Omniscient tome, manifest. He invoked, drawing forth a card as the sealing process commenced. The card, once affixed to his neck, radiated light, merging with the vessel as the two became one. Wang Lin now bore a tattoo on his neck, resembling a nautical instrument, yet the prow was depicted as a small girl. Chapter 11. The initial establishment of his island of greed. Upon returning home alone, Wang Lin found his adoptive parents absent, likely out fishing or engaging in idle gossip with the villagers. This visit held a dual purpose for him. Firstly, to check on his adoptive parents after a year apart, curious about their well-being, and secondly, to plant the fruits of his year-long cultivation into his homeland. Over the past year, he had not devoted much effort to systematizing his cultivation. Each time he hunted down pirates or those corrupt naval officers masquerading as protectors of the sea. He had rescued many souls, long-armed tribes, long-legged tribes, little folk, fur-covered clans, merfolk, and fishmen. These individuals, who were destined for death, had found refuge in his homeland. However, as the territory expanded, it lacked numerous essential facilities. Hospitals, schools, amusement parks, and security systems were notably absent. The previous incarnation of his homeland had only rudimentary education, imparted by a few elderly individuals with a modicum of worldly knowledge, merely teaching the basics of a universal script. It seemed that in this world, knowledge was predominantly held by the upper echelons of society. Wang Lin's regrets extend beyond the tangible disappointments presented by the pirates and navy within the timeline of this world. When he witnesses the brutality inflicted upon the downtrodden, particularly the marginalized groups beyond the human race, his heart stirs with compassion. After a series of introspective inquiries, Wang Lin comes to the realization that this world is indeed vibrant and corporeal. He feels fortunate to inhabit such a realm. Who else has beheld the diminutive beings, akin to those in fairy tales, or encountered elders whose jointed attire resembles the ancient eastern inhabitants of Earth? Furthermore, who else has conversed with mermaids, creatures of legend only spoken of in earthly tales? These encounters have been abundant over the past year, prompting Wang Lin to resolve to establish his own island of avarice. a sanctuary where he can cultivate the beauty he perceives. With preparations complete in the absence of onlookers, Wang Lin concealed his form and ascended into the skies above his envisioned homeland using the moonstep technique. Gazing down, he observed that the island had fragmented into several small towns, where the relocated populace engaged warmly and joyfully with one another, radiating comfort and warmth. From his aerial vantage point, he selected a location to the south of his homeland, adjacent to a body of water, with the burgeoning cemetery to the west. Simultaneously activating the shave and moonstep, he swiftly arrived above the chosen sea, gradually descending to float upon its surface. Wang Lin commenced another grand endeavor in construction. The Book of Omnipotence manifested before him. He extended his left hand to reveal a substantial tome. The use of this ability typically diminishes his overall strength, necessitating the foundation of his unique traits and the invocation of a forced command 4 times to achieve a nascent manifestation. True to its name, this ability possesses a certain omnipotence, allowing for the creation of entities. Wang Lin then extracted a card from the book with his right hand. The card bore a singular inscription on its reverse, declaring, "Indomitable foundation of the miraculous continent manifestation." Upon activating this card, it disintegrated into scintillating particles, cascading into the ocean. As his feet made contact with the water, he felt a solid form emerging, gradually elevating him above the surface. From the initial solitary patch of earth, it expanded swiftly, growing exponentially. Ultimately, through the system's perception, it reached a size nearly equivalent to 10 current homesteads, while the population of his homeland approached 300,000. Thus, to ensure sustainable growth, this manifestation utilized a spatially infused ability of the super fourth-dimensional continent, designed to expand in accordance with the population's increase. This manifestation reveals a vast internal realm, while the external land appears merely half the size of a home. Upon completing the foundation, the next step involves the construction of buildings. Subsequently, another unique card is drawn, materializing a residence with self-sustaining qualities. This structure possesses its own intellect, adapting to the demands of growth. Following this, essential amenities typical of a large city begin to sprout forth spontaneously from the ground. Schools and playgrounds will cater to children. Lovers will find charming inns and romantic restaurants. The elderly will enjoy leisurely spaces devoid of disturbances, and there will also be hospitals and factories. Although factories may not serve the fishermen directly, they possess a certain maturity, occasionally operating autonomously to produce items needed by the populace. Next, another unique card is drawn. The Talent Center materialize. This card, created by the release system, can summon numerous thought beasts, which may take the form of either humans or animals. The distinction lies in their lack of a soul, merely embodying the skills necessary for their roles. Then, a large personnel hall sign is erected within the previously emerged city. And as the door dissipates into a crystalline form, individuals in professional attire begin to appear one by one. This includes doctors, nurses, teachers, shopkeepers, and clerks, among others. The center also offers reception services, providing relevant guidance to residents seeking employment. Finally, the last unique card is revealed. Each unique card signifies a compulsory command. Intertwined with the essence of bloody slaughter, the city constable materializes. This thought beast, also from the release system, possesses enhanced combat capabilities due to its distinct responsibilities. In this sanctuary, ordinary demonic pirates face inevitable demise. Even formidable adversaries will succumb to collective tactics and the indomitable nature of the defenders, ensuring the eventual defeat of any intruders. The final card brings minimal alteration to the city, merely establishing a police headquarters manned by 12 exceptionally powerful judges, each with 24 subordinates, totaling 300 constables. Ultimately, everything has been accomplished. Wang Lin inquires, "System, what do you think? Should we utilize the final compulsory command to refine this place further? Perhaps with peculiar items akin to those on Greed Island?" Currently in a state of exhilaration, Wang Lin feels somewhat lightheaded. You ought to examine the points required for the next level of upgrade. Moreover, after this lengthy period, you seem somewhat unhinged. The prolonged cycle of slaughter and elevation of power has unsettled your spirit. A refreshing aura envelopes Wang Lin, restoring his composure. Wang Lin has officially commenced the meticulous recounting of his cultivation and hunting journey over the past year. Chapter 12, Cultivating the Mind, Part 1, The Obsession with the Upgrade System. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to begin a journey of reminiscence. He reflected on his path since entering the realm of the War Spear Sharks. After parting ways with Whitebeard and his crew, Xiao AI submerged into the depths of the ocean, capturing pirates, whom Wang Lin would then assess for sacrificial offerings or the creation of elixirs. However, during this period, piracy had not yet flourished as it would in the ensuing years of the Grand Age of Exploration. The pirate crews were modest, numbering merely in the dozens or hundreds. The vast multitudes of thousands, which would come later, had yet to manifest. This limitation posed a significant challenge to Wang Lin's ability to capture these powers, as he found that, aside from elixirs, his sacrificial points had not even reached the first level of completion. Not only could the system not be upgraded, but he was also unable to procure compulsory commands. Many subsequent ideas would necessitate such commands, as the effects of these wishes were most pronounced. Although the system offered no further clarification, it was evident that this feature drew inspiration from the configurations found in Hunter. Thus, the most critical wishes had to be made in a third manner for utmost safety. Until one fateful day, Wang Lin captured a power user of the Zoan type. Upon sacrificing him, he discovered that his abilities stemmed from artificially manufactured fruits. This revelation unfolded before Wang Lin like the answers to an examination. Indeed, there existed an individual in this world who had commenced the creation of artificial fruits long ago. His name was Vegapunk. In the days that followed, Wang Lin indiscriminately apprehended several individuals he found displeasing, utilizing his first wish to designate these weaker beings as sacrifices. This endeavor ultimately led him to the abandoned laboratory of Vegapunk. Within, he uncovered research materials, particularly those pertaining to the conception and experimental remnants of the artificial creation of devil fruits. After a week of relentless travel, he finally located the site. The interior of the laboratory lay in disarray, likely a result of Vegapunk's hasty departure. The footprints indicated several distinct patterns. These chaotic tracks were scattered among the filing cabinets, while others led elsewhere, suggesting someone had been pursuing this doctor. From the tales, it seemed he had not been seen since. His legend propagated through the Navy and the institutions controlled by the world government that utilized his pacifist research. Thus, it was deduced that this was indeed a research facility he had used before being apprehended. Guided by the system, Wang Lin discovered hidden documents and a semi-finished artificial fruit. After conducting a sacrifice on site, he received 5 corresponding points, leading him to an almost arcane notion to devise a method for himself to create such fruits. Yet, what abilities did Wang Lin possess to achieve this? This creation, said to surpass human technology by 5 centuries, was the work of a renowned scientist. At that time, the system had already accumulated a score of 896, with a mere 11 points contributed by the singular natural fruit known as the flame fruit. The remainder of the score was predominantly derived from the numerous superhuman and Zoan-type abilities. The initial hunts had yielded minimal weightage, as the possessors of these powers had yet to realize their subsequent potential for development and application. Thus, upon reflection, these individuals, alongside their devil fruits, collectively contributed an average of only 9 points, this figure representing the average after the first captain's departure and the addition of 2 artificial fruits. It encapsulated a total of 151 fruits and 150 individuals. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable number of ability users had been vanquished, yet his rank had not ascended, driving Wang Lin into a frenzy. Consequently, he inquired, "System, I wish to utilize function once more, but I lack any foundational scientific knowledge. What price must I pay? Is it merely the offering?" Indeed, the price is the offering. Such semi-finished fruits can be exchanged in groups of 3. 2 individuals serve as the cost of the fruit, while one represents the cost to transfer it to the host. Wang Lin contemplated momentarily and remarked, "Very well, I shall proceed to capture the offerings. Let us consider that with 105 points remaining, you shall be eligible for promotion. 105 divided by 5 equals 21, and multiplying by 3 results in 63 individuals. Thus, after securing 63 souls, you will indeed be ready for your upgrade, correct? Regardless of whether your advancement will confer upon me benefits akin to others. I am resolute in my decision regarding the fundamental function." Having said this, I instructed Xiao AI to accompany me in the search for individuals. There exists an abundance of those with modest aspirations in this world. Within the span of a single day, the requisite 63 individuals were gathered, marking the cost of Wang Lin's wish. As desired, the system underwent its upgrade. By integrating the research findings of the Beijapond, a foundational direction was established, rendering wishes no longer mere fantasies. The 21 semi-finished fruits, if consumed by a person, present only a slim chance of bestowing the powers inherent to the devil fruits. They are now enveloped in a radiant beam, serving as the sustenance for the system's enhancement. Host, I have completed the upgrade. This enhancement grants the host one mandatory command, along with an augmented capacity for comprehension, which will facilitate a swifter understanding of power during cultivation and enhance mental agility during contemplation. Furthermore, to achieve the second-tier upgrade, 1,500 points are required, whereas the current points stand at 11,500. What? An increase of 500 for the first level? Why not 1,000? Very well. The host's proposal is acceptable to the system. Shall I confirm this? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin promptly retorted, "Do not take advantage of the situation. I am merely ridiculing you, implying that you are insatiably greedy. In a nutshell, can you not be a tad more accommodating? Ultimately, I am laboring for your advancement, and my hands are stained with blood. Yet, I have not relinquished my desire to elevate you, despite the torment you inflicted upon me in my youth. I have truly been benevolent towards you. The course of action lies in your hands. System. Host, do not attempt to persuade me to lower my demands. All my endeavors are for your benefit. Moreover, the past is behind us. If you had not soiled yourself, how could you possibly have acquired the techniques of the six forms? After several futile exchanges, Wang Lin resigned himself to defeat. Wang Lin sat alone on the 1-meter-wide bunk of the submarine, contemplating the impossibility of persuading the system to relent. What, then, should be done about the impending advancement? Should he continuously seek out sacrifices? Would this path render him an enemy of pirates and a mere pawn of the Navy? Recently, his targets had extended beyond mere pirates to include the world government, the Navy, and even the nobles of allied nations, along with their private soldiers. Unbeknownst to him, had he positioned himself against all armed forces of the world? No, there were still the revolutionaries. They remained somewhat acceptable, and at present, Long was still a solitary figure with only a couple of subordinates. The spark of rebellion must not be extinguished. Advancement? Was it only attainable through this relentless cycle of killing? Such a notion was exhausting. Would he become nothing more than a laborer for the system? This was unacceptable. He needed to devise a plan. Subsequently, he entered a meditative state. During this period of murmuring, Ai observed Wang Lin with earnest attention, her small face mirroring his seriousness. In the end, she too closed her eyes to practice meditation, if only she did not occasionally peek. A day passed, and his meditation was interrupted by hunger. From the capture space, he swiftly caught a fish, skillfully dissected it, and after preparing a portion for Ai, he continued to eat while pondering. Ai? Her presence was miraculous. Could another miracle be forged? A scientist of his own? A humanoid spirit beast, purely supportive, capable of acquiring knowledge and, in turn, receiving wishes to grant it conditional eternal life and a superlative intellect? Observing Ai as she mimicked his actions while eating, inspiration flowed through his mind like a gushing spring. Chapter 13. Cultivating the Mind. Part 2. Life is as fragile as grass. Without hesitation, he set to work, first clarifying the conditions. This method, akin to creation, resembled the bizarre abilities found within the hunters. Among them, the development of Greed Island stood out. There, one could encounter wondrous creations, such as stones that could induce pregnancy irrespective of gender, or the breath of a great angel that allowed one to fully recover as long as they drew breath. Countless imaginative creations were the result of a collective of skilled practitioners. However, despite their myriad forms, they all remained rooted in 6 fundamental categories. This was the premise upon which Wang Lin could experiment. He acknowledges that it is currently impossible for him to rival the 12 constellations, which are primarily gold. Yet he possesses an advantage they lack, the system. Thus, this scientist regards his dwelling as his laboratory. 1. This laboratory is equipped with all the tools and instruments he desires, enabling him to conduct research and create anything he wishes. 2. The laboratory is a closely guarded secret of the scientist, shrouded in mystery. No one has ever entered it except for the scientist himself, not even his creator, Wang Lin. 3. He adeptly fulfills his creator's assignments, provided they are grounded in theoretical foundations or comply with the prevailing rules of the world. 4. His laboratory is situated in the utmost secure location, specifically within a submarine. At the rear of this indestructible vessel, a door appears, leading to a laboratory formed from 4-dimensional space that is affixed to the submarine. 5. This scientist is a hybrid being, part mechanical and part carbon-based, capable of surviving without sustenance for extended periods. 6. To manifest the scientist, the laboratory, and to enhance the invulnerable characteristics of both the scientist's body and the various apparatus within the laboratory, he observes the records inscribed on the manifested paper. He begins to add an internal door to the submarine, one that is flush with the hull, resembling a painted image, save for a slightly protruding red button, which serves as the doorbell. The subsequent internal structure may be somewhat beyond the scope, as Wang Lin's mental capacity cannot support such an unequal exchange. This, however, was anticipated by Wang Lin, prompting him to inquire, "System, tell me, what price must I pay to achieve my vision? What will ensure a permanent solution?" The system, contemplating, ultimately responded, "Such a near-perfect scientist and that mysterious laboratory are invaluable. Likewise, while life is also priceless, at times, it can be considered quite worthless. In comparison, the value of the scientist is greater. Therefore, 100,000 lives. 100,000 lives would suffice to support the construction of this laboratory. In the future, should your abilities increase, you may further enhance the laboratory on your own." Wang Lin gasped in disbelief. 100,000? That equates to a laboratory and a scientist? However, after a moment of chilling contemplation, he inquired, "What if I exceed the expected standards? Could I perhaps acquire additional resources? For instance, an extra training facility?" The system, ever attuned to the host's desires, gently reminded him not to stray from his initial aspiration, to leave no regrets. Wang Lin confidently proclaimed, "No, I shall not. Even in the act of slaughter, I will only eliminate those whose demise will evoke no remorse within me. By the way, if it involves individuals possessing the abilities of the devil fruit, their worth as sacrifices would be substantially greater, wouldn't it?" "Indeed, host. The system will autonomously apply a weighted calculation." Then, are.Await, who had been in a daze, suddenly heard Wang Lin exclaim, "All right, it is settled. are.Await, head to the places of chaos. Wherever there is turmoil, we shall go. We are to capture individuals." After are.Await joyfully responded, she activated the buttons that had long perplexed Wang Lin, steering towards the locations he had specified. What followed was a prolonged period of hunting that lasted several months. For every 10,000 captured, a price would be paid to the system. Ultimately, with just a month remaining until Wang Lin's voyage, they had captured a total of 300,000 individuals, many of whom were soldiers. In the New World, the number of nations was vast, and the conflicts among them were even more abundant. Wang Lin embodies the specter of the battlefield, forcibly capturing soldiers embroiled in warfare across numerous nations. In the theater of war, soldiers bear no moral dichotomy. However, once they step onto the battlefield, they surrender their lives and fates to their governing powers. Wang Lin's actions inadvertently halt the flames of conflict in these nations, while some civilians mourn the loss of loved ones. A greater number are spared from the carnage of war, and thus, peace descends in this manner. Dr. X, I require you to produce the maximum number of artificial fruits in the shortest time possible, prioritizing quantity. Should superior specimens emerge, retain them for future contingencies. After 7 or 8 months of relentless effort, the laboratory's sacrificial task was remarkably exceeded. The door to the lab swung open, operated by a being who referred to itself as X, designed to open inward, necessitating a pushing motion from Wang Lin to access it. This design mitigated unnecessary complications within the confined space. Following X's report, Wang Lin entrusted him with his inaugural task and provided all research materials from Vagapond. X responded, "Rest assured, my master. I shall undoubtedly bring you surprises, and in that moment, you will realize that I am the greatest scientist." Ha 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 ha. Wang Lin paid no heed to the slightly misguided scientist, his attention captivated solely by the confident smile radiating from are.Await. Subsequently, he opened a door of his own, summoning a training space at the cost of 50,000 lives through a wish and the power of creation. To maintain equilibrium, this space was impervious to destruction, though its framework remained fragile. Thus, this four-dimensional realm was housed within a submarine. Unlike a laboratory, however, it afforded Wang Lin the freedom to conjure a door anywhere in this world, allowing him to enter and engage in combat with the entities within. Upon closing the door, it would vanish, and only by completing the training could he reopen it to return to his original location. Presently, within Wang Lin's training space, all functions were in a dormant state except for gravity training and reaction speed drills, which operated normally. This was a space that had been preordained for functionality, capable of continuous evolution and development. It marked Wang Lin's inaugural experience in a realm that harmonized the cultivation methods of both worlds, enabling systematic self-improvement. In both of these worlds, the essence of cultivation emphasized the relentless exertion of one's energy, pushing oneself to the brink of exhaustion for substantial advancement. In the realm of hunters, Xiao Jie and Killua engaged in rigorous sparring and participated in the arena. Meanwhile, In the pirate world, Luffy and his crew underwent life and death trials as they were dispatched to their respective islands by the ferocious bear, facing challenges that were nothing short of perilous. Those who had not endured such harrowing experiences found their progress and strength to be negligible, akin to striking in the dark without guidance. Currently, Wang Lin was running with a weight of 5,000 kilograms in a tenfold gravity environment, with a goal of completing 100 laps. To the experts of this world, such a weight was trivial. However, the added gravity transformed the experience. It was an environment that incessantly urged him to surrender, where even the rhythm of his heartbeat was imbued with defiance. Within this realm, Wang Lin had to integrate his thoughts with his domineering spirit, employing iron and resilience to fortify his physique, for running on the ground was merely the first step of the initial phase. In the future, he would soar with moon steps. Hence, he began his training with unwavering dedication, pushing himself until he collapsed, only to be rejuvenated by a sweet massage before resuming his regimen. Chapter 14, Cultivating the Mind, Part 3. Haunted by deadly thoughts after enduring more than half a month of relentless training, the door of the scientific laboratory swung open. X stood within the threshold, announcing, "The Master's requirements have been fulfilled. We have successfully manufactured over 2,000 artificial fruits, each crafted based on the specifications of semi-finished products." Upon hearing Wang Lin, he promptly completed the sacrifice, resulting in the system upgrading to the 3rd level, which granted him 2 additional mandatory commands. Alongside an enhancement in his perceptive abilities, Wang Lin felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, contemplating that if he could continually elevate his insight to its zenith, a transformative change would surely ensue. For instance, when confronted with dilemmas in the future, could he not attain that elusive understanding of the Tao? As he gazed at the numbers accumulating on the system, a flicker of agitation coursed through him, yet he soon regained his composure. He declared, "Given the abundance of fruits you have produced, you must have honed your skills by now. Accelerate your pace. I desire more. For the next few days, I shall refrain from training and instead ponder matters here. Please deliver the completed fruits in batches." Ix responded calmly, "As you wish, master." Seated upon his bed, Wang Lin instructed are.Await to commence her return journey. While he contemplated the sudden surge of irritation that had enveloped him, an emotion capable of causing significant fluctuations in one's state of mind, something felt amiss. He sensed an underlying issue that required resolution. "are.Await, can you discern anything wrong with me?" he inquired, a reflection of the age-old adage of seeking help in desperation. Big brother looks even more handsome now." "Big brother, hug," she exclaimed, abandoning her driving duties to leap into Wang Lin's embrace, trusting in the automatic controls. Then, with a wrinkled nose, are.Await quickly departed, sniffing the air and remarking, "Brother has an unpleasant odor. You should go take a bath." Wang Lin felt a sudden jolt of realization. Could it be that the scent was unpleasant? After all, he had just bathed using the most effective cleansing shower gel and shampoo designed to eliminate impurities. It was inconceivable that it could smell anything less than delightful. There must be some internal issue within his body, something invisible to the naked eye, requiring specialized methods to unveil. Could this swift mental response be a testament to his heightened intuition? At that moment, as he grappled with uncertainties, he began to envision a crucial artifact of immense significance for his future. The inspiration for this object stemmed from the Spider Captain, whose book detailed the ability to siphon others' powers for personal use, often delivering a devastating, unforeseen blow to opponents when combined with his martial prowess. As someone with far greater potential than the Spider Captain, Wang Lin sought an even more enigmatic auxiliary tool. He was confident that, in time, he would not need to rely on others' abilities to vanquish his foes. After all, in terms of elite combat strength, the Pirate King might not be inferior to a hunter. Both realms possessed individuals capable of almost annihilating the world single-handedly. So, what reason did Wang Lin have to doubt himself, especially with the support of a system? Although this golden opportunity seemed somewhat lackluster at present, who could predict its future potential? Thus, adhering to the principle that one must sacrifice commensurately for what one gains, Wang Lin relinquished all immediate boosts to his martial power afforded by this tool. He chose a path of versatility, inspired by the model of the Island of Greed. To encapsulate certain elements in card form, he aimed to materialize his ideas into tangible creations that could be stored as cards, to be utilized directly when needed. However, this approach bore significant drawbacks. The moment Wang Lin wielded these items, he would forfeit all capacity for resistance. Therefore, ensuring his safety during the use of this compendium was paramount. Otherwise, he risked being slain by a seemingly innocuous adversary. With this series of concepts in mind, he embarked on experimental endeavors. The initial phase went smoothly as he crafted several uncomplicated tools. For instance, an advanced card inspired by the breath of a great angel, formed from pills within elixirs, could manifest an angelic figure capable of saving lives on the brink of death. Intermediate cards had practical utility, such as vehicles, cars, ships, airplanes, and cannons. As for lower-tier cards, they mostly involved the sealing of objects into card form for containment. Ultimately, the special cards presented the greatest challenge. After countless failures, Wang Lin finally succeeded in creating a singular card, the result of a forced wish. He harbored no regrets, believing this to be the proper application of wish, as this unique card harbored infinite possibilities. After manifesting 4 such singular cards, Wang Lin was compelled to pause his further endeavors. The system notified him that synthetic fruits could no longer yield points through sacrifices. At that moment, the system upgraded to level 5. Wang Lin still requires a single mandatory command for unforeseen circumstances. The elevation to the 4th and 5th levels has bestowed upon him an additional ability. The fusion of power systems, a direction Wang Lin has been diligently pursuing, has now been granted to him by the system as a golden opportunity. This fusion is a flawless amalgamation, devoid of any mutual repulsion or disarray. Henceforth, he shall no longer need to divide his focus, akin to warfare, where one must aim at the enemy while simultaneously guarding against detection and ready to shift at any moment. In the future, he can employ the most direct assaults, with each strike against his adversary infused with both mental force and dominance. The versatility of mental force combined with the straightforward nature of dominance can create a formidable synergy. Contemplating this prospect, Wang Lin, seated on a new island, reflected upon the events of the past year and reopened his eyes. A thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to retrieve the omnipotent book. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled his mental force into the tome and extracted a card, its surface resembling a grand mirror. The mirror revealed an astonishing truth. A colossal, semicircular mirror manifested before Wang Lin, enabling the beholder to perceive all impurities within themselves, entities that may defy explanation in the physical realm. What Wang Lin beheld was a dense, shapeless mass, composed solely of abstract eyes and mouths, their essence incessantly ebbing and flowing within him. As he observed these manifestations, the mirror simultaneously conveyed information regarding their nature. So it is you, wretched souls? I did not anticipate that the unjustly deceased of this world could harbor such lingering thoughts. Wang Lin regarded these entities with a cold gaze and scoffed, proclaiming, "To slay you is merely an acknowledgement of your deserved fate. For my ideals, do not speak of merely killing you. Even if I were to eradicate all whom I deem worthy of death, what of it? Your existence is a blight. And now that you have so foolishly sought me out, you need not depart. Contribute to the creation of my beautiful world, Wang Lin, in this realm." With that, he once again channeled his mental force into the omnipotent book. After a spell, he retrieved another card. He gazed with amusement at the mirror, where his own reflection was absent, replaced solely by a throng of ghostly figures. He mused, "I have long pondered where to procure a suitable weapon, and now I have found it. My weapon shall become your resting place, and you will assist me in vanquishing all foes before me. Demon Slayer, manifest. Devour." A blade that should not exist in this world materialized in Wang Lin's hand. Chapter 15, Cultivating the Heart, Part 4. The Demon and I are one. I am myself. With the emergence of this jet-black blade adorned with swirling dark red patterns, it appeared as if numerous eyes were watching. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself merely as intricate designs. The essence of the Demon Slayer, as envisioned by Wang Lin during its manifestation, is to sever all and consume souls and flesh. When its wielder deems an opponent to be a demon, this blade shall become incomparably sharp. Its characteristics, though seemingly fantastical, ought not to exist. However, within the pages of the omnipotent book, it possesses the power to manifest in the world. Upon its emergence, the bearer is rendered devoid of all defenses and might, revealing their true vulnerability. Through the principle of equivalent exchange, omnipotence can indeed become omnipotent. Following the appearance of the demon blade, the malevolent spirits that once writhed menacingly within the mirror fell into an eerie stillness. Subsequently, they emitted a silent scream, a sound that, apart from Wang Lin, no other being or entity could perceive, haunting his very spirit. At this moment, Wang Lin remained unmoved, his resolve as unyielding as stone. Initially, lacking any defenses, they could only slightly influence his emotions. However, now that he was prepared, it was utterly impossible for them to instigate even the slightest disturbance. This phenomenon also pertains to the differing cultivation methods of the two worlds. In both realms, there exists a profound emphasis on the cultivation of inner momentum. Regarding the domineering aura, Wang Lin perceived that in the hunter world, even third-rate experts possess this world's version of the king's presence. However, the emphases varied considerably. The hunter world, being darker in nature, inclined its practitioners towards murder, resulting in their king's presence manifesting in a manner that left the weaker individuals paralyzed, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In contrast, in the pirate world, the king's presence predominantly served as a means of intimidation, often leading to fainting among the unfledged. While those of considerable strength would question, "Will you grant me your respect? If not, then prepare for battle." This created a more fervent and impassioned atmosphere. This shared trait between the two worlds diverges into unique characteristics in other aspects. Nevertheless, within both realms, every warrior who embarks on the path of cultivation possesses their own unwavering beliefs. As long as this conviction remains intact, their hearts become impervious. Presently, Wang Lin embodies this sentiment. His greatest belief, his obsession, lies beneath his feet, impervious to the influence of any malevolent being. Thus, as the spirits of the deceased struggled, they were drawn forth by the demon-slaying blade from the mirror, consumed entirely by the blade's tip, leaving no trace behind. Once these malevolent thoughts were devoured, Wang Lin's visage appeared in the mirror. Yet, his attire was decidedly different. Wang Lin's eyes scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Yet the reflection in the mirror revealed a smile upon his visage. Gradually, he observed his own form in the mirror growing taller, enveloped in swirling black smoke. With eyes turning a fierce crimson, he reached out, yearning to grasp the black blade held by the Wang Lin standing before the mirror. Is this a manifestation of my inner demons? A notion of murder birthed from slaughter, awakened in the depths of despair. You must be the dark side of my soul. Are you not? Wang Lin gazed at the reflection of the demon king within the mirror, unmoved. His confidence was not merely in himself, but also in the mirror's unwavering truth. The mirror served only to reflect the most genuine of realities. Yet those reflections bore no power to harm it. Thus, regardless of how brazen and tyrannical the figure within may appear, it could never escape. Unless he chose to release it. The reflection ceased its futile onslaught, turning its gaze outward. There, it beheld the vibrant world crafted by Wang Lin, radiating sheer joy. Silently laughing heartily, nodding in approval, and occasionally shaking its head in disbelief. Indeed, you are not only my malevolent thoughts and murderous intent, but also my obsessions. Do you long to emerge? The Wang Lin who had been seated within suddenly rose, assuming a stance of readiness for battle. Wang closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping the essence of the matter. He then spoke. Are you suggesting that only one of us can survive? The other nodded in agreement. Wang Lin scoffed, exclaiming, utterly absurd. Had I not discerned your obsession with me, perhaps I would still harbor doubts. Yet, upon this realization, I perceive it as our destined encounter. You are bound by your fixation upon me, and through bloodshed, the souls of the deceased, slain by my will, have coalesced into a curse-like entity, woven from their bitterness and resentment, endlessly intertwining to give rise to this unique form. I am acutely aware of my current fixation, yet it is not all-encompassing. I possess a duty to protect. I seek not merely to avoid regrets, but aspire to live on, safeguarding my realm. Thus, your existence poses no threat to me. As I grow stronger, even if I were to vanquish you today, another incarnation of you would inevitably emerge. Therefore, come forth, my embodiment of obsession. With Wang Lin's utterance, the embodiment of obsession materialized, yet refrained from making any aggressive moves. As Wang Lin's thoughts enveloped him, a group of law enforcement officers soon appeared, transporting the true mirror of feedback back to the security hall. Now, only Wang Lin and his embodiment of obsession remained. Wang Lin remarked, "Let me take you on a journey to witness the world I strive to protect. This is also a fragment of my obsession. Therefore, upon seeing it, you shall find joy." The embodiment nodded, its towering figure trailing closely behind Wang Lin. Ultimately, they departed from the island and entered the homeland, gracefully traversing into the West Sea realm using the moonwalk technique. Looking back, is it not exhilarating? Outside, chaos reigns, yet within my homeland, unparalleled beauty flourishes. Upon entering the West Sea, the embodiment of obsession began to emanate an ominous aura, chanting, "Kill, eradicate all those who obstruct. Annihilate the world government, obliterate the celestial dragons. Destroy all tyrannical institutions, and eliminate every pirate, exterminate them all." Wang Lin concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, In this wondrous world, how can we allow such detritus to wreak havoc? Anyone who threatens this beauty must be eradicated without hesitation. Even if Luffy and his companions succumb to darkness in the future, I would not falter in my resolve to eliminate them. Thus, our objectives remain aligned. We merely differ in our forms. The embodiment of obsession nodded in acknowledgement, while simultaneously suppressing the urge to strike down those etched in his memory. As an embodiment of obsession, he harbored no regrets. To disrupt the protagonist's path of growth would only give rise to new regrets. Hence, he found himself in a state of profound inner turmoil. Upon the emergence of the obsession entity, Wang Lin became acutely aware of its characteristics. It was immortal, an existence that no one could vanquish except himself. Thus, witnessing its inaction brought him a sense of relief. He then spoke, "Come forth, let us merge. Ultimately, you are I, merely a more refined manifestation of my thoughts. Formless and intangible, this should be your true essence. I believe that we can coexist and amalgamate." With a decisive command, a beam of light emanated from Wang Lin's body, enveloping the obsession entity and drawing it into himself. "You deceived me. I shall slay you." Within Wang Lin's heart, a voice emerged, chilling and sinister, as his obsession materialized, issuing such a menacing threat and commencing its rebellion. At this moment, Wang Lin need not concern himself with anything else. He merely awaits the system's progress in silence. For this particular wish, he has devoted half of his remaining lifespan to amplify the function of fusion to the extent that it can materialize the embodiment of his obsessions. Now, Wang Lin has entered the training room, appearing as a man of 62 years. However, he remains indifferent to this. He had long prepared for such eventualities, awaiting the conclusion of events when a single elixir would suffice. Previously, he had refrained from consuming it merely out of reluctance to squander 5 years. While Wang Lin awaited, he was not idle, contemplating. Why would I deceive you? Are you not aware that ultimately, only one of us can survive? In choosing to merge rather than kill you, I have acted in the interest of both our futures. Your immortality will undoubtedly prove useful someday, though I cannot yet discern how. The act of merging is a formidable ability bestowed upon me by a supreme existence, one that you, as a manifestation of obsession, fail to comprehend. This ability ensures your survival, for which I have sacrificed 38 years of my own lifespan. Without a miracle, my existence is limited to those 38 years. Therefore, I harbor no malice towards you. What? You scoundrel! You squandered your lifespan on our internal strife. You deserve to perish. The manifestation of obsession could not fathom Wang Lin's actions, its fury intensifying. Silence. You are me. We are one, yet I remain myself. May I speak to you calmly, without my temper flaring? System, grant me silence from him. Should he be disobedient henceforth, let him not utter a word. Regarding the introduction of the power system in this narrative, the power structure of this tale is a fusion of elements from Hunter x Hunter and One Piece, prominently highlighted throughout the story. Specifically, the core framework will be derived from Hunter x Hunter, while One Piece will serve as an auxiliary structure. Herein follows an exposition on the Nen system from Hunter x Hunter. Enhancement type. The defining characteristic of users within this category is their unwavering simplicity. Their abilities, as the name suggests, revolve around the enhancement of objects. Although straightforward, this category boasts the highest combat efficacy and destructive potential. Users of this type typically favor enhancing themselves, thereby amplifying both offensive and defensive capabilities, achieving a harmonious balance between attack and defense. In addition to self-enhancement, they can also augment external objects. In the chapter set in the Sky Arena, Master Yungu exemplified this by transforming a page into a flying knife, showcasing the essence of enhancement abilities. Due to the user-friendly nature of enhancement abilities, even those not specialized in this type may occasionally employ enhancement techniques, albeit with diminished potency compared to true enhancement practitioners, such as Hisoka's use of playing cards. Notable representatives of this type include Gon, who concentrates his nen into his fist to create devastating force, and Bisky, who significantly fortifies her physique, enabling her punches to unleash atomic-level devastation while also possessing formidable defensive capabilities. 2. Transformation type. Users of this category are characterized by their unpredictability and penchant for deceit. Their primary ability lies in altering the nature of their nen. This category is often mistakenly believed to manipulate the physical properties of the natural world. However, this is not the case. Instead, it involves integrating the characteristics of a familiar substance into their nen. For instance, Hisoka's gum-based nen derives from his childhood fondness for chewing gum, while Killua's electric nen ability stems from frequent electric shocks endured during his upbringing. Representative figures of this type include Killua, who possesses electric properties, Hisoka, whose abilities are gum-based, and Maki, who wields thread-based nin. 3. Emission type. Users of this category are marked by their impatience and recklessness. Their principal capability is to project their nin externally. The characteristics of this category lie in its ability to maintain potency even after detachment from the user, rendering it suitable for long-range assaults. The notable representatives of this category include Franklin, who unleashes formidable nin projectiles from his modified fingers, and Melody, who employs her nin to produce enchanting melodies. The three aforementioned categories of nin abilities are primarily combat-oriented, typically employed directly in battle and exhibiting considerable destructive power. Furthermore, this category also enables the manifestation of nin beasts to engage in combat on the user's behalf. The capabilities of these nin beasts correlate with the strength of their master. The fourth category, manipulation, is characterized by its user's propensity for rational discourse and the tendency to follow their own path. The principal ability of this category is the manipulation of materials and living beings. Its essence is straightforward. It involves the control of pre-existing substances and organisms in nature, albeit without enhancing their capabilities or attributes. To augment the abilities of the manipulated subjects, one must seek the assistance of the enhancement category. Notable figures in this category include the hero, who can manipulate through a mobile device via an antenna, and Phaeton, who employs kisses to control his opponents. The fifth category, materialization, is distinguished by its user's neurotic tendencies. Its primary ability revolves around the materialization of non, meaning the creation of tangible substances through non. This category is often confused with the transformation category. While transformation alters the properties of non, materialization primarily changes its form. Like transformation users, those in the materialization category must first become familiar with the characteristics of the substance they wish to manifest. For instance, Kurapika dedicated 3 months to bonding with his chains, observing, smelling, tasting, striking, and touching them daily until he dreamed of the chains, allowing him to gradually shape them. Notable representatives include Kurapika, who manifests 5 chains, each possessing unique abilities, and Shizuku, who materializes a vacuum cleaner capable of absorbing all non-biological objects. The sixth category, specialization, is marked by its user's individualistic nature and a charismatic leadership quality akin to that of a cult leader. This is the most distinctive category among the 6. As its abilities are not fixed, it encompasses all unique nin abilities outside the 5 primary categories, and there are instances of individuals becoming specialized through rigorous training. Moreover, those in the specialization category can simultaneously train in other categories. Due to the presence of formidable characters such as Kurapika and Krallo, both of whom belong to this category, readers often mistakenly perceive specialization as the most powerful category. However, it is important to note that specialization typically emphasizes supportive abilities. For instance, when Kurapika activates his Scarlet Eye, his ability elevates the effectiveness of all categories' powers to their utmost potential, significantly enhancing the strength of his chains through the capabilities of the enhancement category. This illustrates that the primary utilized ability remains that of the materialization chains, rather than the specialization ability itself. Kurapika's specialization alone cannot yield such power. The leader possesses the unique ability to steal the powers of other nin users, which implies he can utilize all abilities. However, this is not entirely accurate. One of his hands must grasp a book to activate this capability. Thus, he is still reliant on this book, which embodies the materialization ability. Similarly, Parker's special ability also depends on a manifested gun. Therefore, relying solely on the special ability does not yield any significant power. It necessitates the assistance of abilities from other categories. The materialization and manipulation categories are the closest to the special category. Consequently, special ability users typically prefer to leverage the more accessible materialization abilities to enhance their own. Representatives of this category include Kurapika, whose Scarlet Eyes transition from materialization to special abilities, allowing him to utilize the full potential of all categories. Krallo, who can steal an opponent's ability under specific conditions and can use the ability inscribed in the book with one hand, and Parker, whose materialized gun can read and convey thoughts. The nin abilities of these 3 belong to the auxiliary category, applicable beyond combat scenarios. Regarding contracts and oaths, one must possess the resolve to impose restrictions upon oneself and vow to adhere to such agreements. Strict limitations are essential for unleashing explosive power from the chosen techniques. Should one break this vow, the backlash could result in the loss of nin abilities. Such constraints are straightforward and severe, akin to the dark arts in fantasy tales. There are also restrictions exemplified by the bomb user in Greed Island, where the bomb's activation conditions require the target to be aware of the installation and disarmament methods, with a generous countdown. This entails revealing one's weaknesses, granting the opponent a conditional chance to counter, thereby fulfilling the contract and restrictions necessary for the bomb to achieve lethal potency. While this approach may provide immediate satisfaction, it bears significant drawbacks, serving only as a last resort. Thus, the protagonist Wang Lin, after his initial conflict with the Navy, realizes that setting the timing for a guaranteed fatal strike takes considerable time, leading him to abandon that strategy in favor of new developments. Concerning the power system in One Piece, the strength in this world is primarily expressed through the application of haki, with martial arts and fruit abilities being secondary. The true masters are those who seamlessly combine martial arts with haki. Regarding haki, as introduced by Rayleigh, mastering it in the early stages necessitates engaging in combat to enhance one's skills. This accounts for the higher prevalence of powerful haki users among pirates compared to the Navy, albeit on average, as the Navy's larger numbers allow them to exert pressure on at least one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Furthermore, when discussing combat power levels, it is worth noting that Garp is not the strongest of his era. According to the manga, the first ever extermination order in the history of One Piece was issued in response to the inability of Garp and Sangoku to defeat Barrett. Notably, Barrett was responsible for triggering 2 extermination orders. Garp's heroic title originates from his involvement in the God Valley incident, where he, alongside Roger, confronted and overcame Rocks. 15 years prior to Roger's execution, ultimately thwarted by Whitebeard's betrayal, which impeded Kaido and his crew. Kapu is indeed formidable, yet not invincible. It was only after Steelbone Kong independently confronted the vampire that Kapu triumphed over the exhausted count of vampires. In my recollection, the vampire single-handedly stood against the 4 emperors of the pirate crew. Such combat prowess is beyond Kapu's reach, suggesting that Steelbone Kong may possess strength surpassing that of Kapu. As for which world is superior, I personally lean towards the Hunter universe, for its dark continent is exceedingly enigmatic, and the sapling of the world tree is on the verge of breaching the atmosphere. Within the dark continent, there are flowers that prey upon ancient creatures like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Conversely, in the realm of One Piece, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has become a formidable power associated with devil fruit abilities. Additionally, in the Doflamingo family, there exists a dragon that serves merely as a mode of transportation. Moreover, considering the scale of the worlds, the Hunter universe is likely larger than that of One Piece. According to a scientific expert on Jihu, the planet in One Piece is approximately 10 times the size of Earth and 630 times that of the Naruto world. This also elucidates the remarkable physical capabilities of the inhabitants in this universe. To elaborate, the world of Naruto is notably small. Kishimoto explicitly stated in the manga that it takes 3 days to travel from Konoha to Sunagakure. Assuming ninjas refrained from utilizing chakra for travel, their physical abilities would surpass those of modern soldiers. Given that they were heading to Sunagakure for support, they would conserve chakra and not expend it on their journey. Ninjas are still human. They require sustenance, rest, and time for basic needs. Even with soldier rations to save time, sleep would still demand 5 hours. The military standard for a 5-kilometer assessment is approximately 23 minutes, translating to a speed of about 15 kilometers/h. Ninjas, however, are likely swifter, perhaps around 30 kilometers/h. If they were to run for 19 hours a day, over 3 days, they could cover a staggering distance of 1,710 kilometers. According to the map, the approximate area of the Naruto world is around 8 million square kilometers, whereas the land area of China is 9.63 million square kilometers. And the combined area of the Earth's oceans and land is 510 million square kilometers. Regarding the size of the One Piece world, calculations based on Reverse Mountain, the Grand Line, and Alabasta suggest that the planet of One Piece is approximately 10 times larger than Earth. The overall size of the planet can be deduced by determining the surface escape velocity. This calculation is accomplished through pixel scaling, with Alabasta being the 4th island on the Grand Line. The Grand Line maintains a consistent width globally, allowing us to ascend the Reverse Mountain. The curvature of Reverse Mountain measures 389,650,008,621 kilometers, while the planet's diameter is 2,975,509,15,674 kilometers. Given that the diameter is scaled to the planet's center and that the curvature of reverse mountain is closer to perspective, it should be even larger. The surface escape velocity is at least 178 kilometers per second. The width of the yellow rectangle approaches the red line at 453 kilometers, while the width of the red line is 320 50909090909090989 kilometers. The diameter of the planet, represented by the red line, is 125,736. 702366127023659326 kilometers. The conclusion drawn is that it is 10 times larger than Earth and 630 times larger than the Naruto world. Looking at the world view of Hunter x Hunter, there are numerous small nations and millions of casualties in a single war. The author has also indicated that the currently depicted world encompasses only 5 of human habitation, with the remaining 95 being a dark world. Within this dark world, a single failed competitive ant was capable of defeating the renowned Hunter chairman, who was once considered the strongest in the known human world. To speak without bias, if characters from One Piece were to enter the world of Hunter x Hunter, it might resemble our own experience in a classic dragon novel. Within 3 chapters, they would likely perish at the hands of a child, a woman, or an elderly person. Now, regarding the concepts of Haki and Nin, I personally believe that Haki in the Hunter x Hunter world is something that nearly every Nin user possesses, albeit expressed differently. They exhibit a more aggressive and lethal demeanor. In contrast, the Conqueror's Haki in One Piece serves more as a means of intimidation than direct attack. The effects of armament Haki parallel those of Nin in terms of enhancing personal defense while simultaneously strengthening and targeting attacks. Observation Haki primarily focuses on predicting the next attack. Compared to the effects of Nin abilities, it may fall slightly short. Interestingly, there is a Nin ability called Absolute, which allows the user to completely isolate their own aura and sever all connections with the strength of other Nin users. This bears a resemblance to how Sea Prism Stone counters Devil Fruit powers. Kurapika possesses the unique ability of Judgment Chain, enabling him to counteract the devastating effects of nuclear explosions, albeit at the cost of his own physical defenses. This remarkable feat can be attributed to the influence of the previously mentioned contracts and oaths. Thus, within the power structure of this narrative, any occasional outbursts of extraordinary strength should not be misconstrued as mere protagonist privilege. In the realm of One Piece, such exceptional traits are inherent to the life forms that exist within its world, rather than being exclusive to the protagonist, Wang Lin. Chapter 16. A fortuitous encounter with Bartholomew Kuma. The system acquiesced to Wang Lin's modest request, continuing the process of fusion. The concept of a body entirely birthed from his aura evoked a multitude of thoughts in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin could not help but engage in self-deprecation, remarking that if he were to enter the realm of immortality, even the ancient ancestors would surely be astonished by such a phenomenon. This world is truly wondrous. During this period of integration, he contemplated the future design of his ultimate weapon. His previous approach had been excessively crude. The relentless aggression he adopted initially could not be his standard tactic. It is essential to delve deeper and draw upon various inspirations. A handful of desperate measures suffices. Yet strategies for self-preservation should be abundant. Wang Lin stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Ultimately, an idea struck him, radiating thoughts from that singular point. He smacked his thigh in realization. Yes, that was it. He merely needed to wait for the fusion to complete before eliminating the immature contracts from earlier. The eradication of thoughts required a flourishing environment, and in this world, such places were abundant. Thus, it was hardly an issue. After 2 hours, the fusion was finally accomplished. As initially surmised, Wang Lin discovered that under certain conditions, he could inherit the immortal characteristics of the thought body. The thought body functioned akin to a doppelganger, residing within his own being, capable of unexpectedly manifesting in his line of sight during critical moments. Observing the black blade resting on his crossed legs, he pondered and attempted to draw it into his right arm. To his delight, he succeeded. It appeared that weapons formed from thought possessed the potential to be stored within his body, eliminating the need for remanifestation each time he wished to employ them. This would significantly streamline his future endeavors. Gazing at the black blade tattoo on his arm, Wang Lin could sense the weapon's formidable strength. Next on his agenda was the restoration of his vitality through medicinal means. Speaking of which, he had yet to sample the elixirs he had crafted. However, according to their own descriptions, each pill could bestow an additional 50 years of life. Quite the remarkable longevity elixir. Upon consuming a pill, he felt his body rejuvenate. The remaining 38 years of his life transformed into a youthful 88, leaving him considerably revitalized. His physique had solidified into that of a true 19-year-old. Due to the constraints of the training room, which barred exit until training was completed, he opted for the simplest regimen, weighted running. An hour later, he emerged, invigorated. Over the vast expanse of the West Sea. A surprise attack? As soon as he stepped out, he sensed an assailant approaching. Instinctively, he dodged and launched a kick, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by the adversary's hand. Taken aback, he quickly created distance, eager to discern the identity of his attacker. Though he had yet to systematically integrate thought, domineering energy, and various martial techniques, he was confident that not just anyone could withstand his strike without so much as a reaction. Even a general would at least produce a sound upon impact, wouldn't they? As he finally recognized the figure before him, his astonishment faded. How should he address you, Bartholomew Kuma? The tyrant, or perhaps something else? Moreover, why did you choose to assault me? Fail to provide a reasonable answer, and your future may very well come to an abrupt end here. Wang Lin inquired bluntly about the undercover agent, who possessed multiple identities and could potentially assist Luffy and his companions in the future, if an explanation were not forthcoming. The only recourse would be to conclude this conflict, leaving Luffy and his crew to be self-motivated in their endeavors. Kuma, having discerned the identity of the individual, remarked, "So it is you, Lin, the man with a bounty of 100 million berries, though your true worth far exceeds that sum." "Oh, you know me?" "I am indifferent to that. Hasten to explain why you attacked me," Wang Lin pressed on. Your abrupt appearance compelled a response. At that moment, Wang Lin surveyed his surroundings, then lowered his gaze, discovering that indeed, he stood atop the bow of their vessel. He then descended and stated, "Your reasoning is sound. I shall acquiesce and overlook this. However, what brings you here? Is there someone you seek in the West Sea?" Wang Lin alludes to something else, as there is no information indicating when he joined Long's gang. However, based on the records of his first association with Long, it can be inferred that it was in the recent years. This is because Long is acquainted with Sauron's master, Kankuro. Perhaps it was around a decade later? They had dined at Kankuro's residence while attending to matters in the East Sea, replenishing their supplies. By that time, he was already among the esteemed elders of the Revolutionary Army, tirelessly working to rescue the impoverished and rallying people to the cause of the revolution. Upon hearing Wang Lin's inquiry, Xiong replied, "It is nothing, just wandering around to see if I can find any answers. By chance, I encountered you. Tell me, do you believe that there is still hope in this world?" Wang Lin comprehended that he had yet to join the ranks of the dragon, yet it should be imminent. Wang Lindao remarked, "It ultimately depends on your perspective regarding this issue. Nonetheless, my response is that hope is ever present. It is up to you to seize it." The towering figure, nearly 7 meters in height, calmly stated, "When I behold it, I shall grasp it." With that, he sat alone in his small boat, contemplatively gazing at his Bible. Wang Lin, intrigued, inquired, "What will you do next?" The bear pondered for a moment before responding. "Once I have traversed the 4 seas and returned home, I shall likely become a free pirate." Quite so, the king of the Salb Kingdom has only recently embraced piracy, which implies that the 7 warlords will gradually emerge. Furthermore, according to the timeline, at the World Government Conference next year, the mechanism of the 7 warlords will be established, thus granting these early pirates a chance for resurgence. Realizing that events in the future will unfold with increasing rapidity, it becomes evident that after Luffy and his crew set sail, a mere 2 or 3 months will elapse before the war at Marineford. Following that, there will be 2 years of individual training, and their reunion will occur 2 years hence. Subsequently, they will accelerate their journey into the New World, as if the entire world is hastening forward. This implies that time will be exceedingly scarce. Just as Wang Lin contemplated this, the system abruptly interrupted his thoughts with a notification regarding a minor future event, due to the exposure of Ace's mother's whereabouts. All children born on the secluded island of Bartolomeo in the past few months will face execution by the Navy, world government, along with their mothers. Wang Lin was taken aback, glancing at the bear and saying, "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. We shall meet again, and I must mention, your fruit abilities are quite intriguing." Without allowing the bear a chance to respond, he swiftly used Shave to distance himself, and then propelled himself with Moonwalk. Once the distance increased, he dove into the sea, swimming towards his homeland. Upon returning home, he sat on the beach, reflecting on what the system had just revealed. Wang Lin murmured, "No wonder it took 20 months for my birth. It seems it was not merely a matter of hiding, but rather a necessity." After the O'Hara incident, Carp had ventured to the South Sea and returned with an infant, suggesting that Ace's birth coincided almost precisely with the destruction of O'Hara. Observing the sand crabs scuttling in and out on the beach, Wang Lin's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He remarked, "It is no surprise the world government labels you as the son of a demon. Your birth seems to have claimed so many lives. But who is the true demon? When even children are not spared, what becomes of justice?" Rising to his feet, he gazed towards the South Sea and declared, "Yet this time, the world shall have one more of me. Let the enmity of the world commence today." Having resolved his intentions, he initially planned to remain in his homeland for 6 to 10 months before heading directly to O'Hara Island in the West Sea. He aimed to observe the Tree of Knowledge, a magnificent tree that had existed for 5,000 years. Additionally, he intended to transport O'Hara's essence, leaving behind a mere replica, while eliminating those executing the Demon Slayer orders. However, plans often change, yet his original purpose remained steadfast. Thus, Wang Lin stayed in his homeland for a few days with his adoptive parents and paid visits to those who had already departed from this world. After dispelling the mists surrounding the imitation of Greed Island and providing an introduction, everyone proceeded to claim a set of houses. Some chose to remain there, while others desired to split their time between both locations, a sentiment notably shared by his adoptive parents. Smiling at their satisfied expressions, Wang Lin bid farewell to his adoptive parents and headed to the beach. After the tattoo on his neck flickered a few times, it left behind only an outline. And then Xiao Ai appeared. Standing at the bow of the boat, she inquired, "Big brother, where are we headed this time? To the South Sea?" "Indeed. We are off to the South Sea, to Bartolomeo Island. Let us strike fear into them." Chapter 17. The Dog Slayer. 3 days later, Wang Lin disembarked with a backpack. This was an island where spring reigned eternal, tranquil, and serene. It was evident that Roger had chosen this peace for his wife. Yet he had not anticipated the world government and Navy's scrutiny of him. After his demise, his crew found no solace. And those who shared his bloodline were equally regarded as thorns in the flesh, viewed with disdain. Wang Lin strolls along the bustling street, the cheerful laughter of passers-by influencing his mood. He arrives at a quaint CAF, orders a cup of coffee, and retrieves a comic book from his backpack. The title of the comic is Inherent Malice. Upon opening its pages, one would discover that the streets, characters, and objects depicted within mirror the reality of Bartolomeo Island. The illustrations are divided into 4 large panels, with 2 images on each side of the pages. Each character is engaged in their own unique actions, creating a dynamic tableau. At first glance, they may appear diminutive, but upon closer inspection, their details become strikingly clear. For instance, the scene of Wang Lin sitting in the CAF reading the comic is reflected in the lower right panel of the book. However, the majority of the artwork is rendered in black and white, with a few exceptions where individuals have added splashes of color, encircling the words murderer within. This act of revealing the plot is undeniably irksome, yet it serves as a deliberate prop for Wang Lin's visit. He has sacrificed an artificial fruit and made a small wish to acquire this single-use spoiler comic through his psychic abilities via the omnipotent book. As Wang Lin departs from the island, this comic will lose its significance due to the revelation, becoming too ashamed to exist in this world, ultimately self-immolating in disgrace. Wang Lin gazed upon the infant assassins that had been so carelessly revealed, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You were truly unjustly exposed." Heh. He then produced a pen and began to scribble upon the comic. This mischievous instrument, a child's prank pen, was notorious for inciting sheer disdain in others. It possessed the power to malevolently obliterate any recorded material on paper, be it comics, homework, contracts, or any documentation. Its mere presence was accompanied by a resolve to incite frustration and despair. With this single-use pen in hand, Wang Lin first stabbed the head of a nearby assailant with a gruesome splash of red. Subsequently, the gentleman in a suit across from him suddenly found blood gushing from his own head. Wang Lin continued to embellish the altered comic, inscribing you alongside a narrative caption. The composition took the shape of an irregular oval, within which the word boom was inscribed, followed by a dramatic explosion. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed as the man's head erupted. Chaos ensued in the street, drawing a throng of onlookers, many of whom were marked as culprits in the comic. They too engaged in dialogues, narrating the turmoil within their hearts. Wang Lin gazed with great interest at the comic, observing the dialogues and inner monologues of the secret organizations of the world government and the Navy. He chuckled to himself, amused by the words that emerged from the mouths or minds of a group of individuals, pondering the absurdity of it all. Seizing a pen, he began to frantically alter the images, marking each peculiar killer who had met an untimely demise. thus casting an eerie atmosphere over the entire island. The residents retreated into their homes, yet some secretly reveled in the unfolding events. Their inner thoughts echoed sentiments of satisfaction, believing that these despicable executioners had finally received their just deserts, that retribution had at long last arrived. What went awry? Could it be that the massacre of infants had already transpired? System? Wang Lin inquired, perplexed. Host, according to the timeline, A should have been born in the year 1500 of the C circle calendar. However, it is presently 1499. There must be no error. Yet, this world exhibits some illogical timelines, perhaps due to certain influences related to the fruit of time. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin realized that he was unable to manage the situation. In the original world of the One Piece manga, certain elements were initially disorganized. Now, having stepped into this authentic pirate realm, some discrepancies were understandable, as he himself was an inexplicable anomaly. Well, if that were the case, he would unleash his fury. For he sensed a wave of exhilaration, a delight that seemed to resonate from those children whose lives had been unjustly snuffed out upon their arrival in this world. A joy in avenging their untimely deaths and honoring their bereaved mothers. Subsequently, Wang Lin incessantly scribbled the phrase "kill" across the pages of the manga. With a peculiar flourish, he drew a line across the necks of the murderers, causing their heads to separate from their bodies, until one figure emerged, clad in a black suit. Identified only by the secret agent moniker XXX, his name concealed. As he was struck by the inked attack, he shouted, "Iron block evolves into steel block," activating his haki. With a resounding thud, the narrative indicated that only a white mark appeared on his neck. Observing the secret agent's frantic demeanor as he scanned his surroundings, Wang Lin remarked, "It seems such a level of willpower cannot extinguish those who possess profound martial arts and mastery over haki." In his mind, he extended the blade of his demon-slaying sword to the tip of his pin, drawing it once more. Within the illustration, a colossal black scythe materialized, swinging again toward the secret agent, who was among the remaining personnel of the world government on the island. Holding a transponder snail, he loudly declared, "Bartholomew has encountered an unidentified attack. All personnel are deceased." Repeat, Bartholomew has encountered an unidentified attack. All personnel are deceased. Request immediate assistance, please. In the imagery, this agent, enveloped in dark haki and having transformed iron into steel, found his head cleaved by the unexpected scythe. As his headless body collapsed, the transponder snail, with wide eyes, shouted, "Speak. What is your status? Hello? Speak." At that moment, Wang Lin's true form arrived before the transponder snail, picking it up and stating, "Your men have all perished. Yet your sins remain unwashed. For these deceased were merely your tools, executing your commands. In my eyes, whether an executor or a controller, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is a capital offense. Are you merely afraid of the legacy left by Roger? How ludicrous, hypocritical, and tyrannical it is for the world government to fear a child. You have already slain these children. Do not further disturb the peace of this island. Otherwise, you shall come to know the true meaning of severe consequences." With that, he crushed the transponder snail in his grasp, the demon-slaying sword materializing in his hand once more. He reopened the manga, using it as a medium to absorb the vengeful spirits of those recently slain by his will. However, the sight of the scattered corpses across the island remained quite bothersome. Given the recency of their demise, he surmised that he could utilize medicinal elixirs, regardless of their efficacy. The flames from the cauldron would surely suffice to incinerate the bodies. Upon concluding his tasks, he manifested the concealed alchemical furnace from his chest, allowing it to hover above the comic book. He then observed as the furnace emitted a crimson glow that swept across the pages, causing the gruesome imagery of corpses to vanish before reverting to its original state. The precise effects of this act remain unknown to Wang Lin. After completing these aftercare duties, he utilized the comic as a guide, making his way toward a grand estate, the very destination of his journey, the residence of Ace's mother, Port-Asti, Rouge. The plot has already revealed her identity as the wife of Gold. Roger. Chapter 18. Irretrievable? I refuse to believe it. As Wang Lin arrived at the estate, following the clues, he beheld a stunning woman with cascading golden waves of hair, seated gracefully in a rocking chair, gazing into the distance. The arrival of Wang Lin was unmistakable. As Roger's wife and a member of the esteemed D family, her ability to delay the natural course of childbirth was indicative of her formidable strength. Furthermore, Port-Asti, Rouge, in Wang Lin's perception, aligned with his assessment. She was indeed powerful, albeit currently weakened. Once Wang Lin came to a halt, the woman turned from a profile view to face him directly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for avenging the innocent children and mothers of this island. I also appreciate your allowing my husband to depart this world with dignity. I witnessed everything you did through the live stream, Lin. Wang Lin politely addressed the mother, Madame Lu Jiu. Those matters were merely trifles. I hope my intrusion has not caused you any disturbance. When do you intend to welcome the child in your womb? Prolonging this state could be detrimental to your health. Lu Jiu gazed into the distance with a smile and replied, No, this situation is quite favorable. Delaying Ace's arrival allows the world to believe that Roger's bloodline has perished, which is beneficial for Ace. You see, the name Ace once belonged to Roger's most loyal companion, the name of his sword. Now, it is also the name of his son. Setting aside matters of the sword, your notion of what is good is merely your own opinion, madam. Moreover, given the events transpiring here, do you truly believe that Carp is a reliable individual? Speaking of which, I am quite infuriated. That scoundrel has utterly betrayed Roger's trust. By the way, do you possess a speaking snail to communicate with him? I wish to vent my frustrations. What began as a persuasive conversation for Wang Lin suddenly ignited with anger. The misfortunes of this island, at its core, stem from the fact that Roger entrusted his legacy to the wrong hands. Lu Jiu, intrigued, remarked, It seems you are quite knowledgeable about certain matters. Initially, I found it curious, but now I am even more perplexed. How do you come to know of these things? Wang Lin found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal that he was a time traveler? Yet, remaining silent also seemed inappropriate. Wang Lin spoke earnestly. It is Roger. He confided in me. Have you forgotten that I bid him farewell? As he departed, he whispered to me. I only recently learned of the tragic events on this island, which prompted my visit. Madam, I shall take you to a place where you can live in joy. You will also be able to witness your son grow. Lu Jiu shook her head and replied, Alas, it is too late. I was already with child before Roger turned himself in, and now it has been 14 months. I have poured all my strength into this life within me, and his birth is expected on January 1st of next year. This is the essence of a mother's love. Wang Lin was taken aback. The major timeline had not changed. Ace was not born 10 months late, but rather 16 months late, considering Nico Robin was 8 years old when O'Hara was destroyed. The exact date was not specified, but Robin's birthday is February 6th. Thus, the destruction of O'Hara must have occurred on or after February 6th. Furthermore, shortly after Garp's arrival, Lu Jiu passed away. It was evident that Lu Jiu must have endured for a while after giving birth to Ace. Although Garp did not partake in the destruction of O'Hara, he felt compelled to stand by his friend Sengoku to provide complete support. For the admiral executing the extermination order was Sengoku himself. Wang Lin then spoke, Madam, what if there is a possibility of survival? This world is quite extraordinary. Just imagine how Ace's future would unfold without your presence in his upbringing. Nevertheless, please take your time to ponder this. We have some time yet. I, too, have matters to attend to. Sensing the persuading portasti, Lu Jiu would take time, Wang Lin chose to leave the estate. He sought a secluded area within a dense forest and commenced his meditation. This time, he aimed to eliminate all the previously convoluted contracts. With the enhancement from the elixirs and his growing prowess, along with an increase in comprehension, he was determined to optimize his capabilities. For an extended period in the future, he aspired to ensure that once activated, he would be destined for triumph over adversaries. Finding a grand tree, he excavated a deep pit at its roots, leaping into it before covering the earth with his thoughts. Within the confines of the pit, he retrieved a prepared purification card. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Manifest. A colossal, carnivorous flower materialized before him, while at that moment, the contracts binding him manifested as blades piercing his brain and heart. With a commanding voice, Wang Lin ordered the purification. The flower engulfed him whole, entering a cycle of withering and rejuvenation, sustained by the elixirs. This purification lasted 3 months. During this period, the world witnessed its first extermination order, executed collaboratively by Sengoku and Garp, targeting Douglas Bullet, a former crewmate of Roger, who had only ever been defeated by Roger himself. Exhausted from a war of attrition, he was captured. Ironically, he bore some of the blame for Wang Lin's actions, as the Navy and world government attributed the consequences of Wang Lin's year-long hunts and the massacre at Bartolomeo Island to him. In any case, this man was now deranged, sowing chaos wherever he went. Therefore, capturing such a figure was indeed prudent. After 3 months of purification, Wang Lin once again stood before Lu Jiu. She appeared unchanged, her belly only slightly rounded, not resembling someone far along in pregnancy. Wang Lin, too, had undergone a transformation. The black blade-shaped tattoo on his right arm had vanished. Wang Lin turned to Lu Jiao and inquired, "Madam, have you reached a decision?" Lu Jiao gazed at Wang Lin with a smile and replied, "What do you intend to do?" "It's simple," he said. "I will take you to my homeland, a place devoid of turmoil, where various races coexist harmoniously. The only drawback is that individuals like you, madam, might find it somewhat troublesome to emerge later. However, I do not perceive this as an insurmountable issue, for the land is vast and brimming with novelty. As for the physical afflictions you have endured due to Ace's matters, rest assured that healing is attainable. I remain confident in this regard. Should you consent, it is entirely feasible for Ace to grow and lead a distinctly different life within that haven. After all, the life of a pirate is fraught with peril, is it not?" Wang Lin articulated his thoughts, and due to his perceptiveness, he grasped a crucial insight. Although the stories of this world possess their own narrative threads, they need not be replicated in their entirety, as remembered. For instance, he had already halted the ongoing demise of infants on the island, having foreseen the birth of newborns in a manga he had read. Events are subject to change. The protagonist of this world has never been a solitary figure, but rather the place itself, those locales that drew throngs of people following Roger's initiation of the Grand Line. It is also the concealed truth behind the destruction of O'Hara, a secret veiled by the world government. Therefore, no one is beyond death, nor is anyone destined to perish. As long as one does not contravene their convictions, what is wrong with altering unpleasant events? In other words, he could call upon Luffy, and so could anyone. The prophecies of this world have never imparted hope through Luffy alone. He bears the moniker Joy Boy, the embodiment of a boy destined to bring joy to the world. Port Asti, Rouge, do not heed this reckless youth. He is dangerous, a sudden voice interjected. Rouge turned to inquire, "What brings you here?" Wang Lin, unceremoniously, retorted, "Kapu. How dare you show your face? Because of your blunder, this island has endured several months of unspeakable hell. Is this the promise you made? How did Port Asti, Rouge's whereabouts become exposed?" Kapu's expression darkened upon receiving the reproach, yet he stubbornly replied, "That does not justify her accompanying you. It became apparent that you were responsible for the massacre of Navy and world government personnel on this island. I warned you not to fall into my grasp. For if you do, I will seize you." Upon hearing Wang Lin, Carp scoffed and replied, "Do you believe I will not improve? I have diligently trained for 8 years and have recently engaged in intense meditation. It is now time for me to test my abilities. Although I am uncertain of the nature of the justice you hold dear, it is clear that you are nothing but a thorough scoundrel. You are incapable of protecting those you wish to safeguard, nor can you uphold the ideals of justice that reside within your heart. Despite your formidable strength, you are merely a puppet, manipulated by unseen strings." With disdainful eyes fixed on Carp, he continued, "Let us find a venue where we may engage in a contest, and see if you can truly capture me, as you claim." Chapter 19. The duel. Stepping into the fray provoked by Wang Lin's words, Carp's temper finally erupted. He shouted, "You wish to compete, do you? Very well, let us seek a more spacious area. That suits me perfectly. Lead the way." Yet, Lujin interjected, attempting to mediate, "Gentlemen, might you refrain from such hostility? Can we not converse amicably?" Carp, however, dismissed her plea, asserting, "This brat has shown utter disrespect." Wang Lin also declined, stating, "This battle is unavoidable. It is a war of conviction. Therefore, when reason fails to convince him, I must resort to force to demonstrate whose perspective holds true." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Carp nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Neither of us can persuade the other. We shall see whose fists are mightier. Lu Jiao, rest assured, I will not take his life." He continued, "This is also my sentiment, Madame Lu Jiao. Although this old man may seem unreliable, he is not easily vanquished." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he set down his backpack and began to stride through the air in a direction away from the island. Damn it, he was employing the Navy's martial arts, yet opposing us at every turn. "Today, you shall learn that my fists are not something a mere brat like you can withstand." With that, Carp swiftly departed from his original position, catching up with Wang Lin as they headed towards a deserted island that was now visible on the horizon. With a thunderous sound, the two landed, their feet striking the ground so forcefully that fish in the nearby waters leapt out in alarm. Carp was the first to speak. "Kid, why is it so quiet today? Aren't you going to keep rambling about your so-called conditions? Come now, I intend to truly test your abilities." Wang Lin chuckled, saying, "No need for that. The covenant and vow were established long before I encountered you. This shall be my greatest trump card. As for you, you cannot compel me. And even I find myself unable to act independently at this moment. Unless you can bring about my demise, ha ha ha. You possess quite the confidence, young one. Even Roger would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. That fellow with the pointed pepper-like head, when he exhibited confidence akin to yours. I reduced him to a state of helplessness. Ha ha. Even now, the mere thought of that fellow's head brings a smile to my face. Wang Lin gazed at the irreverent old man, unable to contain his laughter. Are you mocking me? Emperors will overlord state. Murderous intent. Unleashed. As Wang Lin uttered 5 words. A chilling aura erupted from his gaze, aimed squarely at the distant figure of Carp. Startled, Carp stiffened, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed. What a bizarre manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. The reason Carp deemed it strange was due to the palpable aura, visibly manifesting as a dark crimson. Ghostly apparition advancing step by step towards him, leaving a trail of black-red, solidified ice in its wake. Yet, he recognized it as Conqueror's Haki. A phenomenon he was all too familiar with. You little brat, daring to disrupt my focus? Prepare to face my punch. Sensing that this assault was not a full display of Carp's strength, Wang Lin resolved to test his defenses. This confrontation was precisely what he sought. Without excessive defense, Wang Lin charged forward, colliding directly with Carp's fist. Even Carp was taken aback. Kid, are you mad? Do you wish for your own demise? Even in your armament hockey state, you cannot directly confront my fist. Show me your true abilities. Wang Lin paid no heed to the now still Carp, instead attuning himself to the present circumstances. After a moment, he remarked, Indeed, this level of force is just right. I believe I can endure even more. Carp, unleash your abilities and see if you can bring me down. The Emperor's Will, armed state, and the Emperor's Will, insight state had already been activated. With that, he began to earnestly counter Carp's assaults. Carp's iron fist struck relentlessly against Wang Lin's flesh, the resounding clang of their impacts echoing far and wide. Apart from the critical strikes that threatened his life, Wang Lin would channel more of his energy to enhance his defenses. In all other instances, he simply weathered the blows. After a while, Carp sensed something amiss. Even without much contemplation, he discerned the issue at hand. Consequently, he ceased his attacks and inquired, Do you intend to use my fist to hone your Busashoka Haki to achieve the same effect as Kaido and Big Mom? Wang Lin shook his head and remarked, Such an effect is far too juvenile. It neither reflects my aspirations nor showcases my true capabilities. After speaking, he ascended above the ocean, gazing at his own reflection, where every visible part of him displayed a normal skin tone. Although he still maintained the state of armed color, it was no longer discernible from his exterior. Furthermore, he had given special attention to those areas that were not visible, embodying the adage that one must endure great hardship to attain true strength. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Lin declared, I can confidently say that I am now devoid of vulnerabilities. It is time for me to strike back. Old man, to convey my respect, I shall employ my utmost strength from this point forward. As Carp spoke, he assumed a stance reminiscent of Luffy. Come on, kid. Wang Lin's figure vanished, and a sound akin to a sonic boom reverberated through the air. In the next moment, where Carp once stood, he too had disappeared, leaving behind a disturbance in the atmosphere resembling the shockwave of a broken sound barrier, slowly dissipating. Following this newly formed wave, 5 additional ripples emerged several hundred meters behind, culminating in a significant splash of water. At this moment, Wang Lin's talents began to shine forth, with his fist poised against the aura of energy surrounding him. Feeling this newfound power, he remarked, Indeed, compared to a year ago, my strength has markedly increased beyond what I had at the 1,000 mark. With further training, I shall forge an even more formidable physique. It may not be long before I can engage in combat with individuals of the highest caliber. It appears that his choice was indeed wise. The enhancement system is undoubtedly the most suitable for direct confrontations in battle. This is the outcome following Wang Lin's recent meditation and the establishment of a final contract. The consequence of this pact is that henceforth, the Demon Slayer will be interred alongside the enshrined demon body within his heart. With each enemy vanquished, the Demon Slayer will absorb the resentment and half of the soul of the deceased. Consequently, the production of elixirs will be reduced by half, initially. 1 elixir equated to 50 lives over 50 years. Moreover, in terms of strength, following the latest ultimate contract and oath, Wang Lin's primary ability will henceforth be limited to the enhancement system, with a maximum activation of 500. His auxiliary abilities have been designated as the emission and manipulation systems. which can only be activated to a basic extent of 100. Furthermore, there are constraints. One can only utilize one type of energy at a time, necessitating a switch when employing auxiliary powers. During combat, this transition may lead to discrepancies due to the lack of coordination and power. The stipulations are as follows. 1. From this point forward, one may not simultaneously utilize more than one type of energy ability. 2. Only 3 types of abilities may be employed. 3. The enhancement system is to be the primary default choice, divided into 5 tiers, each enhancing by 100, with the first tier as the default. 4. The secondary choices are limited to the emission and manipulation systems, basic tier, unable to enhance through contracts. 5. Previously developed items may only be used and cannot be redeveloped. Mandatory commands are exempt but must not contradict the final contract. 6. Conditions 3 to 4 allow for foundational enhancements as one's strength increases. Additionally, the effects of fusion have manifested, showcasing a perfect amalgamation of will and energy. Notably, the integration of armed energy has reached its zenith, marking Wang Lin's strongest state thus far. As his strength grows, these capabilities will also intensify. Their effects are as follows. 1. Emperor's Will, Tyrant State. Killing Intent, Dark Red, Objects in the Path freeze. A targeted release of the Tyrant's armed energy, infused with the will to kill, shattering the spirit. Individuals with fragile minds may succumb immediately or become vegetative. 2. Dread, Pale White. The enemy's atmosphere turns monochrome, losing color, while snow begins to fall, aimed at those harboring hostility, instilling fear in adversaries, affecting multiple targets, and causing sluggishness in their movements. 3. Embrace, Golden Yellow. When allies are influenced by the enemy's armed energy, it provides psychological solace. This can be employed alongside the dread effect. These colors are illusory, yet the ice and snow are tangible. 2. Emperor's Will, Armed State, permanently enhancing one's defensive capabilities, manifesting from the body to the cellular level. Activation prerequisites. Activation of the armed energy iron block initiation fortification commencement. Through a comprehensive process of relentless battering, the dark essence is instilled deep within the body. Ultimately, by employing a combination of resilience and fluidity, one withstands each assault, rendering the effects of the previous stage permanently conferred. Upon achieving this permanence, the body is endowed with sufficient tenacity even in a state of unconsciousness, rendering it impervious to conventional blades and swords, while also providing reflexive warnings against attacks capable of breaching natural defenses. In the Emperor's Insight state, when both the observation and circular senses are activated, one gains the ability to perceive surrounding hostility, discern attack trajectories, and locate hidden adversaries. The initial range of this perception extends to 100 meters and can increase in tandem with prolonged usage, strength, and mastery, theoretically without limit. Moreover, when wielding cold weapons, including strikes from fists and feet, in the Insight State combat mode, one is assured of striking the enemy when their power is significantly inferior. This renewal of the contract and the final invocation of a forceful command has exhausted the last of the ultimate contract's capacities. Thus, apart from the enhancements in comprehension and fusion acquired through the prior upgrade system, all other valuable resources have been depleted. The 6th upgrade, requiring 500 points, presents a considerable challenge. Chapter 20. Opposition from the Future. Wang Lin now stands steadfast, awaiting Karp's counterattack as he emerges from the water. With his current reservoir of energy, he should be able to sustain himself for at least half an hour in this intensity of battle. Moreover, by harmonizing his haki with the iron blocks, the consumption of energy can be significantly mitigated. This combat mode, which conceals his aura and focuses his strength where it is most needed, will be the direction of Wang Lin's future endeavors. Suddenly, a deafening boom resounds as Karp, fueled by fury, unleashes his darkened, armored fist in an assault. Here it comes. A powerful punch. Wang Lin directly confronted with a powerful strike from his right fist. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a brilliant burst of light that radiated outward in a circular pattern. This dazzling illumination reached the distant Bartolora Island, prompting astonished discussions among the onlookers. Soon after, a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. The sea, disturbed by the force of the light, erupted into a colossal wave, crashing against Bartolira with a height of 5 to 6 meters. Once the waters calmed, the small deserted island where the explosion had occurred was no more. Leaving the two individuals treading water, Karp halted his assault, gazing in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Aren't you a user of a devil fruit?" Upon hearing such a question, Wang Lin pondered for a moment and formed some conjectures, yet he replied, "No. I have never claimed to be a wielder of devil fruit powers." Before Carp could inquire further, Wang Lin preemptively stated, "Let us conclude for today. It has become evident that when you are alone, you cannot subdue me. Continuing this battle may lead to disastrous consequences." Upon hearing Wang Lin's proposal for a ceasefire, Carp glanced around at the sinking debris and grunted, "Consider yourself fortunate. Next time, I shall hold nothing back." With that, he leapt out of the water, bouncing towards Bartolomeo. As the formidable old man departed, Wang Lin withdrew his fist from the water, observing the fractures adorning his still-armored hand. Gradually, he activated the restoration and healing functions of his enhancement-type abilities. After a minute or two, once restored to its original state, he relinquished his fifth gear. Sighing, he reflected, "Carp truly possesses considerable strength. Even a reinforced punch in the fifth gear can fracture my fist. It seems I must develop a technique akin to rock, paper, scissors for explosive strikes. Otherwise, during future encounters, while they boast and boast, I will remain an enigma, lacking in the intimidating presence necessary to match their bravado." Wang Lin was still reflecting on his gains and losses. After Carp's departure, in a woodland area of Bartolomeo, he exclaimed, "What a bizarre fellow. How could he possess such explosive power, akin to that of a devil fruit user, if he does not have the ability of a devil fruit? That rascal has an incredibly hard punch, much harder than last time." Finally, he arrived at the garden where Lu Jiu often sat and found her. He said, "Lu Jiu, I reiterate my warning, do not accompany Lin. He is exceedingly dangerous. Thus far, we remain oblivious to his origins, his abilities, or his intentions. He is neither a pirate nor affiliated with our navy or government. A person devoid of identity, who dares to offend formidable forces, is nothing short of a madman. Therefore, for the sake of your child, do not follow him." Lugio smiled gently at Carp and replied, "Lin has disclosed his background to me. He hails from the West Sea. He has not revealed much else, but he assures me that he can provide peace for us both." Deceit. "He is deceiving you. You have witnessed his ruthless methods and reckless demeanor," Carp vehemently opposed, hoping to sway Lugio's perspective to align with his own. Yet, Lugio shook her head and responded, "What I have observed is that he allowed Roger to depart with the dignity of a king. I have seen him personally avenge those unfortunate mothers and children, seeking retribution for the residents of this island. Carp, as Roger's lifelong rival, I hold you in high esteem as a hero. However, the justice you uphold does not encompass the entirety of the people's needs. Port Gas D, Lugio, refrain from speaking recklessly. Monkey D, Carp, I speak only the truth." "Enough, both of you," an elderly voice interjected. "Madame Lugio, do not let your anger compromise your health. Old man, your version of justice is irrelevant to me, as well as to the people here. Lin, when did you arrive?" Carp found it hard to believe his ears and eyes. Lugio seemed unfazed, as this young man had always exhibited peculiarities since he arrived on the island. "You arrived just in time to overhear your conversation." As Wang Lin responded perfunctorily, he pondered inwardly. It appears that with the enhancement of his strength, coupled with the integration of two distinct cultivation systems, the concealed effects have become even more formidable. He then remarked, "Madame Lugio, the duel with Carp has concluded today. Are you prepared?" "I am ready at any moment, Lin. However, I wish to explore this beautiful island further before we proceed," she replied. "Not a problem, madam. I shall accompany you. With my presence, no one can harm you or the child." At this juncture, he cast a provocative glance at Carp. Carp let out a huff, sulking alone as he made his way into the town, seeking a tavern to indulge and drink. Wang Lin ambled along with a slanted backpack, trailing not far behind Lugio, moving at a leisurely pace. Lugio meandered, pausing intermittently, lost in memories of the place where she had last shared life with her husband. Ultimately, they arrived at the seaside, traversed the sandy shore, and settled upon a solitary rock, gazing at the silhouette of a grand ship visible only to her eyes. Wang Lin, in a fit of boredom, casually revealed a manga that was on the verge of self-immolation, flipping through its pages with disinterest. A full-page illustration of the entire island, while the rest remained blank. He then fixed his gaze on the 3 remaining empty panels. No, there seems to be a hint of narrative akin to that found in mystery comics. What on earth? This extensive manga, with Bartolomeo Island as a subtle backdrop, gradually unfolded into a plethora of narrative commentary reminiscent of detective tales. If the events of the past were to be altered, would our existence be affected? At the turning points of history, if Lucio were to survive, would A still become a pirate? No, there has already been a slight deviation. at least in my memory, prior to Ace's birth. All personnel executing government orders on Bartolomeo had been exterminated, the perpetrator unknown. Then, if someone among us had perished in the past without anyone knowing, what would become of us now? Perhaps there's a high probability we would be dead, right? Haha. Therefore, you and I, inheritors of the time fruit and the void fruit, must prevent the alteration of history. Are you overthinking this? We are, after all, adversaries. While curiosity lingers, if the present circumstances could improve, why would I seek to thwart the pivotal moments of the past? Let us not forget, you are also a celestial dragon, and your time fruit is derived from Lucho's demise. Moreover, even if you refuse to cooperate, we possess strategies to proceed. In such a case, although our current selves may perish without the possibility of return, we could convey vital intelligence back to our past selves. Just ponder that for a moment. I shall grant you 10 minutes to deliberate. Chapter 21. Contingency Plans. Upon reaching this juncture, Wang Lin immediately commenced a fervent exercise of his intellect. Perhaps owing to his innate insight, a multitude of countermeasures surged into his mind in an instant. How did these unknown entities arrive at this location? Is it a capability derived from the amalgamation of the time-space devil fruit and the space devil fruit? Does this imply that any event occurring within this realm, which could potentially influence the future, would evoke a heightened awareness in the adversary? Consequently, would historical records also undergo alteration? Could their mode of arrival be construed as events acting as temporal coordinates? If so, should he not simply transfer Lugio? Based on his foresight, the unknown entities might resort to desperate measures, allowing matters to spiral out of control. What significance would my actions hold then? Should I concede defeat in such a manner? Erasing the existence of Lugio and her child would render the opponent devoid of event coordinates. Yet, such a course of action would amount to a denial of my previous endeavors. The inaugural change I initiated was sending Roger on his way. As this realization struck him like a thunderclap, the Hall of Heroes came to mind. He pondered the specific utility of the Hall of Heroes as conveyed by the system. Why had it remained undisclosed until now? After recounting the current predicament to the system, he received a response. Host. It was not yet the opportune moment to divulge this information, for this function is a proprietary feature of the system. However, given the sudden development, I may reveal some details. The Hall of Heroes serves as a repository for elite souls identified by the system in that realm. The deceased exist only in a corporeal sense. Although resurrection is unattainable in this world, they can perceive it through the host. There exists the possibility that they may return on some future day. Wang Lin discerned the subtle implications and inquired, so, this feature was not specifically designed for me. Yet I can make use of it? Although you were integrated into my system, the entity that provided you to me must have had a reason. Now, everything makes sense. With your assistance, I can fulfill my own aspirations while concurrently aiding you in completing the tasks assigned by that entity, correct? It's a win-win situation. I too am uncertain. This capability manifested suddenly upon my encounter with Roger, likely triggered by that event. Wang Lin remained unconcerned. Pondering within himself, I must reveal the truth to Lugio and gauge her reaction. At this moment, I seek to confirm the singular question, do Lugio and Ace, mother and son, qualify as elite souls? Do my designated elites truly count as elites? After a contemplation of approximately 30 seconds, the system responded, they do qualify. However, in the future, do not allow any imposters to infiltrate. Wang Lin, with a sense of satisfaction, manifested the Book of Omnipotence and remarked, how could one possibly pass off a fake? Given that you have the clandestine task from that existence, I am obliged to assist you. The elite encompasses various fields. And upon the conclusion of this incident, I shall conjure a church on my island of greed in the name of religion, allowing you to select from those who have passed if they meet the criteria. This shall serve as one of my tokens of gratitude towards you. Having spoken, he retrieved a card from the Book of Omnipotence, which bore an image of a handgun. This image represented the ability of the most loyal leader's woman from the Spider Brigade, a tool capable of implanting thoughts into another's mind. The conditions for its use were straightforward. One merely needed to harness their mental energy, clearly formulate the intended message, and upon pulling the trigger, direct it towards the recipient. This method is applicable only in special circumstances, particularly when time is of the essence, as is the case now. Accompanying this firearm was a card resembling a glove designed for exploration, which, however, was not immediately useful. Both items are reusable tools. Wang Lin held up a card and declared, appear. Instantly, a revolver materialized in his hand as he approached Lugio. Hearing footsteps behind her, Lugio turned to see Wang Lin wielding an object that seemed utterly out of place in their world. She inquired, if I am not mistaken. What you possess is a firearm, correct? What has transpired? It is important to note that a gun does not necessarily equate to the ability to take a life. Madam, the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Please trust me. If you will, Wang Lin replied earnestly. Lugio responded, your strength surpasses mine, and given my current condition, I shall place my faith in you. If your intent were to harm me, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. Wang Lin nodded slightly and said, my lady, you shall not be in danger. Moreover, when I pull the trigger, conquer your fear and do not flinch. At that moment, you shall discern all that is meant for you to know. However, once you are enlightened, refrain from uttering obvious statements. If questions arise, please inquire with subtlety. Upon witnessing Lugio nod in agreement, Wang Lin remarked, indeed, you are Roger's wife, possessing such courage. He then focused his thoughts, summarizing the events and his own origins in a manner tinged with myth, and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Lugio's forehead. The sound of the gunfire subdued by the roar of the ocean. After being shot, Lugio suffered no injury. Rather, she entered a state of trance in that fleeting moment. A deity, Wang Lin, had a divine being granted him a second chance at life? The ruin of O'Hara. Ace raised by bandits, Ace's demise in the war atop the summit. And Garp sitting beside Ace, mysterious soliloquies of foreshadowing echoed in her mind. The next bearer of the time fruit would be a celestial dragon. Could it be? Empty phrases spilled forth from Lugio's lips. Wang Lin interjected, saying, do not speak of it. The situation is now somewhat comprehended by the lady. If there is a chance to visit that place, where our family may reunite, would you desire such a thing? Upon being awakened by Wang Lin, Lugio, upon hearing these words, expressed her wish. I wish to first see your homeland, as well as the Isle of Greed. No problem, madam. However, you must hold this comic in your hands and focus intently on it. Should there be any changes, please inform me promptly, as this would serve as a form of evidence. After this, he utilized the system directly, bringing Lugio back to his home in the West Sea. This marked Wang Lin's first attempt at self-transportation, something he had never tried before nor deemed necessary. The reality of the homeland was contained within the system. Yet it was the forceful command at that moment that allowed the homeland to manifest in its true form within the West Sea, seamlessly merging with the world. We have arrived, madam. Behold, we stand at the very edge of the Isle of Greed. Across lies the place of my upbringing. An island that once belonged to the West Sea. Lugio gazed at the dramatically transformed surroundings and the myriad of peoples, remarking, are these not those who were meant to depart? Indeed, for this reason, I have taken many lives. Suddenly, the comic began to change. The spoiler in Lugio's grasp fulfilled its promise of self-immolation, igniting into flames. New words appeared in the blank space above, 3 minutes remaining. At this moment, Lugio believed, stating, we may begin now. I shall still call you Lin. Lin, thank you for your actions on our behalf. If there ever comes a day of return, even if it is not to this world, I hope our family may toast a drink in your honor. Wang Lin also shook his head, expressing his disbelief. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Initially, I only wished to resolve a few regrets, among which was Ace's departure. However, I never expected that I would have to personally send you all away. Farewell. After saying this, he waved at Lugio as the system began to collect Lugio and the soul of her unborn child, sending them to Roger's side. Once this was accomplished, everything about Lugio vanished, including her corporeal form, just like Roger's at that moment. System, show me the state of their family. Is it as you described? With their souls residing in a confined space? Certainly, please hold on. At this juncture, Wang Lin stifled a glance at the spoilers, noting that there was still a slight remnant ablaze, and leaned in to observe. Indeed, the narration commenced. Damn it. Lugio has disappeared. That coordinate is lost. How infuriating. Wait, we were not affected. However, from now on, we must closely monitor historical records, especially those with specific documented events. Once they are gone, they will be utterly consumed by flames. The spoilers have vanished. A crisp sound emanated from his backpack. With the answers at hand, Wang Lin opened the bag and retrieved the shattered prank pen. He excavated a pit where the comic had vanished and buried the pen there. Diligent and responsible. Well done, he remarked before continuing to await the system's response. Chapter 22. Laying out the future. After a while, the system indicated that it was ready, and Wang Lin found himself in a certain space. Is this the entrance to the Hall of Heroes? He inquired, gazing at the immense bronze door before him. The system's hollow voice echoed in his ear. Indeed, once you step inside, you will be able to see Roger's family. They're in room 1. Wang Lin remarked. How fashionable, noting the door number, and stepped inside. Upon seeing the door labeled 1, he called out, Is One Piece's Roger here? Open the door, the landlord has arrived. Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open, revealing Roger. Oh, you seem a bit displeased, he observed. Wang Lin felt a touch of bewilderment. Questioning the significance of the matter, Roger replied, I am quite displeased, discontent with Carp, and equally so with you. Wang Lin was displeased and remarked, I understand your disdain for Carp, but to harbor resentment towards me? Are you out of your mind? You scoundrel. Watch the fight. Stand down, Roger. Without Lin, our paths would never cross, and you would never meet Ace. At that moment, Lugio emerged holding a baby. What a remarkable feat. Madam Lugio. Have you just entered only to give birth? Wang Lin was taken aback. Lugio explained, No, it is not as you think. We have been here for several days now. Initially, I intended to suppress and delay Ace's growth using the time fruit. However, the time fruit can only be used on oneself and cannot be applied to others. Thus, when I used it on the child, although it was successful, it left behind indelible and irreversible scars. After my arrival here, the powers of the time fruit vanished, and Ace grew rapidly, resulting in his birth. This explanation still left Wang Lin astonished, and the system promptly interjected, Soul state distinguishes from the physical body. There is no need for astonishment or to display any embarrassing demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt it to be quite reasonable. He then chuckled, Congratulations. With the arrival of your child, there seems to be a lack of gifts. Therefore, let us not be concerned about discretion here. I have 3 pills to present to you. Each elixir can prolong life by 50 years. Had I possessed such a treasure when dear Roger was alive, he might still be gallivanting across the vast seas today. Roger, not one to decline, swiftly seized the opportunity, declaring, Let this be considered compensation for depriving Ace of his growth. Lugio, well aware of her husband's temperament, refrained from making any objections and inquired, Is this the very thing you originally intended to use to extend my life? Wang Lin nodded and said, Indeed, that is one of them. Additionally, it is the breath of the archangel. Considering your frail condition, I have made 2 preparations. Alas, plans often fail to keep pace with changes. However, that is all in the past now. From this point onward, you shall reside here, and I anticipate that many neighbors will join you in the future. I hope that by then, Roger will still be king. I shall take my leave now. Wait, Roger interjected, having gleaned some understanding from his wife. You have already captured their attention. What are your intentions? Wang Lin confidently asserted, Do not worry, as long as time flourishes and conditions are ample. Even the divine shall meet their end. After uttering these words, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he added, Please pluck a hair from your child for me. The couple, perplexed by Wang Lin's request for their son's hair, did not inquire further and complied. Once he obtained a strand of hair from AIC's ethereal form, Wang Lin's consciousness departed and returned to his corporeal body. The system inquired, What purpose do you have for a strand of hair from the soul? Wang Lin chuckled, saying, The mountain man possesses his own exquisite strategies. After all, can one truly call a pirate without the likes of Ace? I do this for your benefit as well as my own. With that, he produced the omnipotent book, enveloping a strand of hair with his thoughts, manifesting it effortlessly. In an instant, a strand of hair imbued with a soul materialized before him. Subsequently, he summoned Xiao AI onto the ground, and a submarine appeared quite unexpectedly. Entering the submarine, he knocked on Yak's door and stated, I have a task for you. Using this hair, clone a male infant to be born on the 1st day of January next year. Yax accepted a small vial, glancing at the delicate strand of hair within, and replied, Rest assured, Master, I shall fulfill this task. May I inquire if there are any specific attributes you wish to bestow upon this infant? Wang Lin replied, No need. I will handle it from now on. All I require is a healthy cloned infant. Yes, Master. Furthermore, during my recent moments of leisure, I have continued to enhance the artificial fruits, and I have made new advancements. May I inquire if there is a particular direction you would like me to focus my research on, Master? Wang Lin pondered for a moment and remarked, Let us set this aside for now. Our primary focus should be on the successful completion of the cloning of the infant. Once the embryo is ready, please notify Xiao AI, and she will inform me. After arranging this task, Wang Lin exited the submarine and reverted Xiao AI back to her Tattoo form. He then inquired, System, have you successfully acquired Lady Lugio's time-type devil fruit? Indeed. The sacrifice has been completed, the system responded. Why do I only have 12 points? Wang Lin questioned, perplexed. What about the weight of the character's fruit development? Regarding the weight, since Lugio was not sacrificed, you only receive the base points in addition to the fruit's inherent weight, the system clarified. Wang Lin, while not particularly concerned about the system's explanation, merely sought confirmation. Wang Lin continued, the devil fruit reappears in some corner of the world after the demise of each host. Its emergence is centered around the location of the previous host's death, manifesting in nearby fruits. If we were to find this fruit again, would you be able to discern its appearance? The system replied, no problem. I can confirm that completely. With the system's precise response, Wang Lin smiled. For regardless of who acquires the fruit after Lugio's demise, as long as they secure it first, the future would inevitably be altered. He initiated the transformation of his foundational abilities from enhancement to emission. With a surge of psychic energy, a multitude of diminutive beings, akin to Pinocchio with elongated noses upon telling falsehoods, emerged from the ground, each distinguished by numbers on their backs. At that moment, Wang Lin shifted his basic ability once more to manipulation, inserting control needles into each psychic creature and issuing the command, go forth from my position and seek out the fruit. Upon completion of the command, these manifested beings dashed in all directions. Simultaneously, maintaining his manipulation ability, he instructed, System, please assist me in detecting the aura of the fruit. Should any psychic creature discover it, or if it is in proximity, alert me. These psychic beings, lacking the emission of psychic energy as their primary form, could only exist for 1 hour. Following this, Wang Lin also inserted a control needle into himself for precise and accurate manipulation. Seated cross-legged, he embraced the sea breeze while awaiting the system's notification, pondering his next steps to address the looming uncertainties of the future. Significant events? Which is preferable, human intervention or the original history? The future appears as an illusion to the present, yet history possesses inertia. Could the abilities of a divine manipulator be of use? As he contemplated the selection of a puppet, the system chimed in. Host, a response has been detected. At the fruit stall located between number 158 and number 189, the fruit has been purchased by a child you previously saved, who is now heading home. Oh, have I found it? Let me see, he exclaimed, adjusting his focus to control the body of the psychic creature at number 189. Just as he seized control, he noticed a small figure resembling a Pinocchio beside him. Following the direction indicated by the system, he realized it was the little girl from the village who had narrowly escaped being harmed by the previous host of the fruit. How fortuitous. Recognizing her, Wang Lin's psychic creature appeared before the child, blocking her path. The child, slightly frightened, looked up at the creature of similar stature and exclaimed, What do you want? Please don't cause any trouble. The master here is very powerful. Wang Lin, unable to articulate his thoughts, had meticulously stripped away all superfluous functionalities during the initial design phase to retain the combat prowess of the battle-type spirit beasts. In response to a child's inquiry, he gestured briefly before pointing at a fruit in the basket, its surface entirely adorned with spirals, and then indicated himself. Upon seeing this, the little girl appeared to comprehend and instinctively shielded the fruit basket, exclaiming, Are you attempting to seize my fruit? At that moment, another peculiar boy, identical to the one before her, approached, prompting the girl to cry out in a state of alarm, Sheriff, there's a villain trying to steal my fruit. Hurry. Alas, the sheriff would arrive within 10 seconds. My apologies, dear little girl. Wang Lin ceased his explanations, unable to articulate further. He swiftly seized the fruit basket and dashed towards the edge of the island. Chapter 23. The Potent Puppet, a challenging selection. Upon returning to his original form, he promptly lifted the control over these thought beasts. As he collected the fruits in due course, he utilized a special card to encapsulate them, transforming them into a thought card. Thought beasts, disperse. Despite this rapid eradication of all matters, he remained ensnared by his own settings. Sir, we were just pursuing a kindred spirit that was stealing fruits from children. Have you seen it? Wang Lin observed the leading security captain, who bore an expression of recognition, accompanied by a tone that underscored a sense of familiarity. Wang Lin nodded helplessly and said, I admit to the theft. I am willing to accept the punishment. Pray, what form shall it take? The captain of the security team first saluted, then replied, The punishment will be determined based on the circumstances. As you have committed theft without causing harm, you may face either half a month's labor reform or a fine equivalent to 100 times the cost of the stolen fruit, to be used for compensating the aggrieved party. Option 2. I choose option 2. I accept the fine, and you shall cover it for me. Certainly, my lord. We shall provide compensation to that young lady, yet there remains a procedure to follow. The captain of the security team stated firmly. Noticing Wang Lin's silence, he continued. Let us proceed to the bureau to document the incident. Wang Lin, somewhat at a loss for words, thought to himself. So this is what it means to be a steadfast enforcer of the law. Truly remarkable. Very well, let us go. Might I request not to wear handcuffs? Of course. My lord, please accompany us. Remain composed, and we shall ensure confidentiality. Wang Lin corrected. I shall lead the way while you all follow behind at a leisurely pace. Along the journey, he was surrounded by enthusiastic individuals, their gratitude evident in their expressions. Big brother, what a coincidence. We meet again. Wang Lin had long been aware of the individual involved. However, he was still recognized, albeit it was all orchestrated by Pinocchio, who believed herself to be virtuous in the eyes of the young girl. The constable also approached, intending to speak. Wang Lin spoke first. I heard from the sheriff that there was an incident involving a child stealing fruit, and you were the one involved, correct? It's all right, shortly. Another group will provide you with a compensation that is 100-fold, as a penalty for the thief. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. The final words were delivered with an elevated tone, and he departed swiftly. The sheriffs followed closely behind. The remainder of the process went considerably smoother, as they quickly arrived at the crime record office, completed the documentation of the case, affixed a top-secret stamp, and then exited. Wang Lin bore no grudge against the law enforcement officers, for the preservation of order and rules is paramount. He swiftly departed. For there were matters of great importance at hand, foremost among them the selection of puppets. At present, he had a definitive list of candidates in mind: Garp, Roger, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Kaido, Lin, and Steelbone Kong. The remaining 5 remained uncertain. Aside from Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard, he had not encountered the others, rendering him unable to craft the corresponding puppets, which constituted the dilemma he faced. Additionally, the last 5 must possess formidable strength, otherwise the puppets would inherently be weaker than their original forms by a level or 2, and due to insufficient limits, they would be incapable of achieving a counterattack. Thus, the immediate plan was to infiltrate the Navy or align himself with the 2 prominent pirate factions in the New World, ensuring at least a fleeting encounter. Time was of the essence, Wang Lin lamented. Yet, who among the current world boasts exceptional prowess? A vampire could be one, and the Golden Lion another. Even the 5 elders would be difficult to approach. So, who might the remaining 3 candidates be? Kazuki Oden possessed the might to slay Kaido, firmly establishing himself among the elite. However, Wano country was likely under occupation, otherwise the origins of the Raj fruit would remain inexplicable. It appeared Oden's development was evidently superior to that of Kazuki. Never mind, a visit to Wano could be arranged. Encountering corpses could suffice for puppet creation, albeit with diminished potency. Moreover, would it be feasible to raid tombs and transform the corpses of those powerful individuals into puppets? That seemed inappropriate, as it would desecrate the remains of the mighty, a negation of one's own strength. At most, he could craft puppets of a slightly lower caliber, akin to Oden. Currently, Barrett was a potential candidate, and should he be selected, Rayleigh could also be considered. Thus, the numbers would suffice. Additionally, the green pepper could serve as an alternative candidate, being from the West Sea, which brought him closer. After all, this era is not characterized by a true explosion of formidable pirates, and the number of top-tier experts is scarce. Even when Luffy and his crew set sail, the only notable additions were Shanks, Mihawk, and a fully operational Barrett. The rest fell somewhat short. The matured admirals, too, were lacking in comparison. Ultimately, if he could not conceive of more candidates, he would have to accept the situation as it stood. He once again instructed Yax to prepare materials for the creation of 12 puppets, ensuring they were sufficiently durable yet would not compromise the puppet's agility. Yax accepted the task anew, assuring him that it could be completed within 4 months. 4 months, you say? You may find it swift, but I am the one facing the challenge. He shook his head, exhaling a sigh, and retrieved the Universal Book, materializing a card. The facade card, designed to provide information as a subtle hint through a thin veneer, could disguise one's identity. Its effect allowed the bearer to masquerade as any individual of the same race they had encountered, remaining undiscovered by others provided no force was employed. He then proceeded to craft more of such cards, as he anticipated numerous future applications. Even if they went unused, stowing them within the book would pose no inconvenience. Preparedness is the key to avoiding misfortune. One merely prepares an umbrella on a sunny day. After completing 50 tasks, I exhausted all my thoughts before finally pausing. I drew 3 more cards, combining them with one from before, and after placing them into my backpack, I tucked away the Book of Omnipotence and collapsed onto the ground in sheer fatigue. Once I had rested, I intended to meet with Qing Jiao to assess whether his prowess warranted selection. Having spoken, I succumbed to a deep slumber. When I awoke once more, it was well into the night. The full moon hung high, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Yet I felt the absence of a companion with whom to share the moonlit view. This experience felt particularly exhausting. The morning had been spent in combat. The afternoon dedicated to unleashing thought beasts in search of fruits, followed by crafting various tools, leaving me utterly drained. However, I pondered whether my overall emotional reservoir was still insufficient. Should I encounter a more formidable opponent or face a siege? My lack of strength could lead to the exposure of my trump cards. Gazing at the moon, I contemplated my future training regimen. The subsequent functionalities of the training room hinge upon the forthcoming hunts. System, I inquired, does the quality of offerings differ between masters and ordinary individuals? Previously, the training room utilized common soldiers, whose combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Navy or pirates. Thus, if I were to capture such individuals as offerings, the unlocking of subsequent functionalities should proceed more swiftly, should it not? The system responded without hesitation. Indeed, the quality of offerings is intrinsically linked to their strength. If you utilize those endowed with demonic abilities as offerings, rather than merely presenting them to me, the effects will be significantly enhanced. Wang Lin remarked, let it be. Upgrading is already a daunting task, and removing the source of points only complicates matters further. However, as you mentioned, the hosts of the devil fruits will soon acquire the powers of superhuman fruits. By the way, may I use the artificial fruit created by yaks as an offering? That is permissible, yet it may later result in a nullification effect. Whether to use it now or in the future is entirely at your discretion. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before declaring, very well, I shall postpone the matter of drug resistance. Instead, I will focus on the arduous task of capturing individuals. This experience package shall be reserved for future use. He retrieved a transformation card created in the afternoon, reflecting, whose visage shall I assume? Chapter 24. I am Carp. Iron Fist Carp as dawn gradually broke. Wang Lin, who had spent the night on the beach, sat up. I have made my decision. It is you, Carp. This should prove to be quite entertaining, he mused. Afterward, he made his way to Homestead Island, where he shared breakfast with his adoptive parents before departing the familiar space and emerging in the West Sea region. His first destination was to seek out Qing Jiao. Eager to gauge his current capabilities, are.Await, he called out, simultaneously adjusting his thoughts to summon her presence. Let us venture to the kingdom of flowers in the West Sea, and I shall also witness the nation inspired by my ancestral homeland, China. It is said that there, everyone reveres martial prowess, and the spirit of martial arts flourishes. All right, big brother, you speak of a soul that suits me perfectly. When shall I acquire it? Well, it should take about 20 more years, I suppose. But fret not, is it not delightful to accompany me? Without the soul, are.Await still adores big brother. Observing are.Awai's expression, Wang Lin affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, big brother also cherishes are.Await, and thus I must find the most fitting soul for you. Everything is prepared. We simply await the soul's emergence. Let us set forth. As they chatted and laughed together, it took less than an hour to arrive at the Kingdom of Flowers. Wang Lin inquired once more, are you truly unaware of the principle behind autonomously locating targets? are.Await tilted her head and responded, is it not simply a matter of stating the name, setting off, and then opening the hatch to arrive? That is precisely how it works. Faced with her seemingly unsolvable response, Wang Lin chose not to argue further. After all, what difference was there between locking an elephant in a refrigerator in 3 steps? Walking along the streets of the Kingdom of Flowers, Wang Lin observed the diverse array of people with earnest attention. How should one articulate this? This nation appears to be an island crafted by the author of Pirates, drawing upon the cultural backdrop of the central plains of China. While distinct from the backdrop of the long-armed tribe in the Qing dynasty, there were certain areas where the author's understanding seemed somewhat tenuous. For instance, the nation's martial spirit is exemplified by the numerous martial arts academies, which are not referred to as martial arts schools, but rather as martial way halls. The martial disciplines here are not termed martial arts, but are categorized into various schools, such as the Tang Hand and Qi Flow Martial Way Hall, the Five Beasts and Qi Flow Martial Way Hall, and the One Sword Flow to cut down the Japanese Martial Way Hall, among others. The most prominent martial institution is the Eight Extremes Association in Chi Flow Martial Way Hall, established by the violent agency of this nation, the Eight Treasure Water Army. This Eight Treasure Water Army, when adorned in the garb of the state, functions as the military. When they shed their uniforms, they become pirates. Intriguingly, this Eight Extremes seems to echo the essence of Eight Extremes Fist, albeit in a manner that is somewhat ambiguous. Wang Lin attentively observed the teachings of various martial arts schools, particularly focusing on the Ba Ji He Hui and Chi Lu Martial Arts Academy. He discovered that although the author of this small notebook presented ideas that seemed somewhat dubious, the world ought to possess its own will. Thus, he refined this system of martial arts and extrapolated several key points of Ba Ji Quan that he had previously encountered in films during his past life. Wang Lin, while clandestinely acquiring knowledge, engaged in profound contemplation, aspiring to synthesize a unique martial arts style from the diverse techniques present on this island, encompassing both unarmed combat and weaponry. The unarmed combat, characterized by the Eight Extremes, exuded unparalleled ferocity. The swordsmanship reminiscent of the famed Qijiang's tactics clearly echoed the legacy of the Qi family army. The local inhabitants were not averse to the term woku, for if one referred to them as ghosts, they might interpret it as a compliment to their charm. Henceforth, this sword technique would serve as the foundation for developing his primary combat style. With burgeoning ideas, Wang Lin traversed the forest, his mind incessantly devising the Eight Extremes boxing techniques alongside various imagined martial arts maneuvers. Just as the essence of combat lies in its inception and intent, akin to the prowess displayed by the formidable hunters like Wajin with his powerful strikes and Shao Jia with his cunning tactics, he too could forge a distinctive manifestation of combat. After all, the genesis of intent and spirit within martial arts could yield unexpected outcomes. Upon reaching a secluded glade, Wang Lin came to a halt, sensing that this was indeed the right place. Suddenly, his aura surged, catalyzing the second explosive form of the Emperor's intent, the Overlord state. As he bellowed, "Green pepper, come forth for a discourse." Upon uttering these words, he advanced towards the source of the formidable presence he sensed. In response, a voice resonated from the opposite side, imbued with an aura distinct from any other, declaring, "I have dwelled in seclusion here for many years, untouched by outsiders. Who are you?" With that, their energies clashed in a palpable confrontation. Wang Lin approached him with a calm and measured pace, as snowflakes began to fall along the path, adorning the forest in a resplendent cloak of silver. Upon witnessing the individual whose head resembled a flattened bun, Wang Lin contemplated, why forsake the illustrious art of Baji Quan to pursue the triviality of iron head skill? Does he believe this is Shaolin Temple? Yet, he verbally expressed, "I am, of course, here for you, Green Pepper. Let us dispense with trivialities. I wish to engage in a contest with you. I recently had a match with Carp, which ended without a decisive victor, and you are a rare master from the West Sea." Upon hearing Carp's name, the old man erupted in fury, bellowing, "Carp? Is Carp here? I shall slay him." Wang Lin replied, "No, he should currently be in the South China Sea, and you will not be able to locate him. Instead, let us engage in a spar. My time is somewhat limited." Upon hearing that Carp was absent, Qing Zhao's emotions settled slightly. He gazed at Wang Lin and remarked, "It appears you possess considerable skill. Your imposing aura is rather unique." Wang Lin remarked, "Indeed. There is a certain strength present, thus I must seek verification." As fortune would have it, while traversing the land of flowers, I chanced upon some training within martial arts academies, from which I gleaned a few insights. Let us venture to a secluded isle. Otherwise, our contest may wreak havoc upon the ground. Upon uttering this, he once again elevated his aura, compelling Qing Zhao to recognize the veracity of Wang Lin's words. Being a martial artist himself, Qing Zhao would naturally not shy away from such a challenge. He responded, "Very well. Allow me to witness the prowess of the undefeated youth you speak of, who has faced off against Cap. Follow me." With that, he executed a technique akin to a moonlit step, soaring gracefully into the air without the slightest hesitation, thereby gauging the strength of his companion. Wang Lin remained silent, his figure oscillating between stillness and motion in that fleeting moment. He swiftly caught up and, maintaining a distance of 30 meters behind Qing Zhao, ceased to accelerate, trailing closely in his wake. Indeed, there was some skill involved. Thus, he decided to quicken his pace once more to observe further. Wang Lin responded, "No worries, Senior Qing Zhao. Feel free to accelerate. I can keep up." And so, after a brief passage of time, They arrived at a modest island, approximately 10 miles in circumference. Ah, this will suffice. As previously mentioned, our competition is not a duel. Allow me to go first and demonstrate some martial arts techniques I have acquired here. And I welcome your guidance, he declared. Without waiting for Qingjiao's consent, he commenced a vigorous display, seamlessly integrating elements of Baji Quan, Wakingxi, and Tongshou, unleashing a flurry of strikes that were both reminiscent of the Baji Quan of this world and infused with unique moves not previously seen here. As his movements grew increasingly fluid, an epiphany struck Wang Lin, and he found himself beside a large reef, leaning against it momentarily before detaching. He then began to strike the surface of the sea with his palms, initially struggling with the rhythm, reminiscent of his earlier performance. Qingjiao observed, puzzled, and remarked, "Your technique is quite visually appealing, yet it appears to lack any substantial force." After speaking, he approached the reef and examined the spot where Wang Lin had rested. Curiously, he touched it with his finger, and to his astonishment, the entire rock crumbled to dust upon contact, transforming into fine particles. One might mistakenly believe that Qingjiao had acquired some extraordinary lethal ability. In a state of shock, Qingjiao turned his gaze towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin began to discern the situation. His mastery of the technique grew increasingly fluid. Ultimately, he drew both hands to his right waist, and with a sudden motion, unleashed a powerful strike. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon resonated through the air. From Wang Li's hands emerged the shadow of a dark crimson divine dragon, hurtling towards the sea. The ocean responded with a deafening sound akin to a colossal shell detonating in the depths, sending water splashing up to several dozen meters high. With this, he retracted his fists. Wang Lin gazed at Qingjiao and inquired, "Is it satisfactory?" The recent deductions are still rather rudimentary, and the techniques involving finger, leg, and foot movements have yet to be unveiled. Qingjiao stood in a daze for a moment before responding. "Isn't it the power of the devil fruit? It bears a resemblance to the offensive techniques of hockey. Youngster, does your earlier reliance and palm strike possess a name?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed. It should be Tai Shan Kao and Jiang Long Zhang. Tai Shan Kao relies on a single thrust, yet its forms are manifold. However, Jiang Long Zhang boasts an array of techniques, with the current signature move being Kong Long Yuhui." Upon hearing this, Qingjiao felt as though he had discovered a treasure. His fighting spirit ignited. He declared, "In the realm of martial arts, I believed I had reached my limits, only to realize that there are indeed others beyond. It seems there exists such an approach. Let us proceed. Perhaps through our contest, I too may glean some insights." With that, he engaged Wang Lin using his most proficient martial art, the Eichong fist, and they began to spar. This contest was not as tense as his previous encounters with Carp. Both were mindful of their strength. One sought to advance further, while the other aimed to refine his martial techniques. They exchanged moves and countered with an unspoken understanding, occasionally employing powerful strikes infused with intent, exploring whether new effects might emerge. 3 days later, Wang Lin and Qingjiao shared a cup of wine. Wang Lin expressed, "I am grateful for the guidance you have provided, esteemed senior. Your skills are truly among the world's elite." Qingjiao, rubbing the various aches that had settled in his body, responded, "Oh, not at all. It is the youth who are truly formidable. I am growing old, indeed. However, I must thank you for restoring my vigor. I had not anticipated that the fists of youth could possess such strength." Wang Lin chuckled and replied, "No need for thanks. It is only to be expected. However, esteemed senior, it would be wise to refrain from employing such headstrong tactics in the future." With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Qingjiao seated by the fire, sipping his drink and lost in thought. Once Wang Lin had receded into the distance, Qingjiao murmured, "What an oddity. Though each blow appears harmless, it feels as though I am on the verge of fracturing internally. Were it not for the medicinal wine recommended by that lad Lin, I dare say I would have lost several years of my life. Nevertheless, this wine is indeed quite fine. It has alleviated many of my lingering ailments from years past. I shall reserve half of it. It may prove useful in the future." With that, he sealed the remaining half of the wine and set forth, traversing the space towards the island of the Fire Nation. After ensuring that no one was around, Wang Lin released Xiao and declared, "Let us proceed to impel down. Our purpose here has been fulfilled. From this moment on, I am Carp, ha ha ha." Xiao, does my laughter resemble that of Carp? Xiao gazed at the transformed Wang Lin, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 25. Arrival at Impel Down. Within the confines of the submarine, Wang Lin continuously reflected on his encounters with Carp, recalling his speech and his seemingly unreliable approach to matters, gradually cultivating a sense of understanding. Standing before a full-length mirror, attired in a cloak of justice reminiscent of Carp, Wang Lin proclaimed, "Now, I am the Iron Fist Carp. Who dares to bare their teeth at me?" He posed before the mirror, exuding an air of confidence born from strength, embodying a demeanor that was both carefree yet secretly fierce. That's about right, just a touch more of joviality, combined with the nonchalant attitude one adopts with colleagues or superiors, and it will suffice. "Shall how long until we arrive? Do not surface directly at Impel Down. Anchor at a nearby island. I wish to requisition a warship to transport me there." "Oh, brother, you look so unattractive right now, and your laughter is quite unpleasant," Xiao remarked, observing Wang Lin with a scrunched face. Wang Lin smiled gently, pondering the significance of the moment. What does it matter if the means are a bit unseemly, as long as the end is achieved? He had once dismissed the notion that divine spirits linger above us. But after being transported to this alternate realm, accompanied by a system akin to a guiding force, he felt it prudent to temper his words. However, the innocent child Xiao, a miraculous being, was perplexed by his silence and inquired, "What happened on that day? Why have you stopped speaking?" "My point is," he continued, "even if I were to play the role of a king one day, I would be more than capable." He chuckled, "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiao, please refrain from interrupting. Pay attention to the vessel's feedback. I have matters to contemplate." Successfully shifting the conversation, he began to assess the combat prowess of the Green Pepper, which barely reached the threshold of first-rate fighters, falling far short of Capone. It could only serve as a last resort. As for the Wayno country Odin, it was likely that he would be reduced to nothing but bones. In such a scenario, utilizing his body as a weapon would only diminish the overall strength. Thus, within the city, only the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, Barrett, and the long-imprisoned Red Count remained viable options. And there was also a notorious pirate possessing the Momo fruit, known as the World Destroyer. If harnessed correctly, such a power could be catastrophic. The thought of it being akin to a nuclear bomb was too daunting to entertain. Moreover, there was Magellan, whose strength was lacking, yet his character was commendable, and his fruit ability was quite impressive. Alas, his ineptitude in fully developing his power rendered him ineffective, causing him daily distress. Should he be absorbed into the Hall of Heroes? Wang Lin believed that under his guidance, the balance between the pirate and navy factions would remain stable. Suddenly struck by a sense of urgency, Wang Lin realized that this was not the right moment. He was unprepared. Perhaps next time, he would recruit him. Anyone possessing courage and loyalty could find a place within the Hall of Heroes. "Big brother, we have arrived at an island inhabited by residents and a naval garrison." Xiao's voice jolted Wang Lin from his reverie. Wang Lin gazed into the mirror, exaggeratedly moved his lips, and flexed his arms. He declared, "I am Carp, Vice Admiral Carp. Open the door." The hatch swung open, revealing a desolate seaside, far removed from the bustling docks. Wang Lin descended from the submarine and, after retrieving Xiao, made his way towards the imposing edifice of the naval garrison building. As he strode with an air of confidence and authority, his striking appearance immediately captured the attention of the naval personnel. Before long, a group of officers approached him briskly, saluting in unison. The leading officer spoke, expressing, "We were unaware of your esteemed arrival, Lord Carp, and we regret not having welcomed you properly. May I inquire, Lord Carp, where is your vessel?" Wang Lin gazed at the unfamiliar extras and refrained from discussing naval matters, knowing that excessive dialogue could lead to complications. He chuckled heartily, scratching his head as he said, "A slight mishap occurred with the ship, and my crew is currently addressing it. By the way, please arrange for a vessel to take me to Advanced City. I have matters to attend to." The officer saluted before speaking, inquiring, "May I ask if there are any relevant orders from you, Admiral?" As you are aware, the deployment of any stationed naval ship requires appropriate directives. Wang Lin was displeased. Was Carp truly so lacking in dignity? He erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You insolent brat, do I not deserve any respect? If Sengoku and the others were to discover that my ship was damaged and required your assistance, wouldn't they mock me endlessly?" Then, with a mischievous grin, he continued, "Little rascal, it has been ages since I have shown my affection through my fists to the younger generation. Are you perhaps yearning for a taste of my fondness? Is this a threat from the venerable Carp? Oh dear, Carp is quite fearsome. It seems the commander might find himself under scrutiny. Indeed, after all, he is a hero of our navy. It is merely a matter of borrowing a ship." With Impel down so close, a mere half-hour would suffice for a round trip. The officer, whose orders came from above, felt a bit intimidated upon hearing Karp's words and the hushed whispers of the soldiers. He looked at the hero before him and stammered, "Sir, you see." Wang Lin leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "We are all part of the same system. Today, you are doing me a favor, and I shall return the courtesy in the future. I have but one request. Take me to Advanced City. Surely, you do not expect me to traverse there using moonwalk, do you?" Upon hearing this, the officer felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the prowess of Lord Karp would allow him to simply use moonwalk to arrive directly. The reason he did not was due to the lack of dignity in such an approach. It was no wonder he appeared so dejected when he was seen alone, especially since he had mentioned that his ship was under repair. One could surmise that Lord Karp must have journeyed here at great speed using moonwalk, stopping only to seek a vessel. Coming to this understanding, the officer said, "My lord, would you prefer a small patrol ship? That falls well within my jurisdiction. We happen to be scheduled to patrol near Advanced City. As long as you do not mind the modest specifications, let us proceed with the patrol ship. Come, let us be on our way." Wang Lin observed the other party's willingness to compromise and promptly acquiesced, stating, "I no longer wish to walk. Please bring the boat over here. I shall wait, and kindly bring along 2 bags of donuts as well. Charge the expense to my account, and remember to call later to retrieve it." "Yes, sir. Please take a seat here while we prepare to bring the boat to you shortly." Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively and fell silent. After distancing themselves from Karp, the soldiers quietly inquired, "Commander, when did we become patrolmen?" The general cast a disdainful glance at the simple-minded soldiers and replied, "Just now, today. As long as Lord Karp is here, we are patrolmen, understood?" With such clarity, the group quickly grasped the meaning, exclaiming, "The commander is truly clever. Lord Karp will remember us." Each harbored a hopeful vision as they maneuvered a fairly sizable vessel into position, even bringing along some delightful donuts. Upon boarding, in order to effectively impersonate Karp, they had to continuously indulge in these sugary confections, which were not to their liking. Occasionally it was tolerable, but too much became overwhelmingly sweet. Ultimately, they preferred meat, a sentiment shared by most pirates. Thus, while munching on donuts, they occasionally shouted boisterously. Finally, they arrived at Impel Down. Magellan had already inquired about the vessel's arrival through the transponder snail. Upon learning that Karp was visiting, he took the initiative to greet them. Wang Lin beheld the warden adorned with demonic wings and nodded in appreciation. "Warden Magellan, I wish to explore the 6th level of Impel Down. Would that be convenient for you? It's not strictly official business, merely an inquiry I wish to pursue. Of course, I cannot divulge the details. Please do not press for answers." "Magellan, are you unwell? Why do you appear so drenched in sweat?" In response to Wang Lin's query, Magellan stammered, "I have finally grasped the essence of a true master. Mr. Karp's gaze earlier filled me with trepidation. I had experienced a moment of palpitations, initially attributing it to toxins. Only now do I realize that it was the overwhelming aura of Mr. Karp that I sensed from the very beginning." Wang Lin did not anticipate that Magellan would also be a person of interest, which only heightened his admiration for him. Consequently, he contemplated inviting him to join his journey. However, he hesitated, realizing that this individual was rather toxic, inflicting harm even upon himself. Thus, he declared, "Very well, escort me to the 6th floor. I wish to see the prisoners I have previously captured there. I might as well take a glance at those in the 5th floor for good measure, to ensure thoroughness." He added an extra layer. Magellan, on the other hand, requested that a cane be brought to him. As he struggled to maintain his composure and led the way ahead of Wang Lin, the more Wang Lin observed this dutiful and loyal individual, the more he found himself appreciating him. Chapter 26. The Return of Karp. Ultimately, Magellan could not sustain his accompaniment and withdrew during their time on the 3rd floor. Upon settling in his office, he felt somewhat better, pondering, "Why do I feel such trepidation today? I was never this feeble in front of Karp before." At long last, Wang Lin arrived at the 6th floor, purposefully inspecting each cell and observing the inmates within. A few familiar faces caught his attention. Individuals who would later be recruited by Blackbeard. While their capabilities were decent, they were ill-equipped to handle the forthcoming challenges, so he merely scrutinized them closely. His interest, however, was primarily directed toward a select few. "Shiki, come closer. I wish to examine you more closely." Wang Lin has located the first individual on his agenda, the Golden Lion. He commenced his plan, aiming for a close encounter with his target. Upon seeing Karp approach, Shiki, the Golden Lion, gritted his teeth and remarked, "Karp, which notorious pirate have you captured today?" Without hesitation, he strode forward. As a man who dared to confront the entire Marine headquarters, he was never lacking in courage, ambition, or stature. If it were not for the constraints of narrative, one could hardly believe that a legendary pirate, rivaling Roger, could be bested by an inexperienced newcomer. Thus, Wang Lin's visit served dual purposes. First, to gather intelligence on the puppet in his possession, which would serve as a bargaining chip later. Second, to familiarize himself with the auras of these formidable figures, with the intent of sending them all to the Hall of Heroes when the opportunity arose. Wang Lin harbored no aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. However, he wished to ensure that Luffy, whom he hoped would maintain a favorable impression, might traverse safer paths. In this world, death is a stark reality, and for a naive youth, seasoned pirates would not commit the blunders often depicted in manga, allowing one to grow stronger gradually. Moreover, the disparity in strength rendered such growth potentially futile. As Shiki approached, Wang Lin remained silent. When Shiki reached the bars of his cage, Wang Lin instructed the accompanying soldiers to open it. He stepped inside, and in the face of Shiki's bewilderment, he advanced to deliver a few light taps before plucking several strands of Shiki's hair and promptly closing the door behind him. Onward to the next location. Shiki was left dumbfounded, feeling utterly humiliated, and erupted in a tirade. "You scoundrel Carp, did you come merely to insult me? This is infuriating. If you have the guts, let me out for a duel. Carp, don't walk away. Return and face me." From a distance, a voice echoed, "There will be opportunities for a duel. Do not rush, calmly return to your seat." Wang Lin spoke with a calm demeanor as he approached another cage. Douglas Barrett, the heir of the ghost? Observing the tall and formidable figure seated in meditation within the confines of the cage, Wang Lin recognized that Barrett was currently engaged in a different form of cultivation, akin to a form of mental discipline that emphasized the inner self. This was later why he could envelop the entire island with his conqueror's haki and assimilate it into a colossal form through his armament haki. Upon the arrival of Carp, Barrett remained indifferent, sitting motionless within the cage. He was unable to move, as he was still bound by chains made of sea prism stone, a special treatment reserved for newly captured prisoners. Wang Lin had similarly entered, meticulously documenting the physical details of the imposing figure before departing, having discreetly taken a small sample. Subsequently, he sought out Blood Count and World Destroyer, recording their information and leaving with another sample. "My tasks are complete, soldiers. Continue to oversee these prisoners diligently. I shall take my leave now, ha ha ha." The soldiers were left bewildered, as were the prisoners. A few inmates on the 6th floor loudly inquired, "What did those over there, Kapu, do?" "I don't quite understand." "I don't understand either, but it appeared that Kapu thoroughly examined those leaders," came a response, followed by laughter. "Red bean paste? Masaka? Is Kapu really that fond of it?" "Silence, you brats. Do you wish to meet your demise?" One of the involved parties was displeased. "Ajia, this is too funny, Jia." With Wang Lin's departure, the prisoners on the 6th floor harbored even greater animosity towards Kapu, uncertain of who might be subjected to a similar examination next. The advancing soldiers failed to grasp Kapu's intentions but dared not question, thus choosing to act as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to the small island from whence he came, Wang Lin instructed the soldiers to resume their duties, signaling that their assistance was no longer required, and dismissed the accompanying soldiers. Alone by the seaside, he pondered. Excluding Magellan and the alternatives for Impel Down, he had acquired information on 4 puppets today. He had previously encountered Rayleigh, so there was no need to seek him out again. That made a total of 8. Kapu, Whitebeard, Roger. If no better options presented themselves, the remaining choices would be Steelbone, Sengoku, Lingling, and Kaido. He hoped that Odin had not left behind a mere skeleton. With clarity of purpose, he summoned Xiao AI and issued the command to head to Marineford, quietly awaiting an opportunity for close contact with powerful figures within the Navy. At Navy headquarters, Kapu's facade might not serve him well. Those familiar with him were too well acquainted, and those unfamiliar could quickly find someone who was. Moreover, Vice Admiral Tsuru's abilities were enigmatic, and as the foremost strategist, the messenger and such would likely prove to be safer options. Given that departing from Impel Down would allow swift access to headquarters, Wang Lin needed to devise a strategy promptly. When Xiao AI signaled her arrival, Wang Lin retrieved 3 disguises, placing them in his breast pocket, then swiftly exited the submarine, stowing Xiao AI away. He made his way towards the towering headquarters. Along the way, he was met with a barrage of greetings. "Good day, Vice Admiral. Kapu is truly handsome," which left Wang Lin feeling overwhelmed. Ultimately, fearing exposure, he randomly approached a soldier and said, "I am currently wagering with Sengoku on who can stay awake longer. However, I need you to find me a room so I can think of a strategy. The soldier understood immediately, grinning as he led Wang Lin into his own quarters, whispering, Senior Kapu, you can quietly devise your strategy here. Rest assured, I won't divulge a word. Having spoken, he quietly closed the door and departed. In his perception, everyone had indeed left, prompting Wang Lin to exhale deeply. It was exhilarating. There were numerous skilled individuals present, and although the elite were few, the presence of that pinnacle figure, radiating an aura akin to a torch, was formidable. It was evident that a measure of strategy was imperative for success. Wang Lin was unaware that upon his return, Karp had already embarked on his journey home over the sea, not far from Marineford. He had received a notification from Sengoku regarding an imperative meeting that required the presence of high-ranking officials. Consequently, he left the tavern on Bartolomeo Island in a huff. As he departed, he cast a glance and noticed that Lu Jio had vacated her quarters, which left him feeling dejected. Upon returning to headquarters, Karp was once again surrounded by his guards as he made his way toward the main building. Suddenly, he noticed some soldiers pointing and whispering, which irked him. Demonstrating his exceptional martial prowess, he swiftly vanished from the gaze of the crowd and reappeared beside the group of whispering soldiers. Isn't Lord Karp supposed to be taking a secret nap? Why is he out here? One soldier remarked. Could it be that he has conceded in his wager with Lord Sengoku? Another soldier pondered, expressing his confusion. A familiar voice then reached their ears. When did I ever wager with Sengoku? How did I end up here? I just returned from the South Sea. Ah, Lord Karp, they exclaimed in unison. What is happening? Sensing something amiss, Karp inquired further. He soon discovered that someone was impersonating him, and the ruse was so convincing that no flaws were apparent. He promptly commanded, Inform Sengoku to come to my aid. The person approaching may not be ordinary. After issuing the command, he hastened toward the soldier's quarters. Could it be a mimic fruit? However, the mimic fruit requires physical contact with the face. When has my face ever been touched by another? Chapter 27. Imposter and Hero. Chaos ensues. Fuming with rage, Karp sped toward Wang Lin's direction, and even from a distance. Wang Lin sensed the familiar aura. Having encountered Karp twice before and even clashed with him, he took out a card, ready to change his disguise at a moment's notice. I must create confusion, otherwise, the situation will become precarious. With this realization, Wang Lin no longer hesitated. He pushed the door open and deliberately moved toward crowded areas, gravitating toward places where the energy was formidable. Of course, he would avoid directly approaching the concentrated sources of fiery auras. It is you all. Wang Lin beheld the countenances of several individuals who had participated in the Summit War. Although they appeared relatively youthful, they had already attained the rank of officers. Donning the visage of Karp, Wang Lin approached and declared, Quickly, organize the defenses. An individual has infiltrated our headquarters and is capable of altering their appearance at will. Remember, do not trust any solitary person easily, even if they're your superior. What? Senior Karp? Are you jesting? This is the Navy headquarters. A group of young officers replied dismissively. You imbeciles. How dare you think I am joking? Fire Mountain. You, with your incessant chatter. Wang Lin retorted, singling out a particularly imposing figure whose visage was etched in his memory. This man would soon partake in the O'Hara extermination order, as well as subsequent ones. A jovial yet ruthless character. Everyone, mobilize. Upon encountering any suspicious individuals, apprehend and interrogate them immediately. I shall notify the others, he concluded, swiftly departing. Although he could not resort to force at this moment, his robust physique still afforded him considerable speed. Wow, Senior Karp remains unfazed in the face of adversity. Observe. He speaks of urgency yet does not employ his martial prowess to hasten his exit. What does this signify? It indicates that he possesses absolute confidence regarding this incident. This is a test for all of us. What are we waiting for? Let us act. A fervent admirer of Karp articulated, prompting the others to feel a sense of rationale. They began to pair off, remaining vigilant of any solitary individuals. Before long, they exchanged knowing glances and swiftly encircled a certain figure. To their astonishment, someone had the audacity to impersonate Senior Karp. Did this individual not realize they had already been exposed? Karp, in a fit of rage, noticed a circle of juniors surrounding him. Initially, he presumed they had come to solicit autographs, as they often did. Pens at the ready, you scoundrels. What nonsense are you uttering? I am Karp. Where is the imposter from this room? Did you see them? Karp bellowed in fury. Well, the imitation is quite convincing. Had we not seen Senior Karp just moments ago, your portrayal might have truly intimidated us, one young admirer remarked. Indeed. How could Senior Carp possibly be so fierce? He is a benevolent figure, never exhibiting hostility towards his subordinates or juniors. Imposter, you have revealed yourself. Another chimed in. Fire Mountain concluded, I must admit. Your impersonation is remarkably accurate. However, you lack the composure of a naval hero. Carp, the man who once drove Roger to the ends of the earth. Your performance is excessively theatrical. Suddenly, a series of vigorous knocks resounded, and a group of individuals, enduring intense pain, gazed in astonishment at the imposter raising his right fist. The swelling on his head pushing his hat askew amidst the chaos of the scuffle. Carp declared, My beloved Iron Fist, I trust you all still remember its essence. Now, savor it once more? Am I not Carp? Am I merely an imposter? His final exclamation birthed a miniature tempest, causing the garments of the onlookers to flutter vigorously. This sensation was all too familiar. It was the whip of affection. This man was. Carp-senpai. Damn it, senpai. We have been deceived by that insufferable masquerader. Carp was about to dry their tears and apprehend the individual tarnishing his name. Mira, comrades, the enemy lies yonder, having ruthlessly assaulted our fellow warriors. Follow me. Justice shall prevail. Then, they beheld Zephyr's 2 disciples, steadfast in their belief of absolute justice, rushing forward with a multitude of comrades and a battalion of Marines. Thus, amidst a resolve of impending demise and hesitance, both sides exchanged blows. Even those officers previously struck by Carp were engulfed within the throng of soldiers. Damn it! I can barely contain myself. If you do not cease, I shall ensure you remain bedridden for 3 days. The incessant sound of blows echoed. Yet these champions of justice vowed to stand firm. In the distance, Sengoku was hastening towards the scene when he encountered a bloodied soldier, staggering towards the headquarters. He quickly moved to support him, inquiring, What transpired? Soldier? Speak. Battle. Over there, the soldier stammered. Sengoku gazed towards the distant barracks, shrouded in smoke, and then at the unconscious soldier in his arms, bellowing, Medic, take this soldier for treatment. After handing the injured to the medics, he unfastened his cloak and exclaimed, Scoundrels, how dare you wreak havoc at Navy headquarters? No matter who you are, you shall remain here today. With a resounding crash, the floor shattered, and he propelled himself into the fray. Arriving on the scene, he transformed into his Buddha form, delivering a mighty strike aimed squarely at the imposter Carp, whom the soldier had just informed him about. Cursed imposter, reveal your true self. Carp was instilling wisdom in the younger generation, teaching them to discern truth from deception. When suddenly, a prickling sensation coursed through him, and he turned to see a golden palm descending. His comrade had arrived, yet something felt amiss. Baka, Sengoku. Do you not recognize me? You dare to strike? When confronting an opponent of equal strength, one must never hold back. Otherwise, one risks grave injury. What is this sensation? Are you Carp? The clash of fists and palms cleared the battlefield, sending individuals scattering in the wake of the fierce winds generated by the collision. Damn it, who else could I be if not Carp? I exclaimed, frustrated. You were supposed to assist me in capturing people, yet you immediately engaged me in combat. Damn it. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sensed impending trouble. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Garp, come with me quickly. All soldiers, remain here without exception. We are under martial law. Inform all units via Den Mushi. No one is to leave Marine Fort. Meanwhile, in the medical room, a medic supporting an injured comrade lay comfortably asleep on a hospital bed. Sengoku, with a smile, exited the medical facility and made his way to the marshal's office. After knocking twice, he entered without hesitation. Sengoku, what brings you here? Inquired an elderly man with a mohawk hairstyle. Sengoku approached the marshal with a smile, saying, Sir, I have a matter to discuss, but I need to get a bit closer. Steelbone, feeling a twinge of unease as he scrutinized this familiar subordinate, sensed something was amiss. However, given his confidence in Sengoku's capabilities, he rationalized that any peculiar behavior must pertain to an important issue. Thus, Steelbone stood up and stepped away from his desk. Just as he was about to speak, Sengoku suddenly embraced him, groping him indiscriminately. The embrace could have been easily evaded, but Sengoku exhibited no hostility, leading to the current predicament. Sengoku, what is the matter? And could you refrain from holding on to me? Steelbone's forehead throbbed with tension, yet he spoke in a measured tone. Ah, yes, sir, I'm all set now. So, just as he was about to continue, the door swung open, and a messenger rushed in, exclaiming, Sir, there's a situation. We just received word from General Sengoku. Huh? General Sengoku. Weren't you outside with Vice Admiral Garp? How did you return so quickly? Ah, unexpected occurrences always seem to strike at the most inopportune times. Do you know what comes next after calling it unexpected? Sengoku uttered phrases they could not comprehend. Steel Bone, however, sensed the escalating tension. He had felt something was off from the beginning, and it was now more evident than ever. He shouted, "Soldiers, get back," and assumed a defensive stance, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Who are you?" Sengoku laughed heartily. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I merely wish to meet the esteemed masters in person. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Farewell." Since the onset of the Warring States period, the Steel Bone has been subtly shifting positions, ever vigilant and cautious not to damage the facilities in this area. Upon hearing the word goodbye, he witnessed the figure before him suddenly accelerate, their disguise becoming ethereal and their visage transforming into that of youth. Yet, due to the thief's rapid departure, the details remained unclear. "You cannot escape, little thief." The formidable Steel Bone followed the air currents left by the intruder's retreat, simultaneously shouting, "An intruder is being pursued by me. All soldiers below the rank of Lieutenant General, assemble in the barracks and remain still. All Lieutenant Generals and above, join me in intercepting the intruder." His resounding voice echoed throughout Marineford. The Warring States and Carp exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in unison, cursing, "That bastard won't get away." Chapter 28. Who is the suspect? Having reverted to his original form, Wang Lin exerted every ounce of strength to run, integrating the moon step technique with martial arts, allowing his understanding to operate at an accelerated pace. The practice of Nin was a system developed by the manga artist Yoshihiro Togashi, inspired by the concept of meridian theory from Chinese traditional medicine, presenting a magical yet somewhat grounded world to manga enthusiasts. Thus, Wang Lin began to channel his energy into his legs and feet, embarking on his martial evolution. As he noticed the thief gaining further speed, Steel Bone commanded, "Everyone, intercept freely. Do not concern yourselves with accidentally injuring me. We cannot allow him to escape." With the marshal's decree, everyone exerted themselves even more fervently. Consequently, Wang Lin encountered a myriad of attacks. Have you ever been struck by light, intruder? A sudden flash of golden light emerged, accompanied by a voice that was alarmingly close behind Wang Lin. Upon hearing the languid tone, Wang Lin immediately recognized the arrival of the yellow ape. Without so much as turning his head, he unleashed a powerful palm strike and inquired, "Have you ever been bitten by a dragon?" As his palm struck out, a small stream of dark crimson dragon energy dispersed the gathering light. The yellow ape swayed and reappeared in his previous position, wiping the corner of his mouth and partially shading his face with his hat, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how terrifying. This individual feels oddly familiar." Meanwhile, the dark crimson dragon energy did not dissipate, but continued to surge backward, where the marshal was following closely behind. Steel Bone, with his formidable physique, braced himself against the impact and accelerated, shouting, "Keep it up, slow him down. Zephyr, Carp, Sengoku, encircle him from 3 directions. I will intercept from the rear, and then we shall strike together, regardless of the consequences." Having felt the previous attacks excruciating pain akin to a bone-deep injury, he realized that the adversary ahead wielded a particularly insidious and troublesome form of power. Even someone like him, who had honed his haki to the bone, found it uncomfortable. How could others withstand such blows? Thus, it was prudent to eliminate such a dangerous individual at all costs. Following the orders, the group commenced their assault, while those with slightly lesser strength provided remote support from below. In an instant, Wang Lin was forced to halt, promptly manifesting a mask to conceal his features. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Steel Bone was the first to inquire. However, Wang Lin remained silent. Speaking now would undoubtedly lead Carp to recognize him, and his previously unnoticed existence in the world would suddenly attract undue attention. The silence from him infuriated the others, with Carp being the most irate among them. "You scoundrel! Impersonating me. Today, I shall show you my true power." Wang Lin diligently prepared for the impending confrontation, simultaneously devising countermeasures. With determination, he propelled himself towards Carp's fist, and at the moment of impact, shielded his chest with both hands, using the force to swiftly descend towards the ground. A tremor reverberated through the earth, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust as various masters encircled the landing site, awaiting the dispersal of the haze. "Where is the person? Have you seen him?" Yet, as the smoke cleared, all that remained was a crater, nothing else. Only the shattered ground and the bewilderment of those present lingered. What in the world happened? Carp's voice boomed the loudest among them, while Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation, and Zifa instructed his subordinates to tend to the damage inflicted upon the headquarters. After a while, the crowd dispersed, hesitant to speak, leaving only a few high-ranking officials behind. Steelbone declared, "Come to my office. I have matters to discuss." He directed, "Notify all veterans on the island, those holding the rank of Rear Admiral or higher, to gather in the Grand Assembly Hall." "Yes, Marshal." In the Marshal's office. Steelbone initiated the conversation. "Who wishes to recount today's events first?" Carp responded, "I will. Upon returning from the South Sea and just arriving on the island, I encountered a group of youngsters whispering amongst themselves. I approached them and discovered someone impersonating me, so I had them inform Sengoku while I went to apprehend the individual." Sengoku interjected, "Indeed, I was not far from the headquarters when a soldier reported to me. On my way to the barracks, I stumbled upon a bloodied casualty, who informed me of a violent incident occurring nearby." Carp continued, "Then, when Sengoku and I clashed, he recognized me and halted the engagement, subsequently issuing a lockdown order for the entire island." Steelbone added, "Then this individual appeared in my office, and the rest is known." The four men fell into silence, with Zifa at a loss for words. During the time they spoke of, he had been instructing new recruits. "Well, we have a general understanding. Let us proceed to the Grand Assembly Hall and discuss whether there are any suspicious individuals, pirates, perhaps." "Carp, why would an infiltrator impersonate you? Has he previously posed as someone else, or has he engaged in any peculiar activities under your guise before arriving on the island? Investigate these matters." Steelbone led the way, outlining his arrangements for Carp, and continued, "This infiltrator possesses formidable strength, with a highly aggressive use of armament hockey, seemingly capable of penetrating the body. Are there any such individuals at sea currently?" The others shook their heads. Carp contemplated saying something but hesitated, for the figure that came to mind bore an aura similar to that of the dragon shadow they had just witnessed, yet he could not confirm it. He pondered deeply. Could it be someone from his own sect? Is there such a legacy in the West Sea? Lin had previously mentioned he hailed from the West Sea. Could there be islands there that we have yet to mark? Sengoku quietly inquired, "Carp, have you to do something?" Carp, emulating the others, stroked his chin and remarked, "I cannot ascertain. Let us discuss it later." Chapter 29. Is Lin a brother of the suspect? Steelbone cast a glance at Carp and continued walking without further inquiry. Since Carp indicated the presence of a suspect, there must be some semblance of a clue. This straightforward individual possesses an instinct akin to that of a beast, a quality that even Sengoku and Crane cannot rival. Upon arriving at the Grand Assembly Hall, it was already bustling with activity, with some attendees even standing. The conversations among the crowd revolved around recent events, abuzz with speculation. Even nearby island leaders had been summoned back. These commanders traveled at a rapid pace, utilizing the moonwalk technique, which was significantly quicker than by ship, though equally exhausting. As the four prominent figures entered, the atmosphere fell silent. Steelbone took the seat of honor, while the others settled in their designated places, with those without seats standing at attention. Now, as you are all aware, the situation arose from someone impersonating Carp. I would like to inquire if anyone has seen Carp today or within the past 2 days, and if so, please report the location immediately. Upon this proclamation, 2 generals appeared taken aback. One had provided Carp with a ship to Advance City, and the other was Magellan, who had previously hosted Carp. They spoke in unison. Carp was impersonated? Since today? Steelbone sensed the gravity of the situation and instructed, "You two, step forward and speak." As they approached, he enveloped them with an imposing aura. The two, standing not far apart, exchanged glances before reluctantly stepping forward with grim expressions. "Do you have any intelligence to provide from your end?" Steelbone inquired. The unnamed individual who had sent Carp to Advance City responded hastily. "I saw Lord Carp at the base, requested to be sent to Advance City. Beyond that, I know nothing, Marshal. This occurred around noon today." Magellan, realizing the dire implications, quickly interjected, "I received Vice Admiral Carp at the entrance of Advance City. He mentioned needing to investigate a certain case. Subsequently, due to my ill health, I instructed a soldier to accompany him to the 6th level of the prison. Aside from being informed by the soldiers that Carp had inspected the prisoners, there was nothing else." Silence. "Enough of this Carp talk. That individual is not me, and I do not engage in such behaviors." Upon hearing this, Steelbone felt a surge of irritation and admonished, "Magellan, remember, that person is a criminal, not Carp. Be mindful of your language when discussing him, and only briefly mention any irrelevant actions he may have taken. Proceed." "Yes, Marshal," Magellan replied. The infiltrator entered the 6th level of the prison, examined 4 individuals, and then departed. Their codenames are Golden Lion, Heir of the Demon, World Annihilator, and Blood Count. A crow awkwardly flew by. The esteemed leaders of the warring states, such as Steelbone and other wise commanders, found themselves at a loss for words in the face of this atmosphere, feeling a deep sense of disgust within. They exchanged a discreet glance of disdain towards Carp, yet understood in their hearts that the man before them was virtuous. It was the infiltrator, that wretched shapeshifter, who repulsed them. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Is the infiltrator merely a man who touches other men? Ha ha. In the future, let us focus on him and confine him to a women's prison, where he may suffer to his demise, Carp proclaimed, believing he had struck upon an insight. He turned to the admiral and stated, "This individual is a man of questionable inclinations, who likely perceives himself as a woman, harboring an attraction to strong men, thus impersonating me to approach the powerful. Do you see? My analysis is quite reasonable." A group of individuals felt veins throb on their temples as Steelbone interjected, "Carp, refrain from speaking recklessly. Did you not have a suspect in mind earlier? In the recent upheaval at headquarters, the enemy first utilized your likeness. They must have encountered you. Share your conjecture." Carp replied, All right, I shall express my speculation. I suspect this person is connected to Lin." "Which Lin?" "I have no recollection," the others murmured. Engaging in discussion, Steelbone pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you referring to the Lin who appeared in Loguetown?" Carp gave a thumbs up to his old friend, saying, "Indeed, it is he. I suspect he is acquainted with Lin, as their attacks bear a striking resemblance. However, this recent individual exhibits a greater level of aggression." Steelbone recalled the Lin they spoke of and turned to Kizaru, asking, "Kizaru, how has your engagement with Lin progressed?" "It has been over a year, has it not?" Kizaru's forehead glistened with a few beads of sweat as he responded, You may find this hard to believe, but I have been unable to locate this individual. Among my intelligence personnel, none have encountered him." Carp suddenly spoke with seriousness. "I surmise that Lin has been training within his sect over the past year. Recently, I had a brief encounter with him, and he has made significant progress. Moreover, I have confirmed that he does not possess the abilities of a devil fruit." "What? This fellow can now engage you in direct combat without defeat? Senior, has he employed that peculiar ability from Loguetown, perhaps some conditions?" Akiji asked, somewhat incredulously. Carp shook his head, saying, "No. This time he did not invoke those so-called conditions. Therefore, I conjecture that his advancement stems from a year of dedicated training within his sect. I suspect that the one causing chaos at our headquarters is likely one of his sect brothers, as Lin's attacks are straightforward, yet this troublemaker can unleash a dragon shadow." Steelbone stroked his beard and remarked, "Could it be that he has made progress after competing with you?" Carp expressed uncertainty, stating, "That seems unlikely. We sparred in the South Blue, and he had pressing matters to attend to. How could he possibly improve so swiftly?" "Oh, pressing matters? Kapu, could you elucidate what is of such significance?" "Well, I cannot disclose it. It is simply inconceivable. How could it be that just a few days ago we were sparring, and the very next day I am to return, while he departs for the West Sea? By the way, you should focus on the West Sea. He has mentioned that his hometown lies there." Gongu comprehends Kapu. When he refrains from speaking about certain matters, it is evident that he will not divulge them, even under duress. Thus, he cast a discreet glance at Sengoku, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Gongu convened a meeting and stated, "This incident has exposed vulnerabilities within our headquarters. Individuals with transformative abilities could infiltrate our ranks. Henceforth, we must enhance our password recognition protocols to prevent any recurrence within the military. The specifics of identification shall be devised by Crane in conjunction with Sengoku. Furthermore, Sengoku, please remain after the meeting for a discussion in my office." Meeting adjourned. "Yes, Marshal. Take care." In the Marshal's office, Gongu regarded Sengoku and remarked, "Kapu's journey to the South Sea likely involves a visit to Roger's wife." And Lin also appeared in the South Sea, engaging in combat with Kapu. It appears Lin has received Roger's instructions. Thus, the murder of government officials in Bartolomeo's vicinity is closely tied to Lin. We must be vigilant regarding Kapu's actions and words. He may inadvertently reveal crucial information, and we might have underestimated Lin. Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, anyone who can spar with someone of Kapu's temperament without being apprehended possesses formidable strength. We are poised to face yet another adversary in the future." Chapter 30. Departure. At this moment, Wang Lin, having completed his training tasks in the cultivation chamber, contemplated his next course of action, holding the all-purpose book in his left hand. There should still be sentinels outside, so it is unwise to venture out. With the intel from Ganggu and Sengoku, coupled with those I have previously fought, though the information is scant, I can still create a secondary level puppet. Currently, there remain 2 positions for powerful puppets. I shall commence with Lingling from the World Pirates, followed by Kaido from the Beast Pirates of Wano. Lingling has a penchant for desserts, and I shall entice her with the promise of the world's finest sweets as a condition for our duel. This is manageable. Kaido. Forever seeking death? Merely a facade. Before my departure, I must procure a weapon to inflict some pain, and simultaneously check whether Yutian's remains have been desecrated by Orochi. Feeling that my subsequent arrangements are nearly complete, I began employing the all-purpose book to conjure desserts embodying the sweetest concepts known to man. These confections will solely provide sensory stimulation to the user, thus simplifying the process of material creation. After crafting the dessert card, I proceeded to develop powerful puppet cards. The fruits of this endeavor would require approximately 1 day for a single individual to complete. This continuous release of thought energy proves far more effective than mere cultivation. A single character card demands considerable exertion from Wang Lin. Before me lay the cards, each depicting Roger, Kapu, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Ganggu, Gold Lion, Blood Count, World Destroyer, Barrett, and Rayleigh. The next tier is considerably larger, featuring figures such as Kizaru, Akiji, Akainu, and Zephyr, along with Magellan and other naval officers. A comprehensive list has been compiled of all those with whom there have been encounters, regardless of their strength. Wang Lin contentedly remarked, "This is nearly sufficient," unknowingly. A month has elapsed, and I have made considerable progress. The passage of this month can be attributed to the extraordinary cards within the Book of Omnipotence, which were always at the ready. Among them are numerous surplus items that I collected while foraging for food. Each surplus was meticulously transformed into thought cards for future contingencies. This practice is also rooted in the historical education of my former life. With ample provisions, one remains untroubled, dig deep and store plentifully, strategic reserves, and so forth. I carefully stowed away the utility cards before dismissing the book's manifestation. Gently, I opened the training room door just a crack, revealing a small periscope. The surroundings were deserted. After a month, it was unlikely that anyone would idly linger here. After all, this is my sanctuary, and after repeated searches yielded no results. My first instinct was to deduce that everyone had departed. Having made a reasonable assessment, I retracted the periscope and recalled the appearances of some ordinary soldiers I had encountered. I then produced a transformation card. The next moment, a seemingly unremarkable soldier materialized in the square where the skirmish had occurred. Clad in short sleeves, wearing a cap, and shouldering a rifle, he scanned his surroundings before hastily making his way toward the seashore, not bothering to greet anyone he passed. Upon his arduous arrival at the beach, a voice called out, "Soldier, state the password." Wang Lin remained unperturbed, pondering to himself, "What about the password? Have I perhaps missed something in the manga?" "Halt, soldier. State the password at once." Wang Lin was compelled to halt, turning his gaze back to the horizon, where the vast sea loomed just 100 meters away. With a playful twist of his head and a smile, he remarked, "I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with the password. However, I possess this. Behold." Wang Lin extended his hand, gesturing for the other party to come closer. However, the individual instead recoiled in anxiety and took out a whistle. Preparing to place it in their mouth, Wang Lin noticed that people in the distance had begun to take notice of the situation, and he cursed. "Which scoundrel came up with this? I merely wish to leave." Frustrated, Wang Lin ceased to feign composure with a swift movement. He appeared by the seaside and plunged into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the incident was reported to higher authorities, and after several layers of escalation, it finally reached the marshal. Bang! A fist struck the tabletop as Steelbone muttered in a low voice, "Bold brigand, do not let me discover your identity." Meanwhile, underwater, Wang Lin had summoned Xiao AI and was now charting a course toward the new world. Shaking his head as he remarked, "I did not expect that the Navy could not be assessed through the lens of comic books. I shall exercise greater caution in the future." He called for Yax, and upon the latter opening the door, Wang Lin inquired, "What is the progress on the materials?" "Master, we have made some headway. Samples have been obtained and are currently undergoing testing. I am confident that we will meet the set timeline," Yax replied. "Excellent. Continue your work." Wang Lin pondered for a moment before addressing Xiao AI, stating that on the journey to the new world, they should first make a stop at Osaka Island, for he too was in need of a weapon. The Demon Slayer was currently unavailable, henceforth. He would cultivate a weapon rivaling the supreme sword through his domineering aura and enhanced energy. Although it may not compare to the demon slayer, it would suffice. Understood. Xiao Ai responded earnestly. Shortly thereafter, she stood before Wang Lin, her large eyes fixed upon him. Is there something you need? Big brother, I wish to learn your skills, so that I too may assist you in the future, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Observing her twinkling gaze, Wang Lin felt it might not be an impossibility. So he endeavored to teach her. However, he found he could not even plant the seeds of energy within her. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, Xiao Ai, wait a little longer. Your brother can handle the enemies without needing your assistance. Upon hearing this, the little one pouted in disappointment and returned to her position at the helm. Come forth, Luffy. Grow swiftly. Wang Lin silently wished for his companion. Chapter 31. The seven-star sword acquired a day later, Wang Lin arrived at Osaka Island, a land steeped in the legends of priestesses. Alongside the tales of the priestess, there existed a legend of a sacred sword associated with the island. 5,000 years prior, this island was once a kingdom, home to a beautiful priestess whose unparalleled beauty captivated three princes. In their fervent desire to possess her, they ignited a relentless war that wrought havoc upon the land, leading to a beautifully flourishing kingdom being torn asunder by bloodshed and despair. The sacred sword bestowed by the deities, once a symbol of hope, became tainted by the relentless slaughter and resentment of the princes, transforming into a malevolent blade. After its sanctity was corrupted, the sword's divine power morphed into a murderous intent that poisoned the hearts of all. From that fateful day onward, the world was shrouded in darkness, the radiant moon replaced by a blood-red orb. Each night, the world descended into a mindless frenzy of violence, threatening to extinguish all life. The priestess, burdened by guilt over these calamities, prayed fervently to the heavens for a resolution to the disaster. At last, the deities answered her pleas. In a selfless act, the priestess sacrificed herself, transforming into three sacred orbs capable of purifying the malevolent thoughts. However, the sword, already formidable, grew stronger as it absorbed the lifeblood and the grievances of countless innocents, rendering the three sacred pearls merely capable of suppressing the tainted sword. Once the sword was contained, the crimson moon regained its luminous purity, and the three princes awakened from their madness. Reflecting upon his past actions, he was filled with profound regret. Thus, he approached the lifeless body of the priestess and vowed never to wage war again. He laid the priestess to rest and erected a tower not far from her grave. Within this tower, they placed the sacred sword, which had been suppressed and sealed, into a stone coffin hewn from a giant rock. Additionally, three sacred orbs were entrusted to the priestesses who worshipped the celestial deity. The priestess responsible for safeguarding the orbs ascended to the status of a saint and became the high priestess. Is this where the tale concludes? Not quite. For although the sacred sword was suppressed and sealed, every 100 years, the malevolent force within it awakens on the day the moon turns red once more. 17 years hence, the disciples of Soren will find themselves besieged by pirates on this island, leading one of them to grasp the sacred sword, ultimately succumbing to the insidious influence that seeks to control him. Wang Lin recounted this legendary tale to himself, solely to entertain Xiao Ai and alleviate her boredom. Xiao Ai, I shall now embark on a quest to retrieve this sacred sword and holy pearl, for they are destined to be intertwined with my fate. He chuckled. Wang Lin, with a cheerful demeanor, gracefully floated towards the towering edifice, all the while surveying the location of the altar, a sacred site where generations of priestesses had resided. Upon reaching the lofty tower, he effortlessly leaped to the highest level and entered. At the center of the stone chamber lay a coffin reminiscent of something from an animated tale. Wang Lin kicked over the cover and beheld a dulled, lifeless sword, reminiscent of a sacred blade forged from stone. It is said that this divine sword adheres to a vampiric allegiance, evoking the essence of Eastern fantasy epics. Furthermore, it is capable of revival without the necessity of waiting for the emergence of the crimson moon after its bloodthirst is quenched. Perhaps the author, while drawing inspiration from Huaxia culture, also alluded to certain myths and legends of the Huaxia realm in crafting the narrative of this island. Wang Lin seized the sacred sword and, with the dilapidated stone blade, sliced open his palm. The vibrant blood, infused with energy, was drawn directly into the sacred sword, though not in abundance, approximately 10 cubic centimeters. As the blood was absorbed, the sword emanated a ghastly green glow, reminiscent of ordinary ghostly flames. Concurrently, a malevolent thought began to encroach upon Wang Lin's psyche. Submit to me, and I shall lead you to dominion over the world. Submit to me, and I shall guide you to rule the realm, A whispering, profound murmur resonated within Wang Lin's soul. Is this what it means to be tainted by a corrupted weapon spirit? Utterly presumptuous, demon-slaying and devouring, although the sword could no longer be wielded. The insidious thought and demonic essence entering his body merely served as nourishment to enhance the sword's capabilities. At Wang Lin's command, an unseen force emerged from the depths of his being. The previously formless weapon spirit, as Wang Lin surmised, coalesced into a humanoid monstrosity, which was then pierced by a dark red shadow of the sword and dragged into its very essence. The humanoid creature issued a final threat. Cease your actions. How dare a mere mortal consume the will of a deity? The gods shall condemn you to eternal damnation, devoid of reincarnation. Wang Lin, intrigued, inquired, is there a deity in this world? I don't recall Oda ever mentioning it. Perhaps he hasn't even filled that narrative gap himself? By the way, that individual who consumed the Hades fruit returned from the underworld. Yet, even if a god exists, what difference does it make? Can any deity surpass my own? I doubt that the one who brought me here would lend me support, right, system? Wang Lin had no expectation of receiving a reply from that spirit, for it was consumed immediately after delivering its threat, leaving him in search of a protector. I'm uncertain. Yet an instinctual awareness whispers to me that the host need not fear, for there is nothing of great concern. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt assured. He was convinced that even deities have their hierarchies, and moreover, how could the world of One Piece possibly harbor true gods? At most, there might exist some extraordinary powers. With this thought, he ceased to ponder further, for he believed that once he perfected his own abilities, he could vanquish even a god. The concepts of will and haki are indeed manifestations of idealism, and gods too belong to this realm of thought. Gazing at the fully unsealed holy sword in his hand, he noticed its transformation. It was no longer the ghastly green, but had morphed into a resplendent purple blue, adorned with a prismatic aura. This aura ultimately coalesced into a scabbard for the sword. Indeed, this is what one would call the 7-star holy sword. The previous iteration scarcely deserved such a name. Did it? What took Wang Lin by surprise was that this rejuvenated holy sword emitted a tremor, responding to his presence. Divine artifacts possess a spirit, they do not deceive. From this moment forth, you shall be my weapon, and together we shall obliterate all foes, remaining untainted in the process. Having uttered these words, he secured the 7-star sword at his waist and soared towards the dwelling of the priestess by the altar. Chapter 32. The beautiful Asuka. Upon Wang Lin's arrival at the altar, individuals began to emerge. Shortly thereafter, a group encircled him menacingly, and a middle-aged woman stepped forth. Brandishing a sacred orb, she proclaimed, "Please, sacred orb, seal the cursed sword." The priestess stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. The sacred artifact has not been utilized in many years. It may need a moment to awaken. Let us try once more, she explained to the equally perplexed followers, attempting to reconcile her own understanding. "Please, sacred orb, seal the cursed sword." I am enraged. The sacred orb must awaken. The cursed sword has emerged. Hurry, seal it. Wang Lin could no longer endure the situation and stepped forward to seize the 3 sacred orbs. How audacious, to dare to snatch the sacred orbs. The priestess pointed at Wang Lin, yet she found herself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. You were able to touch the sacred orbs? How on earth did you accomplish that? Wang Lin paid her no heed, for after seizing the sacred pearl, the system issued a notification. A divine object has been detected, possessing the potential to suppress all malevolent forces. Following a sacrifice, the system could directly elevate 1's level. System, do you desire it? Then take it for now. Let us not sacrifice just yet. Should I find myself unable to provide the requisite for an upgrade in the future, I shall address it then. Wang Lin had long contemplated the system's enhancement, so why not indulge it? Perhaps it would yield benefits for her in the future. After all, it would not be too late to request the experience points necessary for an upgrade when the time came. However, just as the system claimed the sacred pearl, chaos erupted among the crowd. The priestess, in particular, cried out in despair, "Heavens, I have failed the predecessors. I am doomed." With that, she attempted to dash herself against the stone platform in a fit of anguish. Meanwhile, the throng of followers stood in stunned silence. Those under the control of the evil sword not only feared not the divine power of the sacred pearl, but went so far as to destroy it. Would you dare question their fear? Wang Lin was taken aback by the resilience of the priestess lineage. He swiftly moved to shield the desperate priestess, declaring, "There is no need for sacrifice. The cursed sword has been purified by me. From this day forth, this world shall be devoid of malevolent blades." and only my cherished sword, the 7 stars sword, shall remain. With that, he drew forth the pristine holy sword, revealing it to the assembly. He continued, to ensure that this holy sword remains untainted, I have embedded the sacred pearl within it. Your mission is now complete. Henceforth, embark on a new quest. Perhaps you could once again commune with your deity to seek other relics of heritage? Upgradable artifacts are indeed treasures. At this moment, the priestess beheld the original form of the holy sword as chronicled in their texts, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon Wang Lin. Upon learning that he had resolved the curse that had plagued their lineage for generations, she knelt before him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one, for lifting the curse of the holy sword and liberating us from our shackles. It was evident that she had not registered Wang Lin's previous statements, whether through oversight or intention. Thus, Wang Lin reiterated his words. Esteemed one, we have long awaited a response from the divine. Were it not for the appearance of the crimson moon every century, compelling us to seal the sacred pearl, we might have assumed that the tale of the cursed sword was but a mere legend, the priestess replied earnestly. Wang Lin did not anticipate such a turn of events. It appeared that the notion of seeking additional benefits was unrealistic. He thus remarked, never mind, after all, without the curse, you are no longer shackled. It is indeed pleasant to lead a normal life. Since I am here today, could one of you serve as my guide to explore this place? The priestess responded. Allow me to take the lead. If you wish to understand this island, no one knows its history better than we, the priestesses. Very well, then. I appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble at all, my lord. Please, follow me. Throughout the day, Wang Lin leisurely wandered the island with the priestess, primarily visiting those ancient sites steeped in stories, which ignited his curiosity. You may take your leave now, the priestess said. I have come to this island solely for the fabled holy sword. Now that I have obtained it, I must depart. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. After bidding farewell to the priestess, Wang Lin made his way back along the path he had come, contemplating. Historically, there are traces of divine existence at least 5,000 years ago. Where have the gods gone? What is the true nature of the devil fruit? I find such tales, concocted by nations lacking cultural depth, utterly vexing. They provide not a single clue. If it were a tale from the myths of Huaxia, there would surely be some rationale to uncover. As for the devil fruit, I have heard it is born from a tree, producing fruits. But where is that tree? Is it submerged in the sea? This world has long mastered the method of singular fruit inheritance. But who disseminated this knowledge? Was it merely an accident? The deeper I delve, the more enigmas I encounter. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the seaside. After summoning are.Await, he chose not to enter the submarine, deciding instead to spend the night on the island. He caught some fish and seafood, then kindled a fire on the beach to prepare a meal of grilled fish and seafood soup, which he and are.Await relished. Later, reclining against the submarine, he and are.Await gazed at the stars and the moon above. It seemed a bit lacking in color, thus he unsheathed the holy sword. As the flames flickered, the blade emitted a soft, colorful glow, enhancing the beauty of their surroundings. Wow, how beautiful, brother, are.Await exclaimed. When you describe something as beautiful or pretty in the future, please do not include me. It might lead to misunderstandings. You should use handsome to describe me. All right, I understand. The next morning, sunlight gently warmed Wang Lin's eyelids, prompting him to open his eyes. He discovered are.Await nestled against his chest, gazing at him. Have you not tried sleeping? He asked. I did. Very well then, let us set off to meet the notorious pirate Ling Ling, set course for the United Pirate Crew. Let us no longer dwell upon the matter of whether are.Await slumbers. Ultimately, she is but a being of essence. The fruit of the female is merely an auspicious convergence of the characteristics of a tool-like thought beast, endowing are.Await with the potential for further advancement, yet still requiring a pivotal opportunity. As I settled into the cabin, I drew forth the holy sword and began to harness the armed color within the imperial thought to ceaselessly cleanse the blade. In the collective understanding of this realm, superior weapons are derived from 2 sources. One, crafted by the most skilled blacksmiths utilizing the finest materials. The other, wherein the materials may be of lesser quality but are nurtured through the relentless infusion of armed color. The creation of the unparalleled great blade is, however, a synthesis of both elements, combining impeccable materials with the nourishment of high-quality armed dominance. Wang Lin possesses unwavering confidence in nurturing this sacred sword into a formidable entity that may one day rival or even surpass the unparalleled supreme blade. Although it was severed in the animation, it merely signifies the fragmentation of the corrupted sacred sword. Furthermore, one cannot dismiss the possibility of narrative intervention. As the aura of Wang Lin's fortified bastion begins to nourish the seven-star sacred sword, the sword responds eagerly. It is voraciously consuming this potent energy. And Wang Lin can sense its profound yearning for the power that enables the evolution of weapons. Wang Lin grasped the sword in his right hand, gently caressing its blade with his left, and spoke. Qixing, do not be hasty. Take your time. Follow me, and you shall never be devoid of such power. Upon Wang Lin's words, the seven stars calmed somewhat, yet its appetite remained insatiable. It consumed with fervor whatever Wang Lin offered. Truly, a remarkable avenue for cultivation has been discovered. If the murderous intent of the overlord state were to intertwine with this, would it not give rise to an even more formidable transformation? Wang Lin pondered for a moment and addressed Qixing. Qixing, shortly I shall unleash a particular aura of energy. Do see if you are able to consume it. With that, he released a thread of his lethal intent, enveloping Qixing. The chilling essence of this murderous aura startled Qixing, yet it gradually began to absorb the sinister energy. Once it had completely devoured it, Qixing quivered slightly. Wang Lin sensed its thoughts, equally yearning for the overwhelming desire to kill, yet he understood the necessity of moderation. Indeed, the ability to consume is a blessing. Let us progress together. Thus, amidst the nurturing energy of the seven stars, an unprecedented essence emerged, perhaps a characteristic only attainable by a divine sword. Wang Lin speculated. This relentless release of domineering energy for sustenance proved more exhausting than solitary cultivation, as even the act of breathing did not cease the flow of power. Moreover, this energy was rapidly consumed by the seven stars. Consequently, after 2 hours, Wang Lin came to a halt, observing the sword in his hand. He noted that its color had not changed significantly, save for a faint dark crimson hue that had appeared at the junction of the hilt and blade. A mere whisper of alteration. The blade measured 1.2 meters, and the hilt 25 centimeters, which required no nurturing. Given this length, if one were to calculate at the current rate of less than a millimeter every 2 hours, it would take an excruciatingly long time. The materials of this divine sword were extraordinarily formidable. 1 millimeter 0, 1 millimeters 1, 2 meters 1, 200,000 millimeters, based on the calculations, covering the entire length of 1.2 meters at a rate of less than a millimeter every 2 hours would require 411 years of unceasing effort. Wang Lin was feeling somewhat dejected. Yet he conceived a solution that he was reluctant to embrace. No, the time fruit could not be utilized in this context. He would have to resort to the Book of Omnipotence. However, before employing the book, it was imperative to restore his energy. An hour later, having regained his strength, Wang Lin materialized the Book of Omnipotence, pushed open the door to the training room, and stepped inside. It was essential to imbue this ultra-four-dimensional space with temporal characteristics, with a time ratio of at least 1:100. After settling into a meditative position, he reflected on the essence of thought. 1. Thought is a manifestation of the mind. 2. Thought is concerned with causality rather than the process. 3. Once conditions are established, the constraints of contracts and oaths must be adhered to. By controlling the ingress and egress through these constraints, he set a premise. Should an additional isolation chamber materialize, it must possess the quality of being inescapable once initiated. For instance, if 1 day outside could equate to 100 to 400 days within the chamber, the flow rate would need to be adjustable. Yet once one entered, the duration spent inside must be sufficient before the door could be opened. Thus, lifespan would serve as a vulnerability. Within his elixirs, 12 remained, sufficient for cultivation. Yet any unforeseen exigencies could pose complications. During explosive growth, utilizing lifespan as leverage proved advantageous. However, casting a glance at the 7 stars, he gritted his teeth and declared, "The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The more one invests, the more one reaps. Let us proceed." Grasping the Book of Omnipotence, he began to envision the desired card while simultaneously establishing the contract and oath. This card, imbued with the power of rules, required minimal mental energy yet bore the greatest risk. In a short while, the card emerged from the tome. Upon extraction, Wang Lin directly manifested the isolation chamber, which resembled a small sauna from the outside, yet was spacious within, spanning over 100 square meters. The entrance was bifurcated. Upon opening one door, he stepped inside. Marking the first step, he then adjusted the calibrated switch to align with his requirements. There were 2 switches, one determined the external duration required for seclusion, starting at 1 day, the other regulated the internal temporal ratio, commencing at 100, with a ceiling of 500. Thus, The maximum setting allowed 1 day outside to equate to 500 days inside. This configuration was wholly adequate for Wang Lin to elevate the 7 stars sacred sword to its utmost potential within a year. This was unprecedented. In the future, should anyone dare to displease me, there would be no need for confrontation. I would simply confine them. Having completed these arrangements, Wang Lin, as the architect of this creation, felt compelled to experience it himself. Hence, he set the external duration to 1 day, filling the interior to capacity. 7 stars, if you fail to perform in the future. I shall find a way to feed you to the demon slayer. Do you understand? The 7 stars vibrated with a resonant hum, affirming its unwavering commitment to excellence. You exhibit a semblance of a sacred sword. Splendid. In the future, I shall bestow upon you unique enhancements, enabling you to devour other esteemed weapons. Perform admirably and do not squander my nurturing. Buzzing once more. Chapter 34. Departure to the International Waters 2. An additional update for the appreciation of the stars. What sensation does one experience after maintaining a mere 4 hours of slumber daily, encompassing nourishment, while dedicating the remaining hours solely to cultivation? A regimen of enforced training coupled with restorative meditation for an unbroken span of 500 days? Wang Lin can confidently assert, there is no sensation whatsoever. Not a trace of feeling remains. The following day, Wang Lin appeared in the cabin, as cold as steel. Upon seeing him, are.Await, without a hint of concern, rushed forward and exclaimed, "Brother, you're out. Wow, you feel different." Wang Lin's lips curled slightly, suggesting a smile. He coldly inquired, "are.Await, what has changed?" It is indeed different. It is because elder brother has grown stronger. After 20 years of rigorous training, this is the first time. Oh, it seems elder brother can't count. You are clearly 19 years old. Wang Lin coldly chuckled. Brother is about to turn 21. Children should not contradict their elders. Oh, are.Await, how much longer until we arrive? Have you located Ling Ling's position? It will take another 5 days to reach the edge of the target island. Excellent. Today, let us find a place abundant in seafood. I must hunt, for our supplies have been exhausted. After 500 days of intense training, the food reserves have been completely depleted. The result of my training is that what was once merely iron is now more aptly termed steel. The fusion of domineering intent allows for nearly 4 continuous hours of output. When the pure armament hockey envelopes my body, it is no longer merely black. It radiates a purple-golden hue that permeates to the very bones. The 7 stars can now directly perceive a dark red-purple layer, approximately a finger's thickness, clinging to my body. are.Await, call me when we arrive. I need to rest, for this training has been somewhat excessive. I should take a full day to recuperate. And you may utilize this time to scout for hunting grounds. I shall sleep now. Habitually fastening his seatbelt, he fell into a deep slumber within seconds, his snores echoing softly. While Wang Lin was asleep, he experienced a dream in which the 7-star sacred sword he wielded had transformed into a deep crimson blade with a black-purple hilt. With this sword in hand, he engaged in fierce battles against formidable foes, vanquishing them with a single stroke. Eventually, after consuming an abundance of weapons, the sword underwent a remarkable evolution. Taking on the form of a hybrid between a sword and a dagger, its hilt elongated by an additional measure. At this moment, the sword birthed a new spirit, and Wang Lin joyfully caressed its blade. Suddenly, a tiny hand emerged from the sword, tugging at his beard, playfully exclaiming, "Brother, we have arrived. Wake up. If you don't, I'll pull your beard. Wake up, please." Wang Lin furrowed his brow and said, "Qixing, what are you talking about? What has arrived? Do you dare to pull my beard?" are.Await observed Wang Lin's mumbling, which was unclear, and suddenly grasped his beard, shouting with all her might, "Brother, how annoying. I've been calling you for an hour." Oh dear. Wang Lin suddenly sat up, gazing at the young girl before him, her hands clutching the whiskers. Shaking his head, he became more alert and recollected the events. Drawing out the 7 stars, he swiftly shaved off the whiskers and remarked, "are.Await, should you encounter such a situation again, remember to splash with cold water." Do you understand? Oh, I understand now. Wang Lin shook his head, unfastened his seatbelt, and strode toward the cabin door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight of an ocean teeming with marine life. A gathering place for sea creatures? This was even better. There was no need for manual effort. The fruits of over a year of rigorous training would suffice. With a fierce glare, Wang Lin unleashed his dominion, causing the water surface to freeze in all directions from his position, akin to the abilities of Qingji. Snow began to fall from the sky. complementing the ice and amplifying the frigid atmosphere. In that instant, the marine creatures that had failed to escape succumbed to unconsciousness. Within a perceptive radius of 10 kilometers, he captured a total of 367 sea creatures. Wang Lin extracted the 7 stars and activated the device, causing a sudden influx of people on the surface of the sea, yet paradoxically, the crowd seemed to vanish. Once Wang Lin ceased the activity, he instructed are.Await to collect the items while he busied himself in the hunting area at the bow of the submarine, diligently storing provisions. 3 hours later, he entered the cabin, holding a substantial segment of a crab's foreleg. As per his routine, he allocated a portion to are.Await while consuming the remainder himself. Life restored. The recently distended belly was subdued by this proclamation. It was merely a basic application of advanced metallurgy. Aside from rapidly siphoning energy from sustenance, he could also, in extreme circumstances, utilize his own energy for nourishment, facilitating swift recovery from injuries. After their meal, he directed are.Await to continue searching for congregations of seafood, as long as they were within a 2-day time frame. Subsequently, he alternated between resting and fishing. Under normal training conditions, he would aim for 1 seafood catch per month, common varieties, excluding colossal deep-sea creatures, totaling 12 annually. In 4 centuries, that would amount to 800, indicating his preparations were somewhat lacking. Ultimately, after capturing over 3,000 seafood specimens within 2 days, he resumed his journey towards the designated target. Chapter 35. Arrival and engagement with the objective. After 5 days, Wang Lin re-entered the training room, activating the secluded chamber at the highest temporal flow rate. Now completely numb, he had acclimatized to the intensity of this regimen, though the prolonged silence and lack of laughter imparted an almost inhuman sensation. Nevertheless, he remained oblivious to this aspect. are.Await, regardless of Wang Lin's transformation, remained unfazed. She simply adored him. Upon emerging from seclusion, he purposefully shaved his beard before pushing open the door to reveal himself in the cabin. Wang Lin had become akin to an ice block, a total of 3,000 days of mechanical training over 22 years had caused him to forget the niceties of polite conversation, expressions of concern, and matters of the heart. When he spoke, it was direct and efficient. Have we arrived? Yes, we are beneath the waters of the target island. Ascend and disembark. Wow, brother, you look so handsome. In truth, are.Await intended to convey how cool he appeared. Wang Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. Thus, he arrived coolly at the island where Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, resided. This island was still relatively obscure and had not yet expanded into the vast territory of the future Whole Cake Island. Nevertheless, she had already amassed a considerable number of islands under her control. A lingering question occupied Wang Lin's mind. Did Lin's 43 husbands truly begin with rocks, or did they come after his departure? If the latter were true, how could she have borne over 100 children in such rapid succession? Wasn't that somewhat excessive? With these inquiries weighing on his thoughts, he traversed a city filled with confectionery shops. Guided by his instincts, he gracefully made his way toward the most formidable individual. As he approached, he called out, "Big Mom Lin, I seek an audience." Mama, who is this young brat? Daring to cause a commotion alone within my Big Mom pirate crew? Came a response, echoing with a distinctive laughter, as the formidable presence sensed Wang Lin's strength. Wang Lin accelerated once more in the direction of the sound, and by the time Ling finished her words, he had appeared not far in front of her. I, Wang Lin, have come for a duel. Protect MOM. Do not allow this person to approach. A group of sons and daughters, along with a stellar figure, surrounded the imposing woman, while Wang Lin observed her closely. It was not yet abstract. He could still see her clearly. This was his inner thought. But his lips uttered, not fat. Are you mocking me, young man? Who exactly are you? You seem quite presentable. Why not become my husband? Wang Lin internally berated her as a lecher, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. She opened her backpack and retrieved a card. Mom. This individual was the one who personally sent Roger on his way in Loguetown last year. The world government has placed a bounty of 100 million on his head, but it seems the reward is greatly inflated. Indeed, mother, this Lin is formidable. I find it somewhat challenging to breathe in his presence. Wang Lin remained silent, as someone explained the situation to Ling. Several prominent figures and their sons conversed about Lin, urging their leader to exercise caution. Mama, what a formidable man. Our descendants are bound to excel even further. They declared, ready to take decisive action. With a swift movement, Wang Lin evaded the lecherous hand and declared, step outside, or there will be dire consequences. He gestured toward the group present, shaking his head, implying their inadequacy. He then added, "Delicious treats await you, but only after the duel, a promise." With a flourish, the card transformed into a cake, which he tossed into the voracious mouth of the large woman. "Mua mua mua. Oh, this is exquisite. I want more. I crave dessert." Just moments earlier, the jubilant Lingling had been exclaiming about the delectable treats, but suddenly an overwhelming aura of menace erupted from her. "Oh no. MOM is having an episode. Quick, bring the dessert. Hurry." It was precisely during this episode that an opportunity for a proper confrontation arose. "Lingling, step forth. After the duel, I shall reward you with sweets." Within a mere 10 seconds, the intent was conveyed clearly, and with a nod, he affirmed, "Yes, indeed." Having spoken, he swiftly departed, while Lingling remained fixated on Wang Lin, for it was he who had presented the enticing dessert that triggered her episode. "I want dessert. I must have dessert." On the island, those lacking strength heard the rustling sounds and swiftly moved aside. Meanwhile, the capable sons and daughters followed closely behind, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Minutes later, Wang Lin halted, turned, and summoned a towering cake from his card, placing it on the ground before leaping back. Charlotte Lingling, upon sighting the dessert, became entranced, her eyes wide with desire, as she approached the cake with a smile, eagerly indulging. The influence of the sweet treat began to alleviate her condition significantly. Wang Lin observed that she appeared somewhat improved and remarked, "Now, in combat, with dessert. There is no contest without it. You must uphold your word, mama. Soul control. Soul infusion." The LSP disregarded martial ethics, launching directly into such tactics. Wang Lin remained motionless, permitting her to chant her incantation. Coldly, he uttered, "I now heavenly shackles on the soul fruit of the class, slay the demon devour." One devouring act rendered Lingling's soul-crafted homies utterly miserable, while her soul control, her fruit ability, evaporated upon contact with Wang Lin. "What? You can actually immunize against my fruit ability? How infuriating. I merely wish to capture you as my husband, to indulge daily in sweet cakes. How vexing." Soul infusion. She was entirely oblivious to Homie's plight, yet others bore witness to their languishing, silently begging for mercy. Her eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, cried out, "Mother, cease using your soul abilities. Homie's is on the brink of death. That is your own soul's creation." Zeus and Prometheus gazed gratefully at their obedient eldest, nodding towards Lingling. Only then did she realize the gravity of the situation, angrily tossing aside her weapon, drawing her large sword, and shouting in fury as she charged forward. Wang Lin gazed at her 7-star sword, reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation at that moment. Instead, she unleashed the martial techniques she had meticulously crafted over the years, employing her fists and feet in a formidable display. She executed a strike with the Emperor's sword, breaking blade, while countering with the Conlong Yui technique or deflecting with the Divine Dragon's Tail, utilizing both hands and feet in perfect harmony. As she unleashed a distant thunderous attack, Wang Lin glanced at Zeus hovering above, choosing not to dwell on it. With her fingers aligned, she released a surge of sword energy. The pride of Huazhong, the ultimate technique of the heroic Hua, manifested within the realm of One Piece. Though primarily fueled by the domineering state of Haki combined with enhanced capabilities, the vision within her heart was that of a sword. Thus, when it revealed itself to the world, it took the form of a crimson blade, cleaving through the clouds of the sky and directly severing Zeus, leaving it momentarily incapacitated and unable to assist Charlotte Lin. This provocation incited the formidable woman to discard her large blade, charging at Wang Lin with her bare hands. Ironically, Charlotte Lin possessed extraordinary physical attributes, yet she had chosen to emulate others in developing her devil fruit powers. With a mind as feeble as a pine nut, what could she possibly create? Therefore, when she relinquished her weapon and engaged in a raw, physical battle, it was clear that the stakes had escalated. "I shall annihilate you." "Ah, no, not to kill, but to render you powerless." Wang Lin listened, his cold visage betraying a twitch at the corners of his mouth, revealing a semblance of amusement. However, others perceived it differently. "Mother," his lips curled slightly, beware of deception. "I would like to extend my gratitude to Jia Tianbang, Xiao Xiong, and Fan Xinggong Shang for their support of this book. Additionally, I hope that friends who appreciate the tales of pirates and hunters will bestow their approval upon this work, particularly a 5-star rating. Thank you in advance." Chapter 36, Cannot Be Moved? Allow me to introduce the 7 Injuries Fist. As Wang Lin observed the formidable figure of Ling, her colossal fist hurtling towards him, he swiftly assumed a horse stance, drawing his fist back to his waist before launching a counterattack. In that moment, a towering individual, standing at 8 meters, collided with another, who was a mere 7 meters apart. The impact caused a brief pause, followed by a tremor in the ground and a violent explosion of compressed air. Both Ling Ling and Wang Lin were propelled backward a few steps. The matron, now fully immersed in the seriousness of battle, indeed exhibited remarkable strength. Her fists were as solid as iron, truly deserving of her reputation as the formidable backbone of a pirate crew. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Indeed, quite impressive. Mama, you are also remarkable, such a formidable man. Do you truly not wish to be my husband?" Ling Ling, with her persistent heart, had not yet given up. Wang Lin felt a sense of helplessness, tinged with irritation. After all, who wouldn't be incensed at being pursued by a woman of dubious character? Towering 7 meters above him and in her late 40s, Wang Lin cast a cold glance at the robust woman before him and shifted to fourth gear, deeming it sufficient. With his armed state activated and his energy surging, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Ling Ling's abdomen. The impact resonated like a blow against leather. Ling Ling merely furrowed her brows and remarked, "Not even a cannonball can faze me, especially while I am employing my domineering defense." "Is that so? Allow me to present another of my strikes," he replied. "This technique, freshly conceived, is called the 7 injuries fist. 1 punch, 7 injuries. All shall be harmed." He courteously introduced his technique, and as the elder lady looked on with evident confusion, he directed a punch towards her kidney area. Kidney injury, reversal of the cold river. Upon completion of the strike, he retracted his fist. Wang Lin observed the effects of this punch from the sidelines. As he executed the 7 injuries fist, he had channeled his energy to the second level, resulting in a slight delay in response but affording him a better vantage point for observation. In the context of Chinese culture, it is believed that the human body comprises the dual forces of yin and yang. These dualities give rise to the 5 elements. The lungs correspond to metal, the liver to wood, the kidneys to water, the heart to fire, and the spleen to earth. The philosophy behind the 7 injuries fist, as mentioned in martial arts lore, is derived from the interplay of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. The term 7 injuries refers to the disruption of the flow of qi within the body, aiming to create an upheaval in the balance of yin and yang, thereby unsettling the 5 elements and causing harm to the spirit. One may seek further understanding of this concept online. The 7 injuries fist possesses a semblance of mystical significance, and the esteemed literary prowess of Mr. Jin Yong is indeed well-deserved. Although this martial technique is a product of imaginative fiction, it is rooted in some theoretical foundations. Regardless, the 4 talents of Hong Kong are genuinely cultured individuals, and their scholarly depth lends credence to such theories. However, in reality, concepts like meridians and internal energy may be either real or mere remnants of the past, leaving people with conjectures yet devoid of practical application. Nevertheless, Wang Lin endeavored to explore this, and with his innate understanding complemented by the flow of his qi, he based his practice on the principles of Chinese meridian theory. During his more than 8 years of seclusion, Wang Lin, through the repeated circulation of his inner energy, endeavored to communicate with the 5 elements within his body. After numerous attempts, he finally received a response, and the yin and yang of the 5 elements within him took shape, forming a microcosm of its own. From that day forth, the energy within him began to circulate autonomously, vibrant and unceasing, reminiscent of another martial art, the 9 yang and 9 yin. The duel today serves 2 purposes: to gather information for the creation of humanoid figures and to validate this new martial technique. After a single strike, Charlotte Ling Ling remained motionless for nearly a minute, and at last, Wang Lin witnessed what he had longed to see. He observed as Ling Ling's visage began to contort, cold sweat cascading down as she wobbled and knelt upon the ground. The children, perplexed and eager to investigate, were met with their mother's sudden cry as she expelled a copious amount of fresh blood. This blood, upon touching the ground, crystallized into ice. The kidneys govern water. Thus, when the water element surged in opposition, the balance of yin and yang was disrupted, leading to a chaotic interplay of the 5 elements. Consequently, her warm blood transformed into a chilling toxin that could cause harm. Wang Lin clapped his hands and remarked, "Indeed, Big Mom Lin Lin is formidable. Her physical prowess is astonishing. To expel such a chilling stream of blood so swiftly is truly admirable." Forcing himself to articulate a lengthy discourse, he exhaled deeply. Upon concluding, he produced the dessert cards he had prepared and addressed his sons, saying, "Bring forth cakes and tea for my insatiable appetite. Lin Lin, the competition has concluded. All of this belongs to you." Ultimately, he discovered a method to express himself, speaking deliberately, one word at a time, allowing him to articulate his thoughts with ease. Dozens of cards, each embodying a different delicacy, scattered across the ground. And a hint of goodwill danced at the corners of his mouth. Wang Lin turned to leave, and after a few seconds, a voice echoed, "There will be another opportunity to spar with you. I hope that next time we can exchange more moves." Wang Lin's eccentricity left an indelible impression on everyone, particularly his peculiar manner of speaking. It was so bizarre that it evoked a sense of unease and vigilance among those present. Meanwhile, Ling, oblivious to the tension, fixated her gaze on the tantalizing desserts. Her attentive daughters exclaimed, "Mother, do refrain from indulging just yet. That Lin fellow just smirked, and he surely harbors ill intentions. Allow me to sample the treats first. If all is well, you may partake." Just as she was about to fulfill her role, the formidable Ling dismissed her with a wave, nonchalantly asserting, "Do not underestimate a master of his caliber. How could one who employs poison attain such expertise? Fear not. Mother. Indeed, he speaks the truth. His desserts are delectable. Yet I felt nothing amiss after consuming them. Quickly, bring forth the treats I usually enjoy. Today, we shall host a delightful tea party." Wang Lin, from a distance, heard that distinctive laughter and thought to himself, how easily one can win over a simple woman with food. His thoughts were rather naive. Had he truly been sold off and subsequently guided by the Navy or absorbed by the CP organization, the consequences would have been utterly terrifying. Glancing at the card in his hand, he noticed that the reverse side bore Ling's blood. Silently, he tucked it away. Upon arriving at the seaside, he re-entered the submarine. Wang Lin instructed to locate Kaido's whereabouts. Upon arrival, if Wang Lin's seclusion has not concluded, he must wait for his emergence. This time frame is set to 10 days in the outside world, with maximum flow speed. Once inside the seclusion chamber, Wang Lin relaxed. Lying on the ground to reflect on the deficiencies that should exist from his match with Ling, perfection is unattainable for any individual, and consequently, combat techniques cannot be deemed flawless. The inaugural practical application of the 7 injuries fist yielded commendable results. This phenomenon is referred to as Luing, an expression of advanced armed color hockey unique to Wano country, which signifies the internal damage inflicted by hockey. It is akin to how sweet potatoes are locally known as digua in certain regions. However, my 7 injuries fist evidently possesses a significantly enhanced destructive capacity. Yet, formidable individuals like Ling can leverage their physical prowess and bodily defense mechanisms to expel such septic-like damage before it can escalate. Kaido, alleged to be the mightiest, an immortal being? Once I locate you, I shall test my enhanced 7 injuries fist in its 5th gear. By that time, the primary objective of this journey will have been achieved, given that this period of seclusion will be lengthy for an ordinary person like him. Wang Lin resolved to meticulously refine his conceptualizations concerning punches, kicks, palms, and fingers. The Galefoot had yet to find an optimal synergy with others. And this was an opportune moment. P.S. A distinct path of martial prowess is about to unfold, devoid of lofty fantasies. Adhering instead to the conventions of hunters and pirates, rationally unveiling the treasures of Huaxia. This evening will see only these 2 updates, as the remainder is still in the process of being written. An introduction to Hunter x Hunter has already been supplemented in the chapter concerning the meeting with Whitebeard. Additionally, a standalone chapter has intricately detailed the classifications of nen. In my view, the concept of nen truly inspires boundless imagination. Thus, for those still grappling with its essence, consider what you would desire most if you possess such nen abilities, particularly of the special type. Would it be the infinite dimensional pocket of Doraemon? Or the ability to foresee the future? Or something entirely different? Therefore, the comprehensive capabilities of nen serve as the protagonist's primary advantage. Hence the system is encapsulated in quotation marks. Chapter 37. The grand development of martial arts. Currently, there exists the 7 injuries fist for punches, the dragon subduing palm for palms, and the sword of pride for fingers, with burgeoning ideas regarding leg techniques. As for leg techniques, Wang Lin has mastered body techniques such as moon steps, shave, and gale foot. In the context of the martial arts world, it is akin to an individual with exceptional lightness skill executing an attack imbued with a blade's aura. The only character Wang Lin could liken to this is the wind god, Niefeng. In the tale of Feng Yun, Niefeng amalgamated the wind god leg with his family's proud Aohan 6 techniques and 10,000 invincible, achieving the elusive wind without shadow and cloud without trace. Henceforth, his attacks became formless and intangible, yet filled the skies with blade-like auras. When he concentrated his assault on a single point, a chilling blade would unleash a devastating blow. Indeed, it is youthful, the pinnacle reference for leg techniques. With this decisive realization, I began to navigate the confines of this modest 100 square meter space. Refraining from utilizing techniques such as the moon step and shave, I commenced by employing the energy of thought to continuously cleanse the meridians below my waist. While walking, I contemplated the conditions under which my energy flow could enhance my pace. Once I grasped the corresponding method of energy flow, I turned my attention to the principle of release. Ultimately, the synthesis of these elements gave rise to a modified leg technique reminiscent of the wind god. This method involved wielding a sword while my hands rested behind my back, focusing solely on the training of my legs and feet, a pursuit I dedicated 2 years to. Clad in a flowing white robe, I would undoubtedly resemble a true replica of youthful. Due to my rigorous training, I had not been overly concerned with details. I had secluded myself for over 10 years, resulting in hair that now cascaded to my waist. This state may persist, for Wang Lin remained exceedingly focused. The little ones around me saw only their elder brother, enamored with whatever form I took, oblivious to the alterations in my appearance. After 2 years, I bore fruit in my endeavors, primarily centered on my agility, yet never sacrificing the force of my strikes. The leg techniques, intertwined with the enhancement of thought-based energy and my own developed fierce intent, created attacks that were both unexpected and soul-stirring. This summary marked the sowing of a seed. My entire body's martial prowess had been comprehensively cultivated, leaving no conspicuous weaknesses. The Navy's 6 techniques had undergone a complete transformation, shedding their former selves. The finger gun had evolved into a manifestation of sword energy, embodying the pride of Chinese martial arts. The amalgamation of iron blocks and paper scraps had birthed the modified armament hockey, now a formidable imperial thought, the armored fortress. The moon step, shave, and gale foot techniques had merged. When traversing short distances, I could briefly linger in the wind. While an attack infused with the murderous intent of the conqueror's hockey would undoubtedly leave my foes trembling. The killing technique was aptly named sweeping the 8 directions. While my evasive maneuvers were dubbed chasing the wind, not for the swiftness of the wind itself, but in homage to the wind deity, youthful. I had achieved a conscious state where the heart, will, and body harmoniously converged. Lastly, I explored sword techniques, albeit only concerning the 7-star holy sword. Lacking a cohesive system and remaining somewhat simplistic, this encapsulates the fruits of 2 years' labor. After a brief respite of a week, I devised a new plan. This time, the objective was to achieve a seamless integration throughout my entire being. Naturally, the first step was to ensure that my body, hands, and feet could execute appropriate attacks at any moment during the enhancement phase. Next, I contemplated how to maintain significant striking power even when my combat effectiveness dwindled. The initial phase was executed smoothly, exceeding my expectations in terms of time. After all, the enhancement techniques were inherently designed for direct combat, positioning themselves as the optimal choice for facing adversaries head-on. His greatest strength lies in enduring and confronting challenges head-on, fighting with sheer resilience. Thus, within this confined space of 100 square meters, aside from the area occupied by Wang Lin, the surroundings are now marred with scars from blades, marks from swords, and imprints from fists. The presence of such traces in a space deemed indestructible signifies a profound mastery of martial arts. Indeed, after Wang Lin meticulously refined his martial skills, he comprehended that his essence had evolved to embody the concept of martial arts, akin to the essence of thought or the might of will. Martial arts encompass the body. Fists, including fingers and palms, and feet, including leg techniques, with the potential for further incorporation of weaponry in the future, which would facilitate training considerably. This initial stage took half a year to achieve. With this foundational understanding, the subsequent development of his abilities in the realm of thought became markedly simpler. When employing the release technique in combat, it evokes a visual spectacle reminiscent of an immortal cultivator. The 7 injuries fist unleashes fists that soar forth like missiles. The pride of Chinese martial arts has indeed realized the power of intention and the precision of sword energy, capable of both gentleness and strength, capable of cleaving gold and jade asunder. The sweeping motion across the battlefield unleashes a torrent of blade energy, slicing through all directions, coalescing into a massive sword several meters in length that strikes directly at an adversary's brow. While the operation technique may lack brilliance, it proves useful in evasion, allowing for the execution of basic effects, albeit with slightly diminished power compared to the first tier of enhancement. However, it enables the temporary manifestation of singular skills from the martial arts repertoire when controlling ordinary puppets or other individuals. This phase, too, consumed another 6 months. Overall, the results are commendable, and during the process of refining his combat system, Wang Lin can feel a tangible enhancement in his own strength. He realizes that his upper limit has once again been elevated, and he is now capable of engaging on equal footing with opponents of Karp's caliber. Yet, this is merely the beginning. He knows that the path to his ultimate potential remains long. The future is indeed promising. Drawing forth the 7-star sword, he sits cross-legged. With his left hand caressing the blade, he speaks. 7 stars, it is time to begin nurturing you once more. In order for you to keep pace with my journey, I shall, every month, concentrate my thoughts to infuse a drop of blood into you, hoping that your spirit awakens soon, no longer in such ignorance. Upon finishing, the first drop of blood, crystal clear and formed by the amalgamation of his focused intention, drips from his fingertip onto the blade. He then commences the previously established nurturing process. Although over a decade has passed since Wang Lin's time, he has forgotten many people and events. However, the world, at least the Navy, has not forgotten him. The incident involving the infiltrator occurred within a span of merely 40 days, and his last escape from Marinvondo was just 8 or 9 days ago. Poor Celino. You are responsible for investigating Lin. Why is there still no progress? Steelbone inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. The fact that he no longer referred to the Yellow Ape by title but by name indicated his serious regard for Wang Lin. The Yellow Ape replied nonchalantly, "Oh dear. Lin's movements are exceedingly enigmatic. I have just received some intel. He engaged in a martial contest with Big Mom the day before yesterday, reportedly a straightforward duel. What a terrifying young man. What was the outcome? Poor Celino. If you continue to withhold information, I swear I will strike you. Speak." Steelbone was eager to know the results, yet this fellow remained obstinate. All right. If the marshal hadn't pressed me, I would have shared it anyway, honestly. Just tell me already, you fool. It appears that Lin has injured Charlotte Lin, but strangely enough, he also presented her with some cake before departing. Isn't that peculiar? Fool, can you not grasp the crux of the matter? This Lin has wounded Lin? Has his strength escalated to such a degree? Is there anything else? Nothing more. That's why he remained shrouded in mystery. Alas, the pain. Steelbone felt a vein throbbing on his forehead as he looked at the Yellow Ape and commanded, "Leave." Yes. Close the door. Chapter 38. Unexpected gains. How long is 5,000 days? Approximately 13. 7 years. Wang Lin, upon emerging once more from his secluded chamber, now bore the physique of a middle-aged man. During his years of cultivation, he had spent a total of 8,000 days, approximately 22 years. However, in terms of his robust build, he could easily captivate a multitude of women, including young brides. The only drawback was that he appeared somewhat unkempt at present. His most notable acquisition was the enhanced spiritual essence of the 7-star sword, which had undergone an armament transformation of 70 millimeters from its base. In the event that he might need to wield a weapon for defense, he could now ensure that the 7 stars would not face the peril of shattering. As he passed by the large mirror in the training space, even the cold iron of the stars could not help but be astonished by his own reflection. His hair and beard remained as they were during the last evolution of the 7 stars, for at that time, Wang Lin had already mastered the flow of his vital essence. He believed that the growth of hair was merely a waste of the body's nutrients, and thus he maintained it just enough. Consequently, in the decade that followed, there had been little to no growth of his beard or hair. Yet, he had previously neglected the fact that even a crew-cut lad could grow hair down to his waist and a beard to his navel. How could he venture out like this without being the subject of ridicule? With a heart ablaze, he expressed his dissatisfaction with this appearance, particularly with his hair and beard. His initial attempt to rectify the situation resulted in an uncontrolled burst of energy, incinerating all his facial hair. Nevertheless, this mattered little. By manipulating his vital pores and nourishing the follicles on his head, after 10 meticulous minutes, he emerged once again as a spirited middle-aged gentleman. With a satisfied flick of his eye, he smiled and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Shao. AI. Brother, you're out. Habitually ruffling his little sister's hair, he continued to inquire, "Where have you been?" She mimicked him, responding, "We arrived at Kaido's territory yesterday." Wow. Brother, your way of speaking is amazing. I can't learn it. Nodding, he succinctly commanded, "Out of the water, dock, and proceed." Reflecting internally, he pondered whether there was a language barrier. It shouldn't be the case, should it? 800 standard bearers run to the northern slope, while 800 artillerymen man their cannons. The standard bearers fear colliding with the artillery, and the artillery fear striking the standard bearers. No issues there. Eating grapes without spitting the skins. Yet not eating grapes and spitting the skins instead. No problem, the language was not a barrier, merely a matter of pace. He understood it well. Upon surfacing, Wang Lin furrowed his brow, cursing the wretched weather. Quickly stowing Xiao Ai away, he walked alone along the coast of Wano, contemplating his next move. As he headed towards a direction imbued with a formidable aura, Wano, near the terminus of the Grand Line, was shrouded in mystery due to its isolation, rendering the waters unpredictable and elusive. The climate in this region is akin to that of an island, embodying a singular season that remains unchanged throughout the year. Additionally, owing to the influence of Japanese manga creators, it is evident that the level of expertise here surpasses that of other locales. Remarkably, this nation appears to disregard the world government, which, in turn, shamelessly seeks to procure sea prism stones from it. This mineral, known for its enigmatic properties, is a unique crystallization found solely in Wano country, which is indeed quite peculiar. Wang Lin arrived on an island perpetually cloaked in winter, traversing streets blanketed in snow while observing the architecture reminiscent of a Japanese aesthetic. He followed the direction indicated by an intriguing presence. As he approached a gathering of people, he sensed a burgeoning vitality, only to discover a man shamelessly dancing in the nude. Yet, a formidable aura emanated from him, compelling Wang Lin to suppress his discomfort and inquire, "Who are you?" The dancing man, taken aback by the stranger's presence, expressed his astonishment before curiously continuing his dance. "Are you an outsider? How did you get in? You must leave this realm. It has changed." Wang Lin, disregarding the interruption, continued, "I have come to engage in battle against Kaido." Upon uttering these words, a fierce aura surged momentarily before fading. As he fixed his gaze upon the peculiar man before him, the man, sensing the overwhelming and almost monstrous intent to kill, ceased his dance and inquired, "May I ask who you are? Are you here to assist us?" "I am Kazuki Oden," he replied. "Due to Orochi and Kaido's threats against the lives of the people, I have been compelled to acquiesce to their demands, performing a lewd dance before the eyes of the common folk on every island." Kazuki Oden? Not dead? Was I mistaken? Damn it, surely Oda has once again elaborated on Oden's demise. I distinctly recall him perishing in the boiling pot. There is no way I could be wrong. Wang Lin was taken aback, yet filled with elation, for another ally had joined his ranks. Thus, he resolved that if death were inevitable, it would be a blessing to reunite with Roger. He steeled his focus. Suddenly, to Yu Tian's astonishment, a tome materialized in the man's hand. Yet, this was not the most bewildering aspect. The most astonishing revelation was that the man extracted 2 cards from the book, one depicting a glove and the other a firearm. Uncover the mystery. Announce it. What on earth? The Kingdom of S. Wang Lin regarded Yu Tian with an expression akin to that of a rustic simpleton, someone who had never encountered the world beyond his humble origins. He contemplated that the boy bore a resemblance to a little devil. After donning his gloves, he boldly reached out to touch Yu Tian's head, and surprisingly, Yu Tian did not shy away. Instead, he remained astonished, for there was no trace of malice in Wang Lin's gesture, a sentiment easily perceived, even by a child, let alone by a master of his caliber. Wang Lin inquired, "How did Kaido conspire with Orochi to usurp the nation? And what of your rebels?" These 2 questions encompassed information regarding Kaido, the black charcoal Orochi, and the red scabbards. Yuta was about to retort, "Who are you two?" when he noticed the man removing his hand from atop his head, and he continued, "I am already aware. Shortly, I shall analyze this intelligence. For now, trust me. I shall introduce you to the Roger family." After uttering these words, he concentrated on visualizing everything he intended to say and do, including a grim portrayal of Yuta's impending demise. Then, with a swift motion, he fired a shot, the bullet hurtling towards Yuta's head. "Huh. Does this insignificant bullet presume to harm me?" Humph. Yuta seemed to have misunderstood, as he employed his armament haki to fend off the bullet. Yet, despite his utmost defense, the bullet penetrated his skull, and he remained unscathed. At the moment Yuta was struck, 9 figures, each distinct in appearance, alongside 2 or 3 animals, emerged. Wang Lin recognized 1 cat and 1 dog, while the others were unknown to him. "My lord, are you unharmed?" A large, painted face asked first. Wang Lin perceived the formidable martial prowess of these individuals and inquired, "Who are you?" Employing the lightness of foot from his martial arts training, he deftly touched each of their heads in succession. He then paused to absorb the passive self-introductions of these individuals. To uncover secrets, one must pose questions and make contact with the opponent's head. Ability reference. Pakinoda, member of the Phantom Troop? Are they the 9 red scabbards? An undercover mission? Kinshirlang, nicknamed Godly Brush for his drawing fruit? Incredible skills? Wait, has Yutian not yet engaged in battle with Kaido? Is his wife and child still safe? Then what is the nature of my time fruit and his wife's time fruit? After Roger reached his destination, the crew disbanded within 2 years, allowing his wife to conceive. While Yutian and his wife and son set sail only to face usurpation and death. Is this how Oda introduced the story? At this moment, Wang Lin sensed the profound malice of this world. Suddenly, a long-absent system reappeared, stating, "You, along with those foolish characters in the spoilers, mistakenly believe that it is the fruit of reality, when in truth it is the fruit of time. Otherwise, how could one traverse the river of history? Time is merely a fragment of the greater concept of time, which encompasses all. Furthermore, I must caution the host to not place unwavering trust in manga. This world is indeed real. Now, returning to the matter of the fruits, does this imply that the 2 time-related entities exist in a hierarchical relationship?" Wang Lin never anticipated that he would have an opportunity to capture everything in one fell swoop. As for these guards, at least that cat and dog are not viable. They belong to the Fur tribe, serving as protectors of the formidable elephant Yuta that Luffy is destined to encounter. Aside from the undercover Kinshichiro, the rest will be determined by circumstances. Kinshichiro's fruit is certain, even Kaido's arrival will not alter that. Furthermore, there are 2 remarkable fruits. The imitation fruit of Korizumi Higurashi, which will eventually become the property of the second gender-bending individual destined for demise. While I shall bestow upon him a rabbit fruit, I shall also graciously accept Korizumi Semimaru's barrier fruit. As for that little disciple of Luffy, he may receive an animal-type fruit crafted by X. After all, it belongs to the cannibal tribe, making an animal-type fruit quite fitting. The world? Is it real? Allow me to assume the role of the author. Haha, Momonosuke, little snake skin. In an instant, empowered by insight, I swiftly devised arrangements for these individuals. Meanwhile, Odin awakened, gazing solemnly at Wang Lin. P.S. Time, referring to the interval. The process through which entities evolve and change over a period, or denoting the 4th dimension required for physical events, alongside the 3 spatial dimensions. Or the continuous unity of experiences, flowing from the future to the present, and from the present to the past. It may also refer to segments of the same temporal division. Time, a one-dimensional continuum, manifested as the irreversible passage of time. The above is a definition from Baidu. Oda's manga often deliberately leaves dual clues in the early stages, enticing readers with both positive and negative directions, which is why Wang Lin is influenced by the memories before him. Chapter 39, Odin is a clever one. P.S. An additional update for the readers following this book. I have exhausted all efforts for today, presenting the 5th update. Kazuki Odin was taken aback, struggling to believe the information that surfaced in his mind. However, he sought confirmation, stating, "I did not realize it was Lord Lin. Do you mean to say? Roger and the others. How can you prove this?" Wang Lin furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat vexed. Proof? How could one possibly provide proof? Was this not an unreasonable demand? The other 10 individuals exchanged curious glances, bewildered by Wang Lin's earlier actions, and puzzled as to how their lord remained unharmed despite the bullet wound to his head. Kenshiro stepped forward and inquired, "My lord, could you enlighten us about what transpired?" Yutian responded with bravado, "We are all comrades here. What is there to conceal?" However, silence. Wang Lin interrupted Keigetsu Odin's words, advancing directly to seize Kanjiro, delivering a blow to his head with the 7 wounds fist, infusing a murderous intent that surged into Kanjiro's mind. Just as Keigetsu Odin attempted to intervene, Kanjiro had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and Wang Lin surmised that he was on the verge of cerebral death. Even if he were to survive, Wang Lin intended to ensure his demise shortly thereafter. The acquisition of the fruit was all that mattered. In that moment, Keigetsu Odin, poised to retaliate, was met with a flick of Wang Lin's finger, delivering a blow that served as the most severe reprimand a male could endure. Should you wish to engage physically, do remember to dress appropriately. The crowd collectively tightened their legs, while the sole individual who appeared female blushed in embarrassment, and the distant onlookers erupted in a cacophony of derision. Wang Lin then recounted the fragmented memories that Yutian had just absorbed, while simultaneously firing a bullet from his gun for him. "Go and see for yourself. You will understand what transpired." After speaking, his figure seemed to flicker momentarily, and suddenly, a piece of fruit appeared in his hand. Concurrently, the crowd intermittently heard distant voices from onlookers remarking the fruit was just about to be fed to his mouth when it vanished. In his heart, Wang Lin silently chanted, "Sacrifice. System, this time it must be 14 points, right? Such an extraordinary fruit, and judging by his demeanor, it seems to have been developed quite well. In the future." Wang Lin nodded with satisfaction, 14 points credited. Before their eyes, Kinjiro's body gradually transformed into ash. All they saw was Wang Lin's palm raised near Kinjiro's head. And just like that, Kinjiro ceased to exist. Strangely, the fruit in the killer's hand slowly morphed into a devil fruit. Then suddenly cardified and was inserted into a book that had appeared out of nowhere, only for the book to vanish just as abruptly. A moment of stillness. Then a movement, followed by another stillness, all executed with remarkable finesse. Suddenly, someone shouted, He killed Kinjiro. Brothers, avenge Kinjiro." Wang Lin remarked, "You are all commendable subjects, and I shall grant you the opportunity to accompany Odin, Jinweiman, Inuarashi, Nekomamushi. The three of you will be of use in the future. We shall discuss this further later." At that moment, Odin interrupted Wang Lin, saying, "Halt. Do not harm my subordinates." It appeared that the recent news had alleviated his pain, yet it had also bestowed upon him a sense of caution. "Dressed and ready," Kazuki Odin declared. "Even if your news is true, now that I am aware, I must strive against it. We cannot allow Wano country to remain under the dominion of these individuals." As he spoke, he engaged in a series of peculiar gestures. Wang Lin possesses little understanding of characters inspired by the Japanese, confined instead to a rather distorted perception. He shook his head and remarked, "You fail to comprehend. Such actions will merely disrupt the established path, leading to the unknown. At least for now, I cannot permit this. And as for your concerns, rest assured, I shall manage it." He then turned to gaze at the remaining 8 heroes and the brother of one female hero, pondering, when did we become short-handed? Where are the 8 heroes? Jinweiman, Leizong? Wang Lin furrowed his brows and inquired, "Did you allow them to escape?" Yution nodded with enthusiasm, raising his thumb as he proclaimed, "This is a tactic of feigned retreat, a strategy of delay, a method of openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing the city. Alas, the enemy indeed possesses a cunning mind." Cursing himself for being overly confident, he further questioned, "Where have they gone?" "To their destined location." Who could have anticipated that they would arrive over 2 years in advance? The recent actions had initiated their operational plan. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately comprehended the intention behind the notion of time travel. Naturally, he was disinclined and exclaimed, "Shouldn't a family be united in harmony? Your actions are profoundly disappointing." The circular motion commenced, he discovered, through his telepathic senses that 2 individuals were sprinting at an astonishing pace. In an instant, the chase wind was activated, causing those present to perceive Wang Lin's form as somewhat ethereal. However, Yution was quick to sense something amiss. His observation revealed that the person before him was no longer human. A disconcerting sense of unreality enveloped him. Approaching, he cautiously extended his finger to make contact, only to realize with alarm that it was merely an afterimage. He had encountered an extraordinary individual, far more formidable than he had anticipated. "Follow me," he urged. Subsequently, a series of swift, slicing sounds echoed through the street, and then the figures vanished. Wang Lin sensed that someone was pursuing him from behind. Upon careful discernment, he realized it was Yutian and his companions. A slight smile graced his lips. Let them chase, but the pace ahead was rather sluggish, necessitating a bit more pressure. With this thought, he exuded a malevolent aura directed at the 2 individuals he had ensnared. Jinweiman and Leizong, who were hastily making their way, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Turning to glance back, they exclaimed in alarm, instantly accelerating their speed. "Lin, halt. Otherwise, I shall take action." At that moment, a voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. It was Yutian's voice, a sound that felt oddly familiar. His heightened perception facilitated a realization. It was akin to the ability to listen to all things. Quite mystical indeed. The notion of spiritual communication seemed to resonate along these lines. Upon grasping this, his mind connected with the voice, and he conveyed his thoughts. "Would it not be preferable to journey to the Hall of Heroes together? Your concerns. Allow me to address them. To be candid, I myself cannot fully gauge my strength at present, yet safeguarding 1 or 2 islands is well within my capabilities." To his astonishment, Lin possessed such an ability. The method he described was utterly extraordinary and hard to believe. Furthermore, our Koike family bears its own mission. which must be fulfilled. Alas, this power was bestowed upon me by Roger. Is it not the work of those celestial dragons, the world government, and certain factions of the Navy? Now that I have arrived in this world, everything has changed. I shall undertake your mission. Lin, you are being unreasonable. The exchange between the two minds culminated in failure for the first time. They then resumed their forward momentum, with Wang Lin urging them onward, while Yutian closely pursued. Soon, they arrived at the site of a palace. Jin Weimin and Leizong, who had already entered, were kneeling on the ground, rapidly recounting something. Suddenly, a woman appeared, leading two children to stand between them. She moved her lips, and in an instant, the four of them vanished, leaving only the woman behind. This is troubling. Chaos ensued. Not only had the timeline been disrupted, but the daughter who was meant to remain had also been transported away. Wang Lin was taken aback by the decisiveness of a few individuals, who seemed devoid of any sentimentality. Could they not utter a few words and pose a question? Is this truly all there is? How utterly disappointing. P.S. Following this chapter, it may receive some recommendations. I sincerely hope that readers will bestow a 5-star rating and share their thoughts on this book. I shall respond to each one at my earliest convenience. Chapter 40. Once begun, there is no turning back. It is time for you to be corrected. Wang Lin quickened his pace and, mere moments later, arrived beside the woman. His countenance devoid of expression, appearing rather dazed. The woman inquired, "Are you the man who has compelled my husband to make such a resolute decision?" Wang Lin ignored her, patiently awaiting the arrival of those pursuing from behind. The woman, sensing the silence of the man before her, fell quiet herself. She was aware that her companion would soon arrive, and clarity would soon follow. After a brief interval of several seconds, Yutian was the first to arrive, pulling the woman aside and defensively brandishing two blades. Wang Lin gazed at the two blades, their essence subtly restrained yet unable to elude his perception. With an assured tone, he remarked, "Excellent swords." Yutian, feeling a surge of pride at the praise bestowed upon his cherished weapons, responded with a hint of satisfaction, "Indeed, these swords are truly remarkable." At that moment, his entourage arrived, prepared for battle upon witnessing their master draw his blades. Yutian then proclaimed, "Do tell him, what kind of swords are mine?" With a triumphant smile, it was then that Wang Lin learned of their identities. One was named Tian Yuzhan, and the other, Yin Mo. Tian Yuzhan belonged to the esteemed series of the Great Fast Blade 21, famed for its ability to cleave even the heavens. Yin Mo, also part of the Great Fast Blade 21 series, was renowned for its prowess to conquer even the depths of hell. Wang Lin nodded, drawing forth his sword and introducing it. This sword is named 7 Stars, believed to be forged by celestial beings. Its material remains a mystery. The blade measures 1,200 shimu in length, 4 shimu in width, and 1 shimu in thickness. The hilt spans 20 shimu, and it weighs 12 jin, 8 liang, and 6 qian. It is said to be a holy sword capable of annihilating the world. Upon finishing, he sheathed the 7 stars once more. A group of onlookers, taken aback, found themselves at a loss for words. Was this truly the case? Who would dare compare their weapons with such a legendary artifact? Celestial beings? World-destroying capabilities? Yutian observed his wife covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the sheathed 7 stars. He recalled a tale his wife, Kei Gitsui, had shared with him about a cursed holy sword, and suddenly, a realization struck him. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Could this sword be the one? The cursed holy sword? Its malevolent power is beyond anyone's control, and you wield it?" Wang Lin nodded and remarked, "Indeed, however, I am the nemesis of demons. The 7 stars have now undergone a profound transformation, returning to their true nature, and have resolved to follow me." As he spoke, he drew forth the 7 stars once more and inquired, "Is this not so? 7 stars?" The 7 stars emitted a resonant hum, and the sound reverberated, compelling everyone to come to a halt. Wang Lin, with a sense of satisfaction, reclaimed the sacred sword, his heart brimming with the notion of absolute victory. A chorus of awe erupted from the group of people and animals, their eyes shimmering with wonder at the spectacle before them. Yet, amid the fervor, Lady Yutian, known as Kei Getsu, spoke with a calm demeanor, her words resonating with the wisdom of millennia. Having dedicated herself to the pursuit of a singular dream, her youthful exuberance had long been tempered by the weight of history, rendering her impervious to folly. She inquired, "Might you now reveal your intentions, esteemed one?" Wang Lin nodded slightly, retrieving the handgun he had not yet concealed, and fired a shot. The onlookers did not attempt to intervene further, partly because it was futile, and partly because there was no real danger. After a moment, Kei Gitsutoki opened her eyes, gazing thoughtfully at Odin. The future had been altered by the unexpected presence of this unfamiliar man, and his self-introduction was one that Kei Gitsatoki could accept. What could not be believed of someone capable of traversing time? Furthermore, the existence of gods, though unseen, did not negate their reality. Otherwise, how would the devil fruits have come into being? Thus, she inquired, is what you say truly the case? Indeed, though I cannot provide proof. However, I can demonstrate my abilities to you. Let us engage together, he replied. Due to unforeseen changes in the future that I am unaware of, I must now make corrections. With that, he swiftly conjured a book from thin air, extracted a card, and then returned the book to nothingness. Beast Battle Manifest, he commanded. And from Wang Lin as the center, a dark circular space rapidly expanded, ultimately halting at a radius of 100 meters. If you defeat me, consider my words unspoken. If you lose, you shall go where you are destined. You too, cat and dog, must also join, for making corrections is no trivial matter. Wang Lin's words immediately displeased those subordinates who had previously followed Yution, as well as Yution himself. Yution exclaimed, "Ha ha, such audacity! Even Whitebeard would not dare to speak to me in such a manner, and Roger could only implore me to accompany him to the final destination. Are you truly stronger than them?" Wang Lin scoffed inwardly, pondering, isn't that merely the persona of a notorious villain? Is it not the author who embodies such a character? Yet, reality proved otherwise. This was a tangible world, and perhaps this Yution truly surpassed Whitebeard or Roger. Thus, he declared, the stronger you are, the more delighted I become. It seems I must exert myself to the utmost. With that, Wang Lin unleashed his full potential, activating the fifth gear. Emanating a dazzling yet dark crimson aura, a paradoxical presence that swiftly enveloped the modest space. The atmosphere instantly turned frigid, akin to the icy desolation of a dead star, leaving everyone struggling to endure, with only Yution faring slightly better, though he still bore the burden of his wife's pressures. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lin expelled all animosity towards the women. As the saying goes, war drives women away. At that moment, Kazuki Oden felt a warmth enveloping his body, discovering himself shrouded in a golden hue, while others emanated their domineering aura amidst a dark crimson light. Kazuki Oden remarked, "My dear, do not concern yourself with me. Lin has already distinguished me from the rest. You all fight earnestly. Lin shall prove to be the most formidable opponent you encounter." Is that so? I understand now. Everyone, summon your warriors' resolve and engage in a fierce battle with this individual before us. If we prevail, we can alter the world. The 6 heroes and 1 brother were momentarily taken aback, but one inquired, "My lord, what if we lose?" Yamada responded, "If we lose, we shall meet Roger." Instantly, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Realizing the daunting implications, this was indeed quite radical, lacking any softening of the situation. However, they soon regained their composure, placing their trust in their beacon, Lord Kazuki Yamato. Observing the renewed spirit, Yamato bellowed, "Form ranks. I shall lead the way. Follow closely behind me." Wang Lin displayed an expression of exhilaration, reflecting on how many years had passed. How long had it been since he had unleashed his full strength with such unrestrained joy? In reality, it had only been 10 days. Wang Lin also spoke, "Come, let me witness the true essence of a warrior in this world. What manner of being can wield such power as to slay a dragon with a single stroke?" The notion of a warrior slaying a dragon, a creature revered as a totem of a nation, had irked him greatly when he first encountered it. Now, having arrived in the land of warriors, he was eager to experience it firsthand. As the Emperor activated his full potential, the group led by Yution found themselves halted in their tracks. As if ensnared by an intangible force, their bodies moving in slow motion. The sound of a sword being drawn resonated, akin to nails scraping against a blackboard. A sensation most unsettling. Wang Lin slowly uttered a single word, and from his being, an overwhelming aura began to coalesce around the blade, ultimately concentrating at the tip, which ignited like a sun, blinding all who beheld it. From afar, Kagitsa shouted, "Be cautious, everyone. Lin's speed of attack has transcended the constraints of this world. Within his range, time has slowed for you, yet he remains unaffected." Alas, his warning was in vain, for only Wang Lin could hear him. The others were ensnared in a slow-motion tableau, perceiving everything as if through a dream. "Ah, dear lady, your vision is commendable. This technique is known as a sword that topples a city. Observe closely." With that, he executed the strike and sheathed his sword. Meanwhile, Yution and his companions were engulfed by a tidal wave of shock. This was a strike capable of annihilating all existence. The sword of Lord Ryoma. Yution recalled the legend that had endured for centuries in this land, a tale that had safeguarded it from the tyranny of the world government for generations. P.S. This is Chapter 1. If you found it enjoyable, please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 41. Roger. A familiar neighbor has arrived. With the strike, Wang Lin felt as though the heavens had been cleaved in twain, and the world divided into two halves. Yet, this stirred the warrior's competitive spirit. The tenets of Bushido overcame fear, compelling him to unleash his utmost potential and employ his ultimate technique. A resounding voice proclaimed, super secret technique, the essence of dual wielding, peach blossom 110 fists. The warrior traced a series of crosses in the air, each one following the other like a meteor streaking through the void. After unleashing the rapid-fire crosses, he surged forward, propelled by the momentum of his ascent. In the moment he struck toward Wang Lin, he soared into the sky, harnessing the force of gravity for yet another assault. A fervent plea echoed, a strike infused with my very essence. Hear my call and erupt forth. The ultimate technique, the essence of dual wielding, peach blossom dragon-slaying falls. Upon hearing such a fervent prayer reminiscent of the Saint Seiya, Wang Lin felt his fighting spirit ignite. Let my impervious body of sword and blade test your ultimate. Meaning, his mind raced, grappling with the name for his technique, determined not to falter in momentum. Thus, disregarding the elegance of his strike, he resolved that a single sword was sufficient against your myriad punches. Addressing the figure in the sky, he proclaimed, my will, my domineering spirit, erupt with the most resplendent radiance. Let the frogs at the bottom of the well comprehend what it means to possess a steel body capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. With renewed intensity, he shouted, ultimate, immutable golden body. In essence, this was a fortified stronghold combined with a full-strength enhancement of his aura enveloping his entire being. A name hastily conjured to match the fervor of Yutian's own, which may evolve in the future. Upon concluding his declaration, he clashed his sword against Yutian's dual blades. The impact resonated like the tolling of a colossal bell, fracturing the very fabric of space. The ensuing flash of fire rendered onlookers momentarily blinded. When their vision returned, they beheld Yutian kneeling, sword planted on the ground, a trickle of blood staining his lips, while his subordinates valiantly maintained their stance. Moonlight hurriedly rushed to support her husband. Casting a furious glare at Wang Lin, her anger palpable, Wang Lin waved his hand and said, do not falsely accuse the good. He harmed himself. And I had no part in it. After speaking, he patted his muscular chest, glancing at it with satisfaction. Quite commendable. Though merely my attire is torn, and my skin bears 2 faint white marks. And what of them? Guan Yue asked, pointing to the retainers. Them. They were merely incapacitated due to their lack of strength. You witnessed your husband fighting desperately. Initially, my sword would have left them merely crippled, yet now, they're not far from death. Wang Yue was so enraged she felt tears welling up, while Yutian, after this brief respite, shakily rose to his feet and said, I never anticipated that such a master as you would exist in this world. It is truly shameful that I had not heard of you before. Wang Lin replied nonchalantly, I'm doing all right. You're not bad either. However, who else can claim to have practiced for 8 years from the age of 10, followed by over 20 years of seclusion? It is this dedication that has forged my strength. Upon hearing this, Yutian bowed respectfully and said, I did not anticipate your profound devotion to the martial arts, sir. Compared to you, we are unworthy to be called warriors. Wang Lin expressed a certain discontent with the title, correcting in our region. We refer to ourselves as swordsmen or heroes. Any appellation will suffice. But we certainly do not use the term warrior. That title is reserved for those who are merely beginning their martial journey. Yutian reflected on Wang Lin's words, swordsman, indeed. The human is the master, and the sword is the servant. The person wields the sword, and the sword obeys its master. Is that how it is? Wang Lin gazed in astonishment at Yutian, pondering. Is that so? How was I unaware? Well, let me give him a gentle prod, an eye-opener. You possess quite a discerning mind. Today, I shall reveal to you the proud essence of the no-sword style that you speak of. With that, he held his sword behind him with his left hand, while his right hand, fingers poised together, pointed skyward. Boom. A visible wave of sword energy erupted, causing a tremendous roar that echoed throughout the space, which could no longer withstand such an assault and shattered. The crowd found themselves back on the ground of the real world. Then, with a flick of his finger, a cascade of energy swept forth, severing the structures within a 100-meter radius from their position, yet they remained perfectly balanced on the cut edges. Observing the multitude, who stood wide-eyed and speechless, he remarked, Did you see that? Feeling a swell of pride within, Wang Lin thought to himself, Have I truly become this formidable? Indeed. Retreating into seclusion is the unrivaled path to strength. Though it may come at the cost of one's life, I hope to encounter more who are unafraid of such risks. May my future adversaries be wise enough to avoid provoking me. Yutian swallowed hard and inquired, with such power at your disposal, why not take direct action to make this world a better place? Wang Lin looked at him, feeling somewhat disappointed, and remarked, aren't you all waiting for Zhou? So am I. There was nothing peculiar about Wang Lin's shift in narrative style, as it served to emphasize his tone. Yutian replied, I apologize for my rudeness. Since you have made up your mind, let us proceed. I hope your words are not mere fabrications. Rest assured, there shall be no suffering. I will first see to the arrangement of these 7. And then you and your spouse may take another look at this realm. With that, Wang Lin communicated with the system internally, saying, it's time to get to work. If these individuals prove inadequate, I shall truly question your discernment. Among them, there was one I distinctly recalled appearing at the summit. Without further ado, the system unleashed a tangible force that Wang Lin could somewhat perceive, perhaps akin to a lasso. It ensnared the 7, the cat viper, Duke Inu, the river pine, Azura boy, Sinataro, Izo, and Kiku Nojo. Under the astonished gaze of the Yutian couple, the 7 gradually faded from view, leaving only their weapons behind. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary of the system, in the Hall of Heroic Spirits, a large room materialized, numbered 2, where the souls of the 7 manifested. At that moment, Wang Lin's voice resonated. Roger, Lugio, come forth to greet old acquaintances, my dear friends. Roger swung open the first grand door, revealing an adjacent room. Acquaintances? Which old friend has met their demise this time? He exclaimed. Wife, bring our son. Perhaps we shall receive a welcoming gift. Haha. Upon opening the second door, he was taken aback. What? It's you? What has transpired? The group stood before the deceased Roger, incredulous yet compelled to recount their encounters. After absorbing the newcomers, Wang Lin received some feedback. It was somewhat lackluster. All he gleaned were the armed colors and observation abilities of these individuals. Alongside their application of swordsmanship, no fruits had been yielded. Not only had his prepared fruits gone to waste, but if their understanding and application were remarkable, would they not be assigned to paradise? Nevertheless, the weapons were commendable. He retained 3 katana for future use, while the rest were gathered together, with the 7 stars positioned among them. Suddenly, the 7 stars began to sprout slender tendrils from the blades, entwining the weapons used by these masters for years, commencing the process of devouring them. Yutian took note of this, astonished yet somewhat perplexed. Lord Lin, does their disappearance signify their arrival at the place you mentioned? And what is the purpose of these weapons? What are you doing? He observed that as he spoke, the weapons of these companions had disintegrated into a pile of debris, resembling iron corroded over a millennium. In contrast, the 7 stars radiated a vibrant aura, almost as if infused with life. How can you do this? These are the families of my companions, their most loyal allies. Wang Lin responded. The mission has come to an end. With that, he took up 3 blades and stepped outside. Simultaneously, utilizing the enhanced listening ability acquired from Roger, he conveyed. Take a good look at this place. In the future, if you choose a different location, such scenery will no longer be present. However, there is a newfound tranquility and harmony here. In the days to come, I shall send your children to you, should you wish for it. And if they desire to reunite with you, Wang Lin has resolved that in the future, when his words and thoughts are not in sync, employing this method will indeed carry more gravitas. To avoid the criticism of being verbose, he has decided to showcase this ability in advance. It is rather amusing when one's speech lags behind their thoughts. However, contemplating the extensive time required for future cultivation, each appearance feels like a distant event for Wang Lin, occurring many years hence. Should I choose to refine this manner of speaking, it would prove to be quite cumbersome. So I shall forego it. Chapter 42, The Spirit Soul Great Swordsman, an additional update for my supportive friends upon exiting the palace. I sought a secluded spot for 5 individuals, released Xiao AI, and entered the submarine. I pressed the doorbell and the laboratory opened. Wang Lin, through the power of thought, conveyed to his creation, X, consume this painting fruit, and you shall possess the ability to create with unparalleled finesse. Use me as your model, and craft 3 figures. Now, retrieve the 3 sets of materials we discussed for the puppets. Yes, master. Moments later, the door swung open once more. And X presented 2 sets of materials resembling human skin. According to X, this was a type of nanofiber alloy, breathable, waterproof, and remarkably durable, possessing self-repairing properties that would endow the puppets with numerous capabilities. Well done, X. I shall return shortly. Have you committed my appearance to memory? My current visage? Indeed, master. From now on, do not call me master. Address me as brother. Though you are my creation, from this day forth, you too shall be regarded as having life. Yes, brother. X's once cold voice now bore a hint of warmth. Shall AI wait a moment while I perform a little magic for you? With that, he pushed open the training room door and entered the secluded chamber, setting a timer for 5 minutes and maximizing the flow rate. He then commenced the creation of the puppets. 30 hours later, 3 towering humanoid figures emerged, each exuding a distinct presence, one with a righteous countenance, another with a fearsome glare, and the last with an air of refinement. One bore numerous scars across its chest, another showcased a broad gash on its back, while the final figure often favored closing its eyes in tranquility. Wang Lin gazed contentedly at his artwork and remarked, "It resembles me." With 11 hours remaining, he succumbed to sleep, experiencing one of the most peaceful slumbers of recent years. Upon awakening 10 hours later, he patiently awaited for over an hour until, at last, he could control the puppets, who then emerged into the cabin. "Wow, how impressive," he exclaimed. "Just wait, there is something even more remarkable to come." As he pressed the doorbell, Yak spoke before Wang Lin could utter a word. "Brother, it is impossible to capture your likeness. In fact, once your image is rendered, it disintegrates upon its emergence. A certain elder statesman of portraiture mentioned that the fruit of his abilities cannot sustain your power. It seems I must paint a younger version of you to succeed." "Oh, am I truly so formidable?" Wang Lin pondered aloud. "Then let us depict me during my duel with Lingling. There's no need to close the door. Commence the painting at once." Without delay, Yax began to sketch on the wall of the cabin, while Wang Lin and the 3 puppets crowded around, their eyes fixated on the increasingly vivid portrayal unfolding before them. Ultimately, Yax concluded his work, and the figure on the canvas began to stir, first moving its eyes, then stepping forth, and finally extracting its entire form from the wall. Wang Lin inquired, "Will it collapse again?" The painter, with a playful kick of his leg and a twist of his waist, responded, "All is well, it shall not." "Excellent. Yax, create 2 more. You, don the puppet's attire, and remember, once adorned, it cannot be removed. Strive to avoid water. Should it dissolve, do not weep." The painter remarked, "Am I allowed to choose for myself? I sense that this brush has not fully inherited its capabilities." Wang Lin, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he replied, "The enhancement system has a maximum of 3 tiers: pure armament haki and observation haki. The most frustrating aspect is the inability to cultivate and improve. Without the martial arts you comprehend." "Ah, I am familiar with that term, yet its meaning eludes me." As soon as he finished speaking, another Wang Lin chimed in. "Heh, is 3 tiers not sufficient for you? What more do you desire?" "I am merely at the 2nd tier, yet I possess an additional release type." Ix, seasoned through experience, interjected with a few words, "Isn't it amusing? I too have both the enhancement and release types, albeit at the 1st tier. However, I can utilize them simultaneously, unrestricted by the limitations of a physical body. Moreover, I have acquired a semblance of lightness in my movements, while all else remains akin to your abilities." Upon hearing the declarations of the 3 figures, Wang Lin formed a judgment in his mind. Could their strength be merely equivalent to that of a formidable vice-emperor? Nevertheless, it sufficed. He thus orchestrated, "For the pure enhancement type, we shall use the skin of Yashiro Tenjiro. This blade shall be named Remnant Snow, a fine moniker befitting Jikuin's sword. Quite an admirable title. For the second, the skin of the Overlord Maru. This accompanying sword of the River Pine shall henceforth be known as Pufferfish Venom, as a tribute. As for that one, even more formidable than myself, unrestricted in nature, take this sword of Tsunemura. We shall simply designate it a name. The skin shall be that of Orange Yukio, with no other options available." After a moment's contemplation, Wang Lin declared, "Very well, this sword shall be nameless." Thus, the group commenced dressing. They first tore open the back of the doll, and once ensconced within, the skin began to close automatically, ultimately merging with the painted form. This represented Wang Lin's most ingenious application of the information he had gleaned regarding the painting fruit, a straightforward method to fabricate props that possessed unique qualities. The only drawback was that if the skin sustained damage, it could not be exposed to water until it healed. Once the individuals donned their skins, a palpable sense of vitality emerged, leaving any onlookers oblivious to the ruse. Wang Lin expressed his satisfaction and issued a directive. "Upon our departure, your identities shall be irrevocably established, and henceforth, must remain concealed. You are all acutely aware of how to conduct yourselves when encountering others in the future. Develop techniques that correspond to your individual abilities. I recommend utilizing those found in arcade games. The trio contemplated this and concurred, deeming it quite appropriate. Yaxing Huan Shilang embodies a style of ferocious offense, but Wang Maru, though less aggressive, wields a whirlwind attack, and Tachibana Yukio possesses remarkable speed, striking with an elusive precision. Thus, with the conditions firmly established, their personalities would inevitably be influenced by their respective factions. Even before they ventured outside, Yaxing Huan Shilang inquired, "Can I indulge in food and drink?" "Indeed, you may," came the reply. "Abilities do not manifest from thin air to sustain your existence. You must periodically replenish your energy, or, akin to a game, meditate to restore vitality. Are you not aware of this condition?" The other two affirmed their understanding. While Yaxin shook his head in disagreement, Wang Lin has acquired another piece of data, while Eeks diligently notes it down beside him. Let us proceed. It is time for them to embark on their journey. Shortly, we shall have a brief encounter with Kaido. Henceforth, this place will rely on Yaxin and Bawang Maru to uphold general order. Tachibana Yukio inquired, "And what of me? Where shall I go?" Wang Lin replied, "I shall appoint you as king." After uttering these words, the four individuals had already exited the submarine, except for Wang Lin. The three took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Before long, they returned to the palace, where Yution and his spouse had regained a sense of tranquility. Wang Lin inquired, "Are we ready? By the way, allow me to introduce to you three formidable swordsmen, Yaxin Jubakir, Bawang Maru, and Tachibana Yukio. Their prowess is undeniable, and they will be capable of safeguarding your people in your absence. Furthermore, I shall issue a warning. You have witnessed my strength, have you not?" Kazuki Oden was perplexed by the sudden appearance of these three individuals. Yet, upon observing their swords and hearing their introductions, an unsettling feeling washed over him. However, after sensing their formidable abilities, he was astonished to discover that each of them possessed strength on par with or even exceeding that of the Akazaya Nine. Thus, he inquired, "From where did you find these esteemed compatriots of Wano? Why have I not heard of them before?" Wang Lin mysteriously pointed to the heavens and replied, "Beyond the world." Whoosh, crack. "Thus, we are willing to venture to the place you speak of, to embrace our fate. However, I implore you, should you encounter our children in the future, unless absolutely necessary, allow them to reside in this world." With a tone tinged with the melancholy of a fading hero, Yution made his request to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded and replied, "Certainly, no problem. The future will undoubtedly be more splendid, even if they encounter peril. I shall ensure their safe passage to you before anyone else. System, proceed." Wang Lin ceased to engage in further conversation with them. After acquiescing to their request, he instructed the system to take action while he retrieved another piece of fruit. Before long, the individuals had vanished, leaving behind only two large knives. Wang Lin picked up two knives, yet they continued to resist, particularly Yin Mo, who sought to drain Wang Lin's vital essence. Wang Lin remained indifferent. Yet he inadvertently provoked the demon-slaying force within him. Suddenly, an unknown surge of dark, ink-like substance erupted from his chest and enveloped both blades, resulting in a swift disappearance of the two formidable knives. This unexpected occurrence caused the 7 stars hanging at his waist to tremble, vibrating incessantly. "What on earth? Are you here to snatch the spoils? Mitsu, did you also arrive? This fool Lin, what is he attempting? His strength is undeniably formidable, yet why resort to such actions?" In a dimension that Wang Lin could hardly perceive unless he was exceedingly vigilant, Roger berated him for his lack of decorum. After his tirade, he seemingly procured some alcohol from nowhere and commenced a revelry with the others. The battle soon ignited, and the first clash would undoubtedly escalate in the near future. I kindly urge all readers to extend their support through favorable reviews, and do not hesitate to press that update button fervently. It would be splendid if you could endure a brief advertisement of 10 to 20 seconds, as this would grant the author a modest income, a rather humble request. Upon gathering the temporal fruits once more, Wang Lin found himself imbued with renewed confidence for the forthcoming endeavors. At that moment, several of his avatar doppelgangers had something to convey, and they shared a unanimous opinion. "Speak, what is it?" The principal avatar remarked. "Since we cannot venture into the water, we are no different from those endowed with the powers of the devil fruits. Let us have the doctor present his reserves." "Oh, I had not considered that," another chimed in. "Indeed, you are correct." Consequently, Wang Lin swiftly made a trip and retrieved 3 artificial fruits. For the formidable Yagami Hanger, he selected a cat fruit, model leopard, artificial, which would enhance his speed. For the strength-oriented Bakamaru, he bestowed the cat fruit, model tiger, artificial, which offered both might and swiftness. Lastly, for the balanced Tachibana Yukio, known for his agility and light-footedness, he provided the dog fruit, model wolf, artificial. Principal? Why do I receive the wolf while they are granted the tiger and leopard? Tachibana inquired. To which Wang Lin could only respond, you are destined to become the king. Is the title of Wolf King not commendable? Having said that, he proceeded towards the shrine of the dragon horse that resided in his memories. Wang Lin remarked, in a moment, I shall employ a type of card that seizes power. Longma has been propelled skyward by the winds of Heziguo, and there must be a reason for this. Although his corporeal form has been stolen, his soul persists, nourished by centuries of devotion, endowing the temple with a certain spiritual essence. Soon, I shall strip the samurai spirit from the temple, and as you all engage in contemplation, consider how to best unleash the techniques befitting your respective roles. Upon concluding his thoughts, Wang Lin inquired of the system, is it truly possible that the enemies slain by the painted figures can have elixirs and materials ensnared within their bodies? Is it indeed the case that I can collect and utilize them simply by meeting them? The system, with a hint of disdain, responded, isn't this merely a product of your own design? Do you genuinely believe it? That is not the crux of the matter. The essence is that it is exceedingly fantastical. It has indeed manifested without any tribulations. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable. What if the host is a devil fruit bearer? I cannot conduct a ritual sacrifice and then collect afterward. That would be quite a loss. The system elucidated, you are overly avaricious. Let us not dwell on that, but rather on the painted figures. These figures are, in essence, reflections of you, fragments of your being, and their creator is none other than yourself. Therefore, the distinction between them and your own creation is negligible. Furthermore, it is primarily the puppets that hold significance. The painted figures merely provide them with motion, akin to a weapon with an individual to pull the trigger. At this moment, Wang Lin comprehended and proceeded to inquire, do you truly intend to claim the dragon horse? Given that it has been deceased for such an extended period, I find it unnecessary. In future discussions, please refrain from such erratic transitions. I fear it may lead to lapses in analysis. Indeed, this is my decision. This dragon horse is akin to the legendary Roger from centuries past. If his martial prowess is not exaggerated as the tales suggest, he surpasses Roger in strength. A solitary individual confronting the entire navy and the world government, instilling such fear that they dared not invade Wano country. That is the essence of a heroic spirit. Your perspective is overly colored. Furthermore, if possible, employ your abilities to venture to the resting places of these historical masters and extract their souls from the underworld. By the way, the effect of the underworld fruit may directly connect to the afterlife. Perhaps it could. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin resolved to terminate the conversation, uttering merely, I have some matters to attend to. By the way, you choose your path, and I shall choose mine. Let us remain unrelated. With that, he hung up. Although he could not comprehend why this system was so insistent on capturing the souls of the powerful, Wang Lin felt inclined to lend a hand. After all, as long as he deemed it acceptable, and as long as the system dared to accept, he would not hesitate to offer his assistance. Wang Lin was pondering to himself, exasperated. Even that comical skeleton had set its sights on him. Yet, he mused, how could one possibly seize the power of a living being's devil fruit? Without a hint of direction, it was simply inconceivable. Perhaps in the future, he could gather a cadre of scientists from this world, for they would possess the most profound understanding of its intricacies. Later, he would assign Yax a research topic focused on the extraction of devil fruits through reverse engineering. After indulging in his thoughts for a while, the trio finally acclimated to their beastly transformations. Once they reverted to their human forms, Wang Lin declared, now, the second preliminary command is activated. 1. Tachibana Yukyu. From this moment forth, your name shall be Inu no Kaze Tachibana, having inadvertently consumed the superhuman type, human fruit, handsome type. Henceforth, should the viper cat require summoning, utilize a release thought beast as a substitute. After all, you have no restrictions. 2. Bawangmaru, you are now a member of the K-Gitsa clan. Thus you shall be known as K-Gitsa Bawangmaru. Remember your identity and safeguard your people. Most importantly, protect your own body. Do not let it come to ruin. 3. Yagami Ganjuro, you are a close friend of Bawangmaru, yet you dwell in the underworld. You must discreetly gather the warriors who resist Orochi and Kaido. Lastly, since you all possess thought abilities, it is imperative to always have a backup bag at hand, filled with fruits. Should you slay an enemy who is a host of a devil fruit, ensure that the fruit does not escape? Understood? The trio responded mechanically, yes. Understood. Later, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Yagami Ganjuro, having undergone singular enhancement, remarked, "This feels rather uncouth. The primary subject was designed from the outset. By the way, Wuxing, have you employed this capability to design yourself?" Wang Lin decided to offer some reassurance, stating, "This is merely an arrangement for future identities. Once I establish this on my end, you will not be subjected to scrutiny. At most, you may appear somewhat suspicious, but given that the entire Kagetsu clan has perished, only the remnants remain after 20 years. If we take action now, we can later engage with the world under the guise of esteemed elders and noble figures. Would that not be splendid? Therefore, the underground organization in Wano, known as the Red Flower Society or something to that effect, will rely on your efforts moving forward." The three individuals then comprehended Wang Lin's intentions, after all. He had not lied, merely withheld certain details. Thus, they continued their aimless chatter while strolling through the sparsely populated streets. Passers-by observed an unusual phenomenon. Three followers seemed to engage in brief exchanges with a silent figure, only to swiftly shift to unrelated topics. The trio did not converse amongst themselves, but instead posed individual inquiries to the person in front, who consistently walked ahead without turning back. After a few paces, it seemed as though the questioner had received an answer. Peculiar rumors began to circulate among the naive, with some claiming prophetic insights and others suggesting supernatural occurrences. As the discussions unfolded, a notification from the system emerged, signaling their arrival. "Ah, I see we have arrived," Wang Lin remarked, having spotted the grand sign. Simultaneously, he retrieved an experience replication card and guided the three into the temple adorned with incense offerings. Within the main hall stood a formidable statue of a samurai. Exuding an air of valor, Wang Lin gazed upon the seemingly ordinary statue, initially employing his insight but discerned nothing unusual. Undeterred by this lack of revelation, he sensed an indescribable aura emanating from it. He then shifted to a singular observation, yet it yielded no results. Transitioning to a more direct approach, he utilized the full extent of his perception, and there it was, a silvery white luminescence enveloping the statue. Could this truly be a soul? Surely not. Thus, he declared, "I shall commence the soul extraction." Upon hearing these words, Wang Lin slightly thrust his chest forward, sensing something emerging from within. As he focused his gaze, a hook gradually protruded. Naturally, it was a sight only he could behold. Otherwise, it would certainly terrify any unsuspecting passersby. Once the hook fully emerged, it swiftly shot towards the statue, wrapping around it before pulling. Suddenly, it appeared as though a black hole manifested beneath the statue's muddy pedestal. As the hook exited the black void, a phantom figure was forcefully extracted. Without your card, the sharing of experience would be impossible. Ah, indeed, the role of a mentor. With students, Jiu Yaojing, Bawang Maru, and Yashing Huanjiru. Teacher, Longma. Upon fulfilling the condition of 3 in attendance, the phrase "wherever 3 gather, a teacher will surely emerge" was invoked. A silent explosion ensued as the card disintegrated into ashes, enveloping the ethereal soul and the 3 painted figures. It was as if they had consumed a potent elixir. Although their strength did not visibly increase, each individual's aura distinctly resonated differently to Wang Lin. Enlightenment, he thought, would soon reveal itself. This seemingly mystical transmission of knowledge persisted for a mere 30 seconds before its effects dissipated. The 3 closed their eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, the black hole remained open. And just as Wang Lin intended to approach for a closer look, the hook returned, bringing back the very soul. Unfortunately, with the hook's return, Wang Lin missed the chance to glimpse the realms of hell and the underworld. System, was this intentional? No, purely an accident. Besides, who in their right mind would wish to peer into the depths of hell? Have they lost their senses? Wang Lin, unwilling to accept the outcome, lamented the lost opportunity. His curiosity was piqued by the prospect of merely glimpsing the elements that constitute the realm of Hades within Oda's pirate world. Yet, his aspirations were abruptly stifled by the system. Just as he was about to retaliate, an overwhelming surge of swordsmanship experience coursed through him. Wang Lin could not possibly refuse. His intellect ignited instantly, absorbing the techniques of the dragon horse with fervor, the crescent moon staff and the yearly blade, alongside a lifetime with the spear. All while the treasured sword remained concealed. The knife is a single-edged sword, whereas the sword is a double-edged knife. This encapsulates Wang Lin's understanding. Thus the techniques of the knife and sword are interchangeable, merely differing in their complexity. P.S. I hope everyone can embrace this narrative of piracy. Chapter 44. The Martial Gathering at Ghost Island. Kaido, first, reap the fruits. Wang Lin could not recall how long he had been immersed in understanding. His thoughts transcended the confines of time. A dream could span an eternity or exist in the blink of an eye, yet within that dream lay an entire universe. Wang Lin observed the training of Longma with the sword from its inception to its zenith, culminating in the sheathing of the blade. After witnessing this, his mind began to simulate the subsequent techniques of the sword. Ultimately, he concluded that if all techniques were akin to these, they would amount to no more than 3 moves. 3 moves it is. The first move, the sword that topples cities, embodies the formidable presence of the amalgamated state, released through either enhancement or emission types, rendering any inadequacy a mere lamb-awaiting slaughter. However, diverges in lethality. The second move, as far as the eye can see, concentrates the lethal intent of the state into a singular point. The will of the is focused within the gaze, akin to the reminiscent of the ethereal swordsmanship spoken of in tales of cultivation, striking foes with an invisible blade. An adversary must possess immense fortitude, marked by a formidable, to withstand it. Yet, should their defenses falter, death is the only outcome. This technique currently requires the most potent enhancement to unleash its full destructive potential. The third move, Soul Chaser. Death Caesar, follows if the second move is repelled, forming a continuous sequence. The 3 forms of are elevated to their utmost pinnacle, with enhancement reaching level 5. Further augmented by infusing the weapon with this enhanced, thereby amplifying both its hardness and lethality. Finally, with a swift initiation, the sword is thrust toward the intended target, relentless and unyielding. Upon completing the elaboration of these formidable techniques, he began to preliminarily explore other forms akin to swordplay. For employing grand techniques with each strike would prove too taxing. Recalling his previous life, he remembered the numerous instances of witnessing Tai Chi practiced at dawn, alongside various cinematic and television portrayals of martial forms, supplemented by the thematic elements of yin and yang found in the 7 Injuries fist. Thus, everything flowed seamlessly into place. Tai Chi harmonizes softness and hardness, while the 7 Injuries fist emphasizes the robust. Therefore, he resolved to merge the martial spirit of the 7 Injuries fist into the rigid aspects of Tai Chi swordsmanship. As his strength grew, he would naturally come to comprehend the essence of softness. There exists a notion in this regard, from the peak of yang emerges yin, regardless of its authenticity. Wang Lin must have embraced this theory, otherwise, the deductions would remain unfulfilled. Thus, a sword technique focused on inflicting internal harm was born, characterized by its aggressive nature. Wang Lin named it the Furious Sword Technique, emphasizing that each strike, irrespective of whether the opponent attempts to block, must convey the intent to inflict 7-fold harm, exuding an air of brutality. Although there are no specific sword moves, each strike embodies the essence of a sword technique, achieving the effect of a critical hit with a simple attack. Wang Lin exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. What on earth happened? He discovered that he had been covered by a large black cloth, while 3 figures stood before him. He felt somewhat offended. Haha, the main character is awake. This stance will last a day. It's quite something, making the villagers watch like monkeys. Silence, Huan Shilang. It is your intense immersion that attracted the onlookers. And that is why we shrouded you. Only then did the villagers depart. Otherwise, it would have been quite undignified for you. Upon hearing Chiji Yuki's explanation, Wang Lin immediately replied, "We've wasted too much time. Let us proceed to Ghost Head Island. I know Kaido is there." The group set off, with Chiji Yuki following closely, employing the same light-footedness, while Bawang Maru and Huan Shilang adopted the standard posture of samurai in motion, reminiscent of ninjas. In less than 10 minutes, the 4 arrived at the foot of the eerie island. Wang Lin waited for the 3 to gather and then spoke. "Except for Kaido, I shall refrain from intervening. You must prove your own abilities." With that, he leapt onto Onigashima, focused his energy, and shouted, "Kaido, come forth. You are the only one missing." A deep voice echoed from a distance. "Who dares to disturb my revelry with my friends?" Following the voice, a colossal dragon descended, still towering over Wang Lin and his companions. "Dragon in the sky. Dragon captor. Descend to me." Wang Lin initiated his attack, conjuring a golden-red dragon shadow, equal in size to Kaido's, which struck Kaido and transformed into a massive claw at his command, seizing the azure dragon and pinning him to the ground. Wang Lin then inquired, "Can you speak?" Kaido, unaccustomed to such indignity, struggled to rise. Sensing the imminent rupture from the grip of the powerful hand, Wang Lin acted again. employing the dragon captor technique to sever Kaido's tendons. With renewed force, the dragon captor morphed into a nine-fingered grasp aimed at the dragon's vulnerable neck. With a powerful squeeze followed by a fierce pull, the azure dragon emitted a heart-wrenching wail that resonated throughout the land of Wano. In the aftermath of the cry, the azure dragon transformed abruptly, becoming a towering giant, filled with rage, glaring at the unfamiliar figure, attempting to reach his own spine. He found it just out of reach and bellowed, "Who are you? All of you, come forth. Orochi, show yourself." Wang Lin initially intended to say a few words before taking action. However, upon hearing the mention of the great serpent, he felt relieved, as it spared him the journey of gathering fruits. Thus, he leisurely began to speak. "Did I forget to introduce myself? Oh, perhaps I did. I am Wang Lin. Here today to engage in a friendly duel, merely a sparring session. These three, one is Odin's younger brother, another is a future underworld boss from Wano, and this one, who prefers to keep his eyes closed, is Inuarashi. You should be familiar with him." Kaido was momentarily bewildered by Wang Lin's words. "Did I ask you so many questions?" he thought, sensing something was amiss. He then bellowed, "Nonsense. There's no such person in the Kazuki family. What is your true purpose for seeking me?" As Kaido finished his inquiry, another voice echoed, "Odin's brother? Inuarashi? You don't seem genuine. Where do you ambitious scoundrels hail from? Do you seek to usurp the throne?" Hee hee. The laughter was utterly contemptible. "By the way, are there not two others by the names of Kurizumi, Murasaki, and Kaoru? Where are they?" Wang Lin was truly disgusted by the laughter, contemplating whether, in a year or two, matters would be settled, allowing him to take care of the situation. Ultimately, he could not reach a decision. However, those two fruits he encountered today were not to be overlooked. As he pondered the methods he might employ later, an aged voice resonated. "Who seeks the old man? Who dares to demand your life?" Upon the appearance of the principal figure, he cast aside any thoughts of severing ties and acted decisively. Whether it was an ambush or a tactical maneuver mattered not to him. In an instant, as the two conversed, their lives were extinguished. By the time the ominous proclamation reached their ears, they had already fallen prey to the stranger, now positioned before them. Even more absurdly, the man rumored to be the brother of Yutian clutched two fruits, a banana and an orange. The bewildered subordinates of the pirate crew were left in utter confusion, questioning the situation at hand. Wang Lin glanced at his group of underlings, a slight smile gracing his lips as he prepared to perform a magical feat for their entertainment. Chapter 45, Defeating Kaido. Multiple lives silenced. The crowd remained perplexed when, before their eyes, the two elder black carbon figures disintegrated into ash, carried away by a gust of wind. In their place, bananas and oranges transformed into devil fruits. What on earth? The minions were thrown into disarray, yet it was Orochi who stood out amidst the chaos, shouting fervently, "Aw, Kaido, take them out. Afterward, I will sell all weapons to you at a low price. Eliminate them. Summon the hunters back." Kaido, however, remained unfazed by Orochi's outcry. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "So you understand this method? Do you wish to employ it against me?" In the meantime, taking advantage of the tumult, Wang Lin swiftly secured the two fruits in less than 2 seconds. Upon hearing Kaido's inquiry, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to engage you in a duel. I hope you will give it your all. By the way, aside from this Inuarashi, Odin and his red scabbards have all retreated. Today's purpose is not only a contest, but also for everyone to get acquainted. Moreover, let us save the rest for later, as you may not grasp it all now." Kaido pressed on relentlessly. "What else is there? Speak." "Very well, I shall divulge. But it would be unfortunate if you forget later," Wang Lin replied. "Lastly, in your power struggle, do not involve the common folk. Otherwise, everyone present shall meet their demise." With the final word, Wang Lin used intimidation to render most of those present unconscious, clearing away numerous henchmen. "Conqueror's hockey?" Kaido pondered to himself, producing his massive spiked club. "You wish to clash with me? Though I know not why, it seems there is no avoiding this. Indeed, you cannot evade. Should you attempt to flee, I shall ensure your demise upon our next encounter." His tone was as casual as if inviting someone to dine together, polite yet firm. "Haha. You wouldn't happen to be that young man who fought against Ling Ling some time ago, would you? If your current behavior weren't so reminiscent, I would never have considered it. Have you been drained by someone? Are you no longer a formidable figure?" Haha. Kaido appeared to have a rather low threshold for amusement. Was this truly funny? It was not amusing at all. Wang Lin nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Ling Ling possesses remarkable physical prowess, much like you, a pirate of her caliber. I hope your strength rivals hers, or even surpasses it. However, refrain from mocking others for their appearance, lest you find yourself with a headache and discomfort in your left cheek. Kaido was taken aback, questioning why he would experience a headache and, notably, why it was his left cheek that ached. In utter confusion, he boldly inquired, "What do you mean by a headache and discomfort in the left cheek?" "Old fool." Several of his more resilient subordinates, noticing the peculiar laughter of their leader, turned to glance. A sizable bump had formed atop Kaido's head, and his left cheek had begun to swell. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar man casually shook his hand. It seemed as though the echo of otherwise. "You will have a headache and discomfort in your left cheek" resonated in the air. Suppressing laughter was increasingly difficult as the atmosphere became contagious with mirth. Ha. Luckily, the boss did not inquire why the discomfort isn't in the right cheek. If that were the case, both sides would be swollen by now. GG. That would be preferable to half a swollen face. Silence, you rascals. Kaido could no longer tolerate the mockery. With many of his subordinates unconscious and several officers absent, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He declared, "Let us engage together. I shall confront that peculiar man. The three of you, surround and eliminate the others." Upon hearing Kaido's intention for a one-on-one duel, Wang Lin felt exhilarated. He armed himself with the 7 stars and charged towards Kaido, announcing, "I leave the rest to you." With that, he clashed with Kaido atop the platform, employing only his second gear, exchanging blows with equal fervor. In a flurry of punches, dual finger strikes, and perplexing leg sweeps that left Kaido bewildered, Wang Lin managed to leave several white marks upon his adversary's body. After enduring a series of incomprehensible attacks, Kaido shouted for a moment's respite, exposing a significant opening and retreating with a hint of caution. Wang Lin halted and inquired, "You have yet to exert your full strength. Hurry and unleash your utmost power. I have pressing matters to attend to after this match." Kaido took a deep breath, his form shifting into a semi-beastly state. "Oh, is this your serious effort? It seems you have grown complacent in battle for far too long. Today, I shall reignite your fervor." Wang Lin observed with a smile the transformation of Kaido. The more Kaido elevated his state, the more accurately Wang Lin could gather information, thus enhancing the compatibility of future puppets, such a delightful prospect. As Kaido began to autonomously ignite his anger, Wang Lin sighed inwardly at the sight of Kaido's body transitioning from gray to a gradually deepening red. It seemed that in the world of manga, the concept of anger was a universal trait, and the angrier one became, the more formidable they grew. He pondered whether such a capability resided within him as well. Mystical art, heavenly horse's unyielding might. A voice shattered Wang Lin's reverie, evoking distant memories. Turning his gaze, he beheld the crimson-tinged figure of Bawangmaru, wielding his blade with a fluid motion that swayed from his waist. With a series of deft footwork and the momentum of his strikes, he executed a sequence of devastating area attacks. Round after round, Bawangmaru cut through the air, completing 13 rotations before declaring, "Ultimate art, blowing wind. Ultimate art, whirlwind wave," unleashing a mighty gust that sent the bloodied minions of the pirate crew soaring into the sky. The onslaught continued with a rapid succession of strikes. Ultimate art, Haya? Ultimate art, fierce quake slash, culminating in a final flourish. After which he turned to Wang Lin with a cheeky grin. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Tachibana Ryukyu, ever more subdued, softly echoed congratulations, in a hushed tone, devoid of fervor. Yet with each utterance, a shadow wielding a blade would swiftly dispatch an opponent, while those attempting to flee were met with a graceful leap and a decisive strike, accompanied by the chant boom nice. Secret sword technique, Swallow's return. Meanwhile, on another front, the character Yagami, once Wang Lin's favorite, epitomized sheer explosive power. Now fully charged with rage, his entire being radiated crimson. Without a battle cry, he simply unleashed each strike with a resounding ha, and occasionally a heya. His movements were a seamless blend of ferocity and grace, as he sliced through foes with such force that his body would glide effortlessly, a sight both impressive and reminiscent of a streetwise rebel. Thus, while Kaido continued to amass his fury, the trio of Soul Calibur swordsmen decimated the throngs of hapless minions. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Lin hastily tossed his backpack to them, declaring, "There are fruits inside." It was uncertain how many fruits would ultimately be retrieved. Yet this occasion served as a testament to the trio's capabilities, affirming their readiness for significant responsibilities. Meanwhile, Kaido, noticing that all those who had once ridiculed him were now deceased, felt a surge of anger but also a sense of relief. The events of the day would not be disseminated. And that scoundrel, black charcoal, could be dealt with once he had outlived his usefulness. He lacked the audacity to expose his own embarrassing predicament. Wang Lin's attention began to focus on the development of his rage, yet he found himself at a loss. Could it be that I am too formidable to feel anger? He pondered the possibility. Thunderous fury. Go to hell. A fierce gust of wind surged towards him, causing Wang Lin to instinctively evade the attack's range. Boom. The strike landed precisely where he had just stood. How despicable. An ambush? Such a lack of martial ethics. Watch my fists. Following the ambush, he swiftly retaliated, initiating a counterattack with the three-stage fist, employing the 7 wounds fist technique. Kaido, undeterred by his failed ambush, continued to fight while declaring, "Ha, an ambush? In the world of pirates, there is only life and death. Where is the place for martial ethics?" Wang Lin found the reasoning rather compelling. After all, isn't martial arts merely a horizontal and vertical movement? The victor stands tall while the vanquished lies low. Thus, he remarked, "That makes sense. Your technique is called Bagua, correct? Then I shall employ the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, Muda Muda Muda." With that, Wang Lin ceased further elaboration, whimsically conjuring a formidable name, and commenced his battle cry reminiscent of Japanese anime. It should clearly be called the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Look, wait. Why are you all running away? As Yashiro Hanma derided the inaccuracy of the name, he was about to engage in discussion with his peers when 2 companions leaped aside, adopting an expression that suggested they did not recognize him. With the final utterance of Muda, Wang Lin retracted his fist, exhaled with satisfaction, and declared, "Kaido, our duel has concluded. It would be prudent for us to avoid future encounters." Turning to observe the triangular formation of the figures, he pondered whether it represented a battle array. Regardless of its nature, the objective had been achieved, and he mentally communicated, "Let us depart. Bawang Maru and Yushiro shall remain behind to execute the plan. Ichigo will leave with me shortly." Shortly after the 4 departed, Kaido's colossal form rose, ready to utter a fierce retort, only to be thwarted by a piercing pain radiating from within his body, prompting him to speak softly to Orochi, "Let us return. Have your men awaken those unconscious youths, and toss the deceased into the sea to feed the fish. Very well, let us hasten back to devise our strategy." P.S. Esteemed readers, a 5-star rating would not be too much to ask, would it? Chapter 46. Arrangements for the quest to the Land of Giants once again aboard the submarine. A day had passed. During this time, Wang Lin meticulously instructed Ichigo on the tasks ahead, with but a single directive, to remain in the fur tribe as a canine warrior, maintaining a human form by day and a wolf form by night. Wait a moment, does this mean I shall not be permitted to sleep? It is worth noting that as long as I refrain from engaging in water play, I am akin to a living being. I can experience fatigue, hunger, and even anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately adjusted his language, asking, "Are you unaware of the concept of taking a break? When no one is around, it's essential to rest. The crux of the matter is that your persona is that of their guardian spirit. Do you comprehend?" "Well, I understand," he replied. "However, are you truly going to leave me here without offering something in return? Perhaps something akin to that? Although each depiction is based on oneself. Might it be that Exus's self-awareness diverges from reality? Why is it so elusive to foresee? All 3 are similar, yet the Tooth God is the most predictable. Speak plainly." "Which one?" With a grin, Zhu Yujing remarked, "The longevity elixir. Did we not just create a batch today? I speculate that if I were to apply the rules, while I may no longer be able to craft such items, I could at least devise a remedy." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately grasped the essence of Zhu Yujing's intentions. Was this not reminiscent of his own design on Greed Island? A medical unit inspired by the breath of the Archangel, the Mind Beast. Intrigued, he inquired further, "Pray, elaborate on your plans." "Well," Zhu Yujing began, "I am contemplating whether it is feasible to forge a syringe or some other implement endowed with healing capabilities. In the event that the appointed caretakers fall ill and conventional remedies prove ineffective, they could utilize the syringe to draw a vial of medication imbued with anti-inflammatory properties, subsequently administering it to effectuate a cure. Moreover, the small tablets would be housed within the syringe, with a maximum dosage of 10 cc per injection. This should ensure its prolonged usability." Wang Lin marveled at the thoughts of the figure within the painting, pondering whether this was how a scientist perceived him: intelligent, benevolent, and responsible. In his reverie, Wang Lin manifested the Book of Omnipotence and remarked, "You shall attempt it first. Should you falter, I shall assist." He encouraged Orange Right Capital to take the first step, for only the weapons and tools he himself manifested would truly align with his intended purpose. Of course, This did not apply to Kate, who, until his demise, had never allowed the Joker to procure his ideal weapon state. After a while, Orange Capital shook his head and said, "It is futile. We cannot fulfill the contractual conditions. It seems our lack of authenticity is the cause." Wang Lin pondered for a moment before pressing the doorbell of the laboratory. When Ike's appeared, he shared his concept regarding the creation of a syringe and requested him to construct one immediately. Approximately 10 minutes later, a syringe was ready. Devoid of a needle but featuring a slender tube, the propellant section conveniently housed a compartment suitable for accommodating a small tablet. Wang Lin first placed the tablet inside and commenced the task of devising a mechanism, as per the specifications of the Orange King, that would allow the syringe to inhale the liquid he described after the tablet's gradual dissolution. Moreover, it was essential that this syringe seamlessly integrated with the device, possessing the capability to conduct thought energy, while also ensuring that the syringe's structural integrity met the required standards. Ultimately, he would input the conditions and utilize his own thoughts as the material, entrusting the intricate process to the enigmatic energy. After a while, a card materialized. The reverse side of the card bore the identical shape of the syringe crafted by Ike's, labeled as a special item, usage irreversible. It was elucidated as follows: a thought-based syringe beast, capable of autonomously adjusting the concentration of the neutralizing agent based on measured requirements. It could also accept commands from individuals endowed with thought abilities during usage, allowing for the increase, decrease, or dilution of the agent's concentration. Upon activation, it would automatically generate a thought needle to prevent bacterial infection. Satisfactory, Wang Lin concluded. Target confirmed. Fusion. The card transformed into a beam of light, penetrating the syringe. And under his watchful gaze, the syringe became infused with thought energy. Within the propellant section, a diminutive thought beast swiftly darted into the compartment housing the tablet, voraciously consuming it. Subsequently, a surge of intent conveyed the specific method of usage. Upon grasping the precise operational procedure of the syringe, Wang Lin disdainfully tossed it aside, remarking, "Even though it's a thought beast I created, I find it somewhat repugnant." Orange King, puzzled, took it up for inspection, his lips twitching as he responded, "Fortunately, I am immortal, unless I encounter water." The following day, they arrived at the feet of the colossal elephant, Zaya Wu. As Wang Lin observed Orange King ascend towards the clouds with effortless grace, he conveyed a thought to the elephant. "Until we meet again, intriguing creature." The elephant, however, paid him no heed, continuing its slow, soulless march. Upon entering the submarine, Wang Lin instructed, "Are.Await, set course for Elbath, the land of giants." "All right. It's finally just me and brother," she exclaimed with glee. Wang Lin settled into the passenger seat beside Are.Await, listening to the words she would only utter in his presence. "Brother, where shall we go after this?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment and remarked, "This time, I will likely remain in Elbath for about 10 months, as only there is sufficient abundant sustenance to sustain me during my seclusion. Once this retreat concludes, I shall not indulge in such isolation again. Each time I emerge, it feels as though I have traversed through time. So, what then? Where shall I go after these 10 months? Wang Lin glanced at the schedule and remarked, "Let us safeguard the legacy of civilization and eliminate the soulless lackeys." "What do you think, Are.Await?" "Very well. Let us protect our heritage and vanquish the dogs." "Indeed. Splendid. When the time comes, I shall provide you with books to study and learn. By the way, during my retreat, I can have Brother X teach you about culture. He is quite intelligent." "No, I do not wish that." Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding their studies, eventually leading them to the realm of giants. Wang Lin emerged from a drainage outlet of the submarine, reluctant to engage with the giants at this moment. He merely sought to fish. 10 months, calculated as 30 days per month, amounted to an arduous retreat of 150,000 days. 8 tablets, designed to extend his lifespan, were meticulously prepared, awaiting the availability of sufficient sustenance. After a month of relentless fishing, the giants observed a notable decline in the nearby colossal goldfish and other seafood. Many fishermen had begun contemplating voyages to more distant waters to ensure that the populace of this nation could partake in fish and meat. Fortunately, the island still boasted agricultural produce. Otherwise, famine would have ensued. Wang Lin calculated that after capturing a total of 10,000 sea creatures, he would embark on a 15-day journey for each one. With a wave of his hand to Are.Await, he bravely made his way to the cultivation chamber. Extracting the 7 stars, he addressed it, saying, "Oh, 7 stars for you. I have invested 23 to 24 years. Now, as I prepare to enter a significant seclusion, Should you fail to match the prowess of the demon slayer in the future, I shall be quite displeased. Remarkably, the 7 stars remained still, as if it understood the extraordinary significance of this moment. He then approached the seclusion room, opened the first door, set the timer for 300 natural days, and adjusted it to the maximum flow rate before stepping inside. Thus began his seclusion, silent and protracted. In the tranquil surroundings, Wang Lin sensed something amiss and activated his insight to contemplate. To his astonishment, he calculated 150,000 days, equating to 410 years. He had already been in seclusion for 23 years. Damn. P.S. Has any reader perhaps conflated the nationality of the manga's creator with the pirate world depicted within? I must confess my dissatisfaction with some of Oda's narrative choices, particularly the notion that all adventurers must suffer the loss of their mothers. What a bizarre premise. One might inquire about his responses to journalists. He suggested that a mother represents the antithesis of adventure, implying that to embark on a journey, one must lose their mother. The underlying implication seems to suggest a tragic fate for the entire family, and indeed, such tragedies abound within the narrative. Consider Usopp's father abandoning his wife and child, and the tragic demise of his mother, or Frankie's parents, who forsook their only child. Is this truly the framework for adventure? What a peculiar and macabre conception. While Oda's work is undeniably fervent, it cannot obscure the darkness lurking within his heart. Furthermore, he has portrayed the land of Wano, influenced by his own national background, with excessive grandeur. First, Roger, in his desperate plea for Odin to join his crew, knelt before him, despite Odin's ability to defeat Kaido with a single blow. Alongside his retainers, the Red Scabbards, who do not consume devil fruits, as they regard them as demons. Second, the world government has refrained from attacking the closed-off nation of Wano for centuries, even when introducing the character of Joy Boy. Who could withstand the onslaught of the world government and the navy, defeating enemies with a single strike? Thus, Joy Boy's legacy continues to instill fear in the world even after his demise. Third, the elephant god obeys the commands of the Kazuki family, and the very texts of world history are crafted by their lineage. Fourth, Momonosuke, merely a child, holds the key to unlocking One Piece. Yet, this pivotal character is portrayed as timid and fearful of heights, which can be understood given his 20-year time travel without aging, resulting in a juvenile mindset. However, Oda has depicted this child in an unflattering light, lecherous, cunning, and base. Suddenly, there has been a reversal and an attempt to rehabilitate his image, accompanied by insinuations of his being a king. My admiration for One Piece stems from my appreciation of the pursuit within its world and its overarching worldview. It is crucial to underscore that the realm of One Piece does not equate to the diminutive nation of Japan. Moreover, Oda, in crafting this manga, has drawn inspiration from a multitude of global historical legends. For instance, the lunar beings are reminiscent of Sumerian mythology, and the inscriptions of world history are tangible remnants found in Sumerian tales. The divine right proclaimed by the celestial dragons bears similarities to the Anunnaki of Sumerian lore. Characters such as Whitebeard and Blackbeard are reflections of real-life pirates, while Charlotte Linlin is inspired by the infamous female pirate of the same name. And the concept of afternoon tea is a British custom. It is inconceivable to assert that the entirety of the real world is encapsulated within Japan. Ultimately, after this lengthy discourse, I wish to pose a question. How did the protagonist of One Piece come to realize his dreams within the confines of Japan? The aspirations of Wano cannot be contained within such a small territory. Likewise, Wano itself cannot encompass the world. 6 small islands and 1 Onigashima are minuscule in comparison to the vastness of existence. If one were to equate the world in the works of Japanese authors to Japan itself, I would have no further words. Thus, I confess to my own contradictions. Each person sees the world through their own lens of understanding. Let us move on. In Chapter 47, a multitude of developments unfolds. The establishment of the X-Red Flower Dual Core Association is now irrevocable. Wang Lin, resigned to his fate, continues to relentlessly enhance the 7-star sword. This unwavering focus on the intense release and recovery of energy has led to the rapid expansion of Wang Lin's prowess. A fortnight after Wang Lin's departure from Wano, the populace was presented with a monumental news bombshell by the press: the emergence of an incredible power. According to our confidential reporter's investigation, the notorious pirate Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the Beasts have been defeated by a mysterious figure. This enigmatic individual had previously appeared in Loguetown, where, before the eyes of the world, he personally unlocked the shackles of the former pirate king, Roger, and subsequently ended Roger's life. After that fateful day, This mysterious man vanished from sight. His most recent appearance was half a month ago, in Wano, where he overcame Kaido, having just previously bested Charlotte Lin. Allow me to reveal his name, Lin. His bounty stands at 100 million berries. Did you think this was the end? It is not. From our extensive inquiries, we have learned of a tragic incident in the South Sea, where a secret force was annihilated under unknown circumstances, with the assailant remaining unidentified. However, I speculate that this may very well be the work of Lin. We invite everyone to share any information regarding Lin, and we shall offer generous rewards for any intelligence provided. Berries galore. Bang. Steelbone, seated in the conference room, pointed at Kizaru and inquired, "Are you telling me that your secret forces are outperformed by a mere journalist?" Without giving the yellow monkey a chance to speak, he continued, "Now, this Lin has defeated Kaido. Carp, did you not say that during your last duel, he was still rather immature? Is this what you call immaturity? And what about that incident in the South Sea? Carp, enlighten me as to why he was there to duel with you." Yawning. Marshal, are you conversing with me? Oh dear, I seem to tire easily these days. Am I getting old? The marshal glanced at Carp. Sengoku, Zephyr, what are your thoughts on this, Lin? Today, the focal point of the conference room is Wang Lin, yet there is nothing to say, leaving everyone quite vexed. Dismissed. Go investigate and uncover his information. Yes, Marshal. On the side of the fur tribe, Orange Yuku transformed into a werewolf, reading the news to everyone while simultaneously administering injections to the ailing small animals. With a sage-like demeanor, he captivated the attention of numerous small creatures. On Whitebeard's ship, a group stared incredulously at the newspaper. Whitebeard erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "This kid is extraordinary. Sons, make sure not to provoke him. That lad possesses a strong killing intent." On an island in the East Sea, the red-haired Shanks glumly gazed at the newspaper, muttering, "Is he really that formidable? What went wrong? Lin has already planted the seed of his abilities in me. Why, despite honing my haki to a commendable level, does this mental prowess elude me?" As various factions marveled at this news, on an island in Wano, a gang was on the verge of establishment. Today, we gather in Gioli for what purpose? Yagami Mutsu and Bawangmaru stood atop a high platform, with Yagami shouting. Below, a motley crew of samurai responded loudly, for money, women, and... Upon hearing this, Yagami's forehead vein bulged as he scolded, "Fools, how can such matters be vocalized?" With a thud, Yagami leaped off the platform. Caught by his subordinates, a 5-finger mark graced his face, yet he stood tall, returning to the stage. Bawangmaru retracted his hand and stepped forward, stating, "The establishment of our Red Flower Society is for the people of Wano. Let us broaden our horizons and not succumb to mere indulgence. Do you understand?" A group of ruffians scratched their heads in confusion, asking, "My lord, what exactly do you mean by, horizons?" "Yes, what is this horizon? Why must it be expanded? And aren't those people supposed to be managed by Kaido?" A clever rogue slapped him, saying, "Fool, have you forgotten? Our lord belongs to the Kazuki clan. He can also become the king. Now we are rebelling against the king, and in the future, we shall be ministers." A man who had briefly ventured into piracy shook his head, saying, "Fools, do you not grasp the meaning of our lords? It is to establish a grand pirate crew, to seize the treasures of other nations, allowing our people to live well. In turn, we shall acquire wealth, women, and prestige. Is that truly so?" "Certainly. I am a person of great significance, with a bounty of 200,000. Listening to the profane utterances below, both Bawangmaru and Yashin found themselves at a loss. Yashin remarked, "Is this how the orders were given? It seems rather amiss." Bawangmaru, equally vexed, replied, "I am uncertain. This should not be the case. Could it be that both the enhancers and the released are fools?" "Who calls whom a fool?" retorted Bawangmaru. "What about you? At least I am including myself in this discussion. If we are to speak honestly, those solely focused on enhancement are the most foolish, as they possess only straightforward minds. I have the release system to elevate my intellect a tad. Now that you mention it, I comprehend. Next time, be clearer in your words. Otherwise, it may not bode well for you if I decide to strike." Strike me? Enough of this chatter. Let us ponder how to convey our intentions to these people. Thus, Bawangmaru and Yashin Kanjira squatted down, observing the individuals below, engrossed in their boastful banter, having entirely forgotten the purpose of their gathering. Yashin stroked his chin and suggested, "I have an idea. I wonder if it will prove useful." Bawangmaru concurred, "I have one as well. Shall we share it together?" The two exchanged glances and simultaneously proclaimed, "Let us reach a consensus." Seeing their agreement, They transformed their palms into blades and leapt down. What followed was a cacophony of battle cries and exclamations of pain. Minutes later, the two stood once more upon the platform and succinctly declared, "Now, the Red Flower Society is established. We are the leaders, and since there are two cores, our full name shall be the Red Flower Dual Core Society. Henceforth, Yashin will lead you, while I must proceed to the daimyo's residence to secure some influence." Yashin Kanjuru continued, "Bring forth any educated and insightful individuals you know to present to Lord Bawangmaru. If he finds favor, there may be an opportunity to serve as advisors. This is a rare chance for all." Lastly, they laid down the rule, "No oppression of the common folk shall be tolerated, yet we shall not be oppressed ourselves. Aside from the time spent farming, all must practice swordsmanship with me. This is non-negotiable. In the end, this will enable you to protect those you wish to safeguard." Suddenly, Bawangmaru had a thought and said, "Who among you will venture to Baibu and deliver a message to the Kei family of Shimazuki, stating that Kei Gitsu Bawangmaru shall soon pay a visit?" A rogue from Baibu volunteered for the task, and soon after, everyone gathered for a grand feast to celebrate the establishment of the society, marking a new chapter as organized individuals. Once everyone had feasted to their satisfaction, Bawangmaru bid farewell to Yashin and set off alone towards the city of Hanazono. As he walked, he inquired along the way, and 3 days later, he arrived at the general's residence. Approaching the gatekeeper, he announced, "Please inform that Kei Gitsu Bawangmaru seeks an audience with Kirika Orosu." Upon hearing that someone had come seeking their lord, there was initially an inclination to reprimand them. However, a sudden realization struck, causing Kei Gitsu to swiftly suppress any disdain and dash inside. Shortly thereafter, another soldier emerged with a message, "My lord requests your presence within." Without a trace of hesitation, Bawangmaru stepped through the threshold, following the soldier until they reached a grand hall. There, the imposing figure of Orochi sat elevated, surrounded by a retinue of loyal vassals. Orochi inquired, "What brings you here?" With his sword slung over his shoulder and a smile gracing his lips, Bawangmaru replied, "Oh, nothing significant. I merely wish to inform you that for the next 22 years, you may pursue any ambition you desire, so long as it does not involve oppressing the common folk. Furthermore, do not mistake me for that imbecile Odin, attempting to leverage the lives of innocents against me. Their fates are of no concern to me, however. Their well-being does influence my mood. Should your actions sour my spirits, I will relentlessly pursue you to the ends of the earth." With that, he turned to exit, pausing just before the door to catch Orochi off guard with a sudden pivot. Oh, and convey to Kaido that the same applies to him. Yet, if he were to engage in any nefarious deeds, I doubt I could contend with him. Nevertheless, you are aware of my leader's prowess, are you not? Well then, I shall take my leave. The territory 9 miles hence is mine. Do refrain from encroaching, lest I find myself unable to resist severing your head. And with that, he truly departed. Curse him. How dare he threaten me, the ruler of Wano? Orochi seethed. You there, devise a plan. How can we eliminate him without revealing my hand? Several vassals, drenched in cold sweat, hastily agreed and exited the hall. At that moment, they shared a singular thought: to escape swiftly. Whether by distancing themselves from Orochi or continuing their servitude, they must first navigate the present predicament. P.S. The previous chapter's commentary was rather excessive, detracting from the reader's experience. Yet, it must be expressed, just as many loathe the hegemony of the United States in real life, they still find merit in certain blockbuster films produced there. It is impossible to critique the American authorities while simultaneously praising their cinema. Does this not imply that viewers are simultaneously indulging in the American dream while disparaging them? Chapter 48, The Ascension of the Seven Stars. The sword and the spirit explore the Hall of Heroes. It is often said that time is the finest whetstone, capable of erasing all. After 10 months of erosion, the fervor surrounding Wang Lin's news has long been supplanted by other stories. Among them is the tale of the formidable woman Lingling, who has expanded her dominion. There are reports of a forthcoming assembly of the world government, the arrest of a historian, and a rather obscure piece of news regarding the formation of a band of mountain bandits known as the Red Flower Society. This particular news did capture some attention for a brief period, only to fade into obscurity. The bandit leader, known as Yashin Huan Lang, commanded no bounty, and rather than plundering, his band chose to cultivate the land. Ultimately, this news became little more than a jest in the vast expanse of the oceanic world. What significance does a bandit group hold? Conversely, the emergence of 3 quasi-admirals within the Navy sent a shiver through the world. Yet, all of this is of no concern to Wang Lin, who is currently awaiting just one more day before his departure. 7 stars. I shall soon introduce you to an elder sister. In truth, you have already met her. Ah, I know who she is. It's Sister are.Await, isn't it, Master? The holy sword of the 7 stars is equally impatient, having existed for many years. Wang Lin completely overlooked his own progress and strength, resulting in nearly a century's premature advancement. However, he had no choice but to engage in passive cultivation, as it was the only way to pass the interminable time. It was only after the 7 stars first displayed intelligence that Wang Lin found a semblance of enjoyment. Yet, at that time, the 7 stars could merely babble in a simplistic manner. Wang Lin commenced the initial nurturing of his vital energy once more, undertaking this ritual monthly. Each feeding session involved an exchange of thoughts with the 7 stars. For 4 centuries, this nurturing had persisted without interruption, until the final year when the wisdom of the 7 stars was unveiled, rendering communication entirely unobstructed. In that year, Wang Lin often engaged in conversation simply to pass the time and alleviate his boredom. Moreover, the century of cultivation he had amassed was not solely devoted to nourishing his blood. His mastery of incantations and dominance had never ceased. The current 7-star holy sword exudes confidence, capable of severing even the most formidable blades without exerting control. In his own words, he declared, "This is the enlightenment of a true weapon." Listening to Qixing's words, Wang Lin felt quite satisfied with his polite address towards are.Await. Although are.Await was quite naive, she was the first companion who had been by his side and the first to exhibit signs of life. Regardless of the circumstances, are.Await would always place her trust in him. This bond, despite being rooted in his creation, was imbued with genuine emotions. Hence, Wang Lin vowed to find a compatible soul for her to absorb, allowing her to truly become a living being in the future. He owed a debt of gratitude to the old man with the white beard. Had it not been for his devil fruit, Wang Lin might have haphazardly bestowed any fruit upon her, which would have resulted in the loss of a cherished little sister. Therefore, whether or not new intelligent creations were to emerge, it was imperative to accord are.Await, the elder sister, the respect she deserved. In this regard, Qixing, the young one, performed admirably. "Qixing, are you willing to use a devil fruit? I am reluctant, yet if my master desires it, I shall comply." Wang Lin was somewhat taken aback. "Is that so? Then it is unnecessary. However, without it, the possibility of manifesting a physical form becomes rather slim." Qixing, in defiance, remarked, "Did not the master once proclaim that those who cultivate the mind are the most extreme practitioners? Therefore, once the master imparts the art of mental cultivation to Qixing, he shall be able to take form." These words struck Wang Lin like a thunderclap, igniting a myriad of thoughts within him. Wang Lin inquired, "After all these years, under the influence of my thoughts, do you feel that you can learn to think as well?" "I cannot." Thus, the master must strive harder. Whether the 7 stars can transform depends entirely on you. The unexpected turn of events left Wang Lin utterly unprepared. He never anticipated that the sword spirit would possess such a mischievous nature, capable of uttering such words. A sense of perplexity enveloped him, an inexplicable oddity gnawing at his mind. The prolonged wait was excruciating. Although Wang Lin maintained an impassive facade, resembling a mere mask, internally he was ablaze with impatience. Yearning to escape the confines of his secluded chamber, how could he pass the time? Ah, how could I forget after so many centuries? "System, come forth." "What is it?" "Oh, after hundreds of years without summoning you, your reactions have grown sluggish, haven't they?" "Host, what are you saying? If you called me, you should articulate it." At this moment, Wang Lin is consumed by a singular curiosity. He inquires, "Why, upon seeing me languishing in boredom here, do you not offer a word of reminder?" He demands clarity. "What is there to remind me of?" "The Hall of Heroes, for heaven's sake. I can wander through the Hall of Heroes at my leisure. I have endured centuries of tedium, and you simply observe my ennui without a hint of intervention? Today, I intend to confront you. When I was merely 10 years old, you caused me to wet the bed, and I have yet to settle that score. Now. Host, this is quite unreasonable. Even now, you persist in your capriciousness. Can one truly master the 6 styles without having first experienced the humiliation of bedwetting?" Wang Lin has long since come to understand that such a cost, at most, equates to a mere 2 years of life. Nonsense. The restrictions of Karapika's contract deduct life in minutes, equating to 10 years per day. Consider the soldier. Did the time he taught me even amount to a full day? Moreover, he merely imparted theoretical knowledge. Does that truly require an entire hour? You are merely deceiving me. The system replied, in response to your statement, "Host, I am at a loss for words. Given this, will you still proceed to the Hall of Heroes? What a pointless question. Why would I engage in this conversation if I had no intention of going? Wang Lin was infuriated. This situation would irk anyone. Focusing his thoughts, he resolved that in the future, should one wish to enter, there would be no need to seek him out. He never anticipated your ignorance would be so profound. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin exclaimed in exasperation, "How could I possibly know if you don't say anything?" Suddenly, he paused. Wait a moment. Are you being double-edged in your words? Are you changing the subject? Are you truly alive? Wang Lin embarked on a cerebral storm. This fellow undoubtedly possesses self-awareness. Damn it. Could it be a wish from the hunter's side? No, that would be implausible. Such a thing is far more cruel in comparison. It operates on a triadic principle of requests, wherein each one demands a sacrifice, be it a fingernail, a finger, or perhaps an eye or a nose. Only after such tributes does it grant a single wish. Moreover, the wishes are limitless. However, once a wish is invoked through a request, it becomes a compulsion. For instance, if one were to wish for world peace, the fulfillment of that desire would subsequently demand a return of tenfold or even 100-fold. Never mind. Why dwell on such thoughts? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of concealment. It allows me to carry on. Wang Lin found himself unable to speculate on the origins of the system and decided to abandon the thought. With a focused mind, he charged into the grand door within his heart. Upon encountering the door, he gently pushed it open and quietly stepped inside. He then heard, "Ace, come here. Let your father see how much you've progressed in strength." "Dad, look. This old ghost is bullying the young again." "Ha ha, son, this time hold nothing back. Give him a good beating and show him your true power." "That's right, son, come on. Your father has also made some progress over these few hundred years." Suddenly, a sound echoed, a thud as something fell to the ground. The crowd turned to see Wang Lin, who looked down to find the 7 stars. 7 stars? How did you get in here? Wang Lin was taken aback. "Master, it is precisely as you have brought me here," Qixing responded. "Oh, Master. It seems I am capable of transforming." Just as he spoke, Qixing transformed into the appearance of a young boy, joyfully hopping as he gazed at his hands and feet. Wang Lin followed the 7 stars and raised his head to meet the gaze of the crowd, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Ah, have you all eaten? Young man, you have confined us here for nearly 1,000 years. What exactly do you intend to do?" Wang Lin began to reflect and, after a brief moment, recollected that the flow rate here was inherently swift. Additionally, during his own seclusion, what a misunderstanding. I too have been engaged in solitary cultivation, in an environment strikingly similar to this one. Therefore, as for the true passage of time, let me count on my fingers. Yes, indeed, the actual duration, when considering the moment of Roger's execution, has merely been 2 years. As for Yutian and the others, it amounts to just 11 months. Nanny? Hey. Esteemed elders, might it be time for you to introduce me to this gentleman? Wang Lin gazed at the familiar face before him, finding nothing peculiar about his ability to speak or engage in conversation. Curiously, he inquired about the attire they wore. "May I ask where your garments, as well as those of Ace, originated from?" Several burly men exchanged glances, and then Yutian replied, "We simply desired to wear them." Wang Lin, are you thinking of coming? Yes. Indeed, overthinking can be exhausting. Alas, having women around is troublesome. They constantly envision a myriad of garments for us men to ponder, leaving everyone fatigued for several days each month. What utter nonsense is this? Who can deny it? Before long, those garments are imagined as something entirely different. It's utterly exhausting. Exhausting? Chapter 49, a preliminary and hasty understanding, departing in fatigue. Wang Lin was taken aback by their words, contemplating the situation. Had they not demonstrated it right before him, he would have never believed it. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Wang Lin produced a lollipop from his hand, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth, relishing the flavor. He then conjured 3 more lollipops and offered them to the 3 individuals. They accepted the treats but refrained from eating them, instead placing them into their pockets. Why would they not indulge? Wang Lin inquired with a hint of perplexity. Roger responded, "Lin, it is quite a struggle for us when we contemplate food, yet sustenance replenishes our energy. It is indeed peculiar here. Sleep rejuvenates us. But when it comes to craving nourishment, it depends on who is willing to think of it and partake. Therefore, we tend to reserve a portion of food each time, saving it for special occasions." Observing Roger's earnest demeanor, Wang Lin asked, "Is there a problem here?" To which Roger replied, "Not at all. In fact, we can all sense our strength has significantly increased over the years. I believe that if I were to return now, a mere glance from me could strike fear into the hearts of many. Wang Lin nodded, took another bite of the chicken leg, and then consumed it entirely. The flavor was quite satisfactory. He casually tossed the bone aside, which vanished into thin air. After a moment of introspection, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. With a grand gesture, he continued walking while proclaiming, "Today, I shall treat everyone to a sumptuous feast. Eat to your heart's content." Upon hearing this delightful news, Yution eagerly took the lead, cheerfully calling forth his retainers to join him in visiting Roger's house for a meal. Wang Lin strolled along the path, glancing around. Roger and his son followed behind. And the son inquired, "Father, is this man the Uncle Lin you often speak of?" "Indeed, he is the Uncle Lin who brought everyone here," Roger replied. "So, I was meant to be born in the South China Sea, but he brought both me and my mother here?" The son continued. "What do you wish to convey, Ace?" "Well, considering the circumstances, it could be seen as a blessing," Ace remarked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "You all say he is quite formidable. I wish to test my strength against him." Roger, however, did not deter him, merely responding, "Can you truly surpass your father Yutian and the others when they join forces?" Ace cast a sidelong glance at his father and retorted, "How could I possibly win against such a cunning tactic?" Roger then stated, "Lin has the capacity to incapacitate them all with a single strike. Had they not been brought here, aside from Yutian, the others would not have survived." Those were their exact words. Ace paused, while Roger continued on, indifferent to his son's contemplation. Observing Roger approaching alone, Wang Lin inquired, "Why hasn't he young Ace joined us? Without him, how can we elders commence our gathering?" Roger shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "The youth is somewhat unaware of his own limitations. He just expressed a desire to challenge you. I merely recounted your past achievements to him, and that was that." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin remarked, "Indeed, you are quite the character, Ace. Your impulsiveness is evident. You embarked on an assassination against Whitebeard without proper inquiry, and similarly pursued Blackbeard without understanding the circumstances, confronting him alone." He continued, "Well, the child is somewhat mischievous. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily bested by Blackbeard and subsequently vanquished by Akainu, right?" Roger, feeling a headache from the conversation, chose to ignore Wang Lin. Due to prior disclosures, his wife, Nika, had already informed him of the events concerning Ace, which left Roger in a state of distress. Meanwhile, Wang Lin jovially approached a strikingly beautiful girl, who was, in fact, an exquisite crossdresser, to engage in conversation, while playfully petting Inulan's head and scratching the chin of a cat. "I am not a little puppy. Woof woof, little cat. Meow meow." Wang Lin evaded the bites of two individuals, laughing heartily. "Is that not the case? Mimi, this is fish. Dogs eat bones." As he spoke, he tossed a fish and a bone into the distance. The adorable creature, chasing after its prey, made a swift turn, darting towards the bone and the fish, its honest demeanor exuding a fierce declaration. "Even if it's delicious, I will not forgive you." "Awu, Lin, is this not your true nature?" A gentle voice interrupted, and Wang Lin turned to see a figure swiftly approach. "Oh my, Mrs. Riggio, it has been years. You have become even more beautiful without those freckles. And Mrs. Sure, you appear significantly younger as well. Complimenting a woman's beauty is undeniably a safe bet." This was a rule Wang Lin had discerned from countless films and dramas before his demise as a single man. "Are you implying that we were once old and unattractive?" The two women's smiles diminished considerably, their words remaining courteous, yet Wang Lin sensed a hint of coldness. In his current state, Wang Lin had developed an acute sensitivity to the aura of those around him, even those in spiritual forms. Upon hearing their response, he reflected, The tone seems off. Where did it go awry? Both the plain and the beautiful enjoy flattery, and I have indeed read books on winning the affections of wealthy women. Was I not complimenting them?" Perhaps his remarks lacked context, compounded by their subtle hints. Thus, Wang Lin replied, "Not at all. You two were never old or unattractive." At that moment, Roger, along with Yutian, the four heroes, and a geisha from an island nation, approached and overheard Wang Lin's words. The composed Sujiro interjected, "Everyone, did we not agree on a grand feast? Lin, if today's provisions are truly ample, I shall overlook the matter of you eliminating us without explanation." Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not speak nonsense. I am here to rescue you, to offer you an opportunity to escape from your suffering. The individuals I intend to eliminate will never have the chance to rise again." He then inquired, "Now, what would you all like to eat? You make your selections, and I shall contemplate." However, he cautioned them, Let it be known from the outset, if it is something I am unfamiliar with. Do not expect me to conjure it up. As a result, everyone chimed in, expressing their desires for various dishes and beverages. Yet, in the end, Wang Lin could not accommodate all requests, primarily because he was perplexed by some of the items mentioned. What on earth is fish chicken? Is it fish or chicken? And what about sculptor cicada? Is it a sculpture or a cicada? Ultimately, they settled for a feast of fish and meat, followed by the rum they had shared with the old man during their first drinking session. Observing the others indulge heartily, Wang Lin wandered deeper into this world. Since the establishment of this Hall of Heroes, he had never truly ventured inside to discern what lay within. Wang Lin felt as though he had wandered for an eternity, surrounded by an endless expanse of gray, devoid of any discernible features. Yet, before him, there lingered a vague, luminous entity, the nature of which remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was a product of overthinking, for after 2 hours of relentless journeying, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Shaking his head, Wang Lin pondered the precariousness of succumbing to sleep in such an unfamiliar place. Such an act would be recklessly hasty in a realm that did not belong to him. Sighing, he recognized the mental fatigue and resolved to retreat, seizing the moment to snatch a brief slumber. With this determination, he swiftly stepped back, summoning Qixing, who had been idly indulging, to join him. He bid farewell to the others, stating they would meet again another day, without allowing them the chance to see him off, and exited promptly. Upon reaching the square, as he passed by Ace, Wang Lin was struck by an impulse to pop a milk candy into his mouth. The sudden intrusion startled Ace awake, prompting him to instinctively spit it out. Wang Lin stepped forward, gently lifting the boy's chin, compelling him to close his mouth once more. He remarked, "Little rascal, if you don't return soon, your unreliable father and uncles will devour all the good things. If you wish to challenge me, first you must defeat these old fellows. Your Uncle Lin has become far more formidable than when your father and the others first arrived." After providing Ace with some mental fortification, Wang Lin exited the door, attuning his thoughts to his body. Upon opening his eyes again, he discovered that only a brief hour had passed. It was still the same day, yet he finally felt a wave of drowsiness, so he cast aside the 7 stars, allowing it to entertain itself. He muttered, "Is this what a headache feels like? Time for sleep." Lying down on the spot, he fell into a deep slumber within a second. Once Wang Lin was asleep, the 7 stars twitched for a moment before it swiftly emerged from its sheath. It began to leap around the confined space of 100 square meters, occasionally releasing feeble, sword energy. Chapter 50, Returning to the West Sea, Journey to O'Hara upon Awakening. Wang Lin noticed the 7 stars peacefully resting beside him. He stood up, securing it at his waist, and stretched leisurely, watching the countdown timer. He pushed the door open at the final second and left without looking back. As he entered the training room, he found himself aboard a submarine. There, he saw are.Await feeding a spoonful of something to a baby lying on the bed. Upon noticing Wang Lin emerge from the door, are.Await abandoned her bowl and spoon, rushing towards him while calling out, "Brother." However, Wang Lin's attention was not on her, but rather on the infant. "are.Await? What is this? Who is this child?" are.Await, puzzled by Wang Lin's query, replied, "This is the baby that Brother Yak sent over, saying that on January 1st, he would deliver the cloned infant." Wang Lin suddenly recalled that this year marks the year of the O'Hara's destruction, and it is now early February. Wang Lin gently cradled the infant, employing his qi to assess the child's condition. Fortunately, all bodily functions appeared intact. However, the vitality was feeble, and the spirit was frail. Yet, fate had its course. Since this child was destined to be a substitute for Ace, he would accompany Ace on this journey to its end. With a plan forming in his mind, he retrieved a card he had long prepared from the Book of Omniscience. Upon activation, the card transformed into an ethereal thought beast that entered the infant's mind. The purpose of this thought beast was to meticulously record and replicate the host's memories and experiences, ultimately condensing into a small orb upon the host's demise. Subsequently, Wang Lin produced another card, one adorned with the image of a balance scale. Wang Lin manifested his powers, directing them towards the infant. A balance appeared, one side representing lifespan, the other signifying physical form, both marked distinctly. In a solemn act of equivalent exchange, the infant's physical strength burgeoned, whilst his lifespan dwindled. Observing the transformation, the infant exuded a newfound vitality, shedding the pallor of illness that was uncharacteristic for a child of this world. He halted the process when the remaining lifespan dwindled to a mere 21 years. Perhaps a miracle awaited? Leaving a little more might afford Luffy the chance to alter his fate. At this juncture, Wang Lin contemplated the child's name. acknowledging his own contribution to the arrival of this new life. Yet, he decided to postpone that thought until he encountered Garb. For now, he would return home to present his grandchild to his parents. Subsequently, he summoned are.Await to the surface, cradling the infant as he leapt from the submarine. Reclaiming are.Await before standing upon the ocean's surface. Observing the giants in the distance engaged in fishing, he felt no inclination to greet them. Instead, he opened a dimensional portal and stepped into the long-lost dream island of greed, casually closing the door behind him. In a fleeting moment, he sensed several giants gesturing in his direction. Had they noticed his presence? It mattered not. They were merely a group of bumbling behemoths, destined to forget him. Inhaling the sweet air and listening to the sounds of laughter and joy, Wang Lin's spirits soared, gathering his strength. He soon found himself at the doorstep of his childhood home. Before he could knock, familiar laughter reached his ears. Ho ho ho, darling. Someone has come to propose to our son again. Our son is truly exceptional. Ha ha ha. Of course, one need only look at whose milk he has thrived on. Wouldn't you agree? My dear Dia. Oh, darling, you are so brazen. I adore it. Roar. My dire, you remain as enchanting as ever. Oh, darling. Roar. My dire. Wang Lin could vividly imagine the scene, suppressing the urge to vomit as he knocked on the door. Bang. Who is it? His father. With an expression of displeasure, opened the door and restrained his temper to inquire. Huh? Do you not recognize me? It's me, Wang Lin, Lin, Lin. Wang Lin responded in disbelief, astonished by the lack of recognition. Bah, there are plenty who wish to call me father now. This is the first time I've encountered an old man trying to claim a son. Just because your hair is black, you think you can pretend to be youthful? Have you even looked at your own face? Ho ho ho. Let us see who else wishes to become my son. Oh, there's a child as well? Is becoming a son now accompanied by the gift of a grandson? Ho ho ho. Ahem. Wang Lin's godfather quickly coughed to interrupt his wife's affectionate banter in front of outsiders. At this moment, Wang Lin came to realize that his appearance had not yet fully reverted to youth. Through reflection and heightened awareness, he recalled that the 8 elixirs had merely staved off the loss of 4 centuries of life. However, due to a miscalculation in the 2 decades spent in seclusion prior to that, he now appeared to be in his 50s. Thus, while the elderly couple engaged in jovial conversation, Wang Lin produced 3 tablets, consuming one himself and graciously offering the other 2 to the couple. With one remaining, he reassured himself that more would come. Resolutely, he vowed to persevere. The tablets dissolved upon consumption, transforming into an exquisite essence of life energy that rejuvenated his aging body and extended his lifespan. Once the effects of the elixirs took hold, a youthful man in his 20s stood before the couple, who were similarly in their 20s. Wang Lin interjected amidst their overly sentimental exchange. Are you feeling better now? Mom and Dad? Oh, are.Await embraced Ame. Darling, you have become so youthful. My love, you two have grown more handsome. A multitude of crows flew through his mind. Wang Lin felt utterly defeated, left to wait as he had in the past. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, he finally spoke. Have you calmed down now? The man turned his head. Oh, son, is that you? When did you return? The woman joyfully exclaimed. Little Lin, come here for a hug from your mother. Wang Lin reluctantly complied, introducing the child in his arms and recounting his circumstances. The inhabitants of this space were not strangers to the outside world. It was common for boats to appear in Qinghai, returning with newspapers after conducting their business. They could no longer witness the news birds flying to their island. And even the signal from the telephone bugs was often intermittent. One of the newspapers they brought back contained information about Wang Lin, including a bounty on his head that had spread throughout their community. From that point onward, Wang Lin's existence became a card they could play during their adventures. For whenever they ventured out to sea and encountered danger, displaying the bounty would earn them some respect. Of course, there were those who showed no respect. But they soon realized that as long as they returned to waters close to their island, they could evade their pursuers, thus appreciating the wonders of their home. However, some individuals were unable to leave. Those who had been brought over by Wang Lin, souls who were meant to perish, now largely residing on Greed Island. Only the indigenous people of this home could provide them with news from the outside world. During a warm family gathering, Wang Lin bid farewell to his parents once more. This time, he intended to leave the child with Cap before heading to O'Hara. Therefore, he sought out a naval station in the West Sea, requesting the officers there to inform Cap, citing Cap's romantic entanglements as the reason. He left the infant behind and departed, planning to discuss the details of the child during their future reunion. The destination was not far, O'Hara, the renowned archaeological sanctuary of the West Sea, and the birthplace of Nico Robin. It boasted the highest number of scholars and the most extensive library in the world, the Tree of Knowledge. However, the world government was unwilling to let the truth from 800 years ago surface. On Robin's 8th birthday, which fell on February 6th of this month, she obtained her doctorate, marking the beginning of a countdown as the world government could unleash a massacre order at any moment to annihilate O'Hara. They would then spend a year erasing the name O'Hara from the maps, obliterating 5,000 years of history along with the island's archaeologists in the process. Wang Lin was unaware of how many people inhabited this island, but such brutal slaughter was only acceptable in an ancient, barbaric epoch. In this enlightened age, such wanton killing was intolerable to him. The crux of the matter was not merely the act of killing. It was that these trees, which had survived for over 5,000 years, could withstand millennia of natural disasters, only to be extinguished by fire. Who knew if they were akin to the revered divine trees of youth? Still in their infancy? Was it not excessively cruel to slay them? Gazing at today's newspaper, he noted that he had only 2 days left to arrive. Fortunately, it was all within the West Sea, with little love, and no problem seemed insurmountable. The year of the sea circle, 1500, February 5th, afternoon, clear skies. Wang Lin logged onto O'Hara and, gazing at the scene before him, exclaimed, "Remarkable. The first battle is about to commence. I kindly urge everyone to lend their support and offer 5-star reviews." Chapter 51. The Tree of Omniscience, the Tree of Time? O'Hara is a composite island, with the main island being the Great Tree, the Tree of Omniscience, which is firmly rooted in the land. The smaller islands appear to have been transported by humans, as there are evident discrepancies in the tectonic plates, revealing clear signs of patchwork in certain areas. Wang Lin gazed upon the colossal tree, whose expansive canopy enveloped the entire main island, and felt a profound reverence within his heart. It stood as a living testament to history, imbued with an enchanting essence akin to that of a book, evoking a sense of wonder and spirituality. With a deep respect for this magnificent tree, Wang Lin approached the main island. At this moment, the people remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, both young and old alike. As Wang Lin stood before the Tree of Omniscience, he sensed its inherent spirituality. Though veiled, it was undeniably alive. This realization was not unexpected for Wang Lin, as he had long prepared himself psychologically, recalling the myriad races that once thrived in this world, which had inspired the exquisite dream of myriad nations. Yet, could it be that one race, the plant race, had been overlooked? Or perhaps beings akin to tree people already existed? In this realm, one must never lack imagination, for humans can be endowed with otherworldly powers by demons. After standing before the grand tree for a moment, Wang Lin stepped through its enormous doorway. His eyes were met with a vast library, soaring to great heights, its center hollowed out to form a skylight, allowing those above to gaze down upon those below. Each level was furnished with desks and benches, most of which were occupied by readers engrossed in their books, either reading in solitude or engaged in spirited discussions. However, he could not discern their prowess. Rather, it seemed evident that they were rather feeble. These bookish individuals, if only they harnessed their intellect to enhance their martial abilities, they would not face such destruction. After several minutes of extending his perception to envelop the entirety of the tree's domain, Wang Lin relinquished his bizarre notion that these scholars chose to passively embrace their demise for the sake of their ideals. Instead, he discovered the presence of the scientist who had been slain by the former commander of CP9. Wang Lin approached him and paused at the center of a grand tree. After a brief moment, he resumed his walk and stood before the scholar, greeting him with, "Hello, esteemed scholar." The elder glanced at Wang Lin, hesitated for a few seconds, and replied, "Greetings, young man. You must have just arrived in O'Hara." The elder's assured tone indicated that he remembered every islander and those who had visited for a time. Wang Lin replied, "Indeed, this is a truly magical and magnificent place. Yes, O'Hara is indeed great." Wang Lin shook his head and remarked, "It is not O'Hara who is great, but he, the omniscient tree." He gestured broadly. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded in agreement, then resumed his reading. Are scholars truly like this? Distant, indifferent, and exuding an aura of tedium that renders one awkward? With no reply from Wang Lin, he pondered internally. Yet, it is essential for one of them to break the silence. Thus, Wang Lin continued, such a magnificent existence, what if it were to be destroyed? What then? He raised an eyebrow, gauging the old man's reaction. Indeed, a reaction ensued. The elder, upon hearing Wang Lin's words, appeared somewhat irked and replied, I have seen your news reports. State your intentions, but let me clarify that we do not harbor any experts here. Oh, very well. I shall speak plainly. I am to rescue this tree and its knowledge. If you wish to avoid demise, I can facilitate your relocation. He paused dramatically. You are perilously close to annihilation. You are all on the brink of death. Do you not realize this? The elder seemed unfazed by Wang Lin's proclamations and simply inquired. Please clarify your statements. I am old and struggle to grasp your meaning. So composed? Very well, I shall elaborate. What I mean is, starting tomorrow, you will be in constant peril. Apart from a select few in this tree, your survival is contingent upon your own will. I cannot prevent your demise if you wish for it. The elder then asked, why only a select few in this tree? Wang Lin chuckled, stating, what I safeguard is the continuity of knowledge. The individual is not of paramount importance. However, I cannot bear to witness the demise of the children. The elderly man nodded in understanding and replied, I comprehend. Very well, then, grant us salvation as well. When shall we commence? The elder's response caught Wang Lin off guard. He inquired, if I am not mistaken, you should not fear death, correct? Why, then, have you so swiftly acquiesced to my proposal? The elder revealed a cunning glimmer typical of the streetwise, laughing as he remarked, fear of death arises from a lack of choices. Would it not be preferable to avoid death altogether? This way, we shall have more time to delve into the mysteries of unknown knowledge, history, and the countless enigmas the world presents. Wang Lin chuckled, old man, you certainly possess a remarkable adaptability. I had thought that individuals like you, steeped in academia, would be rather obstinate. I am Wang Lin, he declared, extending his hand. The old man reciprocated with a gentle pat on Wang Lin's hand, saying, is that so? I presume it is a matter of etiquette. While we are indeed passionate about knowledge, we are also human, driven by an innate desire for life. Therefore, it is best to avoid death whenever possible. I am the curator here, Kuroha. I hold a doctorate. And am I to be ashamed of not having attended school? An inner monologue of thoughts ensued. Wang Lin gazed at his hand that had just been slapped, chuckling softly, and remarked, not bad, not bad. The old man, intrigued, inquired, may I ask what degree you hold? Wang Lin replied, I graduated from my mother's teachings. The old man pondered. Is that the renowned Maritime Transportation Engineering College within the world government? Wang Lin corrected him, saying, no, I hold a degree from my mother's tutelage, which can be classified as an elementary school dropout degree. The doctor was left speechless. Wang Lin, enough of this intellectual comparison, dear scholars. You may immerse yourselves in the study of history without concern. I shall remain here until the day of impending danger arrives. Until then, attend to your own affairs, and do not mind me. Well, thank you for your consideration, Lin. Wang Lin bid farewell to the curator and settled near the tree of omniscience. That night, as he sat on the bed in his hotel room, he pondered, system. Is what you said today about the tree of omniscience true? Indeed, it is all true, the system replied. Is the tree of omniscience merely a distorted tree of time? Wang Lin exclaimed, incredulous. The system continued, what constitutes true omniscience? Only by taking root in the river of time, understanding both the past and the future, can one attain true omniscience. Time and space are profound and magnificent, while omniscience is but a superficial manifestation. However, this tree has manifested a library within itself, serving as a repository of knowledge. Thus, it may be said to have grown askew. Wang Lin feels somewhat overwhelmed, his perceptiveness enhanced. Oh, you are implying that you desire him, are you not? After such a lengthy circumlocution, you still dare to claim that you are merely a system? Indeed, host. You may offer the tree of knowledge as a sacrifice to upgrade the system, and then I shall revert it back to its sapling stage. Wang Lin has grasped the essence, hasn't he? Saplings. These are wondrous creations capable of taking root in the river of time. Just a mere ascension in rank. Merely a coercive command. I still possess those 3 beads in your possession, which can be acquired at any moment. Host, allow me to finish. Not only can you ascend, but the host may also inherit its capabilities. For instance, you can take on disciples. The host has the ability to impart his skills to his apprentices. The system has never responded this swiftly before. Wang Lin, intrigued, inquired, is it possible to teach all abilities? The system replied, certainly not. The disciple can only learn what you have mastered. For instance, if you possess knowledge of the 6 elemental arts, the disciple may learn one. Similarly, if you are proficient in various martial arts such as fist, kick, palm, and swordsmanship, the disciple can only learn one. In the world of pirates, the teaching is quite flexible, provided the disciple is capable of learning. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin was instantly struck by a spark of inspiration. He then declared, "Very well. It is settled. There is no further matter to discuss. I shall commence preparations for the subsequent arrangements. You may return now." System. At this moment, Wang Lin manifested the Book of Omnipotence, unveiling the preparations he had meticulously curated over the past year. First, he presented 12 figurine cards, each adorned with the likenesses of formidable figures: Steelbone Kong, Warring States, Carp, Roger, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, Kazuki Odin, Gold Lion, Blood Count, Rayleigh, and Barrett. The World Destroyer, whose true strength resided within his fruit, proved to be of little consequence in this battle, rendering him unsuitable for such a battlefield and consequently removing him from the main force. Subsequently, he revealed another 12 cards, corresponding to the same figurine skins, akin to those of the likes of. One represented the inner essence, while the other depicted the outer form, thus pairing them into complementary duos. As the final step, he prepared to release them in a timely manner, ensuring that the figurines would possess the full extent of their powers and abilities as they engaged with Wang Lin. After over a year of preparation, his initial intent was merely to ensnare the executor. Yet, unexpectedly, it turned into a serendipitous gain. Ha! Wang Lin sat on the bed, emitting a soft chuckle. P.S. The character here draws inspiration from the Hunter x Hunter, Phantom Rouge film, and I hope everyone enjoys it. Chapter 52. The demon-slaying order arrives as scheduled. Subsequently, events unfolded in a manner consistent with the significant occurrences recorded by the system. The following day, Dr. Corolla, the librarian, invited Wang Lin to attend a ceremony honoring a prodigious doctoral candidate. Now, let us welcome our genius, the delightful Robin, to the stage to receive her doctoral certificate. At merely 8 years of age, she was indeed a prodigy in the making. The librarian delivered a passionate speech, ultimately proclaiming the name Wang Lin had long anticipated, Nico Robin. Hee, such an adorable little girl. However, dear child, I cannot allow you to stray from the timeline, for doing so may cost you many cherished companions in the future. Yet, rest assured, your childhood shall not be burdened by excessive sorrow. Wang Lin gazed at the pitiful individual who had waited 2 years for their first encounter, setting out to locate the woman. At last, he discovered her. The one who had been under constant scrutiny, her expression brimming with excitement. It must be her mother. A mental note was made. Thus, it became evident that regardless of whether Robin was delving into the annals of history, the world government had officially fixed its gaze upon this place. This understanding rendered the curator's calm demeanor comprehensible. It seemed that the giant admiral would soon arrive as well. By this calculation, CP9 had already made their appearance, and within a month, the demon-slaying edict would be enacted. Should I? While still contemplating, young Robin voiced her thoughts, unabashedly proclaiming, "Thank you, everyone. And also to Dr. Kuroha. I have made my decision. I shall pursue the truth of history. Hooray." In truth, as Robin spoke, the doctor had already surmised her intent to intervene, yet he was a moment too late. With a complex expression, he cast a glance at Wang Lin, and upon receiving a reassuring nod and smile from him, the doctor said, "Dear Robin, let this determination be etched in your heart. I hope you can overcome the challenges that lie ahead." With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Yes, Dr. Kuroha," she exclaimed, before joyfully bounding out with her certificate in hand, eager to share her happiness with her uncle and younger sister. As Wang Lin observed the crowd dispersing, only the doctor and the marked woman remained. He approached her, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, for I am here." He urged that all individuals on the island be gathered in one location over the next few days. When the unexpected occurs, remain calm. Turning to the woman, he politely inquired, "You are Robin's mother, Nicole Albia, are you not? Though you may not be entirely competent, your feelings are understandable. Spend more time with Robin. Opportunities for togetherness will soon be scarce." Nicole Albia glared at him with furrowed brows and asked, "What do you mean?" "Oh, simply that you are to be relocated. You shall become Robin's cherished memory and his source of inspiration for the future. It is as if the little girl searches for her mother, who awaits her at the end of the journey. Isn't that splendid? What do you mean by that? Do I need to be any clearer? You are destined to perish. I will prevent your demise, allowing Robin to level up and conquer challenges, ultimately leading to a reunion. Do you understand? If I may offer further insight, should events unfold prematurely and true death occur, do not blame me." As Nicole Albia prepared to retort, the doctor interjected, are.Await, heed Lin's words. This individual possesses the strength that precludes deceit. It has been a considerable time since you followed the news, has it not? You might want to look into his reports, though they are scarce in the newspapers. Once he had dismissed Await, the doctor turned to Wang Lin and asked, Lin, do you mean to say that you have already drawn attention? Wang Lin remarked, indeed. Have you not noticed? The doctor replied, no, they are all acquaintances. CP9. The intelligence operatives serve as mere scavengers, so it is quite normal for them to remain oblivious. They are ordinary individuals in everyday life, only becoming tools when necessary. Having said this, he exited the hall and returned to the hotel. 5 days later, the giant Navy Vice Admiral, Ward Salong, arrived as scheduled and formed a friendship with Robin. He imparted the laughter of the giant race, sharing with Robin that laughter brings happiness. Laugh more. A smile can brighten even the darkest moments. This became Robin's lifelong mantra, a source of strength that propelled her forward through solitude and growth during times of sorrow. 15 days later, the ship of Spandane, an official of the world government and the chief commander of Judicial Island, reached the shores under the pretext of apprehending Nico Alvia. Conducting a thorough search of O'Hara, the outcome revealed that scholars studying forbidden historical texts were apprehended by the authorities on charges of attempting to resurrect ancient weapons, deemed as harbingers of destruction. Just as he was about to ignite the tree of knowledge, Wang Lin suddenly appeared before him, delivering a swift slap that sent Spandane flying. He declared, at last, we can commence. With that, he effortlessly incapacitated all CP9 soldiers. Approaching Spandane, he produced a transponder snail and proclaimed, the historical texts, devoid of a century recorded upon unyielding stone, were deliberately inscribed by those of the past. They sought to convey the truth to future generations. The choice to etch history into imperishable stone scattered across the globe stemmed from the foresight that written words on paper could easily be obliterated. This serves as compelling evidence of forces in existence that oppose those who left behind the stones. Should it be assumed that they perished at the hands of an enemy, then that adversary must endure in the annals of history that followed. Coincidentally, the century of blank history, which occurred 800 years ago, coincided with the birth of the world government. If the enemies of the obliterated peoples were indeed the world government, then the erasure of this unfavorable history must have been executed by their hand. Doctor, you take over. I did not retain all of this. Kuroha, puzzled by the necessity of recounting this segment, hesitated but, intrigued by Wang Lin's enigmatic demeanor, accepted the transponder snail. He stated, I do not know who on the other end represents the world government, but I must proclaim, through the interpretation of ancient documents and several fragments of historical texts, we have finally uncovered the existence of a certain kingdom. The documents reveal the grandeur of a colossal empire. It is said to be renowned for its formidable power. Yet contemporary records of that nation have been rigorously expunged. It is feared that they realized their impending defeat at the hands of the United Nations, a coalition of world governments, and in a bid to entrust their ideology to posterity, inscribed all truths upon stone, which now remains as the historical narrative of our time. Ancient weaponry may indeed be resurrected from the annals of history. However, the existence and ideology of that kingdom, awakened alongside its history, pose a significant threat to the world government, do they not? We must comprehend the nature of this threat, and the key to unraveling it lies within the name of that once prosperous kingdom. Spandane suddenly lunged at the doctor, covering his mouth. On the other end of the phone bug, a grim voice uttered, O'Hara, you know too much. Spandane, activate the demon extermination order. Wang Lin gazed at him with a smile as Spandane retrieved the golden telephone bug and pressed the connect button. Wang Lin picked up the phone bug in a state of communication and remarked, that place is still incomplete, isn't it? Thus, this is the legacy mission of the D clan. One piece, a mere jest laden with profound implications. A portion that you have erased will return. Who are you? I am one who has come into this world fundamentally at odds with you. What exactly do you intend to do? How much do you know? I desire much that you cannot and will not provide. My knowledge is limited, yet I harbor speculations, and what the doctor posits is not necessarily accurate. However, it is true that you fear the world's populace uncovering the truth. Is that not so? Wang Lin is currently brimming with excitement when it comes to Roger's treasure. No one comprehends it better than he does. He has been eager to express a thought, urging others to inquire without delay. Wang Lin tapped the phone bug's head and uttered a couple of dismissive remarks, wondering if such an impolite creature could not even say goodbye before hanging up. Chapter 53, Transfer of the Carnage Feast. Upon realizing that the phone bug had indeed disconnected, Wang Lin rendered Spandane unconscious and secured both phone bugs. He then addressed the doctor, saying, "We may commence now. Do not panic upon arrival. If you wish to teach, teach. If you wish to study history, study history. By the way, are the books all backed up?" The doctor nodded in affirmation. Wang Lin's mind expanded, reaching out to Greed Island. The concentrated individuals around him vanished one by one before the eyes of the doctor, until only he remained. Wang Lin waved his hand and remarked, "Aside from being unable to leave, everything else is the same. Since you all enjoy reading and prefer not to move, farewell." In the next moment, the doctor found himself in an unfamiliar city, surrounded by a throng of O'Hara residents. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals adorned with red armbands, of various ethnicities, approached. Led by a figure wearing a military cap inscribed with the words law enforcement. They first saluted and then announced, "Welcome to Dream Greed Island. I am the Law Enforcement Officer 12. These are the elected representatives from various communities. From where do you hail? Why has the world government sought your destruction? Did our Supreme Commander have any final words for you before your arrival?" The doctor began to respond, but Wang Lin observed that there was no one else around. With a swift motion, he drew a sword and declared, "This time, the CP9 that came to the island shall perish," placing his hand upon the omniscient tree. He silently commanded, "System, sacrifice." Acknowledged, acknowledged. In mere moments, the omniscient tree ceased to exist. Once it was gone, Wang Lin promptly produced a deceptive card, manifesting an identical large tree once more. He struck a match and ignited it. Boom. A burst of flames erupted, soaring skyward. Wang Lin, satisfied, clapped his hands and executed a swift technique to cast the somewhat withered corpses into the flames. With a flourish, he exclaimed, "Ah, Akiji has arrived ahead of us." Robin's mother and Sabo, do not quarrel now. Adjusting their course, they hastened towards Robin's side. Robin, cradling her mother, gazed tearfully at the battered figure of Jaguar D. Sol. As the flames soared into the sky, she covered her mouth, ultimately succumbing to her sorrow. Jaguar D. Sol, indifferent to his wounds, looked at Robin and chuckled. "Robin, take pride. Your mother is magnificent. O'Hara is magnificent, and one day, the history of this island will be yours to inherit. Even if you stand alone now, you shall undoubtedly encounter companions in the future. The seas are boundless, and someday, allies destined to protect you will surely appear. To be born into this world does not mean one must endure solitude forever." He then turned to Akiji and said, "My old friend, will you spare the child?" Akiji shook his head, replying, "The Demon Slayer order. Do you comprehend its significance? It mandates the extermination of all humans, animals, plants, and entire regions must be eradicated from the map." "Ah, pardon me for the interruption. Big fellow and little Robin, oh, your mother has been harmed? Worry not. She will not perish." Wang Lin's voice was ill-suited to the conversation between the two old friends. Qingji glanced over, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. "Lin." The conscious Orbia struggled to rise, bringing Robin to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin gently caressed the head of the little girl Robin, saying, "Dear child, grow up quickly and embark on adventures with your friends. For now, rest." With that, he lightly touched Robin's forehead, rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, he sent Robin's mother and Sarone away right before Akiji's eyes, leaving only the fainted Robin behind. He then turned to Akiji and remarked, "Alas, I cannot endorse your sense of justice. What shall we do?" Meanwhile, in the distance, cannon fire echoed incessantly, yet the island remained eerily silent, devoid of any cries for help or wails of despair. 10 top-tier warships, manned by nearly 10,000 elite naval officers, stood in bewilderment, as if firing at nothing but air. Sakazuki was equally speechless, pulling out a din-din mushi. "Brew, brew, brew, brew," Akiji answered the call. And the din-din mushi exclaimed, "Kazan, what is happening on the island? What are we firing at? Air?" Akiji replied to the din-din mushi, requesting support. "Lin is on the island, right in front of me." The din-din mushi's face instantly morphed into Sakazuki's, who shouted, "What? Hold on, we are coming right away. What about the people on the island? Have they all been killed by him?" Wang Lin, in place of Akiji, responded emphatically, "There is no need for haste. Not a single one shall be spared." With that, he produced a specially crafted card, the Cage of Vengeance, which had been buried for over a year. The term specially crafted refers to something made explicitly for a particular purpose or individual. He then established the conditions for activation, which could be initiated at any moment once fulfilled. The prerequisites for the activation of this Cage of Vengeance were as follows. 1. The demon-slaying order must be initiated. 2. The location must be O'Hara. And 3. The executor must fire the first shot. Upon activation, all enemies would be simultaneously transported into a space that could only be described as a hellish battleground, a realm where life and death must be determined through combat. Presently, all 3 conditions were met, allowing for the immediate opening of this space, thereby transforming the entirety of O'Hara into a graveyard for vengeance. Subsequently, O'Hara would vanish in a haze of retribution. Akiji, visibly anxious, watched Wang Lin while urgently communicating through the snail. There is a change. Evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Wang Lin chuckled. Can you escape? Activate. With these words, the entire O'Hara seemed to pulsate with life. Then, the space surrounding the group of Navy personnel and their warships shattered like glass. When they reappeared, they found themselves upon the shores of the island. In the face of such an extraordinary phenomenon, the elite Navy officers and commanders lost their composure entirely. The scene descended into chaos. The fact that there was no mutiny was a testament to their strict discipline. Meanwhile, on Akiji's side, several generals clad in white coats had also materialized beside him. A fierce wind swept through, and the word justice appeared mockingly before Wang Lin. Wang Lin gazed upon the gathering. Sakazuki, the Weasel, Stoloberry, and Fire Mountain. He remarked, everyone, both familiar and unfamiliar, has arrived. I see. Sakazuki furrowed his brow and inquired, Lin, what are your intentions? Are you seeking to oppose the Navy? Shaking his head, Wang Lin replied, oppose you? I harbor no enmity towards anyone, yet I stand against the world. It is you who court death, treating life as mere fodder. Such is the cycle of cause and effect. We are executing justice. Haha, justice is defined by the powerful, much like history itself. You are strong. Thus you deem O'Hara as evil, imposing unfounded accusations upon them, even resorting to annihilation. Such a twisted notion of justice is still called justice. You wish only for obedient hounds, not free individuals. In the past, in the distant O'Hara, no demons roamed, only a group of truth-seekers existed. In the future, O'Hara will still be devoid of demons, yet it will leave behind a legacy, albeit the truth-seekers of your will no longer inhabit this world. At this juncture, the atmosphere fell silent, and the speaker's breath bore an eerie quality. A chilling aura began to emanate from Wang Lin. The formidable S.H. Suk, with an air of dominance, declared, Are you prepared for battle, my lord? Akane cautioned, everyone must remain vigilant. This individual is no longer on the same level as he was 2 years ago. Do not be deceived by the allure of the 100 million bounty. We must uphold our justice. This uncontrollable threat must be eradicated at all costs. As he spoke, he transitioned into his magma demon form. Akiji remained silent, also beginning to elementalize, poised for action. The remaining 2 were likewise preparing for an attack, intent on delivering a cataclysmic blow, aiming for a decisive strike. Wang Lin activated his 5th level enhancement, unleashing the overwhelming presence of his dominator state. With a piercing gaze, he uttered a single word, die? A palpable wave of energy erupted from his eyes, cascading towards the 10,000 Navy soldiers, predominantly comprising 5 commanders. The ground began to turn to ash, while the sky unleashed a torrential downpour of dark crimson snow, accompanied by ominous black lightning striking the earth. The soldiers, upon being blanketed by the sinister red snow, found their voices stifled as their flesh withered away, their bones gradually fracturing until they were reduced to mere ashes. Those of slightly greater strength managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet the 5 commanding generals and 10 brigadiers were not far better off. Their expressions were dominated by a mixture of anger, astonishment, and panic. Could this truly be the effect of Conqueror's Haki? How could such a phenomenon exist? What shall we do? Our soldiers are all perishing, so young. Sob. A concerned general, grieving for his men, broke down in tears, prompting others around him to weep as well. Lin, your sins are profound. You have committed an unspeakable atrocity. Wang Lin gazed at Akainu and remarked, to speak candidly, among the Navy, I hold you in the highest esteem, yet simultaneously harbor the utmost disdain for you. The absurdity of absolute justice? Does absolute truth truly exist? Each of you may indeed embody commendable qualities. However, when an avalanche descends, no flake of snow can claim innocence. When you arrive here, executing your superior's orders and engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, all your glory cannot obscure the weight of your sins. They endeavor to resurrect weapons capable of annihilating the world. What nonsense! The notion of weapon culpability is utterly laughable. The true blame lies eternally with the wielder. What fault lies with the weapon? What crime is inherent in knowledge? Today, I possess greater strength than you, and I proclaim your guilt. Thus you are all destined to perish. I shall even send a few pirates to accompany you to your graves. How does a 1-to-10 ratio sound? Or perhaps 1-to-100? With a swift motion, he drew his sword. One stroke could topple a city. Kill? The blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed directly at their necks. All were armed with haki, yet the effects of their fruit abilities proved futile. With unwavering resolve, the two Logia users sensed an imminent threat to their very lives. Yet before they could utter another word, they were silenced forever. In the end, only Akainu and Akiji remained, their necks still somewhat connected. While all others lay headless and lifeless around them, Wang Lin sensed a multitude of lives, souls, and vital energies being absorbed by the medicinal cauldron. And he perceived the fruits in his backpack steadily increasing. Observing the two individuals who still wished to preserve their lives through elemental transformation, he felt a profound sense of justice, absolute justice, languid justice, die. At last, the two collapsed, and Wang Lin gazed at the fruits that belonged to them. It was somewhat regrettable that he could not offer them all as sacrifices, yet it was still a satisfactory outcome. Now, he awaited the unfolding of events before this space vanished, pondering whether the anticipated changes would manifest as he envisioned. However, to ensure safety, he first sacrificed all the fruits from his backpack, as well as those previously carded into the omnipotent book, retaining only the 4 essences of space, time, mimicry, and barrier. This should provide a measure of security. As the space continued to fragment, just as it seemed on the verge of obliteration, the air suddenly solidified. And within Wang Lin's perception, this realm came to a standstill. Then, it appeared as though time began to rewind. Have they finally arrived? I have awaited your presence for so long. Chapter 54. The counterattack within Wang Lin's line of sight, the space began to restore itself. And the ash-like imprints of Akainu and his companions became increasingly vibrant. The final figure emerged, standing before Wang Lin. Following this, all the fallen generals and soldiers were resurrected. Within the confines of this space, a black hole materialized, from which 7 figures emerged. One of them held 2 severed heads, which he carelessly tossed at Wang Lin's feet. Shanks. Luffy. Wang Lin was somewhat taken aback. It was one thing for the face fruit to be ineffective, but how could even the protagonist's halo falter? 7 figures cloaked in black approached, and one of them, gripping the heads of Shanks and Luffy, spoke in a raspy voice. Just a disobedient pest and an ignorant young fool, nothing to be surprised about, my lord. Wang Lin composed himself and inquired. Is it just the few of you? Another individual responded, indeed, we have made numerous attempts, yet we have been unable to alter the course of today's events. Thus, after much deliberation, we chose to obliterate the future of our existence and became renegades, seeking a fresh beginning. A hearty laugh escaped Wang Lin as he asked, are you suggesting that you must slay your past selves to make way for replacements? I find myself intrigued by the tale of a future self vanquishing the present self unfolding before me. Internally, he pondered, had they truly destroyed the world of tomorrow? Did this signify that the future was beyond their control, or was it a literal annihilation? If it were the latter, what kind of terrifying power would that entail? System. Is the sacrifice of points from earlier still in effect? Yes, host, it replied. You have ventured into perilous territory this time. Exercise caution. Wang Lin understood. His elixirs continued to function, indicating that the revival of these individuals must come at a cost. Even a deity could not simply reverse time to resurrect a soulless corpse, let alone so many at once. The figure in the tattered black cloak, who had previously displayed disdain, remarked, do you think we are ignorant of this? By eliminating you, an anomaly, and adhering to the established timeline, when our timelines converge, we shall naturally revert to our true selves. And now, the first step is to restore the events to their rightful course. 2 cloaked figures then chimed in, memory alteration. Exile. Upon uttering these words, Robin began to fade, subsequently appearing on a small vessel beyond the confines of space, gently sailing towards the ocean. Following suit, the naval forces also began to dissipate. However, due to their vast numbers, the process was evidently time-consuming and would not occur swiftly. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lin immediately unleashed a singular sword strike, determined to either slay or at the very least gauge the depth of the situation. However, his efforts proved futile, as his attacks were too scattered. With a mere wave of a hand, a blade of light effortlessly dispersed his sword aura. Astonishing, indeed. Wang Lin was taken aback by this turn of events. He felt as though he had become truly invincible in this world. How long had it been since he had reached such prowess? In a mere moment, An opponent capable of exchanging blows with him had appeared. System, he commanded. I will restrain them while you exert your full strength to draw these immobilized individuals into the Hall of Heroes. Let us see if they can resurrect the ashes you conjured. Host, you are indeed resourceful, the system replied. I shall give it a try, however. The number of qualified individuals is regrettably scarce, which diminishes the quality of our selection. Let us confine them all to a single room. Or perhaps a slightly larger space for initial containment, for merely having pirates is rather inappropriate. It lacks worthy adversaries. Having spoken, Wang Lin produced 12 cards and flung them into the sky. He then swiftly unleashed 7 strikes, sending 7 massive waves of energy in the form of dragons toward the 7 cloaked figures. Following closely behind, he targeted the one wielding a blade, shouting fiercely, "Kill!" The results were promising. As the opponents focused on their defense, his 3rd strike had already found its mark. Upon realizing that the strength of these individuals was unlikely to be inferior to his own, Wang Lin did not hold back in the slightest. Regardless of whether Sword 2 could fell an opponent, he would unleash Sword 3 without hesitation. The initial target being missed was of little consequence. However, the 7-star Holy Sword was embedded in the chest of the black-robed figure, yet the adversary remained unscathed. With a sudden gasp, Wang Lin retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding a spray of blood. After spitting out a mouthful of crimson liquid, he hastily withdrew, uttering, "Just hold on for a moment while I recuperate." At that moment, the black-robed figure, responsible for the demise of Shanks and Luffy, obstructed Wang Lin's path, and with every strike he made, the opponent effortlessly evaded. As a user of the space-time fruit, evading your attacks is far too simple for me, the black-robed figure remarked. Wang Lin inquired, "Oh, could it possibly not explode?" Internally, he cursed once more. This is utterly against the rules. He felt compelled to express gratitude to the divine, for without such a being, how could they possibly amalgamate attributes to forge the most exceptional capabilities? Upon hearing these words, Wang Lin felt a twinge of doubt within. Was the term God to be taken literally or as a mere metaphor? Unyielding in his demeanor, he replied, "If the powers of time and space could be easily mastered, then one would indeed become a god." The figure in the black cloak responded, "Indeed, if the abilities of the devil fruit could be fully realized. Attaining divinity should not be deemed a mere fantasy, should it? The world is truly wondrous, is it not? However, my starting point is exceedingly high. Thus even my preliminary abilities are beyond your capacity to contend with." Wang Lin, possessing the means to break the impasse, hesitated to employ them for his own benefit, thus resigning himself to wait. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the card that had been tossed into the sky began to descend towards the ground, enveloped in a billow of white smoke. With a gust of wind, 12 figures emerged, each varying in height yet all exuding an aura of formidable strength. Wang Lin commanded, "You all go and fight to the death. Just hold those 6 at bay." He inquired, "System, is it not ready yet?" "Hold on a little longer. It will be completed shortly." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 12 individuals, the figure in the black robe exclaimed incredulously, "Indeed, they are anomalies, malevolent spirits. Surely, these individuals are illusions?" Among the 12, Carp unleashed a powerful punch, laughing, "Ha ha ha. Even if they are illusions, you shall still face consequences." Roger remarked, "Indeed. I did not anticipate that we could fight side by side. Although not genuine, this tactic should prove effective." Upon uttering these words, Shunbai brandished a knife that seemed to materialize from nowhere and struck at one of the 6 figures in black, coordinating with Carp. Ling Ling chimed in joyfully, "Mama. Mama. Yes, yes. Do not evade. Soul control." However, one of the 6 figures in black dismissively retorted, "Ultimately, an illusion can only ever be an illusion. Open the path to the underworld. Protect us." As Wang Lin and the figure clad in black, who wielded a formidable combination of temporal and spatial abilities, engaged in a relentless pursuit, they were suddenly met with yet another extravagant display from a fellow cloaked individual. Meanwhile, Kaido, after unleashing a thunderous attack, transformed into an azure dragon, exhaling a formidable breath of dragon fire. Following this, yet another figure in black morphed into a colossal golden dragon, nearly 1,000 meters in length, and with a single sweep of its tail, sent Kaido hurtling away. Whitebeard struck with the intent of disrupting the opponent's equilibrium with the ground, but just as the internal space threatened to fracture, a small black hole appeared, absorbing the blow and retaliating with a powerful punch. A luminous crimson imprint of the fist soared toward them, exuding an aura of danger. "Let us together send that thing flying," proclaimed the Golden Lion Shiki. Subsequently, the Golden Lion manipulated his floating abilities, while Whitebeard swung his blade. altering the trajectory of the punch imprint. A brilliant miniature mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. Meanwhile, the Blood Count and Steelbone, in their puppet forms, began to collaborate against an adversary capable of unleashing lightning power. Yutian and Rayleigh joined forces to confront a black-cloaked figure embodying the essence of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, teetering on the edge of divinity. Douglas, on the other hand, faced off against the individual who had previously wielded a sword. It appeared that the skirmishes were evenly matched. However, the 12 combatants were, overall, at a disadvantage. Had it not been for their superior materials and their respective mastery of hockey, it is likely they would have succumbed after mere exchanges. The shortcomings of these individuals were twofold. Firstly, their inherent strength paled in comparison to their true forms, as they were mere adaptations inspired by Wang Lin's reverence for the capabilities of divine puppeteers. Secondly, the opposing forces were overwhelmingly powerful, capable of being pierced by a single strike from Wang Lin, who had trained in seclusion for centuries. Wang Lin had been attentively observing the ongoing battle, realizing that the current situation was untenable. With a swift execution of the only leg-based technique in his palm method, the Divine Dragon's Tail, he simultaneously struck at his opponent while retreating from the battlefield. He swiftly positioned himself near the 12 specially crafted puppets and commanded them to return. Then he mused aloud. Brooks Yomi Yomi no Mi. So, you have also amalgamated Charlotte Lean's soul fruit in the future, have you? What else might there be? That entity resembling a deity. Sengoku is unlikely to meet a favorable end, is he? The recent explosion must have been a manifestation of a composite fruit ability, correct? Ha. Indeed. Daring to speculate and ponder. Quite right. We have time-space, soul, weapon, and beast transformations, along with the divine elevation of human fruits. Not to mention the natural disasters of earth, wind, fire, and thunder, as well as the nuclear explosions of light and darkness. You stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt a twinge of headache and pondered, could it be that they are resorting to their trump card at this moment? It was evident that they possessed something enigmatic lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, he decided to press on, ready to reveal his hidden strength should it come to that. From their dialogue, it appeared that their deity would not abandon them in their hour of need. Thus, Wang Lin cast a glance at the peculiar dolls surrounding him and activated a unique ability of these specialized figures. He declared, "Unite, let our powers converge." In an instant, with a commanding utterance, all 12 individuals transformed into shimmering particles and surged into Wang Lin's being. As he sensed the metamorphosis within, he exhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Ah, is this the power of a demon? I believe I am now equipped to vanquish you all." What? This anomaly has yet to unleash its full potential? The 7 companions cried out in unison. Wang Lin smiled encouragingly at them, secretly thinking, "Will I reveal to you my hidden card?" Chapter 55, Fishing and the Hook. Wang Lin, with a cheerful grin, struck a classic pose, bending his left arm with his fist level with his head. "Gulala," he exclaimed, "take that, a punch from me." "Oh, can laughter be contagious too? Never mind that. Let me enjoy this punch first." As he delivered the blow, its impact was indeed distinct from that of Whitebeard. Wang Lin firmly locked onto the 7 individuals with his aura, and the space surrounding them began to compress inward before shattering. One among the 7 exclaimed, "Is this the kind of power someone who has never consumed a fruit can unleash?" Even the peak Whitebeard could not muster such an assault. However, all this talk seemed futile. It was a nuclear explosion, a dark devouring force. Listening to his opponents, Wang Lin pondered, could they be naming their abilities? Had they forsaken their original names, or were they deliberately concealing them? Lacking sufficient information, Wang Lin pressed on with his assault. With each swing of his sword, he transitioned to the fusion of Barrett's abilities. A dark purple aura, infused with will, cascaded toward the previously mentioned warships. The engulfed vessels disintegrated and reformed into a colossal iron golem. A massive sword was gripped in the hands of the golem, and Wang Lin proclaimed within its chest cavity, "Qixing, this shall be your moment of glory." Subsequently, he commanded the steel giant to wield the sword and unleash the Fury Blade technique, relentlessly hacking at the 7 adversaries. "This is bad. His attacks harbor energy that could injure my internal organs. I can barely hold on," he thought. "Time and space, hold on a little longer. I will soon devour the power of the tremor fruit he just unleashed. Divine Beast, transform into a phoenix, embody the eternal flames, and attach yourself to the walls of this space to assist time and space in absorbing external damage." The strategies employed by the few resonated clearly with Wang Lin, who had fully activated the 3 states of the Emperor's will. He mused, indeed, they have replaced their names with abilities. What remained was to intensify the assault and shred their veils of concealment. With this thought, Wang Lin began to concentrate the tremor ability, gathering it at the tip of his sword. He thrust forward, piercing the vibrating space he had created to ensnare them. As this attack was driven by murderous intent and guided by the sword 3, its penetrating power was formidable. The result was a scarlet orb of light, distinct from the transparent air spheres of Whitebeard, which was driven into the space. The orb detonated instantly, leaving no time for the opponents to react, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that fused with the previous force, triggering a chain reaction of blasts. Weapons transform into a defensive fortress. Let us take refuge within, as enduring this assault would jeopardize the subsequent battle. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, a wave of frustration washed over him. He reflected momentarily before exclaiming, 7 against 1. Yet they still resort to defense. How shameless. I commanded you to defend, to return to the event. He then pivoted towards the immobilized naval forces, contemplating, system. Your power is utterly inadequate. I have afforded you at least a minute, yet you have failed to interrupt them. Allow me to assist. Be vigilant. When I strike, ensure you pull them in at the very moment before their demise. With that, he offered no chance for the system to retort. The steel encasing his legs gradually morphed into a formidable blade, and he unleashed the sweeping technique of his leg combat, horizontal sweep of the 8 directions. This technique drew inspiration from the chilling and merciless legacy of Niefeng's family, Aoshue Luju, combined with the icy intent stemming from his own murderous thoughts. Wang Lin was confident that his cold intent would not pale in comparison to Niefeng's. What effect would the true blade, Windsgale, yield? With a single stroke, he severed his foes. The points of fracture among the soldiers immediately froze and splintered. Returning to the moment when Wang Lin uttered those words, the figures cloaked in black, as assaulters, were still sharp-minded. The temporal beings resolved to cease their resistance, focusing all efforts on evacuating the soldiers. This is bad. He is about to strike. They decided to forsake the soldiers to rescue the key figures. Akainu and Aokiji had to be saved, while any additional rescues would be a bonus. Very well, deities. Unleash nuclear explosions, transform into dragon forms, and together we shall shatter this space. Once it fractures, I will guide you to the commanding officer of the soldiers. It is up to you to withstand this assault. In unison, the group affirmed, okay. The situation unfolded as Wang Lin had anticipated. Just as the blade wind was poised to cleave through the general's defenses, several non-human figures emerged. As they materialized, the icy, lethal blade wind struck them, the frigid aura penetrating their bodies and eroding the defenses, slowly encasing the general in ice. However, the blade wind's momentum would inevitably dissipate. Ah, have you revealed yourselves? Then let us continue. Following this, he transformed his legs into blades, unleashing a flurry of slashing winds, while the massive 7 stars, clad in sword garments, relentlessly thrust towards them. Eventually, the divine dragon was forced back into its original form, and the 1,000-handed deity was reduced to a mere stick figure before regaining human form, with deep gashes marring their defensive fortress. The remaining trio continued to shield themselves amidst a tempest of wind and thunder. Temporal beings, first evacuate those 2. If the others cannot be saved, then we must concede. We cannot remain passive. As long as we are present, minor deviations can be rectified. One of the cloaked figures stirred, the wielder of temporal abilities. Wang Lin fixated on the enigmatic ability user who had engaged him yet failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Observing the individual pressing his hand against Akainu and Aokiji, the 2 figures then became ethereal and vanished within mere seconds. The capacity to swiftly relocate those who have been touched merely by hand? This necessitated the creation of an opportunity for a decisive strike. They valued these commanders, thus. Aside from the vice admiral involved in the Buster call at Eni's lobby, the remaining focus shifted to the Marineford War. The others held considerable utility, and their refusal to yield underscored this fact. This realization presented an opportunity that I must seize. With this strategy in mind, he accelerated the frequency of his assaults, rendering his attacks increasingly unpredictable. While his leg strikes remained unchanged, he wielded his sword in a single hand, initiating close-quarters combat. However, he refrained from launching any sword strikes, understanding that this instance required a momentous blow. Therefore, he relied solely on his left hand, be it a fist, palm, or finger techniques, complemented by his agile leg strikes, thus capitalizing on every advantage. The space-time entity, recognizing the absence of its inherent abilities, witnessed its allies suffer excessively and thus hastened its movements. Adopting a philosophy of relocating whenever possible, advancing towards the volcanic flames and the weasel, making contact with them, An opportunity. Sword Technique 2, Death Within Sight. Sword Technique 3, Soul-Chasing Kill. 2 consecutive lethal strikes left them shaken. Alas, space-time evade. Kill. A shadow materialized beside the space-time entity. Its form pierced by a black-red sword. A hand rested upon him, declaring, "Got you." "You? When did you emerge?" The space-time figure, cloaked in black, was taken aback. For the person before him was none other than Wang Lin. Wang Lin chuckled and said, "Do you wish to know? I shall not tell you. Is it that your abilities cannot be unleashed now? Still, I shall not divulge." As the moment arrived when Wang Lin discerned the pivotal individual and resolved to deliver a decisive blow, he commenced a rapid assault to bewilder his adversary. At this juncture, Wang Lin had transitioned to the release type aura, manifesting a beast of his own design, which he commanded to control a colossal metallic giant. Meanwhile, he concealed his own presence, stealthily emerging as an Iron Man. While directing the long-prepared beast to attack the giant, he simultaneously switched to a reinforcement-type aura, unleashing full force against the opponent. The adversary's inability to utilize their powers was a consequence of isolation, severing their connection with the external world. Both the blade and palm were simultaneously shielded from external and internal influences. The ability remained, yet the means to express it had vanished. He silently invoked a sacrifice. "System? What troubles you? You shall soon receive what you await. Listen closely." At that moment, several figures cloaked in black knelt upon the ground, uttering incantations in a language incomprehensible to Wang Lin. Instantaneously, the atmosphere of this vengeful realm was permeated with heavy breaths and the fervent rhythm of heartbeats. Wang Lin was momentarily bewildered, looking at the time-space entity still pierced by the sword, and inquired, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I haven't understood a word." Then, a voice resonated within Wang Lin's heart. "They are calling for my arrival. Anomaly." Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then a surge of excitement coursed through him. "Oh my. The big fish has taken the bait." He inquired of the system, "Will the effects of the compulsory command disappoint me?" "Under equivalent conditions, no." "What about now?" "Rest assured, it will not fail. Your ultimate oath combined with the compulsory command ensures survival. Then I can relax. Today, I shall slay a deity and see what treasures may befall me." As the first battle approached its conclusion, Wang Lin, having secluded himself for centuries, had honed his martial prowess to an extraordinary degree for this very day. What would it be like to confront the anomalies of the pirate world? Where have the deities who descended with the 7-star holy sword vanished? All of this is but speculation from the author, and I hope you find it enjoyable. Meanwhile, the power dynamics shall remain intact, soon returning to their rightful course. Chapter 56. The Second Ultimate Oath. The Avenger Wang Lin, having long made his resolution, awaited this moment. Why had he refrained from utilizing the fruits of time and space? Wouldn't doing so sever the connection to the past? It was because the mastermind remained in the shadows. Until this figure revealed themselves, all of Wang Lin's efforts would be in vain. Now that the principal had arrived, Wang Lin ceased to feign modesty, executing a swift kick to dispatch the remaining naval commanders. "System, have the souls been collected?" "Fear not, they have all been detained. At their very roots, they no longer exist." With a sense of relief, Wang Lin removed the hood from the captive in black robes. "Who are you?" A figure appeared. Unfamiliar from both manga and anime, neither one of the elders nor the esteemed Ima with the Rinnegan. Yet, the individual offered no response, continuing to chatter with the other 6, much to Wang Lin's frustration as he could not comprehend their words. "Master, extract me. Something seeks to corrupt me." The voice of the 7 stars echoed within Wang Lin's mind. How audacious to resort to such underhanded tactics. Indeed, it was a nefarious entity. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, disregarding the bloodied rift in time and space, and shouted towards the synth's direction, "Come forth, you vile creature." A vibration beyond the range of human hearing reverberated through the air, causing Wang Lin's head to thrum and his vision to blur momentarily. However, his formidable physique steadied almost instantly. Looking again, he beheld an individual, exuding an air of indifference that seemed to transcend all, floating above the kneeling figure in black. Wang Lin gazed upon his ostentatious demeanor, adorned with a golden crown, wielding a gem-encrusted golden scepter, and draped in a resplendent purple and yellow robe. He towered impressively. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Wang Lin inquired, "Are you the deity they speak of?" "Impudent. This is the exalted Anunnaki Nibiru, the supreme god." "Prostrate yourselves," barked several sycophants, simultaneously revealing their own robes to disclose their true forms. They appeared to belong to the same race as the one currently captured in time and space. possessing slightly elongated ears, yet resembling humans in most other aspects. However, the name of this so-called supreme god had long stirred Wang Lin's imagination. Anunnaki, the foundational concept of Oda's worldview? Extraterrestrials? Could these long-eared beings be from the moon? He resolved to probe further. Thus, Wang Lin remarked, "What supreme god? By the way, who are you? Where are the 5 elders? And Imu?" This time, it was not a mere lackey who spoke. A voice emanated from the principal figure without parting his lips. "An anomaly. It seems you possess considerable knowledge." Wang Lin, bewildered, pondered, "What have I come to understand?" Yet, his lips yearned for clarity, so tantalizing was the mystery. At this juncture, he implored, "Who were those individuals I inquired about earlier, along with these new figures?" One ought to perish with a modicum of understanding, after all. The temporal entity, still bleeding from its chest, remarked, "Humph. We are the Nachi Riki Adam. Our names hold no significance. Our existence is dedicated to the supreme deity, thus we attain immortality. Those whom you mentioned are merely self-proclaimed masters. Akin to dogs guarding a bone we have discarded. The so-called celestial dragons are nothing but a farce." Wang Lin then inquired, "Since there exists this supreme deity, what becomes of the other gods mentioned in legends? If the yellow springs are real, there must surely be a god of the underworld. Moreover, my sacred sword bears a legend that suggests the presence of celestial beings. Furthermore, every soul of the deceased, when perceived through the eyes of the sufficiently powerful, must indicate the existence of either heaven or hell. Pray tell, where have all these entities gone?" Just as the captive was about to respond, a voice interrupted. "Time and space. Your heart has become disordered alongside your injured body. Return." With a mere utterance, the command was fulfilled, and the individual materialized amidst a group cloaked in black. Time and space, in a deep reverence, bowed to the deity, Anu, Naki, Nibiru, and, like the others, knelt upon the ground. Subsequently, the divine gaze fell upon the 7 stars in Wang Lin's hand, and to his astonishment, the god remarked, "You still possess the day of rebirth. It was you who orchestrated this, was it not? Anomaly?" Wang Lin's 7-star chi trembled, whether from fear or trepidation he could not discern. However, he had indirectly gleaned the answer, and that sufficed. With a defiant gesture, he raised his middle finger and uttered, "It was I who did it. What will you do about it?" The deity, unaware of the significance of the gesture, sensed an affront in the ether. How could a mere mortal dare to insult a divine being? "An insect, I had contemplated taking you as my servant. But now that opportunity has vanished." With that, the scepter pointed menacingly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, without a trace of hesitation, murmured to himself, "The conditions are just right. You cannot escape." He charged forward, colliding headfirst, and then vanished into oblivion. What is happening? Has this individual lost his mind? Is he deliberately courting death at the hands of the divine? The group of nameless Naki Adam were taken aback, unable to fathom the unfolding scenario. The atmosphere grew tense. It was not so simple. The deity spoke, exuding an air of authority. From the very spot where Wang Lin had disintegrated, an impenetrable darkness emerged. Out of this abyss stepped a figure wielding an exaggeratedly designed black blade, adorned with crimson markings. A shiver ran through the hearts of the onlookers, and the deity's normally stoic visage contorted with concern, murmuring, "An anomaly? Finally, I have emerged." A maniacal laughter erupted from this sinister being, radiating an aura of malice, dark energy, and resentment, qualities that offered no benefit to humanity. The obsession demon body had finally manifested, a result contingent upon Wang Lin's prior search for Lugio, utilizing the last of his potent commands and a plethora of elixirs to forge a second ultimate oath. As long as the system's rules were not violated, the irreversible settings would remain intact. This irreversible vow, aside from the initial and final sanctuary, was to be placed in a dire situation for vengeance and resurrection. The activation conditions were 1. A situation of near-certain demise, 2. Being killed. The ensuing effect, the obsession demon body possessed powers across all 6 realms and would pursue the killer relentlessly, ceasing only upon their demise. After slaying the murderer, Wang Lin's true form would be fully resurrected. Note, the Avenger possesses the intelligence of an immortal being. The forced wish granted an additional effect. The obsession demon body gained the trait of becoming stronger against formidable opponents, embodying the principle of gods slay gods, transcending certain concepts due to its immortality. However, the cost was as follows. 1. Previously, all abilities could only utilize 1 as the primary and 2 as auxiliary, and could not be employed simultaneously. 2. With each enemy slain, the demon slayer blade would absorb the deceased's resentment and a fragment of their soul, consequently having the yield of elixirs produced thereafter. Previously, one elixir equated to 50 individuals or 50 years of lifespan. 3. The demon slayer weapon would become the exclusive armament of the obsession demon body, and Wang Lin, as the possessor, would no longer retain control. Given that the costs were outweighed by the gains, the forced command led to Wang Lin's current fervor. Damn it. I'm finally out. Whatever it is, thank you. The demon Wang Lin exclaimed, hereinafter referred to as the demon body or demon Wang Lin. The deity, somewhat perplexed by the entity before him, inquired, "Who are you?" The demon body boldly replied, "I am the true essence. That being sealed me away. As a deity, you ought to be familiar with sealing, correct?" "Indeed I am." The demon body chuckled heartily, expressing gratitude not only for extricating him from a predicament, but also for setting him free. "Ah, and what a fine sword," he exclaimed, as he picked up the 7 stars, which resisted slightly. The demon King Lin thought to himself, "Be quiet, 7 stars." The sword retorted, "Is this mere holy sword attempting to prick my pride?" Sheath, manifest. With the activation of his materialization ability, a sword sheath appeared. The demon body placed both the 7 stars and the demon slayer into the sheath and commanded, "Merge." A dazzling light flashed, revealing a new sword that embodied the ferocity of the demon slayer and the elegance of the 7 stars. However, one side of the blade bore serrated edges while the other maintained a conventional shape. Quite impressive. Indeed, a splendid weapon for slaying, he mused. Wouldn't you agree? Divine One? The deity examined it briefly, sensing the weapon's potential to inflict harm upon him, and nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed a fine weapon. Now, since you have proclaimed my release, how do you intend to express your gratitude? The demon body laughed boisterously. Of course, through an alliance. He conjured a contract, pressed his mark upon it, and then tossed it towards the deity. The inscription read, "Today, I, King Lin, ally with the god Anunnaki Nibiru, becoming comrades. We shall cherish one another and shall not engage in conflict. Should we breach this vow, may we meet a grim fate." The contract bore a handprint imbued with the essence of rules. The deity glanced at it, finding no issues, and pressed his mark as well. The contract responded. Activating. The demon King Lin erupted in laughter, but the deity suddenly uttered, "Alas, it seems we have fallen into a trap." P.S. Anunnaki Nibiru and Naki Riki Adamu derive their names from the Sumerian civilization's lore regarding the creators of Earth, the Anunnaki, and their home planet Nibiru. Adamu represents the first human they crafted, akin to Adam in the Bible, while Riki signifies their slaves. This chapter was inspired by an exploration of Sumerian mythology. The manga creator Oda has drawn elements from the Anunnaki in portraying the technologically advanced celestial dragon and the lunar civilization. Thus, the name I devised for the deity is a homage to Oda's worldview, is it not? Additionally, the second oath draws inspiration from a million reincarnated cats, not from mere fanciful imagination. For those perplexed, feel free to consult Baidu. Furthermore, the reception of this book has been rather poor. Might I implore you to offer some positive feedback, considering the earnestness of the author? Please refrain from assigning a low rating simply due to a lack of understanding of the power system, as this will only detract from the data and diminish enthusiasm. Chapter 57. I remarked, "You are a demon." Just as the deity spoke of impending danger, the demon body lunged forward, striking at the gathered individuals. However, the divine being was indeed worthy of the title. A ripple emanated from him, as if he existed within an infinite expanse. The demon body pondered, questioning, is this yet another display of temporal abilities? What treachery lies within that contract? Is it not said that the deity is omniscient and omnipotent? Well, let me tell you, this is what one might call a genuine deception. Everything written above is false, save for one statement. I strike you, and you cannot flee. We have both left our fingerprints, you see. The entity employs the ability of transformation, and the unpredictable and deceitful nature of this power is reflected in its very being. The entity then retorts, now it is your turn to respond. Is it not the temporal and spatial abilities I have mentioned? Humph. If you are wise, dissolve the pact. Otherwise, If so, that is well. Consuming 3 at once should not then a vision of flashes in my mind. Shaking my head, I irrationally proclaim, how could there be an explosion? I am a demon. How could the devil fruit possibly harm me? At that moment, a book materializes, unrestricted by the confines of a physical body. The entity opens it, extracting 1 page, then 2, then 3, in order. The divine being is baffled by its intentions. yet retains the fundamental skills of combat. Thus, wielding a staff, it strikes forth, unleashing a devastating bolt of black lightning. The entity hastily evades the omnipotent book in pursuit. While it curses, "If you possess the skill, wait for me for just a second. Manifest. I shall consume." For devil fruits create a barrier of temporal and spatial light, which the entity swallows, enticed by the whispered tales of its exquisite flavor. At the very moment the entity consumes it, the temporal force exclaims, "Divine One. My powers are unraveling. 2 types of time have diminished, and 1 form of space is lost. Ha ha, how delightful. Let us see how you evade now. Strengthen, release." The trifecta of transformation amalgamates. Sword 1. Slay. Wang Lin first aimed to eliminate these hindrances before focusing intently on the boss. Those familiar with gaming know that during encounters with formidable foes, while executing a flawless combo, an insidious figure armed with either a fruit knife or a pipe often sneaks in from behind, interrupting the rhythm of the assault. This profound shadow has become an obsession of the demonic entity. Yet, once again, that rift in space-time appeared, slowing down the attack. 3 concentric circles enveloped the sword light, which should have surged forth like lightning, but instead advanced as sluggishly as a tortoise. "Damn it, Foxy, I shall slay you." Sword Technique 2. A fierce glare revealed his murderous intent, freezing the body of the time-space entity once more, followed by Sword Technique 3. This strike pierced the enemy's mind amidst their daze. Internally, he mused, "I wish for a 10-fold increase in combat power, with the cost being all that this individual possesses." The wish fulfilled, the price has been exacted. Oh. The taste of power. The demonic entity, having undergone a peculiar change in character due to various negative emotions and unknown factors, went unnoticed by the divine representatives. Their primary concern was the condition of time-space. The divine being remarked that time-space, like that group, had completely lost its spiritual trace. A being possessing the powers of soul-based fruits observed the situation. The divine glanced into the distance, seemingly penetrating the barriers of vengeance, and furrowed their brow, murmuring, "Gone?" They then turned their gaze to the deceiver, eyeing the now significantly strengthened demonic entity, and inquired, "Speak, where has my servant gone?" Ignoring the question, the demonic entity continued to seek its next target. The divine sensed danger, following Wang Lin's gaze. Was it a soul? Just as the realization dawned, the soul nearby was seized by the demonic entity, and soul-based attacks proved ineffectual against it. The demonic entity regarded the soul, extending its tongue to lick its lips, and remarked, "Your soul must be quite delectable, yet for safety's sake, I shall endure." Internally commanding the system, it ordered, "Sacrifice him." However, the will that had previously interrupted the sacrifice returned, yet the demonic entity was no longer the same as Wang Lin. As a trump card, it had gained various enhancements, and all of Wang Lin's abilities had been transferred to the demonic entity, drawn by its immortal nature. Most importantly, they were fundamentally one entity, one governed by reason, the other by madness. The madness, fueled by resentment, birth obsession. Thus, when this will reemerge to interrupt, the imperial will of the demonic entity activated, and it addressed the divine with a single command, "Get lost." Boom. A mere glance ignited a cataclysmic explosion between the divine and the demonic entity. In the aftermath, the demonic entity found itself holding a grotesque fruit, muttering to itself, "Is this the culmination of soul essence?" Then, as the deity furiously uttered the expletive "bastard," he swallowed once more. Alas, the fruit was excessively large, lodged in his throat. However, the magical form was essentially birthed from thought, and the transformation capabilities of the mind allowed him to shapeshift. Thus his body morphed to match the size of the deity. In truth, this world of pirates typically featured individuals ranging from 4 to 5 meters in height. Pure-blooded humans like Wang Lin did not possess any significant advantage in stature. Accompanying his transformation was the merged entity known as the Seven Stars Demon Slayer. Finally, after the trachea expanded and thickened, he managed to swallow the forbidden fruit and, gazing at the irate deity, inquired, "What did you say? I missed that as it was stuck." As he spoke, a needle of manipulation pierced his flesh, while the enhancement aura radiated like the corona of the sun, enveloping the entirety of O'Hara. The energy had transformed into a purplish-red hue, visible even to those unversed in the art. The deity, however, uttered words that startled the magical form. "So, you hail from another realm? A creature of darkness. My servants, offer all that you possess, let your powers return, and coexist with me. In due time, I shall seek you out once more. Everything shall revert to its former state. Yes, my deity, this is our honor." Upon concluding, several figures of Nachi Laki Adamu vanished, transforming into light that merged with the deity Anu Naki Nibiru. Wang Lin swiftly evaded and delivered a light yet impactful punch to Anunnaki Nibiru, exclaiming, "You were cheating." In the blink of an eye, he employed his advanced spatial abilities to teleport to the opposite end of the realm. This seemingly playful strike left the deity momentarily bewildered, compelling him to adopt a stance of utmost vigilance. Years prior, he had traversed that world, a realm devoid of overt divine entities, yet governed by peculiar laws. There, creatures that appeared diminutive as ants possessed attacks capable of troubling even a god. Ultimately, finding it unfeasible to conquer that domain, he redirected his efforts to a nearby world. No wonder your abilities are so bizarre. It's referred to as telekinesis, isn't it? The demonic entity, though taken aback by the words of his adversary, kindly gestured behind him, inadvertently interrupting the conversation. A plump, winged figure hovered nearby, its adorable demeanor belting out incomprehensible phrases. Initial loan, 1 million energy units with an interest of 10 per minute. During the term of the loan, until both principal and interest are repaid, all attacks will inflict no harm upon the lender. Your total energy capacity is. The cherubic figure gazed at the demonic entity with a forlorn expression, lamenting, "I can't discern it. His total energy is simply too vast." A series of question marks flashed on its forehead display. The demonic entity, unfazed, remarked, "Is it any wonder he is a god?" He then reassured the cherubic figure. "Do not fear, dear one. He will inevitably face bankruptcy one day. Next time, upgrade your display. For now, keep him occupied. Disturbing him is your duty. That shall suffice." What is audacious and blatant? This is it. Right before the deity, a scheme was being devised. Frustrated by the peculiar dialogue between the two entities, the god inquired, "Pray tell, what in the world is this?" It appeared even deities could resort to expletives. In response to the god's inquiry, the demonic entity shed its jovial demeanor, replying earnestly, "This ability exploits the strong for personal gain, a modified version of taking from the heavens without regard for others, yielding even greater effects. Should you fail to repay the loan and face bankruptcy, you will lose your unique attributes. For instance, if you are a deity, you shall forfeit your divine characteristics. And if you possess immortality, that too will be stripped away. The means of breaking free from this predicament is to repay the debt, necessitating an attack that equals or exceeds my force plus interest." Just as he articulated this, a series of beeping sounds interrupted, and the cherubic figure announced, "1 minute has elapsed. The total principal and interest amount to 1 million. I shall report to you again in 1 minute." The god reflected on the earlier encounter, which had been trivial for him, yet the abilities from that realm were perplexing. Intrigued, he queried, "Why divulge such detailed information? This self-serving ability requires transparency to enhance its effectiveness, thus it must be communicated as a condition. This is known as fairness to the client. If a client expresses doubts, as the lender, it is imperative to ensure that the client comprehends the terms and understands the methods to extricate themselves from difficulties. Providing detailed information can be time-consuming, thereby extending the duration of compound interest accumulation. That concludes the introduction. Once again, a series of beeps echoed as the rotund figure resumed its announcements. The expression on God's face darkened considerably, quite literally. Meanwhile, the demon's form assumed a defensive posture, poised to evade and prolong the encounter as it silently chuckled, pondering how a usurer could ever divulge hidden stipulations. As long as inquiries were not made, it would remain tight-lipped. "God, from this moment forth, your demise is inevitable." Simultaneously, a mental cue prompted the demon to perceive its adversary as a malevolent entity. After this mental conditioning, the enchanted weapon in its grasp pulsated momentarily before settling into stillness. "Where is the demon? Today, I shall vanquish you." Chapter 58. An infuriated god observed the demon's serious defensive stance, suddenly engulfed by regret. Why did he have to encounter this lunatic? Was it merely about altering history? Those endowed with such formidable abilities are invariably unhinged, relentlessly pursuing their objectives to the bitter end. No, even death is but a prelude to a phenomenon known as death consciousness, should resurrection be possible. Each demise would only amplify their might. God contemplated the gains and losses of this encounter. Resurrection ability? No wonder their demise appeared so peculiar, colliding with it. This must be one of the conditions. What other stipulations could there be? Lost in thought, God halted. The demon, sensing no pursuit, felt a strange blend of confusion and respect, wondering if the deity was merely biding its time for a grand maneuver. With a powerful strike, the demon unleashed a fist, which, at the moment of impact, caused its arm to vanish alongside the fist, only to reappear as it struck God, just as the data was freshly recorded. The rotund figure announced, "A new loan has been generated, increasing the quantity by 5 million units." God, struck squarely in the face, seethed, "You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Come at me." Thus ensued a chaotic chase, with God pursuing and the demon evading through instantaneous movements. Yet, amid this tumult, God's thoughts drifted elsewhere, contemplating that if he were to embody death consciousness, then the condition for resurrection would be revenge. How cunning. From the outset, he had been lured into a trap. The demon's manipulation evident through its mastery of temporal and spatial abilities. This pursuit continued for half an hour, with the rotund figure incessantly chattering in God's ear, further aggravating his already frayed nerves. However, no matter the ferocity of his assaults upon this diminutive creature, he could not inflict any harm. Each strike only succeeded in pushing it a meter away, before it rebounded as if composed of rubber. This entity appeared to be a rule-bound artifact, impervious to eradication, designed from the start to set the stage for an unavoidable fatal confrontation. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate this burden of debt to establish an unassailable foundation. Otherwise, could it truly unfold as he suggested? The entity known as the demon swiftly grasped the crux of the issue at hand, pursuing it with unwavering determination. Suddenly, the demon sensed a chilling breeze behind, and without a moment's hesitation, he glanced to the right and teleported upward. Boom. The demon chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I knew it." Sometimes the eyes betray one's intentions. With a swift strike from behind, his fist once again met the back of the so-called God's head, followed by a series of rapid punches. "If you possess the skill, do not flee," the demon taunted. "Why not cease your pursuit?" he retorted, brandishing his sword wildly, which startled the god into momentarily halting his movements, teleporting multiple times in quick succession. Fuming with indignation, the god cursed. "Damn it, you're resorting to trickery." The demon, with a sly grin, waved his sword once more. "Did I not predict you would resort to deceit again?" Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the god squarely on the jaw. The chubby figure hurriedly flew in, exclaiming, "Get lost. I know precisely what you intend to say." Observing the enraged god, the demon smirked mischievously and continued his escape. Occasionally, when the god paused, the demon would also come to a halt. However, the moment the god resumed his chase, the demon would spring back into motion. The god pondered quietly, questioning the nature of this ability. How could he master each of his skills with such finesse? Were the dark natives of that time similarly adept? Moments later, the god appeared revitalized. No, this condition was inherently abnormal. Thus, it must be the so-called oath they often spoke of. At that juncture, the demon began to swing his sword again. The god attempted to evade a couple of times, but did not encounter that peculiar teleportation-like attack. "Do you intend to deceive me again? Surely, I can discern that your instantaneous strikes only manifest when you resort to your fists, correct?" "A scoundrel." The demon thrust his sword forward, this time brandishing it directly before the god, aiming ahead. Initially, the god felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon sensing his surroundings, he detected no immediate threat. Yet in the next moment, the tip of the sword, obscured by the demon's body, vanished and reappeared at the god's back. The demon thrust his arm forward, and the scene replayed itself as the god was pierced, letting out a furious roar. The demon's unique trait, the slaying of demons, is rooted in idealism. It shines brightest when its wielder deems the foe a demon. The effect of devouring demons manifested. As for the one who claimed divinity, the demon held no belief in his authenticity. At best, he resembled those who had cultivated their skills through arduous training. Compared to the entity that sent him here and provided a wish-granting system, there was a significant disparity in their dimensions. The demon turned to face the god, who had been ambushed, and declared, "In warfare, deception is paramount. You have fallen for my ruse." Feeling his lifeblood being consumed, the god, upon hearing these words, felt his crown lift in fury. He then paused and stated, "If I am not mistaken, your appearance is conditional. At first, I underestimated you. Yet it was my prolonged comfort that dulled my vigilance." After speaking, the staff in my hand gleamed, and I pointed towards the demonic entity, uttering the word "retrace." A beam of light surged towards the entity. It attempted to evade, but the light seemed to disregard its movements, penetrating its form and returning to the staff. Subsequently, a series of images unfolded, revealing Wang Lin's past in reverse, commencing from his sudden arrival into this world as an infant. Then, the scenes fast-forwarded. Young Wang Lin was seen shouting and practicing martial arts by the sea, though certain portions were muted with a beep. The rules of power, unspeakable? Through the fragments of dialogue he could discern, it became evident that a force had brought him to this realm. Then, there was the incident where young Wang Lin unexpectedly rescued a marine soldier, learning the 6 forms, only for the soldier to be consumed by a sea king shortly thereafter. Pause. Insight. Target the marine soldier. The next image depicted a soldier, destined for death, being transported by an unseen force from the jaws of a sea king to the shore, followed by young Wang Lin's act of rescue, weaving the narrative together. An unidentified force? Incomplete information. Proceed. The imagery resumed, until one day, young Wang Lin transformed into a young man, boldly declaring his oath. After which the island he inhabited vanished from existence. In the following year, Wang Lin roamed and hunted, with innocent lives that should have perished also disappearing, their fates inscrutable. The demonic entity appeared once in this world, then vanished. Next came the second oath, intertwined with vengeance and resurrection. Finally, fragmented images unfolded, leading us to the present. So it was. The rules of wishes. The most potent desires of living beings. A unique regulation of the dark world. If I do not perish, it does not cease. If I die, it is reborn? It seemed as though a prolonged moment was spent observing, yet in reality, merely a handful of seconds had passed. In these fleeting moments, the demonic entity found itself perplexed by the enemy's antics, cautiously observing. It tested the waters with strikes. Yet the divine being's full evasion imparted the irksome sensation of being unable to land a blow. Ah, is the deity smiling? What could be amusing? The entity watched as the deity suddenly erupted in laughter, as if having won a grand lottery. Instantly, it readied itself to continue the dance of combat. The deity spoke. Brimming with confidence, your name is Wang Lin, correct? An unknown, unspeakable spirit from another world. The entity. The deity continued. That expression is just right. Your greatest weakness is singular, is it not? Your homeland. Your guardianship. Ha. The entity, winky face. That beam of light? The deity went on. Wishes are quite sinister. And you are equally so. But why should I slay you? Engage in a futile battle with an opponent who cannot die? The entity, anxious, retorted. What do you intend to do? Speak quickly. Is your tongue constipated? The deity paid no heed to the provocations of the grotesque creature before him. Continuing with a calm demeanor, you may either shatter your oath directly or be dispatched to that unspeakable realm of yours. The demonic entity, still perplexed, then heard an absurd voice exclaim, Ah, I am perished. Upon uttering these words, the areas of the deity's form struck by the demon-slaying blade began to rot, ultimately transforming into a mere skeleton. The steadfast, plump figure, who had never wavered, vanished with a sudden bayou. The demon-slaying weapon clattered to the ground, and the demonic entity, in disbelief, murmured, even a deity can succumb to self-destruction? Meanwhile, the demon's form began to undergo a gradual transformation, its ebony skin lightening to a pale hue, heralding the resurrection that followed vengeance. As the demon gazed at its hands, the consciousness of Wang Lin began to awaken. Wang Lin addressed the embodiment of obsession in his thoughts, saying, quite impressive. Have we indeed eliminated the mastermind behind it all? The embodiment replied, You may find it hard to believe, but I merely prodded him with a blade, and in his fury, he succumbed to despair. It had nothing to do with me. Wang Lin chuckled softly, inwardly scoffing. What nonsense is this? Attempting humor with me? Chapter 59. The Curse of the Divine versus Compulsory Command. Neither can be played with. Wang Lin remained deep in thought, contemplating whether he could sing invincible songs every day henceforth, when suddenly an unexpected transformation occurred. A deity, who ought to have perished, was reborn from the ashes. Shadows of several heads and tails emerged behind him, one of the tails bearing a distinct fracture. In my capacity as the sovereign of this world, I cast a curse. Wang Lin and his embodiment of obsession shall never be separated, merging into one. As this transformation unfolded, Wang Lin furrowed his brow, his demonic form revealing a glimmer of joy. He now possessed a dual visage, a two-faced countenance. Wang Lin felt as though only half of his body had been resurrected, caught in a perplexing state. In his urgency, he glanced at the system's description of his condition, neither dead nor alive, with a lifespan of eternity. He was astonished, pondering how this curse seemed more akin to a blessing. Turning his gaze towards the deity of rebirth, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately managing to express a silent reproach. You are rather unscrupulous. You promised death, yet here you are with resurrection. The deity paid him no heed and continued with its declarations. As the sovereign of this realm, I decree, Wang Lin, having merged into one, is an aberration within this world and must be expelled. Wang Lin chuckled coldly to himself, pondering, is it as simple as expulsion? Host. You must confront his curse. For it is no blessing. Your first vow is crumbling, and the situation is dire. In a moment of desperation, Wang Lin seized the 7 stars demon slayer and struck at the deity. The air was thick with sword energy, compelling even the god to cease his elaborate incantations and engage Wang Lin in combat. Yet, Wang Lin remained resolute in his desire for demise. With the second vow still intact, death seemed the only escape from his current predicament. The deity recognized this intent, thus each of his assaults lacked lethal force. Moreover, Wang Lin's body was remarkably resilient, a state of duality with an omnipotent essence and a magical physique that possessed an oceanic capacity. During the moment of wishing, the fulfillment of conditions amplified his strength tenfold, propelling his body towards an astonishing degree of toughness. Amidst the skirmish, the deity remarked, "Though your abilities are governed by peculiar rules, none are invincible. Every power possesses a counter. This is the fundamental law of the Dark Continent. Your vow is your Achilles heel, and all I need do is compel you to break it, and your end will be nigh. In the future, I shall obliterate everything in this world that you hold dear, and in that moment, you shall be consumed by your own oaths." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin, with his heightened intuition, began to analyze the situation. His reasoning was sound. Presently, he had 2 compulsory opportunities at his disposal, which could only be utilized once. First, he needed to capture this entity before formulating a strategy. As he delved deeper into his thoughts on how to ensnare it, his state of contemplation rendered his attacks almost mechanical in nature. Gradually, an idea materialized in Wang Lin's mind. He would employ a mandatory command, activate his materialization abilities, and enhance them with the powers of the other 6 systems. Consequently, a purple-golden gourd appeared in his hand. He opened the mouth of the gourd and, with an air of mystery, addressed the deity. "Anu, Naki, Nibiru, if I call upon you, will you dare to respond?" The deity, momentarily perplexed by Wang Lin's actions, hesitated to answer. Thus, the deity expressed its bewilderment with a resigned gesture. Wang Lin disregarded the disdain of his counterpart, grinning as he proclaimed, "Ah, Anu Naki Nibiru, you are nothing but refuse. How dare you claim divinity? By my assessment, you are merely an invader, are you not? Anu Naki Nibiru, I surmise that you must have found it impossible to thrive in your own realm, prompting you to invade others, correct? Anu Naki Nibiru? What remarkable composure. Allow me to speculate on your childhood exploits, Anu Naki Nibiru. At the tender age of 5, you pilfered a lollipop from a little girl. At 6, you compelled her to steal your own lollipop. At 7, you played with the urine and mud of the neighbor's child. And at 8, the divine being could no longer endure, and with a mighty exclamation, declared, 'You speak nonsense. I, Anu Naki Nibiru, was born a god king. I.' Wang Lin struck his left palm with his right fist, chuckling as he proclaimed, 'Conditions met, success. Collect.' The deity was momentarily taken aback, pondering what had indeed come to fruition. Yet, as the earlier taunt echoed in his mind, 'If I call your name, will you dare to respond?' He became infuriated, pointing accusingly at Wang Lin, even as his body involuntarily gravitated toward the purple gold gourd. En route, the deity unleashed a most distasteful curse upon Wang Lin. 'You scoundrel, Wang Lin, do not presume that you have triumphed. You underestimate the gravity of my divinity. By my divine authority as the sovereign of this realm, I cast upon you an eternal curse. Henceforth, Wang Lin shall never again manifest in this world, regardless of his form, nor shall he appear in the hidden spaces of this realm he has crafted, nor in the world of the Dark Continent.' As he spoke, the will of the world opposed him. The deity had intended to declare that such abilities would be erased from existence, but the world disagreed, leading to a struggle with the scepter. It seemed that this ability might serve the world's interests, preventing the deity from articulating his thoughts. Thus, he was compelled to amend his words. From this day forth, Wang Lin may only possess a singular ability within this world. The rules of wishing shall be restored, with the price being its irrevocable use. Even if one day he were to return to the Dark Continent, this cannot be broken. Upon concluding his declaration, his scepter shattered, disintegrating into glimmering dust. Just as he was about to be drawn into the gourd, a soft, mocking laughter from the deity echoed, "A god shall not perish. The day all your oaths are shattered shall be the day I break free from my seal and return." Wang Lin shook the gourd, examining the nature of the final curse. At that moment, the space of the cage of vengeance was shattering at an alarming speed. Wang Lin cast a glance at the functionalities of the system, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "System, what has become of your wish-granting feature? And what is this about the infinite symbol +1? The system replied, "Wang Lin, the situation is dire. yet it bodes well for me. The infinite symbol signifies that henceforth, the number of compulsory commands is limitless. However, it has compensated me with the completion of the wish-granting loss, at the cost that you can no longer utilize it in your realm, particularly in the world of pirates. Yet, it has underestimated my upgrade settings. Thus, that one represents an opportunity to forcibly employ it within this world. Nonetheless, you are also barred from its use, as you have been cursed to be expelled from this realm. Once the cage of vengeance shatters completely, you will find yourself beyond the confines of this world, in a state of heightened awareness. Wang Lin grasped the system's explanation and promptly inquired, "Can I utilize that infinite compulsion now? The space has already fragmented, rendering it unusable, even if it were accessible." Do not forget, the curse would follow suit. Wang Lin settled into a cross-legged position and began to meditate. Years of diligent practice had cultivated a habit that allowed his insight to manifest more effectively during meditation. A few minutes later, Wang Lin rose to his feet. Sheathing the 7 stars demon-slaying blade while holding the gourd, he first conferred with the system regarding their subsequent plan, ensuring her readiness to cooperate at any moment. Then, before O'Hara was utterly shattered, he departed early, entering the initial location. Upon returning to his homeland, Wang Lin wasted no time. He invoked the infinite compulsion command to elevate the alchemical cauldron to the revered 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, a divine instrument capable of refining everything. At least this was Wang Lin's belief. And thus he set the conditions, manifesting it. Meanwhile, the deity within the gourd sensed his curse and immediately berated him through the gourd, exclaiming, "Useless, utterly useless. Even if you possess a concealed space, how much can it truly offer? Your departure is inevitable." Indeed, in the next moment, instability began to manifest within the spatial realm of his homeland, an occurrence that should not have arisen. However, as time progressed, Wang Lin's oath would inevitably falter, revealing a flaw. Here he was, on an island belonging to the world of pirates, making a wish. Wang Lin calmly addressed the gourd, declaring, "Just wait and see." With that, he cast the gourd into the bagua furnace. The furnace shrank and flew into the palm of Wang Lin's hand. Once again, he stepped into the dream of Greed Island, making a wish to completely merge his home with Greed Island. In the system, he established a dimensional space for storage located beside the Hall of Heroes. The original West Sea home island was replicated for future needs. In the next moment, an island identical to the one where Wang Lin had previously resided emerged in the West Sea. At that instant, he released await's submarine, manifesting it on the replicated deserted island. He also dove inside to test it out, only to find that it was unusable here. The next step was to enter the training room. He wished, "May I achieve perfect fusion with the obsession demon body, inheriting its characteristics and restoring my past abilities." After merging with the demon body, a guardian spirit beast would emerge, with effects akin to the final oath too. Having completed these tasks, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Attuning himself to the location of his guardian within the system, he glared fiercely at the bagua furnace, exclaiming, "Anu, Naki, Nibiru, can you hear me? The wish you think you understand is merely a jest. It could only be the abyss of the Dark Continent or some other amalgamation. But it is not akin to my wishing stone. You claim you are immortal? I can only say that the realm you inhabit is limited, as I have never heard of deeper legends." As he spoke, he took out the Book of Omnipotence, drew forth the secret of exploration, donned his gloves, and with his right hand wielded the combined 7-star sword of demon slaying, plunged it into the opening at the top of the furnace. He then transformed the manifested purple gold gourd into a large sword sheath, allowing the edged sword to be inserted within. With a splatter, blood flowed from one end of the bagua furnace. Wang Lin conjured a bowl to catch it, and using his gloved hand, he immersed it to gather intel. After acquiring sufficient information, he began to ponder. It truly was troublesome. It seemed he would require assistance. Chapter 60, Arrangements. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then summoned a humanoid spirit beast using his projection ability, subsequently controlling it with his manipulation skill to exit the training room and approach Xiaoai. He said, "Xiaoai, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Please summon Yax, and you both may enter the training room together." In response, Xiaoai pressed the doorbell to the research room. The towering Yax opened the door and gazed at Xiaoai, standing on the bed, inquiring, "Sister Xiaoai, what brings you here?" Xiaoai gestured towards the training room, stating, "Brother has asked us to enter. He mentioned there is something important." "Oh, very well." Thus, under the guidance of the spirit beast, they entered the training room. With a soft puff, the spirit beast vanished. Wang Lin waved at them and said, "Come on in. Have a seat." I have a rather pressing matter to discuss. Among the two of you, I require one assistant, once a decision is made. It may entail an extended period of confinement. Without hesitation, Axe eagerly interjected, Me, brother, I shall do it. After all, I had no intention of leaving. Wang Lin observed the somewhat foolish X with a satisfied nod, deeming this to be the true essence of a scientist. He then addressed the two, saying, All right, let's leave it at this for now. If anything arises later, I shall speak with you. Turning to Xiao AI, he added, Please step outside for a moment. I will have a task for you shortly. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, she replied. Once Xiao AI exited, Wang Lin materialized a syringe and tentatively pierced the area where his heart resided, producing a resonant sound, channeling his enhancement abilities. He focused his thoughts and coalesced a droplet of blood at the side of his heart. The rationale for this particular choice lay in his belief that if deities existed, then the notion of heart's blood must hold some merit. Feeling it was time, he plunged the needle in. After swiftly extracting a vial's worth, he withdrew it and began to breathe deeply, sweat beading upon his forehead. After a moment, he finally regained his composure, exclaiming, So this is what it feels like to have one's heart pierced. It is quite painful. He handed the syringe to X and conjured another, preparing to test it against his spine. X, it's your turn. The needle has been reinforced. It should penetrate smoothly. Be swift and precise. Pull out the vial immediately after inserting it. Understood, brother. With a swift motion, the syringe entered and exited, yielding a vial of spinal fluid surpassing even that of bone marrow. Wang Lin, enduring the pain, began to mend his body. In a short while, he felt restored. Yet the sensation of discomfort lingered. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, I shall relocate your laboratory to the secluded chamber within this training facility. Your task is to utilize this blood and spinal fluid to clone a body that resembles mine. Strive to enhance its strength, channeling the energy from both the blood and marrow into the physique. Proceed to create a form that is between the ages of 20 and 25. Understood, brother. With the experience from our previous endeavor, I anticipate that a viable embryo can be produced within 7 days. Should it develop naturally or be accelerated? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before responding, My current physical condition is far from human, so you may proceed to hasten maturation once the embryo succeeds. I shall grant you a day in reality. Is 500 days sufficient? X's assured him, No problem. Once X's entered the laboratory with the materials, the system spoke. Have you truly made your decision? Is there any doubt? Otherwise, I would be left lamenting the regrets after my demise. In truth, even if you were to suffer backlash now, it would not pose a significant issue, for you have already enacted the most substantial transformation in this world. There should indeed be no deity remaining. The future, that cannot be. Without my involvement, what purpose would my visit serve? Moreover, it is merely the creation of a doppelganger. Why the unnecessary tension? Although that fellow's curse constrains me, a doppelganger is not me. It merely embodies my will. Furthermore, his restrictions prevent me from taking such actions. To be frank, the transformation system is more suited for the pirate world, combining the innate abilities of the natural and superhuman fruit powers, while still allowing one to swim. Had it not been for the necessity outlined in the oath, I would have long since replaced the control system with it. The system paused for a moment, presenting Wang Lin with a sequence of images. The peculiar tone of the demon's speech, the deceptive demeanor, and the insincerity of its performance were all unbearable to Wang Lin. What infuriated him the most was the 3 fruits prepared for him, particularly the last one, the mimicry fruit. Wang Lin harbored his own ambitions, contemplating whether he might one day provide X's with the opportunity to research and develop the legendary demon fruit from Eastern mythology. After all, the pinnacle of mimicry is to blur the line between pretense and reality, is it not? Ultimately, the demon, after producing the 3rd fruit card, stealthily revealed a 4th. As for the subsequent tactical arrangements, it was evident that a strategy centered on reinforcement should have been employed, given the inherent immortality. Yet, the demon insisted on a tactical approach, transforming it into a protracted struggle. The consequences now largely rest upon the demon's shoulders. Wang Lin's teeth clacked together, and he lamented, How can the transformation system be so capricious? It is simply implausible. This erratic behavior is merely a result of the excessive negative emotions of the magical entity. My avatar would not exhibit such traits. The system, perplexed, inquired, Why is it imperative to employ the transformation system? Manifestation and, the attribute system are indeed ill-suited for singular functionality in combat. Yet, there is also the manifestation system, is there not? Wang Lin replied, For the enhancement system, We must amplify the refining process of the Bagua furnace for the release system. Let the thought beast fan the furnace on my behalf. For the control system, I shall govern the thought needles to enhance my overall capabilities. For the manifestation system, the attributes of the fan must adapt autonomously according to the needs of the Bagua furnace. Lastly, the specialty system will serve as the central hub, coordinating everything, while the Book of Omnipotence provides the necessary thought beasts from all directions. Meanwhile, the transformation system has the least effect on this deity, as it possesses numerous abilities akin to the devil fruits. Therefore, the transformation system can only convert most of the thoughts into processed flames for refining purposes. Hence, there is no alternative but to have my doppelganger utilize it. Within the Bagua furnace, Wang Lin's soliloquy echoed, causing it to pulsate vigorously. However, it was ultimately futile. After pacing back and forth for an hour without any further solutions, as the doppelganger's body had yet to emerge, Wang Lin decided to let the deity first experience the essence of unspeakable anguish. According to what he had just conveyed to the system, 8 humanoid thought beasts corresponded to the 8 cardinal directions, each wielding a fan. Then, with a downward stroke of the 7-star demon slaying technique, the gourd transformed into a sword sheath, aiming directly at the heart of the Bagua furnace. The deity was forcibly summoned, trapped, and unable to move. Subsequently, the weapon, along with the gourd, soared out. The demon slayer and 7-star separated, reverting to their original forms, a blade tattoo on the right arm. The 7-star, however, indignantly complained, "One day, I shall surpass you. Master, that black blade has been bullying me. It just struck me. Your matters can wait. Take your positions and commence fanning the flames." In an instant, thunderous flames erupted within the Bagua furnace, leaving the deity in a state of disarray. Yet, he could now articulate his thoughts, declaring, "You believe this mere flame can inflict harm upon me? Such delusions are laughable." Wang Lin disregarded him, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Was the 8 trigrams furnace of the old lord so simplistic? Even if it were but a counterfeit, it was still a figment conjured by the old master himself. Suddenly, a rotund, flying creature, whom he utterly detested, appeared beside the deity, gazing at him with unrestrained delight, incessantly chattering and counting. In response, Wang Lin merely uttered a dismissive grunt, followed by 8 thought needles piercing the nape of the thought beast. With a slight adjustment to the remote control, he increased both the speed and intensity. After completing these tasks, he felt a faint sense of fatigue. Wang Lin jestingly remarked, "From this day forth, I shall transform into a power bank." He then seated himself on the ground, commencing a meditative recovery to continuously supply energy to the Bagua furnace. A day later, a catalyzed body materialized before him. Gazing at this doppelganger, he contemplated potential combat strategies and commanded, "Ikes, craft 2 sets of undergarments capable of withstanding various attribute fluctuations, preferably of the boxer style." He subsequently began to inscribe tattoos representing the characteristics of his home upon the body of his clone. The tattoos, resembling the overall visage of his dwelling, shimmered momentarily before coalescing into a cartoonish portrait of Wang Lin upon the clone's form. This would serve as his sanctuary. Next, he turned his attention to are.Await, intending for her to assume a human form. The current submarine exterior possessed properties that would adequately shield her from harm. Ikes, procure 6 random artificial fruits for experimentation. Record the data, as I wish to create a superhero-type fruit for your sister are.Await. Ikes, synchronizing the time in the secluded chamber, returned 1 minute later with 6 fruits in hand. Wang Lin hastily manifested a device reminiscent of a small love token, albeit lacking a certain form. He meticulously applied each fruit to the apparatus, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that closely mirrored his initial conjecture. Each form accommodates a single fruit, with the 6th resulting in an explosion. According to the studies of Pang, this phenomenon is likely connected to the bloodline factors and a specific alloy. In human terms, this corresponds to DNA and the soul. Thus, in the realm of objects, is it necessary to possess multiple fruit abilities akin to that of an elder brother to achieve such a feat? Ikes, while documenting the proceedings, raised this inquiry. Wang Lin shook his head and replied, "You inquire of me, but who shall I inquire of? You are the scientist. Make haste in crafting a suitable fruit for are.Await. Every moment squandered invites unforeseen changes." After his younger brother departed, Wang Lin addressed the system, saying, "Let us commence." And do so with alacrity. The system responded, "Have you contemplated this thoroughly? This rupture resembles a split personality. You appear unscathed, for you merely lack 1/6. Yet for him, This fraction constitutes his entirety. Wang Lin confidently remarked, the same soul can ultimately be completed. He is also a part of me, perhaps just a bit peculiar in temperament. However, one's beliefs remain steadfast, and so do their obsessions. With that, a thought beast manifested, beckoning Xiao to approach. Xiao, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao came to Wang Lin's side, eager for him to share his whispered thoughts. Wang Lin contemplated the possibility of never seeing her again, and thus whispered into her ear, do you understand? I understand, she replied. But brother, will I really not see you again in the future? No. Dear I will always be by your side, and you will also always have me nearby, albeit not entirely. I will cherish you. However, remember to keep a watchful eye on him. Do not let him misbehave. He gestured towards the cartoon tattoo and then pointed to the soulless body. After bidding farewell to AI, he swiftly instructed the system to proceed with the plan. The system was an expert in soul extraction, with a swift motion. Wang Lin felt an intense pain, a sensation of fragmentation that was indescribable, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of loss. This feeling was precisely what the previous elixir could not restore. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Wang Lin transferred the required essence into the body of the clone. The next step was to await the arrival of his younger brother, Ix. Chapter 61, Awakening. Ali pierced him with K. Ignorant me. K, you coarse creature. Sagasimono. Sagas, delicate as if on the verge of tears. Oh, how annoying that sounds. Hey, crying out. Hey, da-da-da-da-da. The above should be imagined while listening to We Are, reminiscent of a child's voice, bringing to mind a certain fishy little group. In a state of drowsiness, Wang Lin faintly heard the melodious voice of a young girl singing a captivating anime theme song, which stirred him from his slumber. He longed to open his eyes, yet felt utterly fatigued and devoid of strength. With furrowed brows, he strained to exclaim, whose child is singing? Can't you see someone is trying to sleep? Yai? Little Yax? Brother is awake. Linjun, are you awake? Big brother, if you're awake, do not return to slumber. You have been asleep for half a month. Wang Lin was in a state of confusion, yet his heart comprehended clearly. He mused, elder brother? Brother? Linjun? I am. You are Wang Lin. You previously battled the god of O'Hara, sustaining injuries in the process, and now you are recuperating on the island of your birth. Oh, indeed. I am Wang Lin. So have I triumphed? Alas, is that not a redundant question? Could I still be alive if I had not won? Realizing the truth, Wang Lin exerted effort to sit up, only to feel a cold hand supporting him, while another warm hand delicately wiped his face with a towel. Am I truly that frail? He found it quite puzzling, yet there was a certain satisfaction in being tended to. Half an hour later. So, you are Xiao. You have consumed the humanoid fruit crafted by Yax? He pointed at the memory of his little brother. You are an auxiliary entity created by Yax? He mentioned that this painting fruit was of no use to him, so he fashioned a similar entity, allowing you to inherit the fruit's abilities and basic craftsmanship skills. He then glanced at the woman adding fish meat to his dish. This is Robin S. mother. I recognize her. And I am also familiar with that Navy officer fishing nearby. However, I wish to first understand why this island exists in the world. Having eaten, Wang Lin felt invigorated and boldly inquired. At that moment, the girl who claimed to be Xiao, yet towered over him by at least a head, raised her hand. Wang Lin nodded. It was my brother who did it. Did I do that? I pondered for a moment, my mind filled with chaotic images. Primarily the scene of the battle at O'Hara. Wait, that's not right. Where's home? What happened to those people? Tell me, who are you all? I exclaimed, feeling a sense of despair. Brother, you are being cruel to me. Xiao no longer likes you. You deceived me. I whimpered. I won't pay attention to the bad brother anymore. Humph. With that, I pushed my hand forward, and a portal materialized. Xiao dashed inside, followed closely by Ix, who called out, Sister, please don't cry. You must listen to your elder brother's instructions. Wang Lin wore a puzzled expression. Could it be? Observing the petite figure before him, he realized it was indeed Xiao. As for the arrangements mentioned by Yax, do I have any arrangements? He turned with a smile to Robin's mother, who had just prepared a meal for him, and inquired, Robin's mother, you were the one I brought over, along with that clumsy giant. At this point, Wang Lin was taken aback, reflecting inwardly. How could I have let my true thoughts slip? I was clearly referring to Admiral Salong. Just then, the system manifested and remarked, I had intended to reveal this later, but it seems your injuries are quite severe. First, take a look at your current abilities. Wang Lin instinctively sought to employ his amplification abilities. What has become of my amplification? Release? Control? Alas, my martial prowess has completely vanished, my power extinguished in an instant. My abilities. Oh, how sorrowful. Wang Lin recalled a peculiar incident while drinking water. From the same pot, the first cup he tasted had a hint of orange, while the second bore the flavor of barbecue. At that moment, he jested about the unusual nature of the water, but now he wondered if he had become a shapeshifter. Having come to this realization, he decided to elucidate what had transpired. First this, then that, and ultimately, do you understand? Just like that. Could it be? System. This is utterly bizarre. Upon hearing the system's battle recap, Wang Lin conjured a narrative in his mind. That day, his self-destructive ploy had triggered a vow of vengeance. After enduring harrowing trials, he managed to injure a deity. However, the deity, being immensely powerful and a singular existence in the universe, discerned Wang Lin's vulnerability, his cherished home. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle from the skies of O'Hara to the waters of his homeland, overcoming numerous adversities. Wang Lin succeeded in sealing the deity while simultaneously replicating an island to accommodate future inhabitants. Yet, for the safety of his initial home, Wang Lin, bound by a second vow, utilized all his future power to seal the deity. His abode transformed into the greatest bargaining chip and bastion of faith against the divine. Ultimately, everything was secured by the system. As a precaution, Wang Lin himself retained only the abilities most suited to this world to fulfill his vow. However, a sense of unease lingered within Wang Lin. Something felt amiss. When the system conversed with him, he had surreptitiously glimpsed the system panel. The wish function had vanished, rendering him incapable of making wishes autonomously, and his two prior compulsory commands had also disappeared. His existence now bore the mark of uncertainty. Was this the first clue? Pondering this, he made his way to a familiar woodland cabin, where he sat down to continue his analysis. The second clue lay in Xiao Ai's reaction. Her emotions were too heightened, indicating that he must have made some sacrifice, causing her distress. What could he have possibly sacrificed? A small box appeared, containing slots for 3 cards, reminiscent of the rewards from the Island of Greed. Though this detail was of little significance, uttering the word book left Wang Lin in shock once more. His conflicting thoughts betrayed the truth of his shape-shifting nature. Yet, the Book of Omniscience was gone, as were the elixirs, and his perception hinted at an inability to return home. Strangely, he could still send items within, which raised further questions. The system must have honored his request prior to his amnesia, suggesting that its guidance was misleading. Thus, the only breakthrough to clarify the situation lay with Yax. Indeed, he had inadvertently let something slip earlier. In an instant, Wang Lin, brimming with vigor, gazed at the distant rainbow, which appeared to shimmer with added hues. At that moment, the system spoke. Host, what thoughts occupy your mind? I won't divulge, just as you withhold from me. With a playful defiance, he retorted to the system and proceeded towards the wooden cabin where he had just dined. Wang Lin approached Ix with earnestness and inquired, "What are your feelings towards me?" Ix responded, "You have treated me well, my brother." Wang Lin continued, "Then I have a question for you. Will you speak the truth?" Ix affirmed, "Indeed, I shall certainly speak the truth." Wang Lin smiled and inquired, "What transpired during the period before my unconsciousness?" "I am unaware," replied Yax. "You just mentioned you would speak the truth, yet you claim ignorance?" "When I arrived, my elder brother was aboard Xiao Ai's submarine. After I rescued him, Xiao Ai transformed into this state. Beyond that, I possess no related memories." Wang Lin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly inquired, "Earlier, when Xiao Ai was crying, you mentioned that you would heed your elder brother's arrangements. Pray tell, what arrangements do I have?" Yax responded immediately. "The elder brother's arrangement is simply the retention of information, to heed the elder brother's directives. My core memory consists solely of this." I questioned, "What are these arrangements?" He replied, "Just arrangements." I see. You mean you have been programmed." The two of us chorused, to heed the elder brother's arrangements. With a sudden crack, the cup shattered under a slight squeeze. Sitting on the beach, feeling the breeze and gazing at the low-end version of Yax crafting boat components in the distance, my head tilted as I glanced towards the slightly older Xiao Ai. "TT, I can only hope you speak up. I cannot remain in the dark." Chapter 62. The Truth of the Simulation. Setting sail. Children's anger, it seems, lasts but a fleeting moment, and Xiao Ai was no exception. The following day, she had once again nestled beside Wang Lin, occasionally uttering promises to assist her brother diligently. "However, my dear little one, you claim you wish to help your brother. Yet why do you keep fixating on his chest tattoo?" "Ah, indeed. Who is the little rascal that dared to tattoo your brother? Could it be you, my mischievous one?" Grasping the little creature, I began to tickle her. Yet, as Xiao giggled, she suddenly took a defensive step back, gazing earnestly at Wang Lin. Oh, brother said that Xiao must look after him well. Xiao shall never betray her brother. What on earth did I say to Xiao? It is utterly perplexing. How can I have no recollection whatsoever? This is dreadful. It feels as if I have lost many memories following the O'Hara incident. System. Do you not agree? Wang Lin found himself ensnared by the unwavering gaze of Xiao, leading him into a state of melancholy, compelling him to seek assistance from the system. The system responded thus: my condition may also be compromised, rendering the crucial points somewhat unclear. However, in the aftermath of the O'Hara incident, many dynamics have shifted. I have meticulously organized the timeline of the subsequent events. You may peruse it at your leisure. Proceed according to your own inclinations. Remember, it is vital to act in accordance with your inner feelings to facilitate recovery. This is also your vow, the essence of your strength. Do you think I am oblivious? I shall devise a plan shortly. By the way, I believe I once possessed a weapon known as the 7-star Holy Sword, alongside the Demon Slayer blade. How is it that I no longer see them during battle? The system replied, truly inept. It appears that an extraordinary situation has arisen, likely related to my current state. He then summoned Ikes and instructed, create a machine capable of discharging electricity and fire. Additionally, conjure several replicas of myself for training purposes. Let this be the path I choose for my reformation. Thus, Wang Lin embarked on his journey of renewal. Although his martial prowess had been rendered ineffective, his abilities remained intact. As long as he could transmute the core initiation energy, he would emerge once more as a formidable force. The ensuing days comprised merely eating and sleeping, interspersed with electric shocks, fire exposure, and combat against pure artistic manifestations. Yet, one notable difference was that he could no longer summon the versatile triadic entities he had previously conjured, being limited to single-type creations. However, dispatching them proved relatively simple. Vanquishing them posed a greater challenge. The enhancement type was the most formidable, with the secondary type being manageable, and the operational type could be subdued with close proximity, allowing for a single electric shock to topple them. After several days of rigorous training, his strength exhibited a significant resurgence. Although he could not wield any abilities from the other categories, he found that the transformation type remained functional, and he had resumed practice of the martial arts he had developed earlier. Wang Lin gazed at the battered rocks, murmuring to himself as he observed his hands. However, the power has diminished significantly, hasn't it? But in the next moment, he smiled. This is the true essence of combat. As long as I recharge, I can transform into the embodiment of electricity, fire, In the future, I could also become the personification of poison and ice, which aligns splendidly with the world's tone. With a sidelong glance, he noticed a few individuals furtively watching from a distance. A few people are whispering behind my back. I wish to hear what they are saying. He then conjured an irregular circle. If anyone possessed the ability to read it, they would observe that Wang Lin's circle had significantly shrunk from its former grandeur, now reduced to a mere 10 meters in diameter. Nevertheless, the reconnaissance range remained considerable, for this aura had transformed into a line, directly connecting to the location he sought to investigate. Analyzing the thickness of the line, it was evident that it extended straight, covering a distance of over 300 meters, well within 500 meters. Dear sister, you've been staring at our brother for days. Is there an issue? Brother, I was instructed to keep a close watch on him. Look, he's talking to himself again. Just for fun, little AI. X, why are you too fixated on Lin Jun? Big guy, hide well, your size is too conspicuous. Humph, when you shifted your backside earlier, our brother surely noticed. Come on, little brother, let's go. Wang Lin retracted his investigative aura, realizing that it was insufficient for continuous tracking. Pondering, he wondered what task the young girl was undertaking on his behalf. Shortly thereafter, his younger brother, Ikes, arrived, stating, Brother, the boat is ready. We can set sail. With a look of confusion, Wang Lin inquired, I had forgotten you were tasked with constructing a vessel. Moreover, where are we headed? Isn't Zioi already at sea? Ikes, with a serious expression on his blocky face, replied, This is a procedural task left by the entity. Furthermore, our elder sister is now a navigator and can no longer assume other forms. The entity's guidance indicates that once you find a suitable soul for Sister Zioi, she can truly become a living being. It is said that you know how to proceed. Wang Lin waved his hand, signaling Yax to depart. While once again analyzing in his heart, Yax has always merely executed my commands, which means the directives originate from me. However, My command should not be so simplistic. With our homeland lost and the replicated island before us, there can only be one truth. Did I instruct myself to embark on a journey with the island? A clap. The sound of palm meeting palm echoed. Soga. Indeed, that is the essence of the ship's purpose. But what of the true homeland within that system? As he pondered, a star illuminated in his mind. Yes, it must be me who has tasked myself with gathering precious species that may be affected by the ravages of war. It must be so. With the answer now clear, Wang Lin, filled with satisfaction, turned to inspect the grand vessel. Observing the giant admiral, who had exerted considerable effort, a trace of doubt crossed Wang Lin's mind. Such a large figure, the target too conspicuous. He should belong to the category of laborers. He then tilted his head and called out loudly, Hagvar D. Salong, thank you for your hard work. You've truly put in the effort. Ah. No need to mention it, my lord. This ship is not solely my achievement, came the reply. Nonetheless, gratitude is in order. However, the task is complete. So allow me to escort you back. There are still a few of your kin awaiting you. By the way, I shall send more of your people later. Striving for abundance and prosperity. Benefits are quite generous. Nanny? My lord, you're sending me. The giant vanished from the gaze of several onlookers. In a realm filled with extraordinary light, at its center lay the greedy island from which Hagvar D. Salong had just emerged. Upon his arrival, a figure flashed before him, uttering, Since you've come, you may as well settle in. Accept it. I have seen it all, yet I am powerless to intervene. Go live among your kin. Very well, Wang Lin sighed. I was hoping to meet little Robin once more. Lin Jun, where have you taken Mr. Salong? Oh, Robin's mother. Was it not I who hired him to construct the ship for me? Ah, right. You must not use that appearance aboard the ship, or it will raise suspicion. I possess a technique to alter your visage. Alvia coldly replied, What if I refuse? I still seek the truth of history. Wang Lin did not respond to her, but inquired, Little brother, the ship can set sail now, correct? No problem, elder brother, Yax replied. Book. Only 3 remnants of the Book of Omnipotence could materialize. Wang Lin's mental energy surged forth. He casually asked Xiao, my dear. Is the dimensional space in the submarine still intact? Yes, it is. Brother left a room for me, she replied. Ah, indeed. As expected of me. My thoughts? Grant me the 3 cards I require. Subsequently, Wang Lin closed his eyes and retrieved 3 cards from the box. Hull reinforcement, massive object transfer, and dimensional link, which he arranged in succession. Robin's mother observed Wang Lin's increasingly peculiar smile and could not help but step back. A voice echoed softly. How can such a large ship be without a garden? Even Luffy has a little orange grove. Gain. Xiao and her little brother asked in unison. What is gain? Look over there, Wang Lin directed them, and as they followed his gaze, the island and Robin's mother witnessed it shrinking progressively until it became a small island measuring 4 to 5 square meters, akin to a model, resting upon the grand ship. Remarkably, the vessel did not buckle under the weight of the island. It merely caused the waterline to dip slightly. Soon after, the miniature island was enveloped by a spatial force, transforming into a transparent membrane. Wang Lin gently caressed Xiaoai's head and remarked, from this moment forth, My dear little one shall be the lord of this island. Are you not delighted? When boredom strikes, you may also converse with the elder sister. Well, brother is so impressive. Need I even say it? Ha. Let us set sail, weigh anchor, and embark on our voyage. Chapter 63. This is not a pirate ship. Upon Wang Lin issuing the command to set sail, the grand vessel began to meander aimlessly across the western sea. At last, after 2 days had elapsed, Wang Lin inquired, Are we merely circling in place? The town we glimpsed yesterday is still in sight. Xiao Yax responded, Indeed, elder brother. As you did not specify our destination, the crew responsible for navigation has been sailing only within the nearby waters. Wang Lin cast a glance at the vividly depicted crew members, their fervent work ethic igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Is it possible that your other self, prior to our separation, left no indication of where to go? Not at all, my dear brother, came the reply, tinged with perplexity. Surely I must have left some hint behind? This is not characteristic of me. Ah, never mind. I shall first make a trip to the Western Sea Navy branch and see if Carp has taken the little one away. With a plan in mind, Wang Lin declared. As for your beloved sister, perhaps it is best if I go alone. Upon reaching Xiaoai's room, he was greeted by the delightful sound of her performing rhythmic vocalizations, a melody so sweet and childlike that it was utterly enchanting. Oh, is Xiaoai about to sing again? I must listen, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. By the way, Xiao Ai sings splendidly, doesn't she? Hiki. The room filled with her charming rendition. Min na, min na, mi na, a large pile of ante bringing Lu. Min na, yika, kin na, I. The drum beats ring out, Seda, enough for you, Dakida, Yaina, hoo, how can it be that I am all? Ong. All of them are striking a note. Doraemon's earliest theme song. Clapping ensued. Wonderful. Xiao Ai sings beautifully. Really? It's not that great, she chuckled modestly. But I do have another style of singing. Once when I was alone, I learned it. 1, 2, 3, if I had a magic wand. I would transform into something big, small, and beautiful, and create a home filled with comic chocolates and toys. How does it sound? She inquired playfully. Wang Lin clapped his hands, expressing his admiration, and inquired, Xiao Ai, where do those accompaniments come from whenever you sing? With a playful smile, Xiao Ai replied, Brother, I used to possess 6 different forms. I have a cruise ship, a warship, an airship, and a spacecraft. In the future, I will be able to control and operate all of them. The larger forms offer a plethora of songs to learn. Xiao Ai, how impressive. Soon, we may have a grand singing star aboard our vessel. As he lauded Xiao Ai, a sudden idea struck Wang Lin. Indeed, appealing to her interests might coax out the details of the commission I entrusted to Xiao Ai during my amnesia. While I am aware of her 6 forms, I remain oblivious to what they are. In his exuberance, he exclaimed, Oh, my dear little one, I adore you immensely. Xiao Ai, slightly puzzled, asked, What brings you to seek me, brother? Oh, I almost forgot. It's all because your singing is so enchanting. I came to ask if you could assist in guiding the crew. We are heading to the Naval Division in the West Sea, the same place we visited last time. All right, just a moment. Following this, Wang Lin found himself ushered out of Xiao Ai's room, as she needed to change into formal attire. The next day, on an island in the West Sea, at a military base, a colossal floating object appeared within the soldier's line of sight. A soldier on lookout, upon observing through his binoculars, swiftly picked up the whistle hanging around his neck and blew it. He then retrieved the communication device and dialed out. Hello. This is the command room of the West Sea Station Forces. The device responded with a serious tone. Commander, this is the lookout soldier. I have spotted a large, circular vessel approaching us. No, it is nearly at the shore. On the other end, a bead of sweat trickled down the soldier's brow as he furrowed his brow. Stay alert. I will dispatch personnel immediately. Within the office was Vice Admiral Doberman, who had come from headquarters to investigate the previous O'Hara incident. Due to the elevation of ranks, he now held the highest authority at this base. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters had descended into chaos, with 3 vice admirals and 10 rear admirals, along with dozens to hundreds of officers and thousands of elite soldiers, having mysteriously vanished without a trace. Most critically, 3 specialized demon-slaying commanders had disappeared, representing a significant loss of combat power. Furthermore, both Akainu and Akiji appeared to be grappling with substantial memory issues. Akainu insisted he had led his subordinates and colleagues to obliterate O'Hara along with all associated individuals. Akiji similarly claimed he had killed the traitorous Sabo and Nico Alvia, with only Nico Robin, the daughter of Nico Alvia, surviving the massacre. However, they remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend or explain why only the 2 of them were left drifting at the shores of the West Sea Naval Division after the demon-slaying operation. Others remained unaccounted for, as the distressed general grappled with the investigation into the disappearances. A soldier on lookout brought forth news that ignited a flicker of hope within him. He picked up the den mushi, only to set it down again. Opting to observe the situation first, he instructed his aide to remain vigilant and to immediately alert headquarters for reinforcements should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Doberman stood at the harbor, gazing at the colossal circular vessel approaching the shore, its size rivaling that of 10 naval ships, leading the general to momentarily suspect it belonged to a race of giants. However, upon spotting a man standing at the ship's railing, he realized, could it be? The very individual Carp had been seething to locate. The one that had captured the attention of the admiral, and whom Kizaru had been unable to track down. How could I have encountered him? This is certainly not a favorable omen. With that thought, he retrieved the den mushi again. Moshi, is this headquarters? Lin has arrived at the West Sea branch. Please inform Carp and Kizaru to come. I will find a way to delay him. Meanwhile, Wang Lin stood at the ship's railing, leisurely observing the excessively tense navy. Tilting his head, he asked, Xiao Ai, am I a bad person? Why does it seem like the navy is preparing for a battle? It's quite bothersome. Xiao Ai, leaning over the railing with a pout, replied, "Those who call my brother a bad person are the real bad ones." Humph. Ha ha ha. Well said, are.Await. My brother is a hunter, specifically hunting those who ruin what is beautiful. How could he possibly be a bad person? Let the ship stop. I shall go first. Enter a state of alert, and do not worry about me. My brother is quite strong. With that declaration, he leaped down to the shore. Upon landing, he was immediately encircled in a semicircle, each individual aiming their weapons at him. Anyone with a modicum of military understanding would realize this was not a capture operation. It was a declaration of combat. A capture would typically result in a full circle formation, while the semicircular arrangement indicated a readiness for confrontation. Minimizing the risk of friendly fire, Wang Lin observed the scene, his arms crossed, and remarked, "Is it not rather impolite of you to engage in hostilities without inquiring about our intentions? Lin, what brings you here? Where have you been for the past month?" A high-ranking official emerged, his visage somewhat familiar to Wang Lin. He inquired, "You are aware of my name, yet you do not introduce yourself?" "I am Admiral Dalberman, holding the rank of Vice Admiral from the Naval Headquarters." "Ah, greetings, Vice Admiral. May I inquire if Karp is present? I have matters to discuss with him." "What is it? Please state your business, and I shall determine if it warrants further communication." Wang Lin pondered for a moment before speaking. "That may not be wise. You should inform him that I have arrived and am here waiting for him. However, I shall only wait for 3 days if he does not come within that time. I shall venture to explore other seas." Doberman inquired, "Lin, what are your intentions in setting sail? Are you considering a life of piracy? Your vessel appears quite substantial. Do you intend to form a grand pirate crew?" "Absolutely not. I shall never engage in piracy. Nor will I partake in the plundering of the weak or the slaughter of innocent civilians. Rest assured, my ship will solely serve as a floating paradise." He continued, "Your mentor is Zephyr, is he not? I shall pay him a visit when the opportunity arises, encouraging him to refrain from wandering aimlessly all these years." With that, he leapt back onto his ship, prompting the crew to hoist various flags, each adorned with images that evoked joy in Wang Lin's memory: cats, mice, ducks, dogs, monkeys, and children with gourd-shaped heads, among other cheerful cartoon motifs. The central flag depicted a joyous scene of an older brother embracing his younger sister. Inspired by the likeness of are.Await and Wang Lin, radiating blissful smiles, upon closer inspection, one could even discern a square-headed figure. "are.Await, play some music. Let them hear your melodious voice and understand the essence of happiness." "All right." Shortly thereafter, a massive loudspeaker was set up on the round ship, and then, "Sino," a childlike voice chimed, as if sharing a secret. The station naval officers were left bewildered, questioning, "Sino? What is Sino?" Then, a joyful background melody began to play, and the sweet, childlike voice instantly filled their hearts with a vibrant shade of pink. "Huwa dear, are.Await. Na meo bu, so li de ji die." The performance featured a song meticulously chosen by Wang Lin, which perfectly suited the enchanting theme of youthful love, making its debut in the world of pirates. Upon completing the song, Wang Lin expressed his desire to continue, and a circular stage rose, where the little one joyfully performed under the lights designed by Brother Yax, delivering the first delightful storm concert to this world. The Navy personnel on shore found themselves enchanted and became the initial fans of this charming singer. Chapter 64. Activating the inheritance function, reclining on a lounge chair. Wang Lin was simultaneously enjoying the concert while examining the system's data. Presently, the system's functionality allowed Wang Lin to embody the essence of Santa Claus. The distinction lay in the necessity for wishmakers to be present, passively voicing their desires, after which the system would reveal the required cost based on the magnitude of the wish. As for whether Wang Lin would accept or decline, his freedom remained unchanged. However, the reason for the reset of compulsory commands was unknown, with the level displayed as max. Moreover, the method of acquiring compulsory commands had shifted to collecting rare artifacts, defined as akin to the omniscient tree. Is this not an overt indication of its extreme difficulty? The system is rather mischievous. Yet, despite his complaints, Wang Lin was unwilling to be led astray, slowly allowing a broader smile to grace his lips. "Eureka! I can compel others to grant me the wishes I require. I am indeed a genius. Haha." At that moment, the system remarked, "As expected of you, your maneuvering is simply—" "Oh?" Wang Lin inquired, "Is it not permissible?" The system fell silent, realizing that had Wang Lin not interrupted earlier, it might have inadvertently revealed too much. It possessed memory, and Wang Lin's words reminded it of that day, the intense yearning of the 7 stars. The 7 stars were displeased due to the unpredictable actions of the demon slayer. Thus, he confided his grievances to Wang Lin, whose intense and fervent hope manifested into reality. In that moment, within the entire pirate world, the multitude of unclaimed formidable blades, exquisite swords, and the essence of various other weapons were sacrificed by Wang Lin at the cost of his own lifespan to fulfill the 7 stars. At that instant, the 7 stars underwent yet another transformation, evolving into an entity akin to the Slayer of Demons, taking residence on Wang Lin's left arm as a tattoo. In stark contrast to the demon-slaying needle on his right arm, it was precisely this revelation that prompted Wang Lin to persuade X to grant another wish. Specifically for the perfect human fruit for are.Await, although this artificial creation had yet to be utilized. Today, Wang Lin contemplated a similar method of exploitation, leading the system to momentarily comprehend why he exuded such confidence in the alternate dimension. The legacy function. Wang Lin, filled with excitement, sat up and exclaimed, "I've just recalled that I can take on apprentices, the rewards of the time tree in the omniscient tree system. Why is the inheritance feature grayed out? It has remained inactive for so long. How can I activate it? Please tell me. May I inquire, host, whether the inheritance function has been activated? Is that really necessary to ask? Activate it." As the inheritance feature was activated, an immediate sense of awareness enveloped him. At that very moment, in a bar in Donghai, 2 men engaged in boastful conversation. One of them suddenly halted his drinking, his body trembling with excitement and his voice slightly quavering. "I can feel it. I finally sense it." Jesus Boo, slightly tipsy, playfully patted his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Is that so? Then congratulations, Shanks. However, if you wish for me to board your ship today, you must be prepared to indulge in some drinks. Cheers." Shanks, equally elated, raised his glass. "Cheers. Today, in celebration, I shall cover the tab for the entire bar. Hey, someone's buying drinks. Let the toast commence. Sing and dance." A chorus of patrons erupted in jubilation, filling the bar with a lively atmosphere once more. Under the influence of Wang Lin, memories were awakened. And it must be the red-haired Shanks. In previous lives, many have speculated that his speed of movement is extraordinarily swift, possibly indicative of a paramecia-type devil fruit. From the incident with the reverse seekers, it appears to be time-related. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain his sudden appearances at crucial moments. He rescued Luffy when no one was around, appearing just as Luffy was on the verge of being devoured during the Marineford War. Having battled Kaido in the New World just a day prior, he suddenly appeared to block Akainu's attack. As Wang Lin endeavored once again to consolidate the strengthening seed, he discovered that it had become an impossible feat, leaving only the transformation seed as an option. It appeared that after the upheaval in his body, he could only rely on what he already knew. Thus, to instruct his disciple, he would have to resort to traditional methods, which posed quite a challenge. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the chair as he pondered that aside from this method, the original text also mentioned 2 other approaches. One involved self-exploration of the latent energy within the body, a task that could be deemed exceedingly arduous in this world. The other method entailed unlocking the energy points to allow the energy to flow freely, which further divided into 2 types, one gentle and the other ferocious. However, both approaches carried inherent risks for the individual being unlocked. One risk involved the loss of vital energy leading to death, while the other risk was the chaotic surge of energy within the body causing excruciating pain and ultimately demise. At the very least, one's physical resilience must be sufficient to withstand the sudden influx of energy. It was likely that those without the fortitude of an iron body or the awakening of formidable prowess would be unable to endure it. "Captain, there are naval officers wishing to board the ship." A crew member interrupted Wang Lin's contemplation. "Eh? Inquire about the matter at hand." "Yes, Captain." "Report, Captain." They expressed a desire for the elder sister's autographed photograph. Wang Lin was taken aback. A signed photograph. The picture itself was inconsequential, but a signature? Was it too casual to use are.Await's name like that? He decided to have them wait a moment and discuss it tomorrow. By the way, he instructed them to send a few communication devices over to eliminate the need for relaying messages. An hour later, as evening descended, are.Await concluded her inaugural public performance. "That's all for today. I must go learn new songs now. Goodbye." are.Await graciously bid farewell to the soldiers. "How delightful. What an adorable girl with a charming voice. Ah, my heart is melted." Some Marines transformed into wolf-like creatures, howling and cheering. "I too am smitten. I recorded today's performance on a video device. I shall watch it again once I return to my dormitory." "Sergeant, we want one too." Wang Lin listened to the group of soldiers nearby, who had become infatuated, and let out a disdainful smile. Humph. In love, are they? Have they consulted her brother? He then turned to the approaching Xiao AI and asked, Xiao AI, when you grow up, what kind of boy do you wish to play with? Brother. What are you saying? I don't understand, Xiao AI replied, puzzled. With a light slap to his forehead, Wang Lin chided himself. I got nervous. Thinking about the future son-in-law at this moment is a bit beyond the scope. He then gently patted Xiao AI's head and said, It's nothing. How about we give you a name today? From now on, Xiao AI will be your nickname, and we should choose a proper name as well. Have you thought about what you would like to be called? A proper name? Oh, how about the AI? Wang Lin was at a loss for words, quickly engaging his mind. To align with the customs of this world, let it be encapsulated in 4 characters. Brother wishes for your happiness and carefree existence. So let us name it Carefree Little Love. What do you think? Oh, I shall be called Carefree Little Love. Wang Lin chuckled softly, pondering that this carefree demeanor would likely bring her joy even if addressed as Little Pig or Little Cat. The following morning, the Navy indeed delivered several communication devices, including a unique desktop model, alongside more than a dozen small and miniature variants. They eagerly surrounded Xiao AI, capturing numerous photographs and requesting her autograph. This would also serve as one of the sources for the myriad of bounty posters featuring Xiao AI in the future. Wang Lin gazed upon these telephone insects, recalling that he had previously discovered a few secret mechanisms, one of which was an extraordinary golden telephone insect. He had placed it within the all-encompassing book, and now, upon encountering these creatures once more, an idea began to take shape in his mind. He retrieved a small backpack, an item he had possessed for quite some time, and emptied its contents, releasing the telephone insects within. Fortunately, they resided in a stasis-like environment. Otherwise, they might have perished from hunger. Wang Lin contemplated whether it was possible to merge these telephone insects into a singular, extraordinary life form, bestowing upon it a new identity, thereby introducing a fresh crew member aboard the vessel. Ideally, he envisioned a pair, one male and one female, and the thought of various unknown possibilities brought a faint smile to his lips. Chapter 65. Espionage Special Public. With this notion firmly planted in his mind, Wang Lin immediately set his plans into motion. He called over his subordinate. Xiaoixis, do you wish for 2 more companions aboard the ship? Not at all. No. You do desire it. You yearn for 2 companions, these insects. You wish for them to merge, evolving into a new life form, a species capable of procreation, correct? Well, if that's the case, then do I truly want this? Indeed, Xiao Di. You desire it greatly. Thus, make a wish to me. Speak your desire aloud. I hope that what my elder brother wishes for me will come to fruition. Once more, speak with sincerity. I wish for 2 companions, specifically those telephone insects, to merge and evolve. Ideally, 1 male and 1 female, capable of reproduction. This is my genuine wish. System, a strong desire has been detected. Would you like assistance in fulfilling this wish? Note: the birth of a new species typically takes several hundred to several thousand years. However, given the existing foundation, it is not a creation from nothing. Cost: the essence of half a life from the species, with the wish granteur becoming a half-mechanical, lifeless entity. Will the host agree to pay the price, or refuse the wisher? Upon hearing the system's earnest explanation, Wang Lin understood what had transpired. Ahem. Allow me to cover my younger brother's expenses, deduct from my lifespan, but I must inquire about the status of my lifespan. Shouldn't the system provide some clarification? The cost has been successfully incurred. The wish is fulfilled. The host's lifespan is eternal, yet not invulnerable. Therefore, you may proceed. Wang Lin gazed at the merging phone worms, contemplating the system's response. The notion of immortality intertwined with the possibility of demise suggested that, in the absence of a fatal blow, his lifespan could extend into eternity. This implied that he no longer needed to fret over the loss of elixirs. Yet, the specter of death still loomed. A fatal blow? The oath too remained in a nebulous state. He could not afford to perish. With a swift motion, he grasped the small box and commenced his customary ritual. Let me sense my plight, my thoughts. I seek an item of substitution. My desire is to exchange surplus life for indestructibility. After a moment of anxious anticipation, he extracted the item card, and a wave of ecstatic joy surged through him. Ha ha ha. Absolutely invincible. I can forcibly activate a self-protection mechanism against any fatal strike. Gain. The card disintegrated, and a cloud of smoke enveloped Wang Lin's form. As he felt the transformation, he observed the system panel documenting his lifespan. Lifespan, 9999, constant. Body, iron physique. When subjected to a fatal blow, heart 1 to 5, brain 1 to 10, the constant lifespan will be deducted to offset the damage. After Wang Lin finished reading, he was immensely satisfied. He instructed his subordinate to keep an eye on the phone worms that were in the process of merging and evolving, while he hummed a tune about wielding a fairy wand, heading towards the naval base. At the base's office, Doberman was engaged in a conversation. Marshal, at present, Lin does not appear to be undertaking any harmful activities. He seems rather amiable. Regarding his intention to meet with Carp, should we inform him? The phone worm before Doberman furrowed its brow intermittently, touching its chin with its tentacle, before finally responding, I shall notify Carp. Additionally, inquire whether he is aware of the situation in the West Sea, O'Hara. Marshal, with all due respect, if it pertains to him, might we not inadvertently alert him? That is precisely the intention. We have been excessively passive, lacking any leads. A few hundred meters away, Wang Lin retracted his probing circle, reflecting to himself, still thinking about those individuals. 2 candidates for admirals have survived. Why be so greedy? He decided to seek out the sergeant who had previously received the infant, intending to inquire about the situation. Shortly thereafter, Wang Lin returned to the ship and employed a disguise skill, effortlessly extracting the subsequent events following his retention of Little Ace's clone. A mention of Carp's romantic entanglements prompted Carp to hastily address the rumors. And upon learning that it was Wang Lin who had left the infant, he solemnly took the child away. This provided the soldiers and officers with some gossip during that period, making the base's liquor disappear at an accelerated pace. The idle hours seemed to stretch slowly, at least in Wang Lin's perception. After spending an entire day immersed in water, he claimed it was to familiarize himself with it, akin to a form of cultivation. Beside the bath, on the floor, lay 2 newly reborn snails, also known as phone worms. One was a petite golden snail, while the other was a somewhat larger black snail. The distinction lay in their newfound ability to converse autonomously, rather than merely mimicking others. Henceforth, you shall be named Little Gold, and you, the male, shall be called Little Black. Now, tell me about your capabilities. The black snail raised its tentacle, gazing at Wang Lin, and replied, report to the captain, Little Gold cannot speak freely yet. She is unable to control her connection with the Navy's demon-slaying order. Once she speaks, it will trigger the enemy's location tracking, followed by the activation of the demon-slaying order. However, she will improve in time, gaining the ability to influence the golden phone worm and control the phone worms. My function is to intercept communications and other capabilities inherent to phone worms. I can replicate universal microphone worms and communicate with any phone worm without special restrictions, remaining undetected, except for myself. Wang Lin clapped his hands, exclaiming, not bad. Not bad, quite excellent. Xiaohei, split 2 miniature telephone insects. Keep one for yourself and give the other to Ix or Xiaoai. Then, proceed to Dimension Island to familiarize yourselves with your abilities. It would be splendid if you could cultivate your own kin. The 2 snails bowed in reverence, and Xiaohei replied, understood. Subsequently, they followed closely behind Xiao Jin, moving step by step, gradually exiting the room. Xiao Jin, wait for me. Hearing Xiaohei's calls from outside, Wang Lin remarked, it seems the speed of speech does not correlate with the pace of action. Even Ix has lost the capacity to produce fruits of thought. I hope these 2 new species of telephone insects can evolve autonomously. However, his contemplation on Xiaohei and the others was swiftly diverted by the captivating sight of the telephone insect, which was merely half a finger wide and 2 fingers long. Observing the exquisite telephone insect, Wang Lin attempted to press the button on its shell. The little creature's eyes widened, its antennae stood erect, and it emitted a sound reminiscent of a wartime radio transmitter. Wang Lin opened his mouth and shouted, calling, calling. This is the paradise. Can anyone hear me? Is there really no response? Could it be that all this effort has resulted in a wild goose chase? With a hint of defiance, he directed another soul-stirring greeting at the peculiar telephone insect. You are my son, and I am your father. Instantly, the telephone insect emitted incomprehensible garbled sounds, a chaotic cacophony reminiscent of the static that plagued televisions in the late 80s and early 90s. However, this did not deter Wang Lin. With heightened perception and intense focus, he discerned that this unfamiliar connection seemed to have crossed wires, greeting various major powers and hundreds of minor factions across the globe. The ensuing noise was their counterattack. Observing the telephone insect emitting a faint smoke, Wang Lin pressed a button on its back, and silence enveloped the world. Chapter 66, Kapu, you brought company? Duong, Duong, Duong. A series of knocks roused Wang Lin from his afternoon slumber. It was the third day, marking the last he would spend here. Glancing at the clock, it was 4 p.m. He groggily rose, recalling the conditions under which he had been instructed to call. Is that Iron Fist arriving? Then it is time to meet him. He exited, turning right and heading straight to the open deck. This had been Wang Lin's designated spacious area for the meeting. Prepared for any eventuality. Upon arrival, he found that Kapu had changed. The hero of the Navy. I did not expect you to bring someone along. Is this your companion? Wang Lin wore a slightly mocking expression, pondering to himself. I never anticipated that the old fellow would bring Admiral Crane along. Her strength has always been quite enigmatic. You insolent brat, refrain from speaking recklessly. This is Admiral Crane from the Navy headquarters, and today's conversation is primarily with her. Karp promptly divulged the purpose and significance of bringing Crane here. However, Wang Lin's intentions for coming here were rather straightforward, and he hadn't expected it to become so convoluted. Thus, he directly inquired, "How is the child?" Karp's expression darkened. Admiral Crane regarded Karp with curiosity. Karp appeared beside Wang Lin, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Do not spread unfounded rumors in front of my old colleague today. I must warn you. Also, what is the situation with that child? Is he the offspring of that individual?" Wang Lin cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, You are indeed correct. Since you have promised to take care of Roger's son, this is settled. With his parents no longer present, it is now your responsibility to raise the child. As for the name, let us each choose a character. We shall call him Gothic D. Ace." Kapu, rubbing his aching forehead, inquired, "What kind of name is that? It neither follows the father's nor the mother's." Wang Lin chuckled and remarked, in the future, when speaking, "Let us not mention Mom. This name has been carefully considered for quite some time. His parents contributed a share, and I have put in my effort as well, thus. Gothlin is perfectly justified." After saying this, he deftly evaded the old man's advances and exclaimed loudly, "That old beauty, I have finished discussing matters with Karp. You may have acted rather recklessly this time, ha ha ha." The deck fell into an unexpected silence, with the three standing at different corners. Upon hearing the term old beauty, Karp, who had initially intended to debate with Wang Lin regarding the infant's upbringing, decided to set that aside for the moment. He looked at Crane and, scratching his head, said, "Little Crane, do not mind these trivialities. Although we have aged, you remain the flower of our Navy." Admiral Crane said nothing, nor did she display any other reaction. Karp felt a pang of guilt toward Crane, and, throwing a punch at Wang Lin, he exclaimed, "You rascal. Hurry up and apologize." Wang Lin, having lost the enhancements from other departments, could only confront his adversary with pure physical prowess, questioning, "Apologies? Did I err?" "Indeed. You are quite the old-timer, aren't you, Admiral Crane?" With a series of sounds, clap, bang, boom, the two combatants disengaged. Karp, eager for another bout, was halted by Crane, who remarked, "Lin, I am not overly concerned with such matters. I am merely here to observe the individual who has garnered the Marshal's attention." Then, casting a glance at Karp, he continued, "Based on your recent skirmish, his displayed strength ought not to merit such weighty consideration. Something is amiss. Moreover, do you possess the confidence to venture into the lairs of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates and emerge victorious and unscathed?" Upon hearing this query, Karp pondered for a moment before replying. Surviving would be a challenge, let alone triumphing alone in the enemy's stronghold before their subordinates. Unless there is a significant disparity in power, one would inevitably be overwhelmed. Crane nodded in agreement. Precisely, Lin has never concealed his origins. The prime suspect in the recent incident at O'Hara in the West Sea is undoubtedly him. This is also the purpose of my visit. Karp nodded and turned to Wang Lin, asking, "Young man, regarding the O'Hara incident and the Navy's disappearance, did you have a hand in it?" This inquiry left Admiral Crane astounded, as she contemplated how to further manipulate the situation. However, the ensuing dialogue left her somewhat dizzy. "Oh? O'Hara, you say?" "Yes. That was my doing." "Bastard. What of those soldiers? The captain? What about the 10 rear admirals and the 3 vice admirals from the Burning Mountain?" "Oh. Come now. They are merely tools for slaughter, nothing of great consequence. Why not recruit more such individuals?" Wang Lin retorted casually. "As for those people, I sent them to accompany Roger and his crew. Bastard, they were the righteous Navy, executing their duties." "Indeed, indeed. Thus, they are mere instruments, are they not? Otherwise, how could this decree of slaughter fall upon you? Your conscience would never allow you to massacre innocents, would it? The decaying shield can no longer protect the weak. It has become a facade for the shame of certain individuals. Those who dare to peer behind it will be mercilessly crushed. Yet many of them are merely novices in the military. Wang Lin, your sins are profound. Someone mentioned this before at O'Hara, but I forget who it was. In any other context, were they to maintain order, I would not have acted thus. However, that place was different. At this juncture, Admiral Crane intervened to prevent Karp from unleashing another bout of fury, posing a question to Wang Lin. Is this your rationale? I sense your stubbornness. You are impervious to persuasion. Thus, I have one more inquiry. In these past 2 years, the repeated disappearances of pirates, the Navy, and soldiers from various kingdoms, were these actions instigated by you? Wang Lin, perceiving the tone, recognized it was no longer a question but a certainty. Without pretense, he candidly acknowledged. Indeed, this world is remarkably mysterious, filled with wonders unheard of. If not safeguarded, many of these marvels face extinction. Numerous pirates are indeed wretched beings. Yet not all within the Navy are virtuous. In essence, what irks me are my adversaries, irrespective of who they are or their status. Upon hearing this, Admiral Crane nodded thoughtfully. He retrieved a transponder snail and stated, "Commence the operation, implement the capture plan." Karp, puzzled, inquired, "When did this come about?" Crane refrained from elaborating, simply responding, "In a moment, you will first restrain him. His strength remains uncertain, and he appears to be compromised. This presents a prime opportunity. We cannot allow him to proceed unchecked. We are the just Navy. Even in the presence of decay, it is our duty to eradicate the corruption." "Very well, little Crane. I shall confront him shortly. Once the station Navy surrounds this vessel, we will act in unison." Wang Lin overheard their conversation, and after scanning the surroundings, he indeed discovered numerous anomalies. He mused to himself, truly a naval strategist, unknowingly orchestrating such an elaborate setup. It appears there has long been a plan for apprehension. Karp is quite the fool. If it is indeed an arrest, could Sengoku also be lying in wait nearby? After all, they form an iron triangle. With a semblance of understanding, Wang Lin spoke. "There is no need for such complications. Engaging in combat here would result in fatalities, and many would perish. Do you even care?" Wang Lin, disregarding the short and irrational Karp, continued. "The law serves primarily as a deterrent, delineating what is permissible and what is not. My actions are no different. As long as my boundaries remain unviolated, it is preferable to maintain a peaceful demeanor." He then declared loudly, "I will accompany you." After which, he leisurely found a chair to sit upon and summoned Ix, exchanging a few words with him. He also engaged in light conversation with Xiaoai. Addressing the gathered generals, Wang Lin smiled and reassured them, "Do not be anxious. When I said I would go with you, I meant it. However, my crew is innocent. So please refrain from any rash actions, or I shall be displeased. By the way, what kind of punishment would one like me face if judged?" Chapter 67, Secret Verdict. Life imprisonment. In response to Wang Lin's compliance, the crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss. What are we waiting for? Do they expect me to treat them to a meal? Let us proceed. As Wang Lin approached the ship's railing, he observed the bewildered Navy personnel, particularly the officers, and finally posed a question. With a clatter, "I apologize, my sword slipped, sir. This criminal is exceedingly arrogant." A sergeant hastily picked up the weapon that had fallen to the deck, a casualty of Wang Lin's taunt that had caused the disruption. Karp glared at Wang Lin in fury, bellowing, "Wang Lin, if you are dissatisfied, we can settle this with a duel. Were you mocking us just now?" Wang Lin, slightly puzzled, replied, "Am I mocking them? I was unaware." He then said, "Oh dear, very well, let us dine together before departing. That should suffice, yes? Humph. Ultimately, they merely wish to mooch off my meal. Infuriating. We are not here merely for food, you impertinent brutes. Enough." It was not only Karp who roared, but also several officers from headquarters, although their companions skillfully restrained them. Wang Lin pondered, are they angry? Alas, they seem utterly powerless, unable to convey their feelings at all. Oh, right, in this world, there are no vulgar words. It must mean they are indeed quite upset. He then shouted, "All right, I understand. Yaks, in 10 minutes. Ensure that everyone on the ship enjoys some meat." A distant reply echoed back, "Understood, big brother." Huh. Does this fellow truly lack social awareness? He seems completely oblivious to the nuances of communication. Indeed, I would very much like to strike him. On board. A cacophony ensued as soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. He, addressing several commanding officers, remarked, "The situation remains unclear. It appears that Lin's temperament has drastically shifted, deviating significantly from what we previously understood. Let us stabilize him. Take your time, and let us simply indulge him with a meal before we depart. As he spoke, he glanced towards Wang Lin, who had already begun directing the outdoor barbecue, unable to suppress a smirk. The meal was swiftly concluded, all within half an hour. Wang Lin remarked, "Well, we have finished eating. Is it time to take me away?" Carp sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You are aware that you are the prisoner we must escort, aren't you?" No. In my recollection, there has been no verdict. You are merely suspects. Let us proceed." As they walked, he inquired of the soldier beside him, "Pray tell, where are you intending to send me?" In a manner reminiscent of a farce, Crane, Carp, and Doberman bid farewell to the West Sea branch, placing Wang Lin aboard the same warship that had brought him there, confining him in a solitary cell. Although labeled as imprisonment, there were no chains to bind him. This was due to Wang Lin's impressive display of strength, shattering even the most formidable sea stone chains with a mere flex of his muscles, prompting the others to abandon their efforts. Several officers convened in a meeting room to deliberate. "Crane, what is your opinion of this Lin? Could his surrender be a ruse?" "I am uncertain, Sengoku. However, it is prudent for us to remain vigilant. Indeed, the old fox is up to his tricks. Fortunate I have been eavesdropping since boarding. Sengoku, Crane, and what is there to fear? The four of us together, no matter how formidable he may be, can he truly prevail against us? My fists are not to be trifled with." Carp interjected, "Allow me to clarify. I do not consider myself as strong as you, but I will do my utmost." "Doberman, when I mentioned four, I did not include you. Akainu, Akiji, you are to join us." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin thought to himself, is vengeance finally at hand? Why has Kazara not arrived? What followed were discussions of seemingly insipid and unproductive battle strategies. TCH. They have not even contemplated escape. Look at how anxious they are. Ultimately, it became evident that their concerns were unfounded, and Wang Lin succumbed to slumber until the following day at noon, when an angry, deep voice roused him. "Lin, open your eyes and behold who I am." Wang Lin did not even need to open his eyes to reply directly. It must be the one who plays with magma. Right? Are you seeking revenge? Akaina responded, "Of course I intend to seek vengeance, but what I desire even more is to know the fate of the others." "Don't you know? The elders spoke of you having slain them." "Ah, so it is. You and Akiji are fortunate. Cherish this stroke of luck and refrain from further slaughtering innocents in the future." "You scoundrel. Then tell me, why is it that Akiji and I bear no signs of battle? Such a thing could not possibly have transpired in our case." At this moment, Wang Lin found himself contemplating how to respond. Should he confess that he had indeed slain them all once, and that apart from him and Akiji, everyone else had perished twice? Would he even believe such a tale? Never mind, it is a rare opportunity to live again. He then remarked, "I have a certain faith in you all, which is why I spared your lives." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere within the solitary confinement cell shifted. The temperature began to rise. Akaina gritted his teeth and spoke in a low, menacing tone, "A lie. As for Kazan, I cannot speak for him. But I know myself well. Even when faced with an inevitable demise, I shall never capitulate to my adversaries. Even if you truly possess the power to annihilate us all, I would never retreat without a fight. I would surely retaliate. Yet here I stand, unscathed, everything as it has always been. Indeed, you did strike. But the memory of vanquishing you still lingers. It should be akin to a single strike, perhaps a mere half. Today, without fail, I shall test whether you can truly stand against a multitude, undefeated amidst the throng. Goodness, are we truly doing this?" Wang Lin immediately sat up, speaking earnestly, "Akainu, once we engage, there will be no turning back. We are in the vast ocean. Are you truly certain about this?" As he finished speaking, an intangible heat began to emanate from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin intends to sustain his battles through warfare, utilizing the versatile energy that allows him to simulate transformations based on familiar elements. Currently, he can replicate 3 forms: fire, electricity, and water. However, the attributes associated with these simulations are subject to consumption, rendering him somewhat vulnerable in the heat of intense combat if his resources dwindle. For instance, Killua must recharge at the electric gate after every fierce battle. As he engages in battle with Akainu, the readily available power bank proves to be an invaluable asset. Just as their spirits elevate in anticipation of the fight, the heavy door of the prison cell is violently shattered. "Stop, Akainu, don't act rashly." A fleet of 1 admiral and 4 vice admirals storms in simultaneously. Akainu retorts defiantly, his strength could never allow him to achieve what he claims. "Can't you sense it?" "Huh? He must have accomplices." Wang Lin shrugged and sat down once more, his imposing demeanor entirely subdued. Zhang Guo inquired, Wang Lin, I ask you, did you single-handedly defeat Charlotte Lingling and Kaido? Wang Lin nodded effortlessly and remarked, it's all in the past now, hardly worth mentioning, hardly worth mentioning. By the way, what Akainu said holds some truth. My current strength has been severely compromised, leaving me somewhat feeble. Sengoku chose to disregard Wang Lin's statement and continued with his inquiry. If you were to exert yourself to the fullest, how much of your former combat prowess could you summon? After contemplating this question carefully, Wang Lin finally extended a single finger. 1/10? Carp was the first to speak up. Wang Lin shook his head and replied with a tone of uncertainty. There may be some discrepancies, perhaps on the order of a few hundredths to thousandths. Upon hearing this, not only Akainu and Carp, but even the usually composed strategists Sengoku and Crane were incensed, rebuking him. You are overreaching with your claims. Are you serious? Do you expect us to believe such nonsense? Wang Lin quickly amended, all right. I was exaggerating. Let's say it's 1/10 instead. Also, when does lunch start? I haven't been tried yet. I'm not a criminal. Even if I were, I should still be provided meals. Carp wondered if this was the Wang Lin he knew. Crane and Sengoku questioned whether such arrogance was befitting a master. The remaining scoundrel was far too audacious. They all huffed in unison and left the cell. Shortly thereafter, lunch was delivered. Regarding Wang Lin's surrender, the headquarters received news almost immediately. Given Wang Lin's willingness to answer questions, the Navy's Judicial Department responded in record time, without even meeting the individual involved. Just as Wang Lin was enjoying his meal, news of his sentencing had already spread across the globe through the newspapers. To date, the world's most notorious criminal, Wang Lin, had been sentenced to life imprisonment. Another notorious figure had been added to the depths of Impelled Down. Chapter 68. Little difference in entry and exit. Having experienced Wang Lin's current demeanor, the group was now primarily focused on vigilance, for none could predict if he might attempt an escape. Meanwhile, Wang Lin relished the tranquility, alternating between rest and meditative practices. This habit, cultivated during his periods of seclusion, had permeated every fiber of his being. He could enter a meditative state at will. This condition was akin to a boon for cultivating energy, enhancing one's abilities and prowess. His only regret was the noticeable deceleration in his progress. Was restoration truly unattainable? Why else would his singular focus yield such sluggish advancement? Having maintained the flow of energy around him for 3 hours, Wang Lin paused to take a brief respite, preparing for any eventuality. Glancing at the clock in his cell, he inquired, Hey, may I ask what the chef will be preparing for dinner tonight? The officer replied, Orders are strict. Conversing with prisoners is prohibited. You've already spoken. Whether it's 1 sentence or 2, it makes no difference. Just tell me, what as for dinner tonight? If you don't answer, do you believe I won't report you to your superior for speaking with me later? Enough, Lin. Threatening a junior soldier with such trivial matters is truly beneath you. Wang Lin tilted his head towards the entrance, observing Carp indulging in a donut, and chuckled. Don't tell me you were a vice admiral from the very beginning? Who do you look down upon? This is a blatant discrimination against the lower-ranked soldiers. Look, my friend, Carp disdains you while he continues to munch on snacks. Just then, a soldier's stomach audibly grumbled. Wang Lin exclaimed, How outrageous! You are mistreating the soldiers, withholding their pay, and denying them a proper meal. I must protest. Soldiers are human too. They deserve to be well fed. The soldiers felt a bit embarrassed, yet Wang Lin thought it would be more fun to involve him, constantly winking and making playful gestures. Carp, feeling a headache, tossed a bag of donuts to the soldier and waved him away. Once the soldier departed, Carp halted Wang Lin and said, Though I am unaware of your intentions, you shall not have the opportunity to act further. You will be confined in the most secure underwater prison, where you will spend the remainder of your life. That child Ace, right? I shall train him to become a naval officer, steering clear of his father's path. Our paths shall never cross again. With that, he executed a rather graceful turn, preparing to leave. Impelled Down, a splendid place, full of both people and riches. Did you just mention the remainder of your life? Is that a life sentence? Carp reflected on his fist with a sense of melancholy, lamenting, How wonderful it would be if we were friends. Finding worthy opponents is so rare. Alas, why am I so formidable? Who will dare to spar with me one-on-one in the future? Should I perhaps sing a tune? Just as the thought crossed his mind, his lips began to weave the lyrics. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Upon hearing the melody, Carp paused, raised his fist, and slightly turned his face to utter, Sayonara, Lin. Henceforth, I have lost another rival. Observing carp. Reminiscent of a protagonist from an early Shaw Brothers martial arts film, one could almost hear the melodramatic lines of the closing theme. Wang Lin could not restrain himself and slowly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Marvelous! How fitting! Truly splendid!" Kapu, not comprehending, huffed and departed. Shortly thereafter, the soldier entered, bringing dinner. Still bearing that bewildered expression, Wang Lin ceased to entertain his whimsical thoughts, now contemplating how to maximize his gains from this opportunity to advance into the city. Indeed, he harbored certain suspicions. Given his conduct, a death sentence seemed plausible. Yet, for those who ventured into the city, every crime appeared to lead inexorably to despair. Perhaps the unfortunate soul with the Momo fruit ability, whose name he scarcely recalled, was somewhat wronged. This individual was condemned for eliminating a ship owned by a celestial dragon, which had just procured slaves and was en route home. Consequently, he found himself relentlessly pursued and apprehended by the world. The reason the world government did not execute him, but rather imprisoned him, can be attributed to several interpretations. Firstly, to deter others from unlawful actions. Secondly, to prevent the fruit from re-emerging upon the host's demise. However, Wang Lin surmised that if one were to insist on a singular rationale, the first might hold more weight. After all, Bistan, the nation that withdrew from the Celestial Dragon Coalition, possessed the ancestral knowledge of the devil fruits. It was implausible for the other 19 celestial dragons within the world government to remain oblivious to this fact. Wang Lin also believed he would not face the death penalty. Grounded in the justification for his slaughters, not all in the Navy were corrupt, nor were all celestial dragons inherently malevolent. Among the hundreds and thousands, at least one or two virtuous souls surely existed. Coupled with his own strength, which did not rely on the powers of a devil fruit, he felt unperturbed. As for the 6th level, it could not harbor even a single soul. After all, this was no longer a mere manga. One could not simply shout like Luffy and expect to evade death. Such motivations of affection would be better suited for the forces I shall cultivate in the future. With this thought, Wang Lin made a note. This being the case, he would need to prepare several enemies for Luffy and his companions. He pondered adopting the model of a hunter association, where the origin of members was irrelevant as long as they adhered to his rules, allowing anyone to join and gain membership. He then jotted down the criteria for the association and continued to elaborate, taking inspiration from the structure and regulations of the Hunter Association. 1. Hunters can be categorized into 3 tiers. 2. Actions that jeopardize the Hunter Association's rules will result in pursuit by the entire association. 3. Any faction may join the Hunter Association. However, should anyone place a bounty on a hunter as prey, they too may be pursued by the association. Having hastily recorded these points, Wang Lin clapped his hands in satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad, not bad. Henceforth, my amusement vessel shall bear a second name, Headquarters of the Hunter Association." With his spirits lifted, Wang Lin turned his gaze toward the soldiers. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he casually inquired, "Young brother, what is your dream? Criminals need not attempt to bribe me. Young brother, you may not fully grasp my intentions. In truth, I possess a dream." Wang Lin, noticing the eager thirst for knowledge in his eyes, continued, "I hope that all the suffering souls around the world can rise up, and that the slaves enduring hunger and cold may no longer be oppressed. Would you be willing to join this cause?" The young soldier, taken aback, replied, "Isn't that precisely the mission of the Navy?" Wang Lin, noticing his wavering resolve, promptly remarked, "There is no conflict. This is an association that transcends race and status. As long as one shares our ideology, they are welcome to join. Are you interested in becoming a provisional member?" The soldier, with a hint of disdain, replied, "You are facing a life sentence. Yet you still wish to draw me into your ranks?" Wang Lin remained unperturbed, echoing Roger's words from Loguetown. "A person's dreams are indelible, young one. Isn't your aspiration to join the Navy to make the world a better place? Yet, without strength, such ambitions are futile. Join us, and let me impart my knowledge to you. However, there are no buts. Listen. Arise, you famished and oppressed slaves. Arise, you who suffer throughout the world. A fervent passion has ignited, compelling us to fight for our ideals. Yet I am the oil of Oning. I can inherit my ideals. Oh, the youth is so easily swayed. My body is robust, my fists are formidable, even Kappa feels the sting. Should you refuse to join, you will regret it." Bang! The previously damaged door swung open, and Zhanghua entered, saying, "Lin, cease your singing. Soldier, heed him and discover what he can teach you." "Yes, General." But how could Wang Lin fail to perceive his ulterior motives? He spoke first, Once you learn my skills, you must adhere to the regulations of our association, otherwise dire consequences await. Zhang Guo inquired, what regulations? Only to eliminate those who deserve it, never to shift blame or engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Of course. You must first receive my guidance and successfully cultivate your abilities. No problem. Soldier, from now on, he shall be your teacher. Strive to learn as much as you can. With that, he exited the cell. Chapter 69. The first lesson after Zhang Guo departed. Wang Lin gazed at the young soldier, who returned his stare, and an unexpected silence enveloped them both. Wang Lin awaited. Young man, feel free to inquire. Your superior has declared that I am now your instructor. Under the intense gaze and subtle gestures of his mentor, the soldier was the first to speak. He stammered, I am called Kato. Wang Lin gestured for the other party to proceed. Cat, the Sengoku Senior has asked me to learn from you. What knowledge can you impart to me? Wang Lin observed that Kato was at a loss for words and inquired, You claim your name is Kato. Is your full name Kato Takashi? Kato replied, No. It is simply Kato. Is there a problem with that? Wang Lin continued, None at all. It is merely that this name evokes the legend of another realm. After this brief explanation, Wang Lin began to question Kato about his foundational knowledge. He asked, Have you managed to learn the basics since you left your headquarters? The 6 styles. Additionally, do you possess Haki or any devil fruit abilities? Please elaborate. Kato pondered for a moment before responding. I have only grasped a small portion of the 6 styles. I require considerably more training and study. I am unfamiliar with what you refer to as Haki and do not possess any devil fruit powers, though I have studied marksmanship and swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin inquired, How is your training with the iron block? Is your physique sufficiently robust? My skills are not something just anyone can acquire. Kato, however, asserted that he was a product of rigorous training, a distinguished representative among his peers, and that his superiors praised him as an exemplary young man. A fool? Single-minded? Shouldn't one inquire about what capabilities I possess to impart to him? Let us put it to the test. Thus, Wang Lin remarked, Wow, you are truly impressive. As anticipated. Kato's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. This is merely what an apprentice sailor ought to do. Wang Lin remarked, Well, I was merely deceiving you. You're not impressive at all. In that instant, Kato was rendered speechless, his face shifting from crimson to pallid as he stammered, You tricked me? How infuriating. How could I have fallen for that? How could I have forgotten that you were still a criminal? I feel utterly defeated. Sob sob. After completing a preliminary assessment, it became evident that Kato, with further training, would likely either enhance his abilities in the reinforcement category or the release category. One could not dismiss the possibility of him possessing a neurotic disposition. Following a brief analysis, Wang Lin intervened to assuage Kato's sorrow, stating, Enough of that. The previous exchange was merely a test. Come here, to the fence, and let me gauge the hardness of your iron block. Just a test? Very well. Kato approached the fence and unleashed his iron block, while Wang Lin wasted no time, delivering a punch with a fraction of his strength directly to Kato's chest. With a grunt, Kato expelled a mouthful of blood before his body crashed heavily against the wooden wall. Wang Lin gazed upon the unconscious soldier. Swiftly pulling aside the barrier to check for breath, there was still life. Then he felt for a pulse, which throbbed faintly. He proceeded towards the location where he sensed the others were convening. With a decisive push, he entered the room. Ah, everyone is here, he exclaimed. During my examination, that soldier named Kato was injured. I must attend to his wounds promptly. With that, he made his exit, slamming the door behind him. Is that Wang Lin? Karp inquired, his eyes widening. It should be, unless I am also seeing things, replied Crane, glancing at the others. Damn it, has Wang Lin escaped? Let us go assess the situation. The conference room erupted into chaos. Sengoku, wielding his authority, attempted to restore order, commanding, Calm down. Let us proceed to the cell together. It is likely not an escape. Previously, Lin expressed a desire to form an association where members could learn from him. Coincidentally, that soldier Kato was influenced by him. So I allowed Kato to study under Lin. As they made their way, Sengoku elaborated on what he had overheard at the cell door, which momentarily eased the tension. Crane observed, If what you heard is indeed true, we must keep a closer watch on Kato in the future. In just a few moments, the group of officers arrived at the cell, where they found Wang Lin had bent the bars back, yet the break remained conspicuously jagged. Come, ship's doctor, assess his condition. Wang Lin beckoned. How should I put this? His physique is exceedingly frail. I used merely a tenth of my strength, just a simple punch, and he collapsed. What kind of training is this? Kato appears to be only 16 or 17 years old. Are you hiding something in the Navy, neglecting to properly train your soldiers? Upon entering, the officers were met with Wang Lin's barrage of words, provoking ire amongst several hot-headed individuals. However, Karp refrained from losing his temper this time, nodding in agreement. I've always said our Navy's training is far too lenient. We are cultivating the physique of real men. Henceforth, I shall personally nurture the promising talents, Karp declared. Indeed, I support you in this. Wang Lin chimed in. Of course, Karp responded, as the two exchanged knowing glances and silently affirmed their camaraderie with a thumbs up. Sengoku's forehead pulsed with tension as he addressed the ship's doctor. Crane, you may remain, but the rest of you leave. After a moment, Sengoku grasped Karp by the collar and asked, Are you the ship's doctor, or do you also go by the name Crane? Here, I am the Admiral. My rank supersedes yours, so you must exit as well. Karp, somewhat shamelessly, patted Sengoku's hand, diverting his gaze elsewhere while sneaking glances back at Sengoku. Well, I have learned a bit about battlefield medicine, he began, but before he could finish, Sengoku unceremoniously tossed him out. Upon returning, Karp overheard Wang Lin exclaim, How ruthless! Although he does not comprehend the term, it does not impede his understanding of the subsequent words. The warrior of the Warring States period pressed on, stating, How do you intend to train your members? If things continue in this manner, I fear you will have no chance of establishing the association you speak of. Wang Lin gazed upon the soldier Kato, who was undergoing treatment, contemplating the words of Sengoku. Indeed, the association would require a school in the future. In addition to the competitors from society, it must also cultivate new talent from within. ZFA appears to be a commendable choice, but what of Sengoku? If his words are to be taken into account, the operational and characteristic systems are most likely. What if, in the future? That would be inappropriate. System, could my inheritance function be subject to certain limitations? For instance, could there be classifications such as outer sect, inner sect, elite, and direct lineage? After a moment of silence, the system responded, Yes, the host may choose the level of instruction to impart during teaching. Upon receiving a response, Wang Lin addressed the Warring States, saying, My abilities are rather unique. If one's physical condition is subpar, unless they remain in my proximity for an extended period, a rather unrefined method must be employed. However, this method necessitates a robust constitution. He, in turn, piqued the curiosity of he who inquired, What level of physical strength is required? Wang Lin pondered for a moment and replied, Let it be a piece of iron twice as strong as cat. It must at least withstand the gentlest of my punches. Otherwise, it serves no purpose. He Tian inquired, Why is that? Wang Lin did not respond. Instead, he unleashed his energy, continuously shifting attributes. The room transformed in tandem with his transitions, oscillating between heat and cold, occasionally sparking with electric flashes. By this time, the soldiers who had awakened, along with their commander and the ship's doctor, were equally astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Sengoku, filled with wonder, inquired, Is this what you intend to teach? Can one truly master the power of the devil fruit on their own? Wang Lin, perceiving their misunderstanding, waved his hand and said, No, this is merely the ability I possess after sustaining significant losses in strength. Not everyone can attain such a capability akin to mine. After all, individuals are inherently different. Ichen then inquired, What differences are you referring to? Could you elaborate? With a chuckle, Wang Lin replied, If you were to regain your youth by 2 or 3 decades and attempt your charms on me once more, I might divulge every detail. Wang Lin replied, No. I shall keep it brief. My abilities are not inferior to those of the devil fruits. If Kato receives proper training and meets my expectations before I reach the underwater prison, I can assist him in mastering it. By the way, fetch me a pot of water. I shall demonstrate something to broaden your horizons. Sengoku, without uttering another word, stepped outside to give a command. After a short while, the water was brought forth. They gazed in bewilderment as Wang Lin rubbed his hands against the water pot before returning it to Sengoku. Wang Lin remarked, Do not be startled when we drink later. The hour was late, and he urged everyone to return home, as he too desired rest. In Chapter 70, titled Confusion and Strategy, the assembly in the conference room was notably sparse, consisting only of Sengoku, Crane, Karp, Akainu, Akiji, and Doberman, all of whom were deemed unqualified to participate. However, no one voiced any objections. as it was commonly understood that the attendees were either of equal standing to the admirals or candidates for the position. Within the confines of the conference room, Sengoku presented each of the 3 attendees with a small glass, subsequently pouring a transparent liquid from a vessel. "Gentlemen, do take a sip and tell me what you believe you are drinking," he instructed. Carp, wary of being deceived by an old friend, inquired, "Why aren't you partaking?" Crane interjected, "Both Sengoku and I have already tasted it. There is nothing to fear, Carp." "Haha, if little Crane says it's safe, then it must be," Carp responded, shedding his apprehension as he downed the modest serving in one gulp. Almost instantly, he grimaced in discomfort. Akiji, concerned, asked, "Are you all right, sir?" To everyone's surprise, Carp ignored him, instead consuming Akiji's drink as well. After several more sips, he exhaled contentedly, exclaiming, "Refreshing. Sengoku, I must say, it is rather inconsiderate of you to serve such exquisite liquor without any accompanying meat. It is rather dull to drink it alone." He then poured himself another glass. "Liquor?" Akiji and Akainu exchanged dubious glances, as they had not detected any aroma of alcohol. Thus, they each filled their empty glasses and took a sip, initially displaying expressions akin to Carp's. However, after Akainu swallowed, flames erupted from his mouth. The two exclaimed in unison, "This drink is indeed potent. Once I'll have partaken." Sengoku gestured for silence and stated, "What if I told you this is not alcohol, or that the jug originally contained only cooled boiled water? Would you believe me?" The 3 shook their heads in unison. Sengoku continued, "Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not believe it either. Yet, this is the truth. And the only others privy to the outcome are you 3 and Crane." Akainu expressed astonishment. "Such a marvel? I sense this liquor could enhance my fiery abilities." Akiji added, "Indeed, it has warmed my once frigid heart." Carp concluded, "A fine drink." Sengoku then elaborated, "This is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that it originated as water, yet transformed into liquor upon Wang Lin's touch on the exterior of the vessel. Although it bears no scent of alcohol, it undeniably possesses the qualities of liquor." After a brief pause to allow the trio to process the revelation, he continued, "This is his ability, supposedly merely one manifestation of it. What? Such an enigmatic ability? Is it not a devil fruit? Or has a new devil fruit emerged, the sake fruit?" Carp speculated. Sengoku urged them to refrain from conjecture, asserting, "It should not be the power of a devil fruit. Do not forget that sea stone chains cannot restrain him. Moreover, he has exhibited abilities of cold, heat, and electricity." Now, I shall let Crane elaborate. Several individuals gazed at the Crane, which wasted no time in elucidating the concept of the Hunter Association as mentioned by Wang Lin, along with the association's role. In essence, hunters do not inherently distinguish between the virtuous and the wicked. However, once one becomes a hunter, the fundamental principle is to refrain from wanton slaughter, lest they face the president's decree for termination. Even Wang Lin, as the president, would personally intervene for such a cause. Upon hearing this, Akainu scoffed, questioning whether he could truly escape from the depths of the underwater prison. The Crane regarded him, while Sengoku and Garp observed with a semblance of parental concern. "You all?" The Crane remarked with a gentle smile, "Indeed, Akainu raises a valid point. Yet, this hinges upon Wang Lin's own desire to depart. Based on my observations over the past few days, it is highly probable that Impel Down cannot contain him. So why not sentence him to death? Do you truly believe Wang Lin would resign himself to fate? Let us not forget, were it not for his terminal illness, how long would it have taken us to capture Roger?" Akainu, taken aback, responded, "You believe he poses an even greater threat than Roger?" Sengoku continued from his inquiry, asserting, "He is likely as formidable, if not more so. Roger could not simultaneously contend with the Demon Slayer Order alone." As Sengoku spoke, his tone grew somber. Given that many were colleagues within the same system, some of whom were his acquaintances, the Crane comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us not dwell on despair. As Wang Lin would express, war presents no right or wrong for a soldier. Life and death are merely the fates of those on the battlefield. Every time we embark on a mission, do we not set aside our own mortality?" Sengoku inhaled deeply and exhaled, stating, intellectually, "I comprehend, yet I remain quite furious." The Crane replied gently, "We too experience our share of helplessness. Those of you present have undoubtedly encountered similar challenges during missions. Wang Lin's actions are resolute, and I interpret them as stemming from his strength or confidence to act thusly." He then signaled with his eyes for the others to restrain their tempers and continued, "Therefore, my proposition is to identify new recruits or principled officers from the Navy to join this association in the future. Our navy requires reform. We are guardians of the world, not instruments of oppression against dissenting voices. Garp was the first to voice his agreement. The admiring Kizaru, witnessing his idol's approval, promptly followed suit. Akainu, feeling a tinge of anger, noted that they were, after all, the core leadership of the navy. Are you all doubting the justice you represent? Sengoku replied, Sakazuki. Justice must be upheld. It resists evil, yet it must also safeguard the people. There are no absolutes. Your approach is not without merit, but if possible, consider the significance of your pursuit of justice. Significance? Is the Navy not the embodiment of justice? Akainu retorted. Yet the Navy represents justice precisely because it was established to protect the people and maintain world peace, Sengoku clarified. Upon encountering yet another discourse regarding the nature of justice, Crane swiftly interjected, asserting that Akainu's tenacity was justified, while Sengoku's perspective also held merit. Nevertheless, he urged the assembly to contemplate his earlier suggestion. After all, introducing an additional force to counterbalance the burgeoning signs of corruption above could prove beneficial. Kapu nodded in agreement and proposed, Akainu, you have yet to take on an apprentice. Correct? Why not consider selecting a few individuals to learn from Lin's abilities? In a fit of rage, Akainu slammed his fist upon the table, exasperated. Seizing the water jug, he downed its contents in one gulp and stormed out in a fury. Kazan, extinguish the flames. Kapu, disregarding his irritation at Akainu's consumption of alcohol, hastily commanded. Akiji responded, his hands pressing against the ship's deck. Understood, senior. Freezing. With a declaration of freezing, the icy breath emanating from Akiji surged towards the molten footprints left by Akainu, encasing them completely in ice while simultaneously tempering Akainu's fury. Outside, Akainu stood astounded by the skilled individual's reactions. His previous anger had erupted, leading him to unconsciously consume the alcohol, which only intensified his fiery disposition. However, with Akiji's chilling intervention, he found himself considerably calmer. Producing a cigar from an unknown source, he lit two at once, pondering his thoughts as he smoked. Meanwhile, the four individuals in the conference room resumed their seats. Sengoku concluded, let us adjourn for today. I shall prepare a little something for Kato, to see if he can meet the learning requirements before Lin is sent to impel down. As he approached the door, he turned his head slightly and added, Kapu, why not have Lin instruct you? After all, you are quite familiar with each other. Damn it, there's no way I would become his student. Get lost. Kapu grumbled as he departed, yet he muttered under his breath, what if we let Dragon learn a thing or two? That brat just lounges around in the Navy all day. Chapter 71, The Professor Part 1. Testing the waters in the following days, Wang Lin continued his routine, living as if in his own home, eating, sleeping, and training. Outside the cell, a flurry of activity ensued, primarily focused on enhancing Kato's strength. However, it was evident that such explosive growth was typically reserved for the protagonists, and Kato was not among them. Thus, today Sengoku brought Kato along, eager to take a risk. Lin-san, if you truly possess a method to bolster my strength, I implore you to assist me. Kato earnestly beseeched Wang Lin, resembling a valiant warrior preparing for the gallows. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, opening his eyes to gaze at Kat with a hint of amusement, and said, have you considered the implications of your current state? Ah, indeed. Have you thought it through? Please, proceed. Wang Lin turned to ask Sengoku, Karp, and others, inquiring, is this voluntary? Are you not coercing him into an experiment? Kato quickly replied, no, Lin-san, it is I who wishes to grow stronger. I aspire to become a formidable individual to protect more people. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lin sensed the sincerity within, and thus remarked, very well, then summon your resolve. I will first allow you to experience the malevolence of this ability. Overcome it with your own will, and speak out when you can no longer endure it. All right, please proceed, Lin-san. I appreciate your efforts, Kato responded. Wang Lin chuckled at the culture surrounding him, but remained focused, declaring, here it comes, young man. Gather your entire spirit and withstand my malice. I declare, I will kill you. As Wang Lin's murderous intent resonated through the air, Kato tensed, the chill within the cell penetrating the hearts of all present. While Kato resisted this malevolence, Sengoku turned to Karp, Akainu, and Akiji, recalling their previous encounter in Loguetown. Karp, is this the kind of predatory malice you spoke of? Karp shook his head, saying, it's rather more complex here. Let the two young men speak first. Akiji was the first to articulate his thoughts. I must say, this malevolence bears some resemblance, yet lacks a certain tyranny and is infused with a chill. Overall, it feels more profound this time. Akainu added, indeed. Although Akiji's ice abilities might render his perception less intense, I sense that the aura he exudes now possesses the capacity to freeze water. However, water remains water, indicating that this chill targets only life. After their observations, they turned to Carp, who did not hesitate to respond. You have only addressed one aspect. What I must convey is that his strength may indeed be severely compromised. Having sparred with him before, I recall his aura being fierce and direct, yet now, it carries an air of change and sinister coldness. If given the opportunity, I would like to feel his full power. At this moment, Crane interjected, Carp, refrain from acting recklessly. I sense this ability is quite intricate. Currently, it is merely a fragment of his aura directed at Kato. If he were to unleash the mental abilities he mentioned, we cannot anticipate the chaos that would ensue. I have analyzed this, which is likely why he chose not to resist us initially. Sengoku, intrigued, asked, Crane, could you elaborate on that? His current abilities have already been demonstrated, and I would describe them as a composite of natural devil fruit powers. Any offensive action he takes would inevitably result in casualties. This contradicts his usual principles. Hence the situation we find ourselves in now. Are you suggesting that if it had only been us, without those soldiers and his crew, he would have? Sengoku inquired. Crane nodded, affirming Sengoku's speculation. He would indeed take action. At the very least, he would not submit without a fight. Let us not forget. He is one who relishes in combat. As a few individuals remained silent, Crane continued. He mentioned that O'Hara suffered a significant decline in strength. Yet no one truly knows how his prowess compared to O'Hara's during their confrontation with Kaido. Presently, in our perception, even if he were to fall short against Kaido, it seems improbable to label him as weak. Upon hearing Crane's explanation, Carp acknowledged, indeed, prior to apprehending him aboard the ship, I attempted to engage in a few exchanges with him. While my limbs felt somewhat sluggish, that was merely in relation to my own capabilities. Compared to the new generation, he remains formidable. Akainu's eyes narrowed in displeasure, and Akiji's expression soured. Carp, unperturbed, remarked, exactly, I am referring to you. There is still considerable room for your improvement. You must strive harder in the future. If it weren't for the emergence of this monster, I wouldn't be saying this, but the circumstances have changed. I, too, must dedicate myself to further training. Wang Lin, listening to a few individuals openly discussing him before his eyes, began to speak. Indeed. While you are still in the prime of your youth, you should diligently hone your martial arts skills. When the day comes that my association is established, should you wish to become members, I would be more than willing to impart my knowledge to you. Wang Lin wished to continue speaking, but it appeared that Kato was on the verge of rolling his eyes. He quickly retracted his imposing demeanor and said, You should check on Kato's condition. My malice is not something that anyone can endure alone. Sengoku, intrigued, inquired, What do you mean? Wang Lin cast a glance at Carp and remarked, The Emperor's will. A diminished version of the will to kill, specifically designed to assail the murderous intent of individual units. Upon hearing this, Carp cursed, You brat. Why didn't you say so sooner? He stepped forward to support Kato, yet found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Sengoku and several others approached the soldiers, inquiring, What is happening? Carp replied, His mutated form of Conqueror's haki can indeed take lives. This is what he referred to as malice. The others regarded Wang Lin with disapproving expressions, to which he responded nonchalantly, It's not the will to kill. All I meant was for you to encourage this young man a bit more. Come on, think of your dreams. Can they truly be extinguished by this minor malice of mine? A voice intermingled with Wang Lin's thoughts directly penetrated Kato's heart. I am Kato. I am determined to become a just Navy officer. I am Kato. I have become an exceptional elite Navy intern, partaking in a training program for future commanders. I am Kato. My dream is to combat evil and forge peace. The chaotic state of Kato began to dissolve as Wang Lin's words gradually roused his consciousness. Finally, he declared, No, I have not forgotten my dreams. You cannot intimidate me. Upon uttering these words, Kato opened his eyes, their clarity significantly restored. Everyone sensed his transformation, as though he had shed a heavy shackle. Wang Lin nodded in approval and remarked, Indeed, to master my skills, one must first possess conviction. Regardless of whether your conviction is selfish, malevolent, humble, or grand, it is essential to have a resolute belief that permeates your heart. Those who are fickle and indecisive cannot hope to learn. This statement was also directed towards others present. Wang Lin continued, Kato, you may rest a bit longer. The next phase will bring physical torment. Alas, the constraints are too great. One can only blame you for not being like me. Otherwise, it would be so simple. The others did not grasp the significance of Wang Lin's reference to physical suffering and dismissed it as inconsequential. Only Crane felt a twinge of unease and inquired, Lin, what kind of suffering are you referring to? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, glancing at several individuals before inquiring, who dares to receive a punch from me? No defensive maneuvers, just one strike. After a brief contemplation, several individuals considered it. Karp was about to step forward when Akiji preemptively interjected, saying, is elemental transformation permitted? Wang Lin raised his fist and declared, very well, but your suffering may be in vain. At present, I have no intention of imparting my legacy to you, as you have yet to express a desire to join my association. Akiji, unfazed, transformed his body into an elemental form and replied, let us see if your claims of pain hold true. He continued, very well. I shall only strike with my will, without the addition of haki. With that, he delivered a punch to Akiji, which landed with a resounding thud. Akiji's complexion shifted between crimson and pallid, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the wall, silent and enduring. Karp and Sengoku approached to inquire, but Akiji merely shook his head in response. It's nothing. I do not intend to kill him. I only exerted half of my strength. After all, he was not on guard. Once he comprehends the experience, he can simply release the energy I have infused within him. Wang Lin's words provided a hint to Akiji, who then made an incision in the abdomen of his middle fist. A surge of blood gushed forth, only to have his elementalized body restore itself, drawing in a breath. He remarked, this can indeed injure a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Wang Lin never anticipated that Qingji would be such a person, reflecting inwardly that he is indeed a werewolf. No wonder, after losing a leg, he still seeks solace in hot springs. Chapter 72, The Professor, Part 2, Strengthening System Kato. Wang Lin chose to disregard their attempts to dissect the nuances of his attacks. The rules of the world were distinct, and it would be absurd to assume they could unravel his methods. After an interval of approximately 2 hours, Kato once again stood before Wang Lin. Wang Lin observed the young man's awkward expression as he hesitated to bow, and directly inquired, are you prepared? Your resolve has been significantly strengthened through recent challenges. If you apply it, even without my guidance, you may come to comprehend the rare phenomenon of conqueror's haki in this world. The young soldier, Kato, lacked an understanding of this concept. However, the officers, who held the rank of rear admiral and above, were different upon hearing the term conqueror's haki. They understood its weight and significance, for it is not a skill possessed by just anyone. Karp interjected, now, hold on there, young Lin. Do not speak carelessly. Conqueror's haki is not something one can simply awaken at will. Wang Lin disregarded him, merely gazing at Cat. Although Cat was perplexed, he discerned the astonishment in the words of his senior, Karp. This realization further solidified his resolve to master the ability known as Nian. Cat responded with renewed determination, Lin-san, I have made up my mind. I am ready to proceed. Wang Lin chuckled, raising his fist, as large as a clay pot, and waved it before Cat's eyes. He then opened his fist and lightly placed his palm on Cat's shoulder, stating, listen attentively to my words. From now on, refrain from speaking. Even if you experience pain, try your utmost to keep your mouth closed. Harness the iron block, infuse your willpower, and strive to awaken the armament haki during the process of resistance. Just as Cat was about to respond, Wang Lin silenced him with a firm command, compelling him to hold back. Within mere seconds, the energy Wang Lin had infused began to surge wildly within Cat, akin to a great rat scurrying beneath his skin. Although there existed a gentler method for this awakening process, time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. After Wang Lin's energy coursed through Cat's body, it ultimately dispersed completely within him. It was at this moment that the true pain commenced. Distinct from Akiji, the energy would not diffuse into flesh and blood. Wang Lin chose to bestow a partial inheritance upon Cat, yet whether it is a partial or complete inheritance, it is imperative to leave a seed within the recipient. However, the establishment of an external force seed within the body necessitates a process. Furthermore, as the energy dissipated, Wang Lin observed that Cat's entire being began to exude vitality from every pore, yet it could not be reabsorbed. At this moment, Wang Lin exclaimed, concentrate your mind and perceive the flow of energy and blood within your body. Then, noticing Cat's bewildered expression, he turned to see that the others appeared equally perplexed. Realizing he had forgotten that this world lacked the concept of energy and blood flow, Wang Lin swiftly amended his words. I mean the circulation of blood, and the awareness you harness when engaging your muscles during your training with iron. Engage your senses to feel the elation of your muscles when filled with blood and the firmness imparted when your willpower is infused into them. Merge these sensations. Close all the pores of your body and refrain from releasing the heat within. Wang Lin observed that the fellow before him not only failed to contain his anger but seemed to amplify it further. He exclaimed, "How incredibly foolish! One must truly immerse oneself in the experience. The body is a reflection of the world. Each breath you take and every heartbeat is a testament to the vitality of existence. Awaken it, master it, imbue it with the will to live." Turning to his companions, he instructed, "Bring forth the sumptuous feasts," allowing him to eat while he contemplates. Otherwise, he may exhaust his own vital energy before grasping the essence of control. Recognizing the seriousness in Wang Lin's demeanor, the others promptly commanded the kitchen to deliver high-calorie meats to the cell. For the remainder of the day, they watched as Kato consumed the food, enduring pain while attempting to comprehend the essence of the energy Wang Lin had described. Kapu, feeling bored, inquired of Wang Lin, "Is it truly that challenging? I find it hard to believe." Wang Lin shrugged and replied, "How could I possibly know? My cultivation does not involve such methods. Aside from the regular honing of my martial skills, I engage in seated meditation and contemplation, truly orthodox practices. Unlike this forced approach." Kapu delivered a powerful punch to Wang Lin's shoulder, producing a resounding thud, and remarked, "I knew it. You're just a scoundrel who hasn't taught properly." Wang Lin patted his shoulder and remarked, "There is no way. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't comprehend. This ability, at least for now, is not something that everyone can acquire." After saying this, Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Why on earth did I suddenly utter such words? It was utterly unexpected. It felt as if some awareness had awakened within my subconscious. Could this be what one calls a whimsical impulse? I haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation. Hey, Lin, young lad, this is quite rude. I am speaking to you. Yet you seem lost in thought. Wang Lin was roused from his reverie by those around him, dismissing the sudden thought that had intruded upon his mind. He inquired, "Which scoundrel took advantage of my contemplation to land 2 punches on me? Carp, with these 2 blows, that makes it 3. Sooner or later, I shall give your grandson a proper lesson." Upon hearing this, Carp burst into hearty laughter, clapping Wang Lin on the shoulder as he replied, "Ha ha ha. I fear not your jest. Let alone a grandson. My son has yet to marry. Ha ha ha. You seem to have underestimated the situation." Wang Lin chuckled and remarked, "If you ever have a grandson in the future, don't feel too sorry when I give him a good thrashing." As he spoke, he discreetly materialized a miniature recording device, activating its video and audio functions. Carp, unfazed, retorted, "Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid. If you have the guts, go ahead and confront my grandson. After all, I have no idea where his mother is. By the way, if you find her, do let me know, huh?" All right. The recording is complete. Wang Lin gazed at old Carp with a silent smile, effortlessly pouring a large jug of water, employing a method reminiscent of a water examination ritual. However, the technique meant to differentiate the water affinity had led Wang Lin to discover the correct approach for the transformation affinity, which was to concoct beverages, a venture yielding immense profit with minimal investment. As an old wine was uncorked, Wang Lin personally filled Carp's cup, continuing to tease him for specific suggestions on how to discipline children. Indeed, old Carp's notion of stacking meatballs was quite creative. Cheers to the drink. Come, old Carp. Tell me, what other ways are there to discipline someone? Particularly, how to handle a grandson. Nearby, Crane and Sengoku refrained from drinking, opting instead to observe Kato and Wang Lin. Crane leaned slightly towards Sengoku and remarked, "I cannot quite pinpoint it, but I have an ominous feeling that Carp is in for some misfortune." Sengoku sipped his tea, nodding solemnly, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Lin harbors no good intentions." "Ah, Sengoku, you two have grown rather uncouth," Wang Lin interjected. Though he acknowledged the truth in Sengoku's words, Lin is currently brimming with mischief, and Carp remains blissfully unaware. As the jesting continued, Wang Lin paused, turning to the still feasting Kato, and declared, "It is done." "What is done?" someone inquired. Kato, has traversed that painful phase. The energy I imparted has now taken root within him. From here on, it is for him to experience." The others were intrigued by Wang Lin's statement. Yet some still questioned, "Aren't you going to take responsibility for guiding him further?" Just like that, Wang Lin shrugged and remarked, "In a moment, I shall impart a few words concerning cultivation. More profound insights can wait for a more opportune time. After all, we have ample time ahead." and it would be beneficial for him to familiarize himself with the process. Having said that, he summoned Kato. Kato, place your hands near the cup of water and concentrate on the notion that a surge of energy will emanate from your palms. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Understood, Lin-san. Kato obediently positioned his hands at the edge of the cup, envisioning as Wang Lin instructed. Before long, the water began to overflow from the cup, exceeding its capacity. Remarkably, the water level within the cup remained unchanged. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Wang Lin spoke, "Indeed, this aligns with my expectations. Kato possesses enhancement capabilities akin to the abilities I employed during my initial duel with Old Ka. This power manifests as an augmentation of attacks and healing, both formidable and straightforward." He patted Kato on the shoulder and advised, "In the future, harness this ability in conjunction with your strengths when applied to your fists. You shall become the new generation of Kapu. When wielded through blades, even a mundane sword can rival the might of an unparalleled weapon. There are countless avenues for development. Strive for greatness." Encouraged by Wang Lin's words, Kato's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, "Rest assured, Lin-san, I shall elevate this ability to new heights. I aspire to be the strongest spear and shield." "Haha, splendid. I shall observe your progress. But how strong is the strongest? Who can say?" Chapter 73. Settling into Advancing City. Shortly thereafter, precisely 25 hours later, Wang Lin became a part of Advancing City. Upon his arrival, he was accorded the highest of privileges, the underground chamber situated beneath the 6th level of Advancing City. What the deuce? This is blatant favoritism. Wang Lin found himself at a loss for words, yet under the attentive gazes of those around him, he descended step by step. However, just as he was about to reach the bottom, he inquired, "Who else is down there?" Several accompanying individuals expressed their ignorance, while Magellan retorted without reservation, "Haha, at present, you are the first to grace the basement. I hope you find the layout to your liking." "Goodness, I almost forgot about you, Magellan. Your fruit abilities are remarkable. Yet it seems that your development of them has a slight imperfection." Wang Lin cast a meaningful glance at Magellan, gradually revealing a smile that he himself had not even realized. Upon noticing Wang Lin's attention, a troubling memory surged within Magellan's mind, prompting him to mutter to himself, "How peculiar, it feels somewhat chilly, and my legs seem to have a mind of their own." It was not until Wang Lin descended and the prison door closed that this unsettling sensation began to dissipate. He continued to ponder the strangeness of it all. It should not be this way. After sending a few superiors away, he resumed his life as the warden. The atmosphere was dark, damp, and oppressive, with the seawater reaching his waist. Such was the environment of this underground chamber. Wang Lin sensed the surroundings and thought, "Goodness, not only is there seawater, but even the floor, walls, and fences, everything, is made of sea prism stone. Have you pilfered the mines of Wano? The last time I visited Wano, I regrettably did not acquire any sea prism stones. This time, however, I must seize the opportunity to add an island to my homeland." According to his recollections, the fundamental reason all the Sky Islands exist in this world is due to the volcano in Wano, which expelled sea prism stone into the air, where it reacted with water vapor. The specifics of the phenomenon were unnecessary for Wang Lin to understand, as following Oda's lore would surely lead him in the right direction. Thus, in this underground chamber, Wang Lin transformed into King 80, methodically beginning the demolition process. To his delight, the act of destruction proved exhilarating. Oh my! The thickness is substantial. How extravagant it is to let such fine materials languish here to rot. We must utilize these resources wisely. Without further ado, Wang Lin dedicated an entire day to renovating the expansive underground space, equivalent to several football fields. The aesthetic was rugged, wild yet unrestrained, infused with a touch of nature, and exuding a primal essence. With a satisfied clap of his hands, he left behind a piece of sea prism stone the size of a round jade, intended for a pendant he would wear later. The remaining objects composed of sea prism stone were all deposited into his homeland's storage space. The basement was transformed into a vast swimming pool, pure bliss. After assembling planks to create a floating house on the water's surface, Wang Lin reclined in his chair, admiring his masterpiece. "Ah, I possess a wooden abode, facing, just like that. I am thoroughly content." After composing this free verse poem, he entered the roofless room and lay on the bed to rest briefly. As a heavy criminal, he was accustomed to one meal a day and knew that someone would soon bring food. He was curious whether the visitor was aware of the layout within. It should be quite interesting, wouldn't it? However, after satisfying his hunger, he intended to utilize the damaged Book of Omnipotence to craft several props. Such an exquisite environment would be a shame not to exploit, right? No response came from the system. But Wang Lin felt no concern and began to plan for the props. A detailed map was essential, complete with thorough descriptions of every level's attractions prisoners. With this in mind, he drew a circle on the bed frame. Not every imprisoned individual was a villain. For instance, I, the benevolent Wang Lin, am merely the victim of their misunderstandings. Thus, a discernment device was necessary. He inscribed the word discernment within the circle. Lastly, he required an alibi. It would not do to embarrass the overseer of this place. It was preferable to attribute events to supernatural phenomena. He added no trace left behind to the circle. Ultimately, he could not eliminate all the wrongdoers. He needed to leave some experience packages for the future seedlings. Once again, the scrutiny intensified, with an additional triangle added to the assessment. After deeming everything to be relatively similar, Wang Lin retrieved several small tools from his empty pockets, a file, a slender iron rod, and a piece of modeling clay. With everything in place, all that remained was the arrival of the meal delivery. Perhaps growing weary of the wait, Wang Lin serenaded the air with a few lines of "come back soon." A creaking sound echoed from afar, footsteps drawing near until they culminated into a cacophony reminiscent of rushing water. Inside, the spirits howled in despair. What a ghastly prison this was. I feel utterly drained. It's truly a nightmare. Moo. The sound of clattering filled the air. Finally, a minotaur appeared before Wang Lin, one hand clutching a lunchbox and the other wielding a spiked club. Observing his nostrils seemingly adorned with mucus and a somewhat foolish demeanor, Wang Lin cautiously inquired, "Are you simple-minded?" "Moo moo. What do you mean by that?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a trivial remark. I noticed your unique physique and handsome countenance, which led me to speculate." The Minotaur replied in a deep, resonant tone, "Based on your choice of words, it appears you harbor no ill intent. Indeed, I am the warden of this place, and it is my duty to deliver your meal today. I never anticipated that the entirety of this place would be submerged in seawater. My legs are nearly giving way. How amusing. It seems rather foolish. Is it true that the government's artificial fruits carry such side effects? Or do different animal fruits correspond to distinct personalities? It appears that all the wardens are awakened fruit users, and it is evident that they can withstand even the ocean's embrace." Upon hearing his silence, Wang Lin attempted to invite him to the waterside chamber for a visit. "Oh, lacking in perceptiveness, are we? Only now do you extend an invitation to me," he remarked, as he stepped onto the external wooden planks of the room, steadying himself. He continued, "If you delay any longer, I can't guarantee that your meals won't be accompanied by the saliva of us few fellows." Goodness, that was close. Wang Lin hastily invited him to take a seat and inquired about the layout for advancing into the city. The Minotaur was quite loquacious and soon revealed their daily routines. It was no wonder that they had not encountered these treasures previously. It turned out they resided here and seldom ventured out. Truly, they exemplified the ideal employee. Much like the agents of 007, the Minotaur was aptly named simply Minotaur, as names here bore no particular significance. Wang Lin remarked, "Neo 2, if the opportunity arises, would you like to venture out for some leisure?" Neo 2, with a fierce glare, retorted, "Moo, I'm leaving. Who will oversee the prisoners here? They are all quite menacing, unlike you, who seem so affable, lacking any semblance of authority. You appear so feeble. Surely, you must have offended someone." Neo 2 had already regarded Wang Lin as an ordinary individual, a victim of persecution. In his eyes, the prisoners before him did not exude the aura of one who commanded a bounty of 100 million. Which criminal, worth such a fortune, does not radiate an imposing presence, an air of intimidation? To Neo 2, Wang Lin, as he expressed, merely possessed a hint of musculature. Otherwise, he appeared exceedingly mundane. Wang Lin was amused by the prison guard's antics, laughing heartily as he stealthily crafted a replica of the key using molding clay. Seizing the opportunity for jest, he playfully patted the guard's head, remarking, "Interesting. With your robust physique, you should have no trouble with this. Take your time to savor the transformation. I wager you belong to the release category, a true bull at heart, perfectly embodying the fundamental traits of that type." As their meal concluded, the two had grown quite familiar with each other. Wang Lin requested the guard to bring some light next time, as the cell was rather dim. "Moo, certainly. I shall bring it for you tomorrow with the meal. I truly cannot fathom why such a large place is arranged this way," the guard chuckled, occasionally laughing at the foolishness of the designer, before departing from the underground cell. Once the guard had left, Wang Lin retrieved the molding clay and held a prepared iron rod and file in each hand. What followed was a meticulous process of replicating the key, one precise cut at a time. Chapter 74, Little AI in action. Wang Lin's arrival at the advanced city marks a significant juncture, bringing a sense of relief to the naval forces. Meanwhile, other regions continue to embrace the ocean's theme of adventure. It has been nearly a month since their last revelry at the tavern. Shanks, accompanied by Jesus Burgess, steers their small vessel towards the West Sea. Captain, are you taking me to your hometown? It was agreed that I would experience the grandeur of the Grand Line, and this sudden detour seems rather unseemly. Jesus Burgess had inquired several times about the abrupt change in course, to which Shanks had responded with an air of mystery. Thus, Jesus often resorted to teasing. However, today Shanks provided an explanation. Have you witnessed the ability I've been developing these past few days? Quite intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Jesus replied, I can't quite see it yet. Isn't it just a matter of having a harder punch? Shanks chuckled. That's merely because I have yet to refine my training to achieve its fullest potential. Intrigued, Jesus pressed on. What kind of potential? Shanks reminisced and responded, I cannot say for certain, but wouldn't it be delightful to have a lovely lady give you a deep tissue massage whenever you're fatigued? Such a massage could rejuvenate both body and spirit. Jesus, feeling somewhat bashful, admitted, Captain, to be honest, I have a wife, and she is expecting. I do not wish to betray her trust. Upon realizing that his trusted subordinate had misinterpreted his words, Shanks quickly clarified, Haha, it's not as you imagine. I am referring to the development of this ability. Once it reaches a certain level, you could, in a flash, conjure a beautiful masseuse. Though I've heard it could also be a man. Hearing of the potential benefits of such powers piqued Jesus' interest. Oh, do tell me more about this. Yet. Shanks shook his head. I cannot provide specifics, for I sense that my abilities have yet to facilitate such manifestations. Alas, I long for that feeling. This is why I have decided to return to the West Sea, to seek out Wang Lin and inquire about this phenomenon, and perhaps persuade him to teach you this ability, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable. After a lengthy discourse, both Shanks and Jesus Burgess found themselves in a moment of silence. They sighed in unison and continued their journey, sailing towards the direction guided by Shanks's intuition. As he described it, it was a kind of instinct, one that assured him that this path would lead to the encounter he yearned for. On an island in the West Sea, bustling with activity, a beautifully delicate girl was surrounded by a throng, diligently following her compass in search of something. I finally understand how to use this person-finding compass. I'm quite clever. Her masked entourage collectively praised. Our young lady is invincible. Truly, she is exceptionally bright. The girl shyly tilted her head to gaze at the 10 or so masked figures before her and said, You are all my brother's crew. Please do not speak like that. It makes me feel embarrassed. However, one of the crew members responded. Boss Yax has stated that we are not to be compared with the captain. There is no need for the young lady to feel awkward about our appearance. Very well then, let us find little Robin. She is down that dark street. Little AI pointed ahead, unguardedly walking towards the shadowy alley. Her lack of caution was justified, for these masked individuals were formidable. In the past month, they had thwarted numerous attempts to abduct children. Little AI soon spotted her target, a short-haired girl in a sleeveless dress who appeared to be of similar age. Hello there, are you little Robin? The girl stepped back defensively, asking, Who are you? I am here to find you. My brother sent me to look after you, Little AI replied. Robin was taken aback. She had been hiding so well. Her memories were haunted by the destruction of her home, and her sole purpose for survival was to uncover the truth of history and relay the answers to her deceased ancestors. The month of her fugitive existence had left her mentally and physically drained. From being betrayed without a hint of guile to accidentally killing someone with the power of the devil fruit, the vibrancy of her life had faded. Seeing Robin leaning against the wall in silence, Little AI tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and then retrieved a heart-shaped candy from her pocket. With a beaming smile, Little AI approached and offered the candy, saying, Here, have some candy. My brother says all children love sweets, and I certainly do. It's really sweet. Perhaps it was Little AI's innocent demeanor that lowered Robin's guard, or perhaps it was simply the charm of childhood. Robin accepted the candy. Under Little AI's watchful gaze, she unwrapped the candy and placed it in her mouth. So sweet and delicious. Little AI exclaimed, See, I wasn't lying. I have plenty more to share with you. Each flavor might be different, but they are all delightful. Children are often free of guile, and Little AI epitomized this innocence, thriving without the need for cunning in a harsh world. Her carefree spirit began to lift the heavy heart of Robin, who finally managed to smile. The two girls shared another candy, exchanging satisfied grins. So sweet. They chortled together. Come on, Robin, I will take you out for a feast. All right. But what is your name? You haven't told me yet. My name is Little AI, Carefree Little AI. I am also a vice captain, you see, she said, pointing to the masked figures not far away. They are all my crew, tasked with keeping me entertained, paying for things, and dealing with the bad guys. Am I not impressive? With a beaming expression that evoked envy in Robin, the astute girl surmised that the young lady before her hailed from an affluent family. The only piece of information eluding her grasp was why this girl, are.Await, knew of her existence and the identity of her brother. However, those who have traversed the shadows possess a heightened sensitivity to the light. The girl exuded a warmth that enveloped Robin like a gentle glow. Thus, Robin joyfully responded, "Wow. are.Await, you are remarkable. Where shall you take me?" are.Await replied, "On this island, we shall dine at the finest restaurant. My brother always says, when are.Await ventures out, she must indulge in the best food and have the best experiences. Everything must be the best." He. At that moment, a group of masked individuals chimed in. The young lady is absolutely correct. Only the best befits her. Miss Robin, rest assured, you are safe alongside the young lady. Chapter 75. A stalker a fool. Today might be the happiest day for Robin since the upheaval in her life, as she had made the acquaintance of a charming young lady. However, Robin admonished, "You cannot call me sister. You must address me as Aunt are.Await, the astute little adult." Robin was not one to be easily swayed by the whims of a naive girl. Since she could not discern the reason behind this request, she suspected ulterior motives. With a serious demeanor, Robin declared, "We owe are.Await. If you continue to think of taking advantage of me, I shall cease to play with you." Okay. Then you may call me Sister are.Await, she pouted. Satisfied, Robin continued to walk hand in hand with are.Await along the bustling street, pausing before an impressive restaurant. are.Await pointed her small finger and exclaimed, "Robin, look. This restaurant is the largest here, so it must be the best. Let us dine inside." Robin hesitated, wanting to caution are.Await about the restaurant's dubious connections, given her recent life of wandering was not without its lessons. However, glancing at the group of masked men, all impeccably dressed, she thought to herself that are.Await's status must be significant. Even in such a place, no one would dare to cause trouble. Therefore, she nodded and said, "Indeed, this is the finest restaurant on the island, though it may be quite pricey." Upon hearing the mention of money, are.Await closed her eyes to consider the cash in her dimensional room, which was accumulated from her brother's earlier endeavors. A moment of hesitation ensued. At this juncture, one of the masked men interjected, "Young lady, the few petty thieves we dealt with recently had some bounties, and number 6 has long since exchanged them. We have ample funds, so spend freely." Reassured by the words of her crew, are.Await smiled at Robin and said, He. I told you, they have money. Let us indulge in a grand feast." The two children, accompanied by a dozen masked individuals, entered the restaurant without drawing the attention of the staff. They treated all patrons with equal respect. After settling at a table, a server approached and inquired, "Welcome to the first restaurant of the West Sea. What would you like to order?" are.Ai continued to ponder when one of the masked individuals stepped forward, tossing a check worth 18 million berries and declaring, "Order as per this amount. Should you require more, simply inform us." The server's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment, for the check bore a mark from the Naval Bounty Department. Though the individual it represented may have been unsavory, dining with 18 million berries was indeed a rarity. The server cautiously inquired, "May I ask how many guests will be dining?" Just as are.Ai began to count everyone present, the masked figure interjected, "Only these two young ladies. We shall not partake." Upon understanding, the server dashed off to relay the news. Before long, the restaurant owner arrived, impeccably attired in a suit. He politely introduced himself, revealing his background. They were affiliated with the largest terrestrial gang in the West Sea, involved in various industries. The restaurant was merely a minor branch of their operations. Once it was confirmed that they were not rival competitors aiming to disrupt the establishment, he proposed that while a meal for two at 18 million was unattainable, a meal for 10 million could certainly be arranged. are.Ai hummed nonchalantly, while Robin appeared somewhat taken aback. The masked figure nodded, saying, "Serve whatever is best. Money is no object. Ensure that the two young ladies are comfortable, and we shall settle the bill together afterward. If it falls short, we shall cover the difference." The owner quickly assented, "That will suffice." Thus began a delightful feast for the two young girls, featuring dishes seldom ordered, crafted from ingredients transported from the Grand Line. For the relative price, a 10 million berries meal for children was indeed extravagant. The restaurant did not skimp on quality. The desserts and fresh seafood were of exceptional caliber. For context, 70 tons of rice cost merely 7 million berries, making this meal a worthy investment for the establishment. Upon finishing their meal, the total came to over 9 million berries, with the remainder discreetly taken, resulting in a return of 9 million berries along with a black card. Xiao simply accepted the card, while the masked individuals distributed the cash among themselves. After the satisfying meal, the next venture was shopping for clothes, a pursuit every girl relishes. Robin, let us visit the mall and buy some lovely outfits, shall we? Robin hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had consumed the most during the extravagant feast, while Xiao had only nibbled at each dish. Thus, upon hearing the suggestion, she stammered, "No, that's unnecessary. My clothes." She glanced at her well-worn attire, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Xiao, oblivious to Robin's reservations, felt it was essential to dress beautifully. Ignoring Robin's protests, she tugged her towards the children's clothing store. "Robin, this one is lovely." The masked figure stepped forward to settle the bill. "Robin, look, that dress is stunning." Purchased. Throughout the afternoon, as long as Xiao pointed and declared something beautiful, the masked figure promptly followed suit, producing funds to procure it. Wealth brings peace and joy. Without money, all things fade away. A young girl carried a large bag filled with clothing and toys, her satisfaction evident. Under the insistence of her companion, Robin donned a delicate pink princess dress, identical to that of her friend. The unblemished Robin appeared quite charming. As a group made their way back to the ship at the port, several masked figures exchanged knowing glances and surrounded the two young girls. One of them stepped forward and declared, "Ladies, you have been following us for nearly a day. Will you not reveal yourselves? Do not force our hand." From the shadows of a street corner, a voice emerged. "Oh no, we've been discovered. What should we do?" "Jesus boo. Baka. Shanks, are you an idiot? They might be deceiving us. Why would you speak up and even mention my name?" The two exchanged glances, realizing they had inadvertently disclosed each other's names. The masked figures paid no heed to their nonsensical remarks, swiftly moving to confront the two. A series of clashes ensued, followed by a retreat. Upon returning, the mask of one figure cracked and fell away, revealing a familiar face. "Lin? Is that you?" "It's Shanks. Do you not recognize me?" The red-haired figure wielding a knife and another holding a long gun exchanged glances. The knife-wielding one asked, "Is this the Lin who defeated two notorious pirates? Doesn't he seem too formidable?" Jesus Boo inquired cautiously, "Is this the Lin you mentioned?" Shanks replied, "Something feels off. Let us assess the situation." After the masks were shattered, the remaining masked figures removed their disguises, leaving 4 to guard the girls while 8 others slowly advanced toward Shanks and Jesus Boo. The two were taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding events. However, now is not the time for questions. "Hey, Lin, it's me, Shanks. Look, I've learned to read too. You taught me." One of the 8 figures paused and spoke. "We are not the real deal. You must be referring to the captain. He has been captured by the Navy and is currently imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down. Now, tell us your purpose for following us today. If your explanation is unsatisfactory, for the safety of the young lady, we will have no choice but to detain you." Jesus Boo whispered anxiously. One was already difficult to handle, and now there are 8, with 4 more behind. What should we do? Yet Shanks, filled with excitement, responded, "I believe I can take them on. I haven't wasted the past 2 years. Are you mad?" Ignoring the protest, Shanks stepped forward and stated, "So, you are not Lin after all. I recall reading a news article about Lin defeating Kaido in Wano. Your appearance reminds me of a certain fruit ability. Could it be that someone has acquired the powers of the drawing fruit?" The figure remained silent, observing the two individuals as the atmosphere intensified. Shanks remarked, "Though you are not Lin, you possess some of his strength. Very well, before encountering Lin, let us ascertain the fruits of my training over the past 2 years." However, a voice disrupted this tension. "Hey, big sister, are you coming back?" "Yes, I'm almost at the docking point, but 2 brothers mentioned a pervert following me." "What? Can't big brother handle it?" There's a rather formidable individual with red hair who even broke one of my brother's masks." "Oh, big sister, wait. I'll send out a refined figure." "Shanks?" The young girl raised her chin and declared, "Bad guy. My brother has summoned an even more powerful figure to come over. Don't cry when you get beaten up." Shanks felt a twinge of anxiety. He had witnessed the strange power of Wang Lin before. Not to mention that he had defeated Kaido and others over a year ago. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "May I ask how formidable this incoming ally is?" The girl tilted her head in contemplation, recalling how her brother had unleashed a dragon with a single palm, and how he could ignite stones into liquid flames with just a finger. At last, at a loss for words, she shook her head and told Shanks, "You red-haired weirdo, and the lying long-nosed man, just wait." Humph. Jesus Burgess approached slowly, whispering to Shanks, "Captain, are you really all right? It seems these Lin do not recognize you." Indeed, these must be images crafted by his subordinates using the drawing fruit. For reasons unknown, they have transcended certain limitations, allowing them to create numerous images endowed with psychic abilities. Captain, are you implying that the ones we just encountered were mere images? That your blade merely severed their clothing? Precisely, yet these images do not exude much power. They lack the overwhelming aura that Lin himself possesses. Hey, what is wrong, Jesus Burgess? Just as Shanks was about to elaborate on the peculiar relationship between the identical group before them and Wang Lin, one of his crew suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and rolling his eyes. Concerned, Shanks supported Jesus Burgess, asking what had happened. Just as he was about to respond, I know. The young girl jumped up, raising her hand, and continued, "He must have caught the illness that prevents him from participating in battles. Ha ha ha. My brother has long told me about the speaking habits of those who lie. No, that's not it, Captain." Jesus Burgess struggled in agony, clutching Shanks, and said, "Captain, it's not the kind of illness she mentioned, but rather." Shanks interjected, "What?" "It's the kind of illness that causes me to perish upon seeing the image of a master in motion. We must leave this place quickly." Shanks, feeling a touch of embarrassment, pushed Jesus Boo against the wall and returned to the encircled group of 8. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Could someone enlighten me on the concept of exquisite portraits?" Little AI raised her hand once more. Shanks promptly gestured for her to speak, saying, "Please allow this young lady to provide the answer." "Oh, exquisite portraits depict everything above the waist of an older brother in a 1-to-1 ratio." Shanks grasped this crucial information and continued his questioning. "And what level do these fall into?" Let us hear from this charming young lady again." Robin, I've snatched the opportunity again. "These are all elite-level portraits, each intricately detailed by my younger brother. They also possess a special technique." Realizing that extracting information was rather straightforward, Shanks decided to follow Little AI's lead with further inquiries. However, at this moment, the portraits began to speak in unison. "We have a function known as combination. Each individual contains a portion of detailed depiction. This was the best strategy devised by the master, considering the captain's unpredictable strength. As for power, we can easily contend with 2 Kaidos." Shanks was taken aback, pondering the implausibility of such prowess. "Well, no need for mental exertion. Upon combining, we will also vanish, as there is a limit to our explosive capabilities." Jesus Boo sensed something amiss and questioned, "Why disclose such information?" But a sinister voice responded, "Because I have arrived." Though the voice was distant, every word resonated with clarity. A bare-chested Wang Lin slowly approached from the direction of the harbor, covering 10 meters with each deliberate step. "Wow, brother, you are here," Little AI exclaimed, extending her arms in a gesture for a hug. In the next instant, Wang Lin appeared before her, lifting her in a twirl before gently placing her down. Ruffling her hair, he said, "Little AI, go keep little Robin company. This matter is one I shall resolve." The portrait, which evidently possessed self-awareness, regarded Shanks and observed him for a moment before stating, "I have no memories of you, perhaps because the younger brother who rendered me has never encountered you. However, instinct from the original suggests that I should know you." Shanks, captivated by Wang Lin's dramatic entrance, pondered the nature of his abilities. Wang Lin continued, "Your thoughts indicate that you and the original have indeed crossed paths. Pray, share your intentions." Hearing the weighty inquiry from the figure, Shanks responded earnestly, "I sought to find the true Lin, firstly to inform him of the establishment of my pirate crew, and secondly to share that I have awakened my latent abilities, the very gift he bestowed upon me long ago. Lastly, I wished for Lin to assist my crew in awakening this power, as I discovered that my own awakening lacked the capacity to conjure a masseur, a skill Lin possessed." "Masseur?" The bare-chested King Lin pondered for a moment, before a nurse dressed in light attire appeared, her cap adorned with a numeral 1, and her garments inscribed with the word "sweet massage." Shanks, filled with excitement, pointed at the young woman and exclaimed to the equally astonished Jesus Burgess, Yes, that's her. Although her attire and appearance have changed, the description is unmistakable." Confirming his suspicions, the bare-chested King Lin dismissed the manifestation of the masseur, stating, "As she is not the original, I cannot maintain her presence for long, as it would lead to exhaustion." "Very well, I understand now. You are acquaintances of the original. Come aboard and sit for a while. Though I cannot fulfill your request, for the original is currently in Impel Down, and it remains uncertain when he will emerge. Before long, amidst introductions and casual conversation, they arrived at the enormous, whimsical round ship. Shanks felt no disappointment regarding Lin's predicament. After all, it was merely a matter of imprisonment, he understood. Thus, he inquired, "If I may ask, how long is Brother Lin's sentence? Which level is he confined to?" The bare-chested King Lin shook his head and glanced at Xiao-Ai, who replied, "During our call yesterday, Brother mentioned he is currently in a solitary confinement cell." Shanks. "The captain is always in solitary confinement. Let us continue. Brother also stated he has matters to attend to and will not be emerging anytime soon." "Oh." "And he mentioned he is in an underground chamber beneath the 6th level, where he resides on a vessel afloat in water." Shanks was immediately unsettled, asking, "Are you referring to the 6th level of Impel Down, or the basement beneath it? I have not heard of such a thing." "Oh. But that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that the 6th level is reserved for lifers or those facing the death penalty." Xiao-Ai nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Brother also mentioned it seems to be a life sentence. Yet he said he is on a sort of vacation there." Ultimately, Shanks came to accept the grim reality of Lin's prolonged imprisonment, but he still queried, why was Lin incarcerated? Xiao-Ai pointed at Robin and explained, because the Navy attacked Sister Robin's homeland. Brother was enraged and killed them all. Then an old man arrived with many others, and Brother went with them, treating everyone to a barbecue. While others may not comprehend Xiao-Ai's words, the individual concerned was present. Robin, filled with emotion, asked Xiao-Ai with a quivering voice, "Sister Xiao-Ai, are you saying your brother avenged O'Hara?" Shanks, bewildered, inquired with a perplexed expression directed at Xiao-Ai, taking her words seriously. On the day the captain departed, he had personally experienced the sensation of death looming. Wait, what is O'Hara? That bastion of knowledge? What connection does it have with O'Hara? Robin did not wish for Xiao-Ai to be distracted by the red-haired individual while answering questions, as Xiao-Ai's attention was rather scattered. Thus, she replied, "O'Hara was obliterated by the world government's demon-slaying order." At the mention of the demon-slaying order, Shanks straightened in his seat, comprehending the gravity of those words, for he recalled a former comrade, that formidable entity who had once matched Rayleigh, was apprehended by the Navy under the same decree last year. "Well," he continued, "my brother said that although they were merely executing orders, one must be prepared for death when accepting such missions. And then, with a swift motion, they were slain. No, wait, 2 managed to escape. Mother, Sarone, sister, esteemed teachers. Your vengeance has been avenged." Upon hearing Xiao-Ai's succinct account, Robin reminisced about her unscathed journey on a small boat to this place, recalling the icy presence of the Navy that day. Though her memories thereafter were hazy, she had recently learned of O'Hara Island's disappearance. The despair of that moment nearly shattered her. Were it not for the memories left by Vice Admiral Sarone, she might have faltered, emulating her brother's usual gesture of affection. Xiao-Ai gently patted Robin's head, saying, "Little Robin, do not be sorrowful. Hold on to hope. My brother says your loved ones await you in a beautiful place. That place requires you to grow up and seek it with your companions." Robin, tearfully, inquired, "Sister Xiao-Ai, can you tell me where that is?" Xiao-Ai, unusually bashful, pouted and replied, "Oh dear, please do not ask. Xiao-Ai does not know." At that moment, the bare-chested Wang Lin lifted Xiao-Ai and addressed Robin, "Little girl, do not pose such questions to Xiao-Ai in the future, do you understand? You are a scholar now. Solving problems does not entail copying answers. Do you comprehend?" Robin, perceptive and bright, muttered to herself, "The historical narrative. Even if I find companions in the future, my aspiration is still the historical narrative." "So, is the answer found there?" Wang Lin bent down, smiling at Robin. "Then pursue your dreams. When your aspirations are fulfilled, rewards will surely follow." Having found solace, Robin, now devoid of her defenses, suddenly felt weary and promptly seated herself, drifting into slumber. Shanks and Jesus Burgess, witnessing this, exchanged sympathetic remarks. "Poor child, these Navy officers are truly ruthless. While we, as pirates, harbor no grievances, that demon-slaying order is excessively cruel, rumored to eradicate everything." Wang Lin gestured for them to change their positions, allowing Robin her own space while Xiao-Ai wandered off to play. After relocating to another room, Wang Lin stated, "We shall remain here for a day or 2. The duration will depend on Xiao-Ai's wishes. Where we venture next will also be determined by her." "And what are your plans?" Shanks lamented. "What a stroke of bad luck this time, missing the main event. I cannot allow my companions to grasp the power of thought. It is quite vexing." The bare-chested Wang Lin chuckled. There's no need to feel disheartened. I possess certain insights suggesting that changes lie ahead. You are fortunate indeed, having been directly bestowed with a seed by the essence itself. What do you mean? Both Shanks and Jesus Burgess inquired simultaneously. In the future, if one does not align with the characteristics of the essence, it will no longer be possible to plant a seed. At that juncture, one must rely on mental prowess. Those who engage in such mental endeavors must possess robust physiques, reaching at least the level of elite Marines, and must be adept in the manipulation of iron blocks. Possessing the ability of armament hockey would be advantageous, lest the experience becomes quite painful. Upon hearing this, both individuals exhaled with relief. In terms of physical prowess, they were both exceptional, and Shanks envisioned a crew comprised entirely of elites. Thus, he deemed this concern trivial and sought to validate the mental abilities he had recently acquired. No need for me to verify. You are a strengthening type? How long have you been honing this ability, and you already wish to test it? It might be more feasible to withstand the assaults of blades and firearms without resorting to hockey. Jesus Burgess exaggeratedly extended his tongue, proclaiming, withstanding physical attacks? Wang Lin promptly retrieved Jesus Burgess's firearm and aimed it at himself, pulling the trigger. The chamber reverberated with the sound. The soundproofing is quite effective, though the acoustics could use some improvement. With a thud, a bullet halted at Wang Lin's temple for a few seconds before losing its kinetic energy and falling to the ground. Without allowing Jesus Burgess time to process, he continued. This is precisely it. I now embody the transformation type, hence the energy envelopes my body. If I were of the strengthening type, given my cultivation level, I should not need to resort to such methods. That is a specific discipline for enhancing the physical form. Having spoken, he exited the room, granting Shanks space to ponder, while he himself sought solitude for reflection. Chapter 77, A Journey Through Impel Down Part 1. After 4 days of preparation, Wang Lin finally procured the necessary items through the fragmented all-powerful book. Alibi. Create a tangible projection as a target body. The real entity possesses the ability to become invisible while traversing the outside world. The effect lasts for 12 hours each day. Fate die. A die that determines whether the target will encounter significant events in the future. It has 81 faces, with only one side retaining the target's existence, while the others signify absorption. Retention, preserving the target's existence. Absorption, for those deemed to be heinous by the die's judgment. Their lives are forfeited. Detailed description of enclosed attractions, a blueprint specifically designed for non-open spaces, marking every unique aspect within. Upon changing locations, the previous content will vanish. Wretched thief, under the condition that the target remains unaware, strike the target once. Conceal for 72 hours. If the target does not discover the assailant within that time frame, they will lose their devil fruit powers after 72 hours. Wang Lin gazed at the several prop cards with a beaming smile, having expended considerable effort to acquire them. However, due to his recent utilization of the incomplete omnipotent book, the system had notified him that he could only employ this item once in the subsequent month. The rationale provided by the system was that the homestead required the full efficacy of the omnipotent book, and his frequent usage could lead to adverse consequences. In another location, within a forbidden area of Greedy Island, the true Wang Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you warned my doppelganger?" In recent times, his excessive use of the omnipotent book had led to vulnerabilities in the local suppression. Previously, he had nearly engaged in actions that would benefit himself at the expense of others. The system, equally exasperated, remarked, "I have issued a warning. Have you not also imposed restrictions? Yet, are you truly unwilling to disclose the truth?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I have uncovered certain secrets. Thus it is imperative that my doppelganger remains uninformed. Should I disclose this knowledge to him, he would surely reject it. If he manages to deduce the truth on his own, then that is a different matter altogether. Therefore, this particular aspect must remain unspoken between Xiao AI and yourself. Let him engage in his own analysis." The system jested, "I am indeed monitoring his deductions. I hope you are not taken aback in the future." As Wang Lin was about to speak, the system interjected, "It seems we have yet another complication." Sitting on the bed, Wang Lin felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he recalled the grave warning the system had previously issued. For heaven's sake, once a month? This is utterly ridiculous. I am, after all, a grown man. Countless thoughts surged through his mind, reflected in his shifting expressions, sometimes serious, sometimes playful. I possess all the necessary rule-based items, yet I am in dire need of a compact treasure pouch. My t-shirt pocket has now absorbed the previous space backpack. If I could enhance it with a function akin to an all-purpose tome, it need not be overwhelmingly powerful. It should merely allow me to utilize it freely in the future. As he pondered, he began to sketch and jot down ideas on the wooden bedboard. The pocket of a robotic cat is quite impressive. While it contains only small trinkets, they are indeed quite practical. Therefore, I shall base my design on practicality in reality, employing the principle of thought exchange. Yes, that shall suffice. Once resolved, he ripped the pocket from his t-shirt and, channeling his intent, he addressed the somewhat ethereal remnants of the all-purpose tome. Oh, my all-purpose tome, I wish to reduce my monthly usage rights by a factor of 10, manifesting an item that can empower my spatial pouch. Whatever it may be, I leave it to you, my dear thought. He received a portable waist pouch, a card for an empowering item measuring 15 by 5 by 10 centimeters. Upon adhering this card to a spatial item, it would activate, granting him a treasure pouch resembling a men's waist bag, from which he could extract a single-use item each time. Furthermore, the original functions of his spatial items would remain unchanged. Everything unfolded as Wang Lin had envisioned. He promptly affixed the card to the torn pocket, and with a command, a familiar bag materialized, one reminiscent of a style he had used in a past life. As this item card was produced, the simplified version of the all-purpose tome dissipated. Henceforth, Wang Lin would no longer be able to summon it when in need. After securing the waist pouch, he remarked, "Humph, wealth brings peace. The all-purpose tome has fulfilled its purpose, so be it. Now that I have my little robotic cat's pocket, it shall suffice. Come now, let me summon a bamboo dragonfly." With a swift motion, he extracted an item from the waist pouch, furrowing his brow as he examined the manual. Instructions for folding a disposable paper boat. What on earth? Do I really need this? Humph, let us try again. Manual for the safe use and folding steps of a paper airplane. He exclaimed in frustration. I wanted a bamboo dragonfly. With a decisive clap, a bamboo dragonfly, one that was animated, fell onto the wooden board. Its vibrant green triangular eyes gazed at Wang Lin, as if inquiring what purpose he had in summoning it. Wang Lin sensed that it was not a living entity. He picked up the bamboo dragonfly and, with a vigorous toss, sent it soaring into the air. The bamboo dragonfly expanded against the wind, beginning its flight, with a seat affixed to its back. It turned out to be a remarkable flying device. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Lin leapt onto the surface, exclaiming in disbelief that such an apparatus was utterly unreasonable. Only someone with my skills could manage it. How would those lacking my agility fare? A dismal rating indeed. Unsatisfied with the contraption, he completed a circuit before descending and delivering a fiery punch that marked the untimely demise of the unreliable bamboo dragonfly. Patiently, he crafted the previously envisioned paper boat and paper airplane, tucking them away in a separate compartment of his waist pouch. He prepared to wait for the arrival of the Minotaur, intending to employ an alibi and venture out together. After more than half an hour had elapsed, the door opened punctually, much like it had in previous days. Lin, I brought you some beef today. The Minotaur's somewhat foolish voice echoed as the door swung open. It feels a bit odd, doesn't it? By the way, the wine you conjured last time was delightful, so I brought 2 barrels of water this time, with flavors even better than before. As the door opened, Wang Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the Minotaur's earnest gesture of bringing him beef. Wang Lin rose to his feet, gazing towards the direction of the cell door. Before long, a towering figure approached. Wang Lin greeted, "Yo too. I never expected you to actually bring the beef. Well, let's not waste any time. Did you bring the iron plate? Have you prepared the salt, chili, black pepper, tomatoes, sterile eggs, and other spices?" Moo. I had everything ready beforehand. However, when I brought these items down today, the looks I received from everyone were rather peculiar. Wang Lin, however, did not engage further and remarked, "Today, I have prepared these items well and will make several additional portions. You can share the surplus with your companions, and they will surely admire you for it." "Why?" came the response. "Because you are a connoisseur of fine cuisine. I must tell you, there are many ingredients that are truly delectable, not just seafood." As he spoke, he assisted the ox-headed figure in unloading the burdens it bore, which included an array of pots, bowls, and utensils, along with some firewood and coal. Chapter 78, Journey into the City, Part 2. The city comprises 6 layers, aside from the 6th layer, which is an endless abyss. Each of the other layers resembles a miniature metropolis, each possessing its unique topography and environment. After becoming well acquainted with the bullhead, Wang Lin inquired about the number of prisoners held here. This question indeed took him by surprise. According to the bullhead, The total number of inmates in the entire advancing prison exceeded 200,000. This was still in the early days of the Age of Exploration, once the new generation, led by the likes of Monkey D. Luffy, set sail. Would the figures not multiply exponentially? To alleviate the pressure of such a burgeoning population, immediate action was imperative. After swiftly organizing the ingredients and settling matters with the bullhead, Wang Lin, using an alibi, followed the bullhead out of the basement. Meanwhile, a phantom remained behind, leisurely pacing to aid digestion, eventually settling down to meditate. Wang Lin, now in an invisible state, meandered through the 6th floor he had previously visited. This level housed significantly fewer prisoners compared to others, yet each was quite formidable, not to mention the notorious figures yet to escape, such as the Golden Lion, the future fugitive Barrett, the shape-shifting Katarina Devon, the wielder of the Nine-Tails fruit, and the colossal warship, the Saint One Wolf, all of whom were exceptionally dangerous individuals. In contrast, the likes of the Golden Lion seemed somewhat anomalous, as they still harbored dreams, while others were purely malevolent. This time, Wang Lin aimed to seize an opportunity. While these infamous pirates remained under the restraint of Sea Prism Stone, he would let fate's dice determine their fates. According to the landmark map, at each location Wang Lin reached, he cast the dice. Whenever they indicated absorb, the prisoners would be devoured by a gaping maw conjured by the dice. Strangely, the inexplicable disappearance of inmates did not arouse the attention of the fellow prisoners in the same cell. It was as if their existence had been erased entirely. What the hell? Where's my fruit? Wang Lin mused, observing that the orange in his hand remained unchanged despite the prisoner's vanishing acts. He picked up the dice, scrutinizing it closely. I must say, you are a bit excessive. You've consumed the people, and now you want to even spare that devil fruit? How despicable. The dice showed no signs of response, appearing merely as an ordinary die. However, as its creator, particularly one crafted with his unique mental prowess, Wang Lin understood that such an artifact likely possessed communicative potential. If it disregarded its master, something must be amiss. Where could the issue lie? Could it be that when I utilized the omnipotent book, the conditions misled me? System, tell me, is this contraption a failure? Host, the items you create with your abilities will not act against your interests. The current situation may indeed represent the most favorable scenario, especially since most of your strength remains within your homeland. Perhaps that is the case. It seems my concerns are rather significant. You, too, seem rather ineffective. And Xiao AI is in a haze, leaving me uncertain of what promises were made before my amnesia. Alas, I detest deciphering games. System, I am quite frustrated. Yet I cannot express it. System, do you have something to convey? No. Host, it is best for you to focus on your own matters. It seems we are left with no choice. After all, we are both systems. Why is it that your initial capabilities were so admirable, allowing me to simply wish for something? Now, it appears that many functions are lacking, and the once compelling commands have vanished. The criteria for obtaining rewards remain nebulous, akin to a precious item as rare as the Tree of Knowledge. Am I to seek out the Devil Fruit Tree? As Wang Lin grumbled. He navigated his way to his cell, not bothering to ascertain who occupied it before casting the dice. Retention? Who has endured the trials of 99 tribulations? The dice, having clattered to the ground, finally revealed a retention, capturing Wang Lin's attention. He raised his gaze. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Peering closer, he discerned a colossal, rotund figure seated on the floor, a mere passerby. Upon activating the viewing function, the detailed description unfolded. San Juan the Evil Wolf, an anomaly among the giant race, possessing a formidable physique reminiscent of an island that instills terror worldwide, a prisoner of the underwater prison level 6, known as the Colossal Battleship. Wang Lin could not help but exclaim inwardly, what a colossal creature indeed. Could it be due to his affiliation with the future Blackbeard? Yet, what significance does that hold? He decided to first assess the situation on this level before devising a plan. Thus, Wang Lin chose to disregard the excessive attention bestowed upon the roles granted by this die and continued his process of elimination. Although the 6th level harbored a considerable number of individuals, it paled in comparison to the throngs present in the previous 5 levels, totaling less than 1,000. After all, not everyone possesses the potential to become a legend, unless their actions are particularly notorious or they provoke those who ought not to be provoked, or perhaps align themselves with the wrong leader. Take for instance Arlong, the shark man hailing from the Fishman pirate crew, who murdered Nami's adoptive mother. His association with a leader of great renown ultimately led to his capture and imprisonment in the 6th level. This circumstance significantly reduced Wang Lin's workload. within a few hours. He managed to clear the 6th level to a considerable extent. No need to thank me, Navy, he mused. I shall deliver the criminals you find difficult to execute to their reckoning, and their devil fruit shall not resurface upon their demise. In his efforts to ensure that Luffy, Zoro, and their companions could embark on their adventures without hindrance, Wang Lin felt a heavy burden of responsibility. From his fragmented memories, he discerned that the protagonist's halo is not entirely dependable. The disparity between manga and reality is vast. There are no invincible cockroaches to be found. Consequently, Wang Lin now stood before one of the remaining individuals, revealing himself. Who are you? The figure cackled. I see your calm demeanor, yet you exude a malevolent aura. Have you come to take my life? The Navy is finally making their move. Damn it. Why did they wait so long? How unfortunate. Wang Lin gazed at the golden lion adorned with a ship's wheel atop its head and remarked, Shurji, I am not a naval officer, like you. I am also a permanent resident of Advanced City. However, you are indeed correct. I must send you to a certain location. Now, take a good look and discern who I truly am. As Wang Lin spoke, he stepped closer. Shurji gazed at the young man before him, carefully reflecting on the moment. Gradually feeling a stir of emotion, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, My head is pounding, damn it. You remind me of Roger, right? You were present on the day of Roger's execution. True to his nature of regarding Roger as an unconventional confidant, Wang Lin pondered over the information about Shurji and remarked, Now, you have two choices. 1. I take your 2 swords, strip you of your devil fruit abilities, allowing you to wither away here or perhaps one day escape. Should fortune smile upon you? 2. I can send you to meet Roger, and I mean truly meet him. Shurji scoffed and replied, I reject both options you presented. If you intend to act, then do so swiftly. This response caught Wang Lin off guard. He thought to himself that despite his courteous words, this golden lion was rather ungrateful. Wang Lin coldly uttered, I initially intended to grant you some respect, but it appears you are intent on courting death. Do not blame me for my ruthless hand. Prepare yourself. With that, a viscous energy imbued with chili and pepper was unleashed, enveloping the golden lion's upper body in a tight seal. Faintly, one could hear muffled protests from within. Is this your ruthless hand? It burns. And achoo. Humph. Daring to confront me, utterly oblivious to your impending demise. As he spoke, he activated the detestable thief tool and struck Shurji, regardless of whether he was aware of the assailant. His eyes remained shut. In Wang Lin's view, the individuals here likely would not willingly accept their fates of being erased from history. Thus, he resolved to strip them of their reliance before proceeding. He refrained from revealing himself further, having already dealt with those possessing the powers of the devil fruit. For those who lacked such gifts, Wang Lin preferred to conserve his energy, merely rolling the dice once more until he depleted the fortunes of the lucky individual and secured them. Observing the few remaining points of interest still aglow, Wang Lin mused he would return in a couple of days. He then set his sights on ascending to the 5th layer. Chapter 79, Journey Through the City, Part 3. As he traversed the path of the 5th layer, Wang Lin contemplated the absence of several familiar faces, specifically the mythical 9-tailed fox and the barrel-dwelling individuals. Could it be they were too young to be imprisoned here? That seemed the only plausible explanation. However, they were not particularly formidable characters. The 5th layer of the extreme cold hell currently housed a limited number of prisoners. The GM army had yet to be established, nor were there any future beings from the 5 layer, such as the Monster King. Perhaps I have arrived a bit prematurely, he thought, but it serves as an opportunity to familiarize myself with the surroundings, laying the groundwork for my return in 20 years. With this realization, Wang Lin quickened his pace, seeking out targets illuminated on the map. He retraced his steps to the 4th layer. This level was not only the scorching hell but also the operational headquarters of Warden Magellan. His subordinates included the chief guards, Yuji Shilio and Hannibal, along with several deputy wardens and formidable jailers, including the bull-headed creature who delivered meals to Wang Lin daily. Aside from Yuji Shilio, a man who relished in killing, the others appeared quite commendable, at least in their official portrayals, as they were portrayed as soldiers of conviction. Even Hannibal, who was somewhat unreliable, had showcased a moment of brilliance during the chaos of the Marineford War, prioritizing the welfare of civilians. It can be said that the soldiers of Impel Down were among the few factions within the government that Wang Lin regarded favorably in this world. Utilizing the stealth granted by his alibi, Wang Lin stealthily navigated this level, diligently avoiding crowded areas. He planned to abandon this layer. You minions of the world government. We merely refuse to join your ranks, and you imprison us on baseless charges. You shall surely face retribution for your tyranny. Huh. What is happening? Did I mishear? As Wang Lin was about to gaze upon the third level, he abruptly heard a voice, prompting him to pause and seek a deeper understanding. Regardless of your circumstances, upon entering my domain, you must adhere to my directives and refrain from causing disturbances. Should you comply, I shall not impose difficulties upon you. Furthermore, I am not a judge. If you wish to appeal, opportunities arise annually, so maintain your honesty. Tyranny. This is tyranny. The voice gradually faded, its dissent suppressed. Humph. In my view, those who indulge in such raucous outbursts ought to be made aware of our power. Ha ha ha. Perhaps I should teach them a lesson right now. Mind your words, Shilio. We are enforcers of the law, not lawbreakers. Very well, you are the warden. Your word is final. Farewell, I have matters to attend to. As this future harbinger of death passed by him, Wang Lin remained motionless, lost in contemplation of recent events. Did I mistakenly condemn anyone on the 5th level? Surely not. But what if I did? That would betray my conscience. No, I must investigate. Following the lingering aura left by the previous detainees, Wang Lin proceeded onward. Upon arrival, he first examined the map's indicators, confirming that the accusations were indeed unfounded. Hesitantly, he produced a die, yet this uncertainty was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of confidence. He cast it down, watching it settle, the result preserved. He repeated the act, each time achieving the same outcome. After several dozen attempts, he surpassed any prior individual record, including that of the colossal battleship, which had succumbed after merely 5 throws. No doubt remained. Unless I intend to kill, there is no rationale for wrongful deaths. However, the world government has overstepped its bounds. What crime is it to decline joining you? To imprison someone, especially a king, is unconscionable. It seems the figures in Impel Down are greatly inflated. Regardless of the world government's true intentions, I, Wang Lin, shall intervene. With this newfound resolve, Wang Lin embarked on a lengthy journey of investigation and containment. Had I known the omnipotent tome would be slower, I wouldn't have exhausted my monthly quota in one go. How reckless of me. I truly missed the thrill of spoilers. While inwardly lamenting his impulsiveness, he followed the map, marking each location of injustice. The 4th level was unique. It was not the time for their relocation, but rather to address them individually upon departure. Due to time constraints, he managed to inspect only 1/5 of the cells. 12 hours were rapidly approaching. I shall halt here for today, resuming tomorrow. With decisive determination, he turned and swiftly moved towards the 6th level. The guards along the way merely felt a fleeting breeze. Yet in the oppressive heat of the 4th level, this breeze felt more like a wave of discomfort. Returning to the basement, he opened the cell doors, nullifying the effects of the alibi, and took his seat in the projection area. With the 6th level nearly resolved, he awaited the fruits of his labor.